Star Odyssey Chapter 801 to Chapter 851. Xianxia looked at Zhu in shock. You actually dodged it? Zhu shouted, I'm here to save you. There's something wrong with your Zhu family. Xianxia's fingers closed again, forming another strange diagram that pressed down on Zhu. This attack's power increased once again. Let's see how you dodge it. Zhu sighed, and his eyes flickered as he watched Xianxia's attack. He raised his hand, and his fingers abruptly bent to form Xianxia's finger attack. Xianxia was shocked. Both sides clashed, and Zhu was forced back more than 10 steps. His fingers were bent at an irregular angle, and it was obvious that he had been injured. However, he had still managed to block Xianxia's attack. How do you know the 3 Yin-Yang Immortals technique? Xianxia barked as she stared at Zhu. Zhu hurriedly replied, that monster is coming. We'll leave first, and I'll explain it to you later. Xianxia looked at Zhu, and her eyes flickered. She then ran off in a certain direction. Follow me. Zhu hurriedly followed. The Spectre expert quickly cleaned out the city lord's mansion of star essence and returned underground. However, he discovered that Xianxia had disappeared, and he was about to chase after her when he saw the traces of battle that she had left behind on the wall. He was shocked. This is... Before he could finish speaking, there was a rumble from underground, and his face changed. Not good. Those enlighters had escaped. He had put in so much effort to push those people into the cannon, but now, they had escaped. All his efforts had been for naught, and he could not stay here any longer. With a bang, the stone wall in front of him split open, and the flame engineer appeared with a screwdriver in hand, blocking the Spectre expert's path. The Spectre expert's wide eyes looked over, and the flame engineer was caught off guard. The flame engineer's heart trembled, and his gaze turned sluggish. His death aura transformed into a scythe that slashed down. The flame engineer was caught off guard, and just as the scythe was about to hit him, Lu Yin appeared and used the Yu secret art to change the direction of the scythe, saving the flame engineer's life. The Spectre expert did not want to get tangled up with them, so he changed directions to escape. However, he was blocked by Xianxia, and the black undying bird flew over. Death aura whizzed past him and trapped the black undying bird, rendering Xianxia's attacks completely useless. The Spectre expert's attack, and the Spectre expert, moon kill. The Spectre race expert's expression changed. He did not care about the others, but he could not ignore the Mavis clan. As the moon kill battle technique descended, he used his death aura to block it, while the lotus energy wrapped around his feet. With so many enlighters attacking at the same time, even the Spectre clan's experts could not withstand their attacks. Kai Jianqiang, Sol, and Zhu Taizhu simultaneously attacked the Spectre race expert. The Spectre race being's entire body turned into a death aura that dissipated before condensing once more. He looked around and saw that he had been surrounded. The flame engineer finally sobered up and thanked Lu Yin gratefully. Thank you, kid. Lu Yin stared closely at the Spectre expert. Even if it was a gray-eyed corpse king, Lu Yin's previous round of attacks would have been enough to suppress it. However, this Spectre expert had been able to withstand it. As expected of death energy, Lu Yin wondered if his own suppression of death energy would be effective against this person. Do you really want to become enemies with my Neo-Human Alliance? A cold voice rang out as the Spectre expert stared at Yuehua Mavis. Yuehua Mavis looked up and actually met his gaze. Her eyes flashed with a verdant green as they stared at each other. Both of them wanted to control the other, but neither was able to. The universe's ironclad rules dictate that the Neo-Human Alliance must be killed. The Spectre race expert cackled. The innerverse and outerverse are separated, so who can help you? I'll say this one last time, let me go, or you'll all die. Where does your confidence come from? Zhu Taizhu growled. He then asked, where's Xianxia? What did you do to her? The Spectre race expert's wide eyes were emotionless. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. He then closed his eyes and allowed the death aura to return to his body. He stood there quietly, looking just like a corpse. No one dared to act rashly. The 3 dark hands were too terrifying, and the Neo-Human Alliance possessed the deepest darkness. Even with so many enlighters present, they did not dare to say that they could win. Furthermore, this person's words had caused everyone to shiver. Yuehua Mavis, what does he mean by that? What other methods does he have? Xianxia asked. Yuehua Mavis's expression turned solemn. I don't know. The Mavis family had a very long history, and it could be said that they had been around since the birth of the human race, which far surpassed the Neo-Human Alliance. Even so, they still did not know much about the Neo-Human Alliance. Yuehua Mavis did not know where this darkness originated from, what methods they had, or what goals they wanted to achieve. Perhaps the clan's elders would know, but she definitely did not. The Spectre race expert's rune lines had disappeared in an instant, just like a normal person's. Had the Spectre race expert fled? That was impossible, as Luine had been watching the entire time. If the Spectre race wanted to escape, they would definitely have rune lines, unless they also had a technique like Aegis that allowed them to completely conceal their aura. Everyone was bewildered, but no one dared to approach. The Spectre race expert's eyes were closed, and he looked just like a corpse. He did not have any aura, but this caused the Enlighters to tremble in fear. Trying to act mysterious, Kai Jianqiang growled. He flicked his finger and activated his 9-lined battle force, sending a shockwave towards the Spectre race expert. This attack was enough to kill a normal cruiser, as it contained 9-lined battle force. However, the stone shattered when it was less than a centimeter away from the Spectre race expert. Similarly, no aura leaked out, and no rune lines appeared. Luine felt a chill run down his spine, as this situation was a little strange. Suddenly, the Spectre race expert opened his eyes. What appeared before everyone's eyes were no longer white, but rather a pair of very ordinary eyes. They were bright, intelligent, and deep, like a boundless starry sky that one could not see the bottom of. Following that, the eyes changed again, and 3 pitch-black lines overlapped to form a star-shaped image that was branded within the eyes. It was a very strange sight. Everyone looked at the Spectre race expert warily. You can't escape, Zhu Taizhu growled. The Spectre race expert did not have any aura, and he still looked just like a corpse. It could also be said that he was just a normal person. His eyes moved as he looked at the crowd. His gaze first paused on Yuehua Mavis before sweeping over everyone else. Finally, his gaze landed on Zhu Taizhu, and there was obvious surprise in his eyes. People from the Su family. Interesting. You also want this battle fort? The others did not understand, and only Yuehua Mavis's pupils shrank as she stared at Zhu Taizhu. The Su family? That's a family? Why were they here? Zhu Taizhu frowned. I don't know what you're talking about. The Spectre expert laughed in a relaxed manner. To call yourself an old man in front of this god, even if you're from the Su family, you'll still have to die. After saying that, the lines in his eyes rotated in a circle, and without any warning, the bamboo iron pillar died and slowly fell to the ground. There wasn't the slightest bit of aura left. At this moment, everyone was horrified, and they all retreated as they stared at the Spectre race expert in disbelief. An Enlighter had been killed just like that? How had he done it? There had been no warning at all. Had this person attacked? Luine was shocked, as he did not see any rune lines, and a chill ran down his spine. The Spectre race expert smiled and looked at Yuehua Mavis. There are very few people from the Mavis family, and there are probably only 1 or 2 in the Outerverse. You're one of them, and while killing you will relieve some of my anger, it won't be of much use. What do you think? Yuehua Mavis asked in a low voice, who exactly are you? The Spectre race expert stared at Luine. Dark God. Lu Yin's pupils shrank, and his scalp went numb. The biggest problem had appeared. Everyone else was at a loss. Even Villa Lord Lien, Xianxia, Saul, and Kai Jianqiang did not know about Dark God. Aside from a few old monsters, only the members of the 3 Dark Hands knew about the 7 Sky Gods. As one of the few true Mavis family members, Yuehua Mavis also knew about them. Why have you appeared in the Outerverse? Yuehua Mavis's expression changed completely. She had not lost her composure even when facing death at the mouth of a cannon. However, at this moment, fear and despair filled her eyes. Dark God smiled, but he did not answer. Instead, he looked at Luine. This is the 3rd time we've met. Give me an answer. Yuehua Mavis looked at Luin in confusion. Dark God was one of the most powerful individuals in the universe, and he had actually met this Luin several times. What did this person have that was worthy of Dark God's attention? The others did not say a word, nor did they attack. This was because they could not move. With Black Wuxian's appearance, even those at Northgate Taisui's level could not move, let alone them. Even if it was just a wisp of spiritual energy. In Dark God's eyes, there was no difference between someone with a power level of over 200,000 and someone with a power level of tens of thousands. Luin grew anxious. Where's Master? Why hasn't he appeared yet? Luin had crushed the jade stone a long time ago. Master couldn't be so unreliable. This person in front of him could instantly kill an enlighter. Even with his universal armor, Luin did not feel safe at all. The lines in Dark God's eyes spun. Answer this, God. Luin gulped. Let me ask you a question. Do you know Mr. Mu? Dark God's expression did not change. Are you stalling for time? Waiting for who? Or do you think that someone can save you? And who can save you? He's waiting for me. These words suddenly rang out in everyone's ears without any warning. Dark God's expression changed, and he suddenly looked up. The void split open, and Mr. Mu slowly walked out. The lines in Dark God's eyes spun rapidly. It's you? Why are you? Mr. Mu raised his hand and pressed down with his palm. His palm landed on Dark God's head, and the entire universe trembled. Everyone saw a strand of black gas emerge from the top of Dark God's head before dissipating. Everyone stared blankly at this scene, not understanding what had just happened. I attached my spiritual force to this person's body. That strand of spiritual force has already been wiped out by Master, Mr. Mu explained. Luin was stunned, as this was too fast. Suddenly, Luin shouted, Master, be careful. The Spectre clan expert that had been attached to Dark God woke up, and his deathly energy condensed into a palm that slammed towards Mr. Mu. The palm landed squarely on Mr. Mu, but Mr. Mu did not react at all. There was a muffled groan, and the Spectre clan expert bled from the corner of his mouth. He seemed to be in indescribable pain, and his white eyes were filled with boundless terror. Finally, he collapsed to the ground, completely devoid of life. Thank you. Book friend 542101414. Thank you for your support, thank you for your support, thank you. Mr. Mu had killed the Spectre clan expert without even moving. The surrounding enlighters were aghast. What was going on today? Each of these experts was more powerful than the last. Mr. Mu casually waved his hand, causing Yuehua Mavis and the others to faint, leaving only Luin conscious. Luin was in awe. Master, you came just in time. Mr. Mu replied, He Wuxian should only have a strand of his spiritual force left in the outerverse. Now that it's been wiped out, it's unlikely that you'll meet him again. What did he mean? Did he not want to give the Jade Stone anymore? Luin was on guard, as that would not do. Master, the Neo-Human Alliance is making a big move. There are 7 people from the 7 Sky Gods, and there will be others if he's not there. Mr. Mu replied, the outerverse is not worth the 7 Sky Gods mobilizing all of their forces, but there might be other experts. He then gave Luin another Jade Stone. Do not use it unless it's absolutely necessary. Otherwise, I'll expel you from the sect. Luin was grateful. Thank you, Master. Mr. Mu looked at the people on the ground, and his gaze finally stopped on Zhu Taizhu. I never thought that there would be someone from the Su family here. Luin was puzzled. The Su family? The 7 quarts, the Su family, Mr. Mu replied. Luin recalled that the Su family was from the 7 quarts. He looked at Zhu Taizhu in shock. He's from the 7 quarts Su family? Mr. Mu looked at Zhu Taizhu. I promised to give you an opportunity last time, but that promise was fulfilled on that little girl. You were the one who volunteered. Today, I'll give you another chance, but you'll need to explore it further. Whether or not you can obtain it will depend on your own comprehension. He then raised a hand, and Zhu Tiezhu's corpse floated into the air. A drop of blood appeared on his forehead, and Mr. Mu tossed it towards Luin. This is the blood of someone from the Su family. Master will help you cross the river of space and observe the chess game. Lu Yin's eyes glazed over, and the scene in front of him darkened. After an unknown amount of time, he appeared in a sealed space. The entire space was pitch black, and only the white moonlight illuminated a corner. Under the moonlight, there was an ancient chessboard. Lu Yin subconsciously approached the chessboard and looked at it. He did not know how to play, but at this moment, his consciousness seemed to have merged with the chessboard. If someone were to look at Lu Yin now, they would realize that he wasn't Lu Yin at all, but Bamboo Iron Pillar. His appearance was exactly that of Bamboo Iron Pillar. The chessboard was very ancient, and it was unknown how long it had been passed down. The chess pieces on it had long since fallen to dust. Lu Yin watched on in a daze, his eyes dull and lifeless. His mind was filled with chess pieces, and from time to time, he would see someone place a piece, someone laugh, someone make a move, or someone withdraw a move. The game was very exciting, and although he couldn't understand it, he could feel it. Every chess piece was like a star, and the chessboard was like the starry sky of the universe. He was both inside the chessboard and in the starry sky. Am I a chess piece or a chess player? Being set up? Or was it a trap for someone else? Lu Yin had lost all sense of self. It was as if he had turned into a chess piece or a laughing chess player. Ha 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 ha. I, Suwang Tian, observed chess, played chess, withdrew a move, and comprehended chess for hundreds of thousands of years. Finally, I created a secret technique, the scattered stars chess. Throughout the universe, only I, Suwang Tian, can withdraw a move. A person's life experience cannot be regretted, but I, Suwang Tian, will do so. Only I, Suwang Tian, can do so. The chess piece landed with a thud, and the light dispersed the darkness. The chessboard encompassed the universe, and Lu Yin suddenly woke up. He was no longer looking at the dusty ancient chessboard, but at the underground of Myriad City. In front of him was Mr. Mu. Beads of cold sweat formed on Lu Yin's forehead as he recalled everything he had just seen. Suwang Tian? Withdraw a move? Was it the scattered stars chess? That was a secret technique of the Su family. How is it? Mr. Mu asked, his expression indifferent. Lu Yin hesitated. Master, I don't know if I have comprehended it. Mr. Mu nodded. Opportunities are destined by the heavens. Whether or not you have comprehended it, it is still an experience. Lu Yin didn't know if he had comprehended it, but the Yu secret art was different. The Yu secret art could be cultivated, but the Su secret art seemed to be a state of mind. It could also be said that Suwang Tian had passed it on through the chessboard. Master, where is that chessboard? He wanted to observe it one more time, as it would be a pity if he couldn't comprehend the secret art. Although he didn't know the true use of the secret art, Suwang Tian's words had made Lu Yin's heart surge with emotion. One could go back on one's words, and it was equivalent to reversing time and space. One could redo everything that had happened in the past, and Suwang Tian had done it. Could the secret art of plan really do that? Lu Yin really wanted to comprehend the secret art of plan. That is the ancestral land of the seven courts Su family. Even the true heir of the Su family only has one chance to enter it in their lifetime. This person has never been there before, but I brought you in through the Su family's blood. If you want to go again, you will need the Su family's permission. Lu Yin hurriedly asked, Master, there are still his grandson and son outside. Can you bring me in to take a look at their blood again? Mr. Mu looked at Lu Yin with an abnormally deep gaze. Yes, but they have to die first. Lu Yin smiled awkwardly. Then forget it. He had no enmity with the Zhu family, and it wouldn't be right for him to kill them. Mr. Mu's insight was worth investigating, and if he really did kill Zhu San in order to observe the chessboard, Mr. Mu might even expel him. By the way, Master, what about them? Lu Yin asked. Mr. Mu's figure vanished, but before he left, he said, part of their memories have been erased. Lu Yin relaxed, as that was good. He didn't want these people to remember that he was the one who had saved them from the cannon. Wait, if their memories were erased, didn't that mean that their cosmic rings were his as well? Lu Yin blinked and rubbed his chin. Wasn't that a little too despicable? He felt a little embarrassed, as he had already taken their star essence, so it was better for him to return their cosmic rings to them. Lu Yin returned the cosmic rings of Yuehua Mavis and the others, but he didn't have Hu Finya's. He wasn't a saint, and an enemy was an enemy. He was already being merciful by not killing him. Should he kill him or not? Luin was conflicted. Suddenly, he thought of something and released his domain. He found Xianxia and Zhu San close to the surface, and they were both unconscious. With a wave of Mr. Mu's hand, neither of them would be able to escape. But strangely, Xianxia should have been controlled. Luin didn't hold back and drained Xianxia's blood. If he hadn't heard wrong, someone had said that Myriad City would be controlled with the blood of the Qiang family, so he had to hold back. As for Zhu San, Luin had felt that he wasn't simple the first time he had met him, but he hadn't expected him to be someone from the Seven Courts. He had already met people from the Yu, Ku, and Sa families in the Seven Courts, and there were still 3 families that he hadn't met yet. Whatever was happening underground did not affect the surface. Wei Rong had joined forces with many others to attack the protective barrier that sealed off Myriad City. Even Elfman had woken up, and he wanted to escape instead of going underground. The moment he had regained consciousness, he had wanted to kill the Corpse King, but no matter how he attacked, the Corpse King would not die. The Grey Eyes transformation had increased the Corpse King's physical strength by 10 times, and even Elfman had not been able to break through its defenses. Now, all he wanted to do was leave. On the ground, the Corpse King roared, and cracks appeared on its lotus energy before it shattered. High up in the sky, Elfman and countless other cultivators were still attacking the protective barrier, but the Corpse King's roar shook Myriad City. Elfman's expression changed, and he looked at the surface of the City Lord's mansion. The Corpse King also stared at him, and it leapt up and tore through the void, causing black lightning to descend. Myriad City turned dark once more as lightning streaked across the sky, killing countless cultivators. Star Fox and the rest quickly descended. Xianxia coughed up blood, and his injuries recovered slightly. He ignored the Corpse King's massacre in the sky and instead charged towards the underground. That was the most important place. The Corpse King swept through the area with black lightning and clawed at Elfman. Elfman's gaze turned sinister, and his body transformed into a humanoid monster that was more than 10 meters tall. He also swiped at the Corpse King with his claw. This was his innate gift, the Tyrant King. With a bang, a shockwave tore through the void, and the spreading spatial cracks turned into a black curtain that enveloped Myriad City, causing countless people to scream in panic. Even though Elfman had transformed into the Tyrant King, he was still unable to block the Corpse King's attack, and his claw was pierced through. The Corpse King appeared above Elfman's head, and black lightning bombarded him. The Tyrant King held and shook off the Corpse King before clenching his claw and attacking the Corpse King. The Corpse King condensed lightning and punched out. With a bang, many people in Myriad City died with blood flowing out of their 7 orifices. Wei Rong's brain was buzzing, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He looked up in shock and saw that the Tyrant King's arm had been broken. The Corpse King descended in front of the Tyrant King, and black lightning flashed past. The Tyrant King fell straight to the ground, and he finally returned to Elfman's appearance. His head was pitch black, and he had no aura. The Corpse King's body had been burned into his brain. The Corpse King's battle prowess had already surpassed Elfman's, and in addition to the Grey Eyes transformation, his physical body was strengthened by 10 times. Other than Yuhua Mavis, no one was his match. Underground, Xianxia found everyone. When he saw Elfman's death on the screen, he hurriedly deactivated Myriad City's protective barrier. The Corpse King leapt into outer space and disappeared. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief and scanned the area. Everyone had fainted, and he hurriedly shook Xianxia awake to ask her what had happened. However, Xianxia only remembered that she had encountered a Spectre clan expert and had pretended to be controlled. She had no recollection of what had happened after that. She had lost nearly 10 minutes of her memories, and that was when the energy cannon was about to be fired. Mr. Mu had left, and everyone except Luin had their memories erased. Luin pretended to be unconscious, but he was shaken awake by Yan Yan not long after. The others gradually woke up, but none of them remembered anything about those 10 minutes. Everyone was horrified, as erasing memories was not easy, especially when it came to cultivators. Yuhua Mavis was also present, and the Mavis clan was very protective of their memories. However, her memories had still been erased, which was terrifying. Furthermore, that Spectre clan expert and Bamboo Iron Pillar had both died. Bamboo Iron Pillar had died in a very strange manner, and all the blood in his body had disappeared. Everyone immediately contacted the organizations behind them to verify their memories. Xianxia's expression turned ugly. Fortunately, the Neo-Human Alliance had been pushed back, and Myriad City was still under the Qiong family's control. Your Highness, do you still remember what happened? Yan asked. He had been heavily injured by Hugh Phineas. Luin shook his head. I don't remember. It seems like someone erased our memories. What about you? Did you find anything strange on the surface? Yan shook his head. Aufman was killed by a corpse king, but there's nothing else. Everyone was trying to verify their memories, but no matter how hard they tried, they could not understand what had happened during those 10 minutes. Xianxia's face was pale, as she had lost too much blood. Zhu San and Zhu Jia mournfully examined Zhu Cheju's corpse. Luin looked at Zhu San, who was not from the Zhu family but from the Su family. They had been staying in Myriad City all this time, and their goal was probably the same as the Neo-Human Alliance's, which was to control this fortress. However, now that Zhu Taizhu was dead, and the innerverse and outerverse had been separated, the Su family could no longer help them. They no longer had the ability to take over Myriad City, and they might even be destroyed by Xianxia. Hugh Phineas was looking for Tyler Phineas, but he could not find him. Tyler Phineas had been vaporized at the mouth of the cannon. Mr. June was the same. Kai Jianqiang was heavily injured, and he found a place to recuperate. Saul also found a place to recuperate. Everyone only wanted to recover, and they had long since forgotten about true insight. Xianxia arranged a place for everyone to rest, and they also gifted them with some star essence as a sign of gratitude. When the star essence was mentioned, everyone felt a strange sense of familiarity, as if something had happened before. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't have remembered, right? Moonlight Mavis and the others checked their cosmic rings, but they discovered that the star essence was all gone. Where had it gone? Where's my cosmic ring? Hugh Phineas was confused. Xianxia immediately sent people to help Hugh Phineas search, but it was destined that they would not be able to find it. It was with Luin. Lu Yin's gains were great. Not only had he completed the third cycle, but he had also obtained more than 1,000,000 star essence. He had also upgraded his universal armor and other items, as well as the secret plan. Although he did not know if he had comprehended it, being able to observe it would be beneficial for him. Besides these substantial benefits, there was also Myriad City under his feet. He had the blood of the Qiong family members as well. He wondered if he could control this fortress with just his blood. The Neo-Human Alliance had instigated a huge battle. There was a corpse king and a Spectre clan expert. Just the two of them had caused many of the experts present to be battered and exhausted. Luin once again refreshed his understanding of the Neo-Human Alliance. This organization's strength was far beyond his imagination. Although the Jade Mountain Sea had prepared a place for everyone to stay, they did not stay for long. Saul was the first to leave. Kai Jianqiang wanted to chase after him, but he was stopped by Luin. It's useless even if you chase after him. You can't stop him alone. Kai Jianqiang was indignant, but he was surprisingly obedient. He didn't know why, but he felt that he should be grateful to this person, and there was an indescribable sense of gratitude in his heart. Are you all right? Luin smiled. It's fine. I was just lucky. Perhaps the Neo-Human Alliance doesn't care about me, so they didn't act against me. Kai Jianqiang couldn't help but laugh. You're no worse than anyone else when you're wearing external items. Luin smiled, but he did not speak. He saw Star Fox looking at him strangely from the corner of his eye, but she immediately averted her gaze when she noticed that Luin was looking at her. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat, as Kai Jianqiang's words had reminded him that he had overlooked something. Whether it was Yuehua Mavis, Manor Lord Lien, or the others, they had all been battered when they came out. This was because they had been hit by the energy cannon's shockwaves, but Luin himself had been completely fine and was in the best condition. If Kai Jianqiang and Star Fox could see this, then everyone else could as well. Luin frowned, as he had actually forgotten this point. Many people felt that he was different from the others who had entered the underground. Lu Yin immediately bade farewell to the Jade Mountain Sea and returned to the Great Yu Empire. Jade Mountain Sea did not stay either, and they gifted Lu Yin 50,000 star essence as an apology. Lu Yin accepted it without hesitation. If not for Xianxia releasing a protective barrier at the critical moment to stop everyone, they would not have had to face the Neo-Human Alliance. The reason why no one had attacked Jade Mountain Sea was because their opponent was the Neo-Human Alliance, the universe's public enemy. No one could blame Xianxia for doing so. If their enemy had not been the Neo-Human Alliance, they would have slaughtered Jade Mountain Sea long ago if Xianxia had dared to use them against them. No matter how much Jade Mountain Sea tried to be friendly, this incident had left a grudge in everyone's heart. Jade Mountain Sea himself was aware of this, and he did not say much to Lu Yin before politely sending him off. As for true insight, everyone understood that it had definitely been snatched away by the Neo-Human Alliance, and that they were trying to lure them away. Since it had been snatched away by the Neo-Human Alliance, no one felt that they would be able to take it back. Just 2 experts had left them in such a sorry state, and no one wanted to face the Neo-Human Alliance again. Castle and Xiong, think about how to explain this to Shamrock Enterprises, Lu Yin said to Jade Mountain Sea before leaving. He then left with Yan Yan, Kai Jianxiang, and Sister Lung. He had brought Sister Lung with him, and he had also called her along before leaving. During the previous battle, Sister Lung had helped him block Tyler Phineas and more. Although it had not been necessary, Sister Lung had still helped him, which made him very grateful. Jade Mountain Sea smiled bitterly. It was not just Shamrock Enterprises, he also needed to account for the people who had died in this battle, such as the Dark Phoenix clan and the Zhu family. When he thought about the Zhu family, Jade Mountain Sea's gaze turned cold. How much did this family know about Myriad City's fortress? Wei Rong, Star Fox, and Angie left together, but Jade Mountain Sea did not send them off. Their performance in this battle had been too average, and they had barely participated in the battle. They had even encouraged others to destroy the defensive barrier. Wei Rong and the others knew this as well, so they quietly left. Myriad City seemed to be in a miserable state after this battle, as the entire city had been destroyed, but how much had been lost? The Cheung family had plenty of money, and the people of Myriad City had plenty of money as well. It would not be that difficult to rebuild the city. Most importantly, everyone knew about Myriad City, and the terror of this fortress had not been fully displayed. Only someone like Lu Yin, who had personally faced the energy cannons, knew how terrifying this fortress was. And this might not even be Myriad City's greatest strength. Lu Yin's eyes blazed as he looked at Myriad City that was getting further and further away. One day, he would take over this fortress. Thank you for helping me, Lu Yin said to Sister Lung as he handed her a glass of fruit juice. She accepted it. It doesn't matter whether I helped you or not. They can't hurt you. Lu Yin smiled. No matter how you look at it, it's still a kind gesture, so I'll accept it. What are your plans? She calmly looked at the sky. Plans? She did not know either. Cultivating on the ice carriage was just a transition, and she could not stay there for too long. As for Iron Blood Weave, there was no need for her to stay there any longer. The battle there had stopped, and she did not know where she should go. Have you ever thought of going to the Great Yu Empire? Lu Yin asked. She looked at Lu Yin. Is there any reason worth going there? Lu Yin thought about it. You can watch how I widen the gap between us. She raised her brows and looked at Lu Yin. You're really asking for a beating. Lu Yin laughed. But that's the truth. Perhaps you hope to meet me in outer space one day, only to discover that you can no longer see through my strength. Wouldn't you be disappointed? She rarely laughed, but at this moment, she did. Perhaps. I've never seen someone invite someone to be a guest like you. It's a different type of provocation. What if I say that I'm not a guest? Since you have nothing to do, why don't you change your cultivation method? For example, you can join the world. Most cultivators would only focus on their cultivation, especially those who did not need to worry about resources. Aside from cultivating and fighting, they had nothing else to do. In Lu Yin's opinion, under the same conditions, such cultivators would not be a match for an independent cultivator. Independent cultivators would use all sorts of methods to deal with them, and their chances of survival would also be greatly increased. However, independent cultivators lacked resources, battle techniques, power vessels, and everything else. Thus, they could not be seen in public, but that did not mean that independent cultivators were necessarily weak. Luin had climbed up step by step from the lowest level of cultivators. He had earned his own money, and he had fought for his own authority. He had relied on his own two hands to make a name for himself. In his opinion, this was cultivation, and this was true cultivation. To those cultivators who were born a cut above others and had powerful backgrounds, this was joining the world and making a living for themselves. She was puzzled. What are you planning to do? As the Great Yu Empire's royal regent, I formally invite you to become the captain of the 5th Imperial Squadron. She smiled. If I'm willing, even the Day-Night clan will give me great authority and status. Why would I go to the Great Yu Empire? Because we can climb up step by step from the bottom. I don't need that. You don't even want to try? You have nothing to do anyway. She looked at her juice and swayed it with a complicated expression. Yes, I have nothing to do. After thinking about it, she nodded. All right, I'll treat it as training. But let me say this first, I have absolute freedom, and I can leave whenever I want. Do you agree? There was a clang as their cups clinked. Luin smiled. Welcome. She smiled and took a sip of her juice. She really wanted to see how this person was able to widen the gap between them. It had only been 7 years, but he had already reached this step. This person's cultivation talent was truly terrifying. Before the innerverse and outerverse recovered, she would set him as her goal. If he wanted to widen the gap between them, he would have to see if she would agree. Luin looked at his gadget and enviously looked at a picture of a spacecraft. It had a stunning appearance and was very small, but it was shockingly expensive. More importantly, it could not be bought. This was a cosmic-grade spacecraft from the Aurora Spacecraft Company, which was 1 grade higher than a black hole grade and 2 grades higher than a radiant grade. It was 1,000 times faster than a normal spacecraft and 100 times faster than their radiant grade spacecraft. In other words, if he had taken this spacecraft to leave Myriad City, he would have already arrived at the Great Yu Empire. Not long ago, this spacecraft had surpassed them, and there was a flame engineer inside. There was no man who did not like spaceships. Luin immediately contacted the Aurora Spacecraft Company and tried to purchase one, but he was rejected. Not to mention a cosmic-grade spacecraft, even a black hole-grade spacecraft had stopped being sold after the innerverse and outerverse had been separated. If he wanted such a spacecraft, he would have to upgrade himself. Luin had already asked the Great Yu Empire to upgrade his own small radiant-grade spacecraft, but upgrading it to a black hole-grade spacecraft would not be easy. It would take time. Such a spacecraft was equivalent to a strategic resource. Right, East San Dios should have a black hole-grade spacecraft. Wendy Yushans had been destroyed in the Tempest Flow Zone, but there should be others. Luin immediately contacted Barley and asked about the black hole-grade spacecraft. Barley was put in a difficult position. I'm sorry, Representative Liu, but there are no more black hole-grade spacecraft in East San Dios. Where did they go? Shouldn't there be 5? Lu Yin's tone was unpleasant. He had finally remembered, but they were gone. Barley replied, there were originally 5 spaceships, 1 for each of the senators, but 3 of them disappeared with the deaths of the 3 senators. Senator Wendy's spaceship was taken by you, and Puyu's was taken by Senator Liu. Lu Xiaoga left San Dios? Lu Yin's gaze trembled. Barley replied, he's already back, but his spacecraft is nowhere to be found. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Keep an eye on Lu Xiaoga and don't let him leave. Inform me immediately if he does. Understood, Barley replied respectfully as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. For some reason, Lu Yin was always wary of Lu Xiaoga. Perhaps it had something to do with himself, as he was well aware of how difficult it had been to reach his current position in the universe from a remote planet like Earth. He had almost died, and that was only because Big Sis had helped him forge an identity. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to reach his current position. But what about Lu Xiaoga? A true Earthling had become a representative of San Dios, and his methods were chilling. An earthling had entered Arbiter Zhenwu's eyes and could even borrow his strength. Even someone from the Night King clan might not be able to do such a thing. Lu Xiaoga's thoughts, methods, and strategies were all chilling. Wang Wen had said that he only cared about Wei Rong and Xianxia, and that he recognized them as intelligent people on the same level. However, Lu Ying felt that if the three of them had also been born on Earth, they might not have done any better than Lu Xiaoga. Lu Xiaoga was the one who had hidden himself deeply. Earth was truly a mysterious planet. It had produced Lu Xiaoga, Bai Shui, who had joined the Amethyst Trading Company, and Zhang Dingtian from the Starfall Sea and the Prairie Fire Continent. Oh, and there was also Bai Qian, Bai Shui's older sister. She had discovered Qingyu and was the first Earthling to leave the heavens. She was someone that even Zhang Dingtian could not compare to. If this person was still alive, she wondered how he was doing. She was able to suppress Zhang Dingtian, Lu Xiaoga, and the others. If this person wasn't dead, he might have a shocking identity in the future. Beep beep beep. Lu Ying raised a hand, and a screen appeared. Elder Lohar's figure appeared on the screen, and he looked at Lu Ying with a kind smile. Junior Lu Ying greets Senior, Lu Ying said respectfully. Elder Lohar hurriedly replied, Alliance Master Lu, there's no need to be so courteous. Just call me Lohar. Ever since the discovery of the blood-colored bell, Elder Lohar's attitude towards Lu Ying had completely changed. Lu Ying smiled. How can that be? A senior is a senior. Elder Lohar exchanged a few more pleasantries before asking Lu Ying about what had happened in Myriad City. The appearance of the Neo-Human Alliance was a huge matter for the Hall of Honor. Lu Ying recounted everything that had happened in Myriad City. As for what had happened underground, he had lost his memories. Everyone gave the same answer. Elder Lohar was disappointed, but he did not pursue the matter. He definitely knew what had happened to the others, as everyone had lost their memories of those 10 minutes. It's good that Alliance Master Lu is fine. If you encounter the Neo-Human Alliance again in the future, you must notify me immediately. I don't want anything to happen to you, Elder Lohar said. Lu Ying smiled. Thank you, Elder. By the way, is Senior Ock getting used to Xenu Star? Lu Ying quickly asked. Ock was the enlighter that he had requested from Elder Lohar to help protect Xenu Star. Elder Lohar smiled. There's nothing to get used to. It's just a change of location to cultivate. Thank you for your concern, Alliance Master Lu. Lu Ying replied with a few more pleasantries. Right, there's something I need to tell you, Alliance Master Lu. Elder Lohar's expression turned serious. Did you have a conflict with the Dark Phoenix tribe? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. We did have a conflict at the Chonglin banquet in Myriad City. What about it? Elder Lohar frowned. Just the Chonglin banquet? Did you have anything to do with Tyler Phineas' death? Lu Ying shook his head. Definitely not. I only remember that everyone fell underground, and I lost my memories after that. When I came out, I couldn't find Tyler Phineas. Elder Lohar continued, according to the information I received, Hugh Phineas blamed you for Tyler Phineas' death. He said that you were the reason why Tyler fell underground and died, and that he saw it with his own eyes. Lu Ying was furious, and he almost cursed out loud. Tyler had clearly been vaporized by the energy cannon, but that old fart had actually slandered him and even said that he saw it with his own eyes. That was disgusting, and he was taking advantage of the fact that everyone had lost their memories to slander Lu Ying. Elder, I definitely didn't kill Tyler. The others can testify to that. Elder Lohar was helpless. Everyone has lost their memories of that incident. Hugh Phineas said that the memory of you killing Tyler is too deep, and he will never be able to forget it or erase it. He said that you killed Tyler, and the Dark Phoenix tribe has already added you to their kill list. Tyler is the youngest son of the Dark Phoenix tribe's leader, so you have to be careful. Lu Ying was speechless. This was an unexpected disaster that could not be explained, and no one could testify for him unless he recovered everyone's memories. Lu Ying was about to curse out loud. Seventh bro, did you really kill Tyler? The monkey asked. He had also lost his memories of that incident, but Mr. Mu's methods were extraordinary, and the monkey would not be able to escape. Lu Ying fell silent, but there was no point in trying to explain anything. The Dark Phoenix tribe would definitely believe Hugh Phineas, which meant that he would have another great enemy in the Outerverse. After ending the call with Elder Lohar, Luin opened his star chart and saw the location of the Dark Phoenix tribe. Endless Weave was the largest of the Outerverse 72 weaves, and it was also the weave with the most experts. The Eastern Weave was responsible for resisting the Astral Beast Domain's invasion and supporting Ironblood Weave, while the Western Weave was responsible for resisting the Technocracy's invasion. This was especially true for Endless Weave, as it was the front line in resisting the Technocracy. Although nearly half of Endless Weave had been occupied by the Technocracy because of Shui Chuanxiao, there were still many powerhouses in Endless Weave. The Dark Phoenix tribe was a race that was constantly at war, and they were different from Taima Temple and Myriad City. The Dark Phoenix tribe had become Lu Yin's mortal enemy, and even if they were separated by a great distance, it would still be troublesome. Lu Yin had no choice but to think about his next move. The Dark Phoenix tribe was not Aegis, and they were not so powerful that an old smoker could intimidate them. In the same space, on a different spacecraft, Wei Rong held on to Angie's waist as he calmly looked at the screen in front of him. On the screen was a thin middle-aged man, and he was the sect master of the Ghost Shadow Sword sect, Gue Wuzong. Gemini Ghost's death had caused the Ghost Shadow Sword sect to suffer heavy losses. Originally, the Ghost Shadow Sword sect had been on par with the Moke Sword sect in Sancta Weave, and they might even have been able to suppress them. However, with Gemini Ghost's death, the Ghost Shadow Sword sect could no longer contend against the Moke Sword sect. Gue Wuzong's tone was cold. We will definitely make Kai Jianxiang pay the price. However, Wei Rong, you are responsible for this as well. Wei Rong raised his wine glass and calmly replied, I already told Gemini Ghost to not expose himself in Myriad City, but they were discovered by Saul and then ambushed by Kai Jianxiang. Even if I had been present at the time, I would not have been able to save him. Kai Jianxiang is no ordinary hunter. That's not the answer I want, Gue Wuzong said sternly. Wei Rong looked up. I promise you that I'll deal with the Great Eastern Alliance, and Kai Jianxiang will be at your disposal. Gue Wuzong stared at Wei Rong. Do you really think that you can deal with Lu Yin? It's naturally impossible with just me, and it's also impossible with the help of all of you. However, what if the Dark Phoenix clan is involved? Wei Rong asked. Gue Wuzong was shocked. You managed to convince the Dark Phoenix clan? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. The Dark Phoenix clan currently views Lu Yin as their mortal enemy, but he's too far away. They need a springboard to attack the Great Eastern Alliance, and my armament weave just so happens to be that springboard. Wei Rong raised his head and looked at Gue Wuzong. With the Dark Phoenix clan joining us, the Great Eastern Alliance is nothing to fear. Lu Yin has the Hall of Taimo wrong. The Hall of Taimo has not allied with him, and I have my own methods to prevent him from receiving its help. Gue Wuzong fell silent for a moment. Something happened to the pirates. Wei Rong's gaze turned cold. What do you mean? The people I sent to help the pirates have all disappeared. Qian Yan and the others are still alive and well. Wei Rong's expression turned grave. When did this happen? Before you went to Wanqiancheng, Gue Wuzong said. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Wei Rong's expression turned ugly. Gue Wuzong did not answer. Before this, he had Gemini Ghost, and even if he did not cooperate with Wei Rong, it would not have mattered. It was impossible for him to report everything to Wei Rong. However, things were different now. With Gemini Ghost's death, the Ghost Shadow Sword sect's strength had greatly decreased. Gue Wuzong's attitude had also changed, and he had no choice but to explain the situation to Wei Rong. Are the pirates very important to you? Angie asked. She rarely interjected. Wei Rong nodded and stroked Angie's cheek. Pirates are just a bunch of maggots. They're inconspicuous, but they're spread throughout the universe. Xianyan's intelligence network is very good, and if we can control the pirates in the Eastern Weaves, we can provide countless eyes to monitor Lu Yin without being discovered. I'll have my clansmen help you, Angie said. Wei Rong thought about it and then shook his head. The Ghost Shadow Sword sect's strength is enough to eliminate the pirates in the Eastern Weaves. Since they failed, it means that there's an external force involved. Lu Yin is very smart, and nothing can escape his notice. If we cause too much of a commotion, it will attract his attention. We can't use the pirates anymore. He then looked at Gue Wuzong. Give up on those pirates and sever all ties with them. Gue Wuzong frowned. Is that necessary? Do as I say, or else we'll be easily used by Luin. Wei Rong's tone left no room for doubt. Gue Wuzong did not believe him. Aren't you thinking too highly of Luin? Wei Rong's lips curled up. We have to be careful when dealing with him, and we can't afford to make even the slightest mistake. Otherwise, we'll all become ghosts under his blade. He then hung up and rubbed his aching head. Angie walked behind Wei Rong and massaged him. Amu walked in and quietly stood to the side, his eyes unperturbed. That bunch of idiots. If not for me, it would have been too easy for Luin to reclaim the central weaves, Wei Rong said tiredly. Angie said, I never thought that an unremarkable student from Astral 10 would be able to reach this step. Wei Rong laughed. Everything is impermanent. From the moment he stepped foot into the heavens, the universe was destined to change. Who would have thought that time would pass so quickly, and the outerverse would become a battlefield between him and me? You don't seem to care about the others, Angie commented. Wei Rong took a deep breath. Many people have already reached the peak, but they can only fall. They can't climb any further, as there are limited positions at the peak. Only a few people have managed to climb up, and the ones at the very front are Luin and me. I originally thought that I would be the one to pioneer this path, but he was one step ahead of me. This person is very difficult to deal with. Did the Dark Phoenix tribe really agree to cooperate with you? Angie asked. Wei Rong smiled. They had to. Otherwise, how could they deal with Luin when they were so far away? Taylor Phineas was the favorite son of the Dark Phoenix tribe's leader, and he was ranked 14th on the top 100 rankings. The Dark Phoenix tribe had placed high hopes on him, but he died at Lu Yin's hands. The entire Dark Phoenix tribe went crazy. Was Taylor really killed by Luin? Angie asked. Does it matter if it was? What's important is the result. Someone has to bear the responsibility for his death. It's either Hugh Phineas, Myriad City, or Luin. Who do you think can be the scapegoat? Wei Rong laughed. Angie nodded. Luin is unlucky. If the Dark Phoenix tribe makes a move, he'll definitely die. Wei Rong's eyes flickered. Would he definitely die? Not necessarily, as this person still had the Hall of Honor behind him. Although he did not know why the Hall of Honor supported him so much, as long as the Hall of Honor made a move, the Dark Phoenix tribe would also be wary. Even though the Innerverse and Outerverse were separated, Wei Rong did not believe that the Hall of Honor's power in the Outerverse was enough to fear the Dark Phoenix tribe. If he wanted to topple Luin, the Hall of Honor would have to abandon him. This was the most difficult part, but it was not impossible. In the corner, Amu watched as Wei Rong carried Angie into the room. He slowly backed away and returned to his own room. He turned on his gadget and heard a voice. Amu? Amu said respectfully, "Seventh bro, it's me." Amu had contacted Luin, and Luin had not expected Amu to suddenly contact him. Luin had given Amu his contact information back on Source Peak Planet, and this was the first time they had contacted each other. What is it? Luin asked. Amu's voice sounded tired and bleak. I want to make a deal with Seventh Brother. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Speak. Wei Rong has already contacted the Dark Phoenix clan. The Dark Phoenix clan will use Armament Weave as a springboard to attack the Great Eastern Alliance, Amu said. He had expected that Wei Rong would definitely seek out the Dark Phoenix clan for cooperation, but he had not expected it to be so soon. That's not all. Wei Rong had previously wanted to use the pirates to infiltrate the Great Eastern Alliance and steal information. However, due to a huge change in the pirates, he gave up on them and even ordered the expulsion of Essential Weave's pirates. Amu told Luin many things. Luin listened quietly. After more than 10 minutes, Amu finally finished. I got it. What do you want by telling me all this? Luin asked. Amu was apologetic. I'm sorry, Seventh Brother. You helped me on the Superstar and even saved me. I shouldn't have made this deal, and I should have told you. However, I really had no other choice. since you reminded me to leave Source Peak Planet, I've already repaid the favor. Tell me, what do you want in return? Luine asked gently. Amu fell silent for a moment and then solemnly said, Angie. Luine was shocked. The young matriarch of the Umbral Butterfly clan, Angie? Yes, I want to obtain Angie. Please help me, seventh brother. Amu was excited. Luine was surprised. You like Angie? I've liked her since I was young. Amu's voice was low. But she's currently in Wei Rong's embrace, and I can't take it anymore. Seventh brother, please help me. Luine nodded. Alright, I promise you. As long as you can deal with Wei Rong, Angie will be yours. Thank you, seventh brother. Amu was delighted. Luine was puzzled. Are you that sure that I can help you obtain Angie? What if I fail? Amu was resolute. That's impossible. Wei Rong has never treated anyone so seriously, and he's even a little unconfident. Seventh brother, you can definitely unify the Outerverse. Luine smiled and ended the call. This Amu was actually so confident. There was a saying that one's enemy was the one who understood oneself the most. Wei Rong's attitude had affected Amu, and Luine had to be careful as well. No matter what he encountered, he could not panic. Otherwise, he would not be the only one who would panic, but also his subordinates. Amu gave him a lot of information that Wei Rong had divulged to the Umbral Butterfly clan. Luine took note of the information regarding the pirates, which also allowed him to see Wei Rong's cautiousness. Wei Rong had immediately given up on the pirates just because he had lost contact with the Ghost Shadow Sword sect. This person's thoughts were too meticulous. Luine contacted Xianxia and had him hide himself. During this period of time, a weave was trying to expel the pirates, and the Umbral Butterfly clan would not have an easy time. Luine had just ended his call with Xianxia when he received a message from Wendy Yushan. Luine suddenly stood up. Wendy Yushan and Ku Wei had disappeared for quite some time, and he had sent people to search for them. He had not expected them to suddenly appear. The message was very simple, it was a set of coordinates. Luine immediately contacted her, and Wendy Yushan's cold voice answered, "Come to this location and pick me up." "Where are you?" Luine asked. "These coordinates are where I am," Wendy Yushan replied. "What about Ku Wei? Did you guys find the Yu bloodline?" Luine hurriedly asked. Wendy Yushan replied, "You'll understand everything once you get here. The Yu bloodline does indeed exist, but it's also equivalent to not existing." She then hung up. Luine looked at his gadget and fell into deep thought. Without hesitation, he gave the order to head towards the coordinates. No matter what, since Wendy Yushan was there, he had to bring her back. Even if there were powerhouses in the Yu bloodline, he had to make a trip there. To be honest, after facing Myriad City's energy cannons, Lu Yin's horizons had been broadened once again. Most importantly, he had Mr. Mu, who had destroyed He Wuxian's spiritual force with a single palm strike. There was probably no one in the Outerverse who could withstand such power. The coordinates that Wendy Yushan had given him were in the Frostwave Weave, and it was not far from Xinyu Star. It was also within the first filament. A few days later, a light blue planet appeared on his screen. This was the location that Wendy Yushan had given him. She was on that planet. Luine looked over and saw that there were not many rune lines on the planet. Could it be that the Yu bloodline was not on this planet? The civilization on this light blue planet was still a feudal society, and there were no signs of technology. Even paper had not been created yet, and all writing was done on bamboo slips. Luine had Kai Jianqiang and Sister Lung stay on the spacecraft while he brought Yin Yan down. He scanned the area with his domain, and it did not take long for him to find Wendy Yushan in a village in the middle of a mountain range. This place was isolated from the rest of the world, and the civilizations outside the mountains could not interfere with this place. Luine stood on the mountain range and looked at the village. Aside from Wendy Yushan and Ku Wei's rune lines, there were no other rune lines. Wendy Yushan and Ku Wei sensed Lu Yin's domain and appeared on the grass. Luine brought Yan Yan with him. Wendy Yushan had lost some weight, while Ku Wei's smile was infuriating. "Bro, I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?" This was the first thing Ku Wei said when he saw Luine. Luin glanced at him and looked at Wendy Yushan. You don't look well. Wendy Yushan had a complicated expression on her face. Here are the descendants of the Yu bloodline. Luin was stunned. Ku Wei asked, Bro, tell me. Which one do you want to hear first? The good news, Luin said. Ku Wei smiled. No one's trying to steal your great Yu Empire anymore. The Yu bloodline does indeed exist, and the great Yu Empire was also built by them. The sourcebox array in the Imperial Palace was also created by them. However, this bloodline has already weakened, and aside from a half-dead old man, most of the others have never even left this planet. They've completely declined. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. What about the bad news? Ku Wei's expression turned solemn. You won't be able to get any help from your father-in-law. What do you mean? Luin was stunned. Ku Wei pursed his lips and looked at Wendy Yushan. Once you marry her, the Yu bloodline will belong to your father-in-law. It's a pity that your father-in-law can't help you. It's just bad news. Luin was speechless, as he had assumed that Ku Wei was talking about undying Yushan. He was relieved that the Yu bloodline had declined, but it wasn't to the extent of complete decline. He looked at Wendy Yushan. Wendy Yushan walked into the village and arrived at the innermost cottage. Elder Su, Luin is here. Luin frowned and looked at the cottage. Elder Su? He should be an elder of the Yu bloodline, but he didn't have any rune lines. Let him in, an ancient voice said. Luin followed Wendy Yushan into the cottage while Ku Wei and Yan Yan waited outside. The cottage was very dim and simple, with only a wooden bed and some simple furniture. An old man was sitting on the bed. He was so thin that one would mistake him for a corpse at first glance. His eyes were turbid, and he looked like he was half dead. His entire body emitted a cold aura. The old man that Ku Wei had just mentioned couldn't be him, right? Junior Luin greets Elder Su, Luin said respectfully. The skinny old man sized Luin up and nodded with satisfaction. You're very outstanding, and you're worthy of Wendy. Wendy Yushan lowered her head and didn't say anything. Luin glanced at her. Elder Su, you've misunderstood. I'm friends with Wendy, as well as family. The old man hoarsely said, I heard that you've only cultivated for 7 years. Luin nodded. I have indeed cultivated for 7 years. The old man praised, you've cultivated for 7 years to reach your current realm, far surpassing your peers. Your talent is comparable to the 5 scions of the stars. Luin was confused. The 5 scions of the stars? What the heck? He looked at Wendy Yushan. This seemed to be the first time she had heard this name as well. Elder Su, who are the 5 scions of the stars? The old man exhaled as he reminisced. This universe is not as simple as it seems. When the 6th mainland attacked, they were the ones who suffered. You've experienced both the outerverse and the innerverse, but the true power of this universe lies in the neoverse. Luin listened quietly, as the old man's words made him understand that Wendy Yushan must have told him about the Daosource sect, and the old man must have known that Luin had entered the Daosource sect. The ancient Daosource sect existed in the 9 mountains and 8 seas, but the 5 mountains and 5 seas were moved to the neoverse by an ancestor's power in search of a successor. In order to avoid the 6th mainland spies, the sect declared that the Star Tower was the son of the stars. The old man looked up at Luin. A son of the stars can only be a son of the stars of the younger generation. Their cultivation has not been fixed, and only the younger generation can inherit the Star Tower, which is passed down from generation to generation. These are the 5 sons of the stars. Luin was shocked. The 5 sons of the stars, the inheritors of the mountains and seas. It seemed like these were the top experts of the Neoverse younger generation. They were equivalent to the 10 arbiters of the outerverse, the realmlings of the 6th mainland, and the Daosource 3 skies. The universe changed, and formcast models appeared. The 5 sons of the stars once stood at the pinnacle, but now, I don't know. I heard that there are some 10 arbiters, but your generation is very exciting. The old man sighed. Kid, you have great potential, but unfortunately, you're not lucky enough to be trapped in the outerverse. Even if you can enter the Daosource sect, what can you do? Sigh, the 5 sons of the stars will have to compete, and perhaps this generation's competition for the 5 sons of the stars has yet to begin. It's a pity that you won't be able to go. Luin respectfully replied, Senior, this junior has always been curious as to why the Yu bloodline betrayed the 7 courts. The old man was puzzled. Betrayed? When? Luin was stunned and looked at Wendy Yushan. Wendy Yushan replied, the Yu bloodline has never betrayed the 7 courts. This is what Ku Wei said. Back then, there was a conflict, and we left the Neoverse to hide in the Outerverse. However, we were hunted down. Luin looked at the old man. The elder sighed. The sorcerer god, one of the Neo-Human Alliance's 7 sky gods, hunted down my Yu bloodline. My bloodline, from the family head to the descendants, either died or were severely injured. Only a few managed to make it to the Outerverse alive, and my bloodline was severed. Because I was severely injured, I hurriedly constructed a sourcebox array and sealed it in ice. The rest of the work was done by the surviving members of my family. The Yu family's true. The Yu. E.g., the Yu. Edition Wendy Yushan said in a low voice, Elder Su only managed to endure until now because he was waiting for you. Otherwise, he would have been frozen long ago. How did you find this place? Luin asked curiously. I found it. Ku Wei's voice came from outside as he pushed open the door. The 7 courts made an oath back then, and with the bloodline as a guide, we naturally found it. If you can find it, then why can't others find it after so many years? Luin did not believe his words. Ku Wei rolled his eyes. Nonsense. This bloodline guidance requires a willing participant. Why do you think your wife became so thin? It's because she lost too much blood. Luin was flabbergasted, and he looked at Wendy Yushan. Wendy Yushan nodded. If your cultivation isn't high enough, it's easy to die during the guidance process. Luin understood. No wonder no one else could find it. Aside from Wendy and Undying Yushan, no one else in the Yu family could help them. By the way, what about your father? Luin asked. Wendy Yushan shook her head. I don't know. Ku Wei cackled. Brother, I have good news and bad news for you. Which one do you want to hear first? The good news, Luin said. Let's hear the bad news first. Undying Yushan violated the Yu family's ancestral teachings and wandered the Innerverse, so the Yu family removed him from the family long ago. They also abandoned the Great Yu Empire. How is that bad news? Luin asked. Ku Wei replied, we can't prove whether Undying Yushan is dead or alive. Isn't that bad news? Then what's the good news? Being unable to prove whether Undying Yushan is dead or alive is also good news. Luin clenched his fists. He wanted to beat someone up. 7th bro, beat him up. Beat him to death, the monkey shouted. Wendy Yushan replied, my father wandered the Innerverse on his own, causing many people from the Starfall Sea to come to Frostwave Weave. It was at that time that the Yu bloodline completely cut off all contact with the Great Yu Empire to prevent the Neo-Human Alliance from finding out. That's why they haven't heard any news about my father even after so many years, and they've never tried to verify it. But according to Elder Su, my father is most likely dead because the Neo-Human Alliance rarely fails. Rarely fails? 7th bro, the Neo-Human Alliance rarely wins against you, the monkey shouted. Luin looked into the distance. The only evidence that could prove that Undying Yushan was still alive was the sourcebox array in the Imperial Palace and the possibility that he had cultivated the Undying Manual. Now that the sourcebox array was confirmed to have been created by Elder Su, if Undying Yushan had not cultivated the Undying Manual, then he might really be dead. But if he had cultivated it, then it was hard to say. Fortunately, the Yu bloodline would not become a hindrance to Luin, which was good news. However, he had inexplicably learned about the 5 scions of the stars, who were definitely comparable to the Dowsource 3 skies. What about the 10 arbiters? They might surpass the Realmlings and be somewhere between the 5 scions and the Dowsource 3 skies, but it was also possible that they were hiding their true strength. Elder Su had said that the universe was changing, and the existence of the 10 arbiters was an accident. No one knew how much of an accident this was. Luin hoped that it was as Elder Su had said, and that this generation's competition for the 5 scions of the stars had yet to begin. Elder Su had also said that this universe was not that simple, and that the sixth mainland would be at a disadvantage. Luin could not figure it out, as the sixth mainland had 3 light progenitors, so how could it be at a disadvantage? Unless, of course, there were still progenitors in this universe who had not died yet, and they were most likely hiding in the Neoverse. Let's go back, Luin said to Wendy Yushan. Wendy Yushan nodded and then looked around. This is a paradise. It would be nice if the Yu bloodline could settle down here. Did Elder Su tell you why they left the Neoverse in the first place? Luin asked. Wendy Yushan shook her head. No. Kuwei came over and grinned. Bro, I have good news, or even better news. Which one do you want to hear first? Luin stared at him coldly. If you talk to me like that again, I'll teach you a lesson. Kuwei rolled his eyes. You can't take a joke. Forget it, I'll tell you. The good news is that I've obtained the opportunity to enter Progenitor Chen's tomb. Luin was shocked. The Yu family gave it to you? Kuwei nodded. Luin looked at Wendy Yushan. Wendy Yushan calmly replied, it doesn't matter. We won't have anything to do with the 7 quartz. He promised not to reveal this place's location, so Elder Su gave it to him. Luin nodded. Congratulations, but it's a pity that you can't go to the Neoverse. Kuwei's mouth twitched, and he reluctantly replied, there should be a chance. I don't believe that I can't go back. At worst, I'll just take a detour. A detour? Luin raised a brow. Kuwei replied, we'll take a detour from the technocracy to the Starfall Sea. It's connected to the Neoverse, so we can go back. Luin shook his head. The technocracy? He had heard of it before. Rumor had it that the technocracy was completely under surveillance, and anyone who entered would be discovered. It was impossible to take a detour from the technocracy to the Innerverse. Every once in a while, a human powerhouse would enter the technocracy just to test the waters. Those powerhouses were all envoys at the very least, and Lu Yin's group was still too weak. Besides, the Starfall Sea was currently at war, and there would definitely be powerhouses from the 6th mainland in the technocracy. Taking a detour would be suicide. Kuwei leaned over. Brother Lu, I've decided to wait 8 to 10 years. If the Astral River still hasn't recovered, then we'll take a detour from the technocracy. But that's too long, and we'll have to kill some time. I'll give you a chance to recruit some experts. How about I take up an official position in the Great Yu Empire? I promise that I won't be corrupt. Luin was puzzled. You want to take up a position in the Great Yu Empire? Kuwei nodded and helplessly replied, there's no other way. I really have nothing to do, and there aren't many places in the Outerverse that are worth exploring. The Astral Wilderness is too dangerous, so I can only follow you. Speaking of which, you seem quite ambitious. It's quite fun. Luin thought about it and then said, the captain of the 10th Imperial Squadron is vacant. You can fill in for the time being. All right. Kuwei was delighted. I'm going to be an official. Ha 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 ha. Luin frowned. With Kuwei's strength, he definitely had the qualifications to become a captain. He was just an explorer, but his strength was comparable to a hunter's. More importantly, Luin wanted to control him and see what exactly he wanted to do. The Ku family definitely still had people in the Outerverse, and if Kuwei could help him, then that would be a great help. After interacting with Kuwei, Luin felt that the 7 quartz were completely different from the Neo-Human Alliance. Just as Kuwei had said, they had only joined forces for Progenitor Chen's tomb, and they were not truly evil people. Furthermore, this person wanted to join the Great Yu Empire, which might have been arranged by the Ku family. Even if Luin did not agree, he would still remain in the Great Yu Empire, so Luin might as well agree. He did not disturb the remaining members of the Yu bloodline, and Luin led the group back to Xinyu. Star on a spacecraft. Along the way, he asked about the shaman spirit, but Wendy Yushan did not know. Old Su had not said much, as he had lived for too long, and his memories were a bit of a mess. This shaman spirit was terrifyingly powerful to be able to slaughter the entire Yu bloodline. Since the Yu family did not betray the 7 quartz, then why didn't the shaman spirit pursue the Yu family? Luin asked. Wendy Yushan glanced at him and replied, you're asking me, But who am I supposed to ask? Lu Yin choked. That was true, as Wendy Yushan did not know much more than he did. Right, why was old Su waiting for me? Lu Yin was curious. Wendy Yushan's expression turned unnatural, and she turned around. I don't know. Lu Yin was confused. This woman's temper seemed to be getting worse and worse. She was not as cold as before, but she was still a bit strange and unfathomable. Thanks. Book friend 542104114 Brothers Reward, thanks. The Mountain Breeze Brothers Reward, thanks. A few words have arrived. Brothers Reward, thanks for your support, I'll add more chapters. It's the end of the year, and I'm a bit busy and tired. However, with the support of all my brothers, I'm very motivated. Thank you, brothers. Kai Jianxiang left midway and headed to Planet Hydrantink. Before he left, he thanked Lu Yin once more. Although he did not know why he was so grateful, he could not control himself. Lu Yin suddenly thought that if he could pull this person into the 13 Imperial squadrons as a captain, then the 13 squadrons' strength would be completely replenished. With Sister Lung and Ku Wei joining the 13 squadrons, only the 2nd and 13th squadrons were without captains. With Phantom Sting dead, Lu Yin Zishan had become the commander of the Allied forces, and Lu Yin needed to find captains for the 2nd and 13th squadrons. He already had a candidate in mind for the 2nd squadron's captain, the old smoker, but he was not confident. When he returned to Xinyu Star, the first thing Lu Yin did was visit Ak, the enlighter from the Hall of Honor. Ak lived in a mountain on the outskirts of Xinyu Star's capital, and it was sealed off by star energy so that no one could approach. When Lu Yin arrived, Ak hurriedly appeared with an abnormally respectful attitude. Elder Lohar must have told him about the blood-colored bell. Senior, are you used to living here? If you need anything, feel free to let me know. I'll have someone arrange it for you, Lu Yin said politely. Ak smiled. There's no need. This place is great. The two chatted for a while, and during this time Ak hesitated several times. Lu Yin noticed this and knew that Ak wanted to see the blood-colored bell. Since Elder Lohar had so readily allowed this person to come, he definitely wanted to verify its authenticity. Although Lu Yin had shaken the bell and countless people had heard it, and Elder Lohar would definitely be able to verify its authenticity, Lu Yin still did not feel at ease unless he saw it for himself. Lu Yin took out the blood-colored bell from his cosmic ring. Senior, do you recognize this? Ak looked at the blood-colored bell, and his pupils shrank. He subconsciously stood up with a respectful expression. This is it. There's no mistaking it. Lu Yin was curious. Senior, do you recognize it? Ak hurriedly replied, Alliance Master Lu, please keep it safe. Lu Yin put it away and looked at Ak. Senior, what exactly is this? The person who gave it to me didn't say anything. Ak replied, since that person didn't say anything, then I can't say anything either. He looked solemnly at Lu Yin. Alliance Master Lu, you must take good care of this bell. It'll definitely be useful in the future. Lu Yin had already learned from Aiden that this was the Interstellar Arbitration's umpire's token. Umpire was an extremely important person, and he was not someone that these enlighters could come into contact with. In Aiden's eyes, Lu Yin's status was probably at the peak of the heavens. Since it's not convenient for Senior Ak to speak, this junior will take his leave first. If Senior has any instructions, please feel free to tell me. Ak respectfully escorted Lu Yin out and then immediately contacted Elder Lohar. Master, it's true. Elder Lohar was not surprised. He shook it once before, and the entire Frost Wave Weave was able to sense the supreme heavenly might of the head Inquisitor. It must be real, but why? Does he have it? Aku guessed, Master, this person has only cultivated for 7 years, yet he's already so powerful. Could it be? Elder Lohar seemed to have thought of something. You mean? Xingchen? Ak nodded. Elder Lohar took a deep breath, and his expression turned solemn. It's possible. Alright, there's no need to guess anymore. No matter what, he must have been bestowed with Sir's token. Otherwise, no one would have been able to take it away from Sir. You must keep his identity a secret and ensure his safety. You cannot be careless. Aku respectfully replied, I understand, Master. After leaving Ox Place, Luin looked up at the sky. He had walked down a path of no return. The innerverse and outerverse were now connected, and this bell might just be a talisman that would hasten his death. Forget it, there was no need to think about it. He would deal with the future in the future since he still had Mr. Mu. Luin formally appointed Sister Lung and Ku Wei to their positions before returning to King Zishan's palace. Gavin and the rest were already waiting for him. Although he had not been away from Xinyu Star for long, there were still many things that needed to be taken care of. Luin spent the majority of the day listening to Gavin, Huan Sha, and the rest's reports, and then finally met with Bei Qing. Bei Qing handed over 50,000 star essence to Luin, which had been obtained from the auction. Luin accepted it with satisfaction. There were no accidents, right? Bei Qing respectfully replied, no, everything went smoothly. No one dared to cause trouble on Xinyu Star. Luin grunted. How's the investigation of the Pyrolite's origin coming along? Bei Qing replied, I was just about to report this matter to your highness. The Pyrolite's origin has been clearly investigated, and it was leaked from within the Innerverse internal organizations that mine Pyrolite. It's not a legitimate source, Luin said. Bei Qing continued, at present, all of the Pyrolite that has been mined has been sent to Ironblood Weave. These large organizations will receive compensation, but they cannot keep it for themselves. The Pyrolite that has leaked out is the private stash of the disciples who mine Pyrolite. Since the production is too small, no one cares. For example, the Pyrolite ore that was auctioned off this time only contained a few grams of Pyrolite. Pyrolite's true value lay in the fact that it could be stacked infinitely. 100 grams of Pyrolite was equivalent to a power level of 1,000,000. Although it could not be compared to a true powerhouse with a power level of 1,000,000, its destructive power had indeed reached that level. It was extremely terrifying, and it was a terrifying strategic resource. After the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, the Innerverse large organizations, such as the Day-Night Clan, the Sword Sect, and the First Class Hall, continued to mine Pyrolite. However, after the battle in Ironblood Weave, Elder Lohar had realized the potential of Pyrolite, and he had ordered all Pyrolite to be returned to Ironblood Weave. The Innerverse large organizations did not dare to resist, and they were forced to mine for the Hall of Honor. Luin did not know how much Pyrolite there was in Ironblood Weave, but because of this auction, he already had close to 5 grams. What should we do, Your Highness? Bei Qing asked. Luin whispered, don't make it public. Reveal that the Pyrolite that was auctioned off came from before the Innerverse and Outerverse was separated. It was accidentally obtained by someone in the Astral Wilderness 2 years ago, and it has nothing to do with the current Astral Wilderness. Capture the person who sold the Pyrolite and find someone to trade with him. I want all of the Pyrolite that they have stashed away, and the price will be based on the auction price. Based on the auction price? Then we'll have to pay a huge price, Bei Qing said. Luin waved a hand. Only when we have enough money will those disciples risk their lives to hide. Pyrolite is more important than money. Yes, Your Highness, Bei Qing answered. Remember, don't expose our identities. We definitely can't leave anything behind for the Hall of Honor to use against us, Luin instructed solemnly. Although he could do whatever he wanted with his current status, he still had to keep a low profile and try not to break the rules openly. Otherwise, if the Hall of Honor's prestige fell, he would be the one to suffer, even if the Hall of Honor's prestige had already dropped significantly. Understood, Your Highness. Right, when is the next auction? Bei Qing asked. Luin thought about it. Let's wait for a bit. This auction should have attracted a lot of customers. Just hold on for now, and I'll give you some treasures after a while. Bei Qing was delighted. Thank you, Your Highness. The battle at Myriad City was the only big news that had happened over the past few days. Aside from that, the universe was very peaceful. Luin calculated the time, and it had been 6 months since he had left the Daosor sect's ruins. He decided to wait until he could find another escape tool like the Void Thunderbeast's flesh before heading back in to search for the battle techniques within the 9 cauldrons. If the 9 cauldrons' battle techniques were combined into one, they would be invincible. He wondered how the war in the Innerverse was going. There had been a rumor from the 6th mainland that a progenitor would make a move. Would the Innerverse be destroyed? The Innerverse had countless flow zones that were separated by the astral river. Since the universe had undergone such a huge change, the astral river would definitely expand and separate the various flow zones. However, this was still the Innerverse, and the strength of a powerhouse was unfathomable. It was completely different from the Outerverse. The Outerverse might not be able to break through the astral river, but that did not mean that the Innerverse could not. When he had merged with Tong Chao's body, Tong Chou had not been under the impression that the Innerverse's various flow zones had been completely separated. Instead, he had been under the impression that the Innerverse's various great powers had joined forces. This was the difference between the Innerverse and the Outerverse. Luin was a little worried about the Innerverse. If the Innerverse invasion was not going well, then the Sixth Mainland would open up a new battlefield. Just like the rumors he had heard before, the Sixth Mainland would use the technocracy as a springboard to attack the Outerverse. Since there were no abnormalities in the technocracy, did that mean that the Innerverse invasion was going smoothly? He hoped that the Yu family's elder was right and that the Sixth Mainland would suffer losses. Otherwise, once the Innerverse and Outerverse were reconnected, it would be the Outerverse's turn to suffer. Your Highness, Lord Gavin requests an audience, Case reported. Let him in, Luin said. Gavin quickly entered the mansion and bowed to Luin with a serious expression. Your Highness, there's a situation in the Western Weave. The prices of the various large pharmaceutical companies are dropping rapidly. Lu Yin's eyes trembled. Someone had made a move against Shamrock Enterprises. All this time, the prices of medicines in the Outerverse had been controlled by Shamrock Enterprises. Their prices were the industry's benchmark, and all pharmaceutical companies had to match Shamrock Enterprises' prices. They were not allowed to fluctuate too much in order to maintain market stability. But now, the prices of medicines had suddenly dropped, which meant that Shamrock Enterprises could no longer control the market. When did this happen? Luin asked. Not long after you returned, Gavin replied. Luin activated his gadget and searched for news regarding Shamrock Enterprises in the Western Weave. The news that occupied the most headlines was the news of Alfman's death. Alfman was the president of Shamrock Enterprises in the Western Weave, and his death had a huge impact on the company. It was also because of his death that some people could not help but want to investigate this colossus. Your Highness, aside from this, many spaceship manufacturing giants in the universe have lowered the prices of their spaceships and increased the prices of various materials, Gavin said. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. It was not just Shamrock Enterprises, Aurora was also in trouble. Aurora's spacecraft required materials to upgrade, and the increase in the price of materials meant that the price of purchasing an Aurora spacecraft would also increase. However, the price of ordinary spacecraft had dropped, which was a clear indication that the company was trying to suppress the Aurora market. Shamrock Enterprises and Aurora were both being suppressed at the same time, as well as the Mavis Bank. There had to be someone behind the scenes, or else the Outerverse corporations would not have been able to do such a thing. Luin thought of Wei Rong, as he had single-handedly directed the collapse of Source Peak Planet. He was the one who had caused the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society to split apart, which had led to a very bad beginning. Then, could this matter have been his doing as well? Although this was a possibility, it was not very likely, as Wei Rong did not have that much power. Luin put down his gadget. No matter who did it, it had nothing to do with him for the time being. Those giants were arrogant, and taking them down would be beneficial to him. He'd asked Gavin to keep an eye on this matter and see how Shamrock Enterprises and Aurora would retaliate. Now, he stood up. It was time to head to the first ring. Yu Academy was recruiting new students, and not only were there youths from Frostwave Weave, but there were also youths from other weaves who wanted to join. The Great Yu Empire was like the midday sun in the Outerverse, and Yu Academy was an institution that nurtured the younger generation. Joining Yu Academy would not only allow them to cultivate, but they would also have a chance to meet Luin. This was an opportunity for countless people in the Outerverse. Even if there was only a sliver of a chance to meet Luin, they would fight for it with all their might, just like how Luin and the others had participated in Astral 10's entrance exam for the sake of a single opportunity. The first ring was bustling with activity, and many youths jumped into the sea excitedly as they swam towards the nearby land. That was where the exam was held. No matter what method was used, the one who survived to the end would be able to join Yu Academy. This time, U Academy was recruiting 500 students. There were 1 million people participating in the exam. Only 500 out of 1 million was a 1 in 2,000 chance, and this was even after most people had already been eliminated. The number of people signing up for U Academy's exam had already broken the record from several years ago, reaching nearly 100 million people. These people had all been selected from the various weaves and were qualified to sign up. This showed how difficult the exam was. Luin watched the youths fighting to the death on the screen and felt rather emotional. Back when Earth had ended, the 7 sages of China had appeared out of nowhere and stood at the pinnacle of Earth's billions of people. They were known as Sky Realm powerhouses, but such powerhouses did not necessarily qualify to participate in U Academy selection. This showed just how cruel it was, and this was only the great U Empire of the past. This cruelty had been magnified countless times after the Great Eastern Alliance was formed, resulting in the current situation. U Academy's Hall Masters were all Lemeters, and most of its members were Melders. There weren't many Sentinels, and those who were qualified to sign up were all Sentinels. Those who had come to the first ring to participate in the exam either used formcast models or were strong enough. They had all gone through several rounds of elimination before reaching this point. Your Highness, we've arranged for nearly 100 members of U Academy to be stationed on the mainland. They're dressed in eye-catching attire, and as long as you can defeat them, you'll be able to obtain the right to join U Academy in advance. These U Academy members are all Melders, Hua Zhong reported respectfully from behind Luin. Luin grunted and then looked at one of the screens. It was Fu Xiaoshu from Earth, and Luin had an impression of him. His innate gift was illusions, and his cultivation speed was fast. In U Academy, his strength was second only to the Hall Master. There were dozens of cultivators around Fu Xiaoshu, and 3 of them were Melders from other weaves. They all attacked Fu Xiaoshu in an attempt to defeat him. However, Fu Xiaoshu's eyes only flickered for a moment before all of them fell to the ground and sank into his illusions. Given the strength of these people, numbers meant nothing to Fu Xiaoshu. Lu Yin's gaze shifted to another screen. Another U Academy member was being surrounded, but with his Sky Beast Claw and Star Energy proficiency, he was able to easily defeat the 2 Melders who had joined forces and arrogantly leave. These cultivators were all elite disciples from various weaves, and their strength was similar to the U Academy members from a few years ago. Some were even stronger, and some could even rival the Hall Master. However, the current U Academy was completely different from before. There had been very few Melders back then, but now, Schutz had returned from the Innerverse and trained U Academy for several years. With the addition of Yu Xianxia and Xiaohua, Fan, and the others, U Academy's overall strength had increased greatly. U Academy had already surpassed the limits of the Outerverse cultivation. Of course, there were also experts among the candidates who could fight against ordinary U Academy members. Luin looked at one of the screens with interest and saw Hua Xiaoling. She was a Lemeter, but she was actually joining in on the fun. Hua Zhong saw Luin look at Hua Xiaoling and awkwardly explained. She said that she was bored after staying at home for too long, so she came out for a walk. As he spoke, Hua Xiaoling's phoenix descended from the screen and burned everything within 1,000 kilometers. Countless candidates withdrew in dejection. Luin laughed, but he did not stop them. Luck was also a part of cultivation, and he had no one to blame but himself for running into Hua Xiaoling. During Earth's trial, he had met Night King Qingyu of the Day-Night clan, and he had also reached his current position. What about Schutz? Luin asked. Hua Zhong replied, he might be breaking through to the Explorer realm soon. Luin was shocked, as Schutz was actually about to break through. That made sense, as he had been a Lemeter for too long and had even experienced the cultivation of Astral 10 in the Innerverse. He should have broken through long ago, but once he did, the position of U Academy's Hall Master would become vacant. Luin looked at Hua Xiaoling again. Since Schutz has become an explorer, let Hua Xiaoling take over the position of Hall Master. Hua Zhong was delighted. Thank you, Your Highness. Luin was amused. Why are you thanking me? It's not like she's nepotism. She took the position based on her own strength. Hua Zhong hurriedly agreed. Luin didn't stay for long before leaving. Although these people were about the same age as him, and some were even older than him, their horizons and statuses were completely different, and Luin wasn't interested in staying any longer. Yu Academy did indeed have many talents, especially those from Earth. Fu Xiaoshu had comprehended a domain, and Songshur had comprehended battle force. Zhentong and Qin Xian were all talented, and Yu Academy would provide many experts in the future. These people reminded Luin of Jupiter, which was like a thorn in his heart. The secrets that had been sealed away for a long time might be revealed there, but he couldn't go there. How depressing. In the Frostwave Weave, there was a dark red planet to the west of the central region. The sky was filled with smoke and poisonous gas, and the ground was filled with lava. This planet was completely uninhabitable, and no living creature could survive here. Suddenly, a spacecraft appeared above the planet, swaying as it descended. It crashed into the lava, causing lava to fill the sky and shatter everything within 10,000 meters. Thick black smoke rose from the spacecraft, and it was obvious that it had been damaged. Several figures wearing universal armor walked out of the spacecraft and walked towards the damaged area. A middle-aged man walked out, but he wasn't wearing any armor. Since he could survive in such an environment, he was clearly an explorer. The middle-aged man waved his hand, causing a strong gale to sweep away the lava that was spreading over. The shockwave shot off into the distance and cut off a black mountain. "Captain, there are no signs of life on this planet," the middle-aged man said through his gadget. "Got it. Repair the spacecraft as soon as possible. We still have a mission." "Yes, Captain." The spacecraft was large and could hold over 1,000 people. They weren't distressed by the damage, and they either cultivated, rested, or went to the bar to party. They were the Sword Guard mercenaries, one of the most famous mercenary groups in the Great Yu Empire. Their vice-captain was Shalash, the captain of the 8th Imperial Squadron. They could do whatever they wanted in the Great Yu Empire. Inside the bar, a tall and beautiful woman held a leather whip in her hand. She was dancing around a steel pole in her black boots. The people around her were whistling and shouting excitedly. Beside the bar, Ian frowned. He didn't like this kind of environment. He had been with the Sword Guard mercenaries for a few years now, but he still hadn't gotten used to it. That woman, in particular, sometimes seemed like a lunatic. The beautiful woman finished her song, but the people around her were still cheering. She waved her whip and whipped quite a few people, causing the crowd to become even more excited. "Scram, you pack of wolves," she shouted. The crowd cheered even louder. Not long after, the woman walked over to Ian and put an arm around his shoulder. Her breath reeked of alcohol. "Little brother Ian, let's go. Dance with me." Ian was helpless. "Sister Dinah, you can go by yourself. I don't know how to dance." The woman was Dinah, the daughter of the leader of the Sword Guard mercenaries, Qi Jin. Back on Xenu Star, she had been the one to bring Ian into the Sword Guard mercenaries. Although she often bullied this talented student, she also took good care of him. If it weren't for her, Ian would have died during his previous mission. Although Ian wasn't used to interacting with Dinah, he was grateful to her from the bottom of his heart. Of course, there were also some indescribable feelings. Dinah rolled her eyes. "It's already been a few years, and you're still like this. Be careful, or I'll take care of you." She then walked back to the dance floor and started dancing crazily. Ian rubbed his head helplessly and walked out of the bar. After thinking about it, he put on his universal armor and decided to go out for a walk. There were many uninhabited planets in this part of the universe. There was no water or oxygen, and the air was filled with deadly toxins. It was like hell, and Ian had seen too many of such scenes. In just a few years, he had gone from being a top student at the Imperial Military Academy to a mercenary with rich combat experience. Sometimes, he thought that if he had had such combat experience back on Earth, he wouldn't have lost to the Royal Regent. As he walked on the scorching red earth, Ian looked into the distance and saw a giant fire tornado roaring towards him. Qi Jin appeared behind him and waved his hand, tearing the fire tornado apart. The strong winds caused the lava on the ground to fly everywhere. "Still not used to it?" Qi Jin asked as he looked at Ian. Ian smiled. "It's a little boring." Qi Jin said, "Mercenaries are different from the army. They fight separately, and even though they have more experience, they don't have much discipline. It's the complete opposite of what you were taught." Ian replied, our mercenary group's discipline is already very good. Qi patted Ian on the shoulder. I've seen your performance over the past few years. You're a top military student, and it's a waste for you to stay in the mercenary group. I'll find some time to talk to Shalash and have him transfer you to the 13 Imperial squadrons. Ian's eyes lit up, but when he thought of Dinah, he felt conflicted. He couldn't bear to part with that beautiful big sister of his. Dinah seemed to have become a part of his life. Ian lowered his head and fell into deep thought. Suddenly, his eyes trembled as he stared at the ground. There was a strange mark on the ground. He squatted down and carefully blew away the dust. After looking at it for a while, he looked around and seemed to have discovered something. Qi felt that it was strange, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Although Ian hadn't helped much during the past few years in the mercenary group, he had sometimes provided very good suggestions, especially when facing enemies. Many of his suggestions had been effective, and had fully demonstrated his military talent. After a while, Ian looked into the distance with a solemn expression. Captain, can you take me around? Qi did not ask any more questions and led Ian into the distance. Ian was already a Lemiter and had the power to destroy an ordinary planet, but he still wanted Qi to accompany him. This meant that there might be enemies here. Qi warned the mercenaries to be on high alert. Ian spent more than an hour searching for something on the ground. Finally, he looked at Qi with a solemn expression. Captain, I would like to speak with Vice Captain Shalash. In King Zishan's palace, Luin activated his gadget, and Shalash's image appeared on the screen. Your Highness, the Bladestorm mercenaries might have discovered an army from another weave hidden in our Frostwave weave. Luin was shocked, but he did not hesitate and immediately sent an express response team to the uninhabited planet where the Bladestorm mercenaries were. The Rapid Response Team was an army that Luin had personally formed after a discussion with the leaders of the various weaves. They would be driven by radiant great auroras, and their goal was to complete missions as quickly as possible. There were 113 people in the team, with 100 explorers, 10 cruisers, and 3 hunters. This was the Great Eastern Alliance's trump card, and this was Lu Yin's first time using it. The 3 hunters were all independent cultivators, and the only ones who could give orders to this team were Lu Yin and the commander of the allied armies, Lu Zishan. On the uninhabited planet, Ian whispered, Captain, we might have been targeted. Let's put up a facade, or else we might be annihilated. Are you sure there are enemy troops here? Qi asked. Shalash had just contacted the royal regent, and if there were no enemy troops, then it would be embarrassing, especially in front of the royal regent. Ian replied, I'm not sure, but there were enemies in the past. Qi heart sank. How long is in the past? Ian replied confidently, about 10 days. Qi relaxed. This was good. As long as they could confirm that there had been enemy troops in the past 10 days, then this discovery would not be considered a mistake. Under Qi orders, the Bladestorm mercenaries pretended to be searching for minerals in the surroundings to confuse any enemy troops. Far away from them, there was a huge underground space that was densely packed with hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Ian's analysis was correct, and there was indeed an army here. General, should we exterminate them? In the underground spaceship, a middle-aged man looked at the star chart and listened to the adjutant's report. They didn't monitor the surface, and any surveillance equipment could be discovered. Therefore, they used the most primitive surveillance method, telescopes, special telescopes that could see the starry sky. The middle-aged man asked, Are they the Frostwave Weave Sword Guard mercenary group? Yes. We can't. The Sword Guard mercenary group's vice captain, Shalash, is the captain of the 8th Imperial Squadron. Once we destroy the Sword Guard mercenary group, Shalash won't let the matter rest. He'll definitely follow the clues to find us. At that time, we'll be exposed, said the middle-aged man. The adjutant asked, But will they discover us? The middle-aged man shook his head. I don't think so. Haven't the traces of our landing been cleared? Even those with advanced military education wouldn't be able to detect us, let alone mercenaries. Yes. On the surface, Ian returned to the spacecraft, and Dana immediately came up to him and grabbed him. She leaned over and said with her drunken eyes, Let's go and play with Big Sis. Ian was helpless. Big sis Dana, you're drunk. What are you drunk for? You won't be able to stay for much longer. Father said that he'll recommend you to the 13 Imperial squadrons. Do you want to leave? Dana glared at Ian. Ian couldn't answer. Dana suddenly vomited all over Ian, but he smiled bitterly. He was already used to this. Ian held Dana in his arms and looked outside. From time to time, he would glance at his gadget and look up. Soon. Although Frost Waveweave was large, with the speed of a Radiant-grade spacecraft, its range was infinitely reduced. When a spacecraft appeared in the sky, Ian sighed in relief. It was here. Underground, the adjutant's face changed when he heard the report. General, something's wrong. As soon as he spoke, the ground trembled as a huge force came crashing down from the surface. This was the strength of a hunter. The middle-aged man was shocked. Quick, get into the spacecraft and prepare for battle. Unfortunately, it was too late. A hunter tore through the surface and appeared in front of the army. This army only had 2 cruisers, and they were unable to resist a hunter. They were quickly suppressed and captured alive. Outside King Zishan's palace, Xianxia was nervous. As the leader of the Sword Guard mercenaries, he had weathered many storms, but at this moment, he was about to face a legend. With his qualifications, he shouldn't have been able to meet such a person in his lifetime, but today, he was about to meet the royal regent, Lu Yin, a legend of the universe. Ian was beside Xian. He had performed a great service, and Lu Yin had specifically requested to meet him. Ian's thoughts were complicated. Back on Earth, he had been robbed by Lu Yin, and everyone had used him as an example. At the Imperial Military Academy, he had become a laughingstock. Because of this, he had gone to a bar to get drunk, offending Dana, and was forced to join the Sword Guard mercenaries. His life had been divided into 2 extremes. Before Earth's trial, he had been a top student at the Imperial Military Academy, an elite among elites. He had been qualified to join U Academy and had a bright future. After Earth's trial, he had been nothing more than a small mercenary. In the beginning, Ian had hated Lu Yin, but as Lu Yin's reputation had spread throughout the universe after the Tournament of the Strongest, Ian's attitude had changed. Back then, he had told Dana that not everyone had the experience of fighting against a legend. He had thought that he would never cross paths with Lu Yin in this lifetime, but he had never imagined that he would be facing him again so soon. This was the person who had robbed him, but was now known as a legend. The leader of the Sword Guard mercenaries, Xianxia, greet your highness. Xianxia bowed in the living room of King Zishan's palace. Ian of the Sword Guard mercenaries greet your highness. Ian bowed as well. Lu Yin smiled. No need to be so polite. Sit. Xian met Ian's eyes and sat down in a reserved manner. I've heard of the Sword Guard mercenaries many times. Vice Leader Xianxia is the captain of the 8th Imperial Squadron, and he's considered an expert even among cruisers in the Outerverse. How did he join the Sword Guard mercenaries? Xian respectfully replied, when Xianxia was heavily injured, we happened to be on a mission in Myriad Veil Weave, and we saved him. That's why he joined us. I see. Lu Yin nodded. Xianxia's resume had recorded that he came from Myriad Veil Weave, and it was speculated that he was the successor of one of Myriad Veil Weave's leading powers. However, that had been destroyed by the Temple of Tai Mo, which had led to the Temple of Tai Mo controlling 2 weaves. However, that was a long time ago, and Xianxia had only inherited some battle techniques at most. How did Xianxia join the 13 Imperial Squadrons? Lu Yin asked, as this was not recorded in his resume. Xian replied, Xianxia joined the selection on his own, and he was favored by the previous emperor. He gradually became the captain of the 8th Squadron. Lu Yin understood, and he looked at Ian with a smile. Long time no see. Ian's expression changed, and he stood up respectfully. I offended your highness in the past. Please forgive me. Xian knew that Ian had participated in Earth's trial, as the royal regent had also walked out of it. The 2 had crossed paths before. Lu Yin laughed. I remember that I robbed you before, but you didn't offend me. Why, are you scolding me? Ian felt awkward. Lu Yin smiled and gestured for Ian to sit down. He looked at Ian strangely. Tell me, how did you discover that there was an army underground? They shouldn't have left any obvious traces. Speaking of this, Ian became much more confident. This was his forte. No military operation can be done without leaving traces behind. I once studied the location of spaceships and the psychological analysis of spaceships. This course is very unpopular in the Imperial Military Academy, and almost no one wants to learn it. However, it is very useful. When a spaceship is docked on an unfamiliar planet, the orientation, defensive position, and the captain's psychological state are all very important. Through this, we can analyze a lot of things. Ian spoke for nearly 5 minutes, but Lewin didn't really understand. He hadn't received any military education, but he still had a rough idea of what Ian was talking about. It was similar to criminal psychological analysis, but it was applied to the military and to spaceship captains. He immediately ordered that this course be made compulsory, and every officer of the Imperial Military Academy had to have a copy of it. Regardless of whether they could learn it or not, they had to learn it. Psychological analysis was very important. Lewin looked at Ian with admiration. You're not bad. It's a waste to keep you in the mercenary group. He then looked at Xianxia. Captain Xianxia, you don't mind if I poach someone from your group, right? Xianxia hurriedly replied, it's Ian's fortune to be valued by your highness. He then gave Ian a meaningful look. Ian stood up. Thank you, your highness. Lewin nodded. The 13 Imperial squadrons are a combat department, and you won't be able to achieve much with your power level. How about this? You can join the Great Eastern Alliance allied forces and assist Commander Lewin Zishan in handling some matters. Your position won't be high, but your future prospects will be pretty good. Whether or not you can advance will depend on yourself. Ian was delighted. Actually, he didn't like joining the 13 Imperial squadrons either, as it would be like slaughtering the Imperial Empire. It wasn't much different from being in the mercenary group. He yearned for the military, which was why he had entered the Imperial Military Academy. The Great Eastern Alliance allied forces were the most suitable for him. Thank you, your highness. This subordinate will not disappoint your highness. Lewin grunted and dismissed them. He then summoned the Foreign Affairs Minister, Xianxia. We've investigated the origins of that army. It belongs to the Wei family of armament weave. Immediately send out a notice to the Wei family to hand over the mastermind and compensate them with 3 million star essence. Otherwise, we'll declare war. Xianxia was shocked. 3 million star essence? Your highness, isn't that too much? How much did the Great Yu Empire collect in taxes every year? 3 million? That was a sky-high price. Forget about 3 million, even 30,000 would be considered quite good. This was the outer verse, not the inner verse. However, Lewin was very firm, and there was no room for negotiation. 3 million. Not a single star essence less. Xianxia could tell that the compensation was a lie, and the declaration of war was real. His Highness wanted to fight, so he didn't dare to say anything else and immediately excused himself. After Amu had told Lewin that Wei Rong and the Dark Phoenix clan had joined forces, Lewin had wanted to declare war. If he did not do so now, then it would be difficult for him to do so once the alliance was complete. However, he could not start a war without a reason. No matter how the universe operated, he needed a reasonable excuse to declare war, even if it was fake. And this time, the excuse was not fake. That army really belonged to the Wei family, and it had originally been used by the Wei family to deal with the six-fingered tribe in Lars Weave. Frostwave Weave was close to Lars Weave, and a sneak attack from Frostwave Weave would have been enough to deal a heavy blow to the six-fingered tribe. However, after the Great Eastern Alliance was established, this army had hidden itself and helped the Wei family monitor the Great Yu Empire. After the Great Eastern Alliance was established, it was impossible to place another army in Frostwave Weave. This army had been stationed on that planet before the Great Eastern Alliance had been established, and it was considered a surprise attack for the Wei family. Fortunately, Ian had discovered it, and not only had he helped Lewin remove the snail, but he had also used it as an excuse to declare war. Ian's contribution this time was so great that even he did not realize it. Furthermore, he had a proper background, which allowed him to enter the Allied army and help Lewin Zishan. In Armament Weave, all of the Wei family's direct descendants had gathered, and the family head, Wei Baichuan, had a solemn expression. There were dozens of direct descendants of the Wei family. Aside from Wei Baichuan's bloodline, there were also his younger brother and his descendants. Dozens of people had gathered in the ancestral hall, which was only used for major events. Family head, what happened? Someone asked. Wei Baichuan solemnly replied, the Great Yu Empire's royal regent, Lu Yin, is demanding compensation of 3 million star essence from our Wei family. Everyone was in an uproar. On what basis? Family head, on what basis is he demanding compensation? Wei Baichuan looked at his younger brother, Wei Dan, and said, do you still remember the surprise attack that you hid in Frost Wave Weave 10 years ago when we went to war with the Six-Fingered Tribe? Wei Dan's expression changed. Did the Great Yu Empire discover them? Wei Baichuan nodded. But brother, that surprise attack was to deal with the Six-Fingered Tribe, and it had nothing to do with the Great Yu Empire. Wei Baichuan. Do you think Lu Yin will believe that? No matter what the reason is, it's more than enough of an excuse to start a war. Lu Yin will demand compensation of 3 million star essence from the Wei family, and he'll also demand that we hand over the mastermind. Wei Dan's face was pale. Everyone was silent. This was conclusive evidence that could not be denied unless they completely denied the existence of that army. In that case, not to mention whether they could succeed or not, once they did so, the Wei family would lose the morale of the army. No one would work for the Wei family anymore. The losses would be great. Beep beep beep. Wei Baichuan's gadget beeped, and he tapped it open. Wei Rong appeared on the screen with a serious expression. Father, has Lu Yin discovered that army? Wei Baichuan nodded. Wei Rong's eyes narrowed as he pondered. Little Rong, you're acquainted with Lu Yin. Contact him and see what he's up to. 3 million is impossible, and even 30,000 would be too much. He definitely has some other goal, Wei Baichuan said solemnly. Wei Rong felt a headache coming on. He had just reached an agreement with the Dark Phoenix tribe to work together to deal with the Great Eastern Alliance, but the Great Eastern Alliance had actually taken action first. Could Lu Yin have found out about this? Otherwise, it was impossible for a single army to demand such a sky-high price. It was clear that they wanted to start a war. Wei Rong had originally thought that even if the Great Eastern Alliance wanted to start a war with them, it would only begin after the Eastern Weaves had completely taken over the Great Eastern Alliance. That way, he would have enough time to prepare, but he had not expected it to be so soon. There was only one possibility: Lu Yin had discovered that he had allied with the Dark Phoenix tribe. Little Rong, contact Lu Yin and see what he's up to, Wei Baichuan said anxiously. Wei Rong was helpless. No matter what, he had to talk to Lu Yin first. It would be best if he could calm him down. The Dark Phoenix tribe also needed time to prepare, and both sides needed time to work together. Not long after, Wei Rong dialed Lu Yin's gadget, and Lu Yin appeared on the screen. Lu Yin had guessed that Wei Rong would contact him soon, and he had been waiting. Brother Lu, it's only been a few days since we parted ways with Wan Qianqing, and there's already a misunderstanding between us. This is not something that I want to see, Wei Rong said. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. What are you saying, Brother Wei? If it's a misunderstanding, then I'm willing to resolve it. However, there's an entire army of 100,000 hidden in my Frost Wave Weave, and it's not too far from Xinyu Star. Is this a misunderstanding? Wei Rong sincerely replied, this army was originally used to deal with the Six-Fingered Tribe, but after the Great Eastern Alliance was established, the borders were placed under martial law, and they can no longer return. They have no plans to do anything to the Great Yu Empire, so please calm down. My Wei family is willing to compensate. Lu Yin's expression relaxed. If you're willing to compensate, then everything can be discussed. 3 million star essence, and hand over the mastermind. Wei Rong laughed. Let's not beat around the bush. 3 million star essence is too much. Brother Lu, you've already made a trip to Wan Qianqing City, so you can't compare the wealth of Wan Qianqing City to the other weaves, right? My Wei family is willing to pay 20,000 star essence to resolve this misunderstanding. Lu Yin laughed. Is Brother Wei joking? Even if you want to bargain, that's not how it should be. How about this? I'll give Brother Wei some face, and you don't have to hand over the mastermind. However, 3 million star essence, and not a single one less. Wei Rong was helpless. It looks like Brother Lu is determined to start a war. Lu. Yin's eyes flashed. I don't want to start a war. Once war starts, it's all about money. But it's easy to decide how to spend that money. If people die, then there's nothing left. I don't wish for anyone to die either, so it all depends on the Wei family's sincerity. Wei Rong's expression changed, and his gaze turned sharp. There's no point in talking too much. Since Brother Lu wants to start a war, then I'll accompany you. However, I must advise Brother Lu that there are always exceptions. Although the Great Eastern Alliance is powerful, it's not invincible. Lu Ying smiled and ended the call. He activated his gadget once again, and Lu Ying Zishan appeared on his screen. Declare war on Armament Weave. Lu Ying Zishan's expression was solemn. When? Now. Attack. Lu Ying shouted. 3 words signaled the arrival of war. The Great Eastern Alliance's allied forces finished assembling, and they all headed towards Armament Weave. In outer space, there were 200 warships and over 1,000 large spacecraft sailing through the sky. It was a spectacular sight. The entire Great Eastern Alliance received a notice that war was imminent, and they were declaring war on Armament Weave. In the vast Earth sect, Meng Tianlong had a solemn expression. Although it was said that they were declaring war on Armament Weave, it was actually equivalent to the Great Eastern Alliance invading a central weave, which could easily lead to a backlash. Fortunately, the Great Eastern Alliance had its reasons, so it was unlikely that the central weaves would retaliate. In Even Ground Palace, Mu Nikhang had not expected war to break out so soon. Lu Ying had been in a hurry to establish the allied forces because he had been waiting for this day. Master, do you think that Armament Weave will be able to stop them? Doro asked. Mu Nikhang shook her head. Armament Weave alone definitely won't be able to stop the allied forces, but the Wei family is different. That brat Wei Rong has connections, and he's very eloquent. He might even be able to lure in reinforcements. This war will depend on whether or not the allied forces can end it quickly. Daro nodded and looked at the star chart. The Six-Fingered Tribe was excited. They had been enemies with Armament Weave for generations, and even calling them enemies was a compliment. They had always been suppressed by the Wei family, and if it weren't for their deep foundations, they would have been wiped out a long time ago. Now that the allied forces had declared war on the Wei family, they could predict that the Wei family's destruction would be imminent, and they could finally take their revenge. A portion of the Great Eastern Alliance's allied forces had been stationed in Lars Weave, and they were the troops that had attacked Armament Weave. Now, they were attacking Armament Weave from Lars Weave, which was simply too fast. Armament Weave had not expected war to break out so quickly. The Wei family's leaders were still discussing the matter when the war had already begun. The border immediately went into a state of emergency, and 200 warships swept through the area with beams of light. Nearly 10 explorers died, and Armament Weave's army was like a cork. It was impossible for a single weave to stop the allied forces. The Wei family did not have more than 100 battleships, and 30 of them had been stationed at the border with Lars Weave. This was already the highest level of alert, but they were still quickly destroyed by 200 battleships. The allied forces then charged straight into Armament Weave. By the time Wei Baichuan received the news, the allied forces had already defeated Armament Weave's border troops. This was a classic example of a quick battle that relied on numbers. The Six-Fingered Tribe's blood was boiling, and they could not wait for the allied forces to wipe out the Wei family. The battle in outer space was magnificent, and countless beams of light swept through the area. From time to time, a spacecraft would explode, and each time a transport spacecraft was destroyed, thousands or even tens of thousands of soldiers would perish. This time, the Allied forces had mobilized 10 explorers, 2 cruisers, and 1 hunter to destroy Armament Weave spacecraft. The entire region was illuminated by flames, and countless corpses were incinerated. There were also countless corpses floating in space. The Allied forces were unstoppable, and it only took 5 days for them to reach 1/10 of Armament Weave's territory. Finally, they encountered resistance. Wei Rong's previous persuasion had paid off. The Ghost Shadow Sword sect, the Umbral Butterfly tribe, and even the Moksword sect, the Yak clan, and dozens of other powers had joined forces and hidden in Armament Weave. The Allied forces directly blocked the Allied forces, and an intense battle broke out between the two sides. Although Armament Weave's Allied forces were still being suppressed, they were able to stabilize the situation. The Wei family's astral warhorses appeared in the battle. They did not have much attack power, but they were extremely powerful. Every one of them had the power of an explorer, and they could often destroy multiple spacecraft with a single charge. Even warships could not withstand such a charge. The Allied forces had suffered heavy losses. Luiying Zishan stood in her spacecraft, and her expression did not change. This time only a third of the Allied forces had come, and they still had more than half of their forces that had yet to be deployed. Furthermore, there was still the rapid response force behind them, which was the true tip of the spear. The battle entered a tense state, and for 10 days, the Allied forces did not make any progress. Meanwhile, in the Great Yu Empire, Hilana severely condemned the Umbral Butterfly tribe, the Ghost Shadow Sword sect, and the other powers. He accused them of joining the war for no reason and causing conflict. The Umbral Butterfly tribe and the other powers did not want to be outdone, and they used the media to announce to the entire universe that the Great Eastern Alliance had invaded. Both sides were embroiled in a fierce battle through the media. The remaining forces of the Allied forces moved towards Armament Weave, and Wei Rong continued to rope in reinforcements. The battle heated up. In a single battle, a single move would affect the entire situation. Luiying had no way of stopping Wei Rong from persuading the Central Weaves, and he could not guarantee those weaves either. It was an ironclad fact that he wanted to pull those weaves into the Great Eastern Alliance. At this moment, Luiying was in a spacecraft heading towards the front lines. This war was very important, and speed was the key. Once Wei Rong stabilized the situation, things would become troublesome. Not just the Dark Phoenix clan, but Luiying might even be able to obtain some unexpected reinforcements. Lu Yin's gadget beeped, and Amu's voice came through. "7th bro, Wei Rong is borrowing a large sum from Myriad City." Lu Yin's eyes twitched. "How do you know?" "He told Angie." "He didn't hide it from me," Amu replied. "Hang up and delete my contact information. You've been probed, so think of a way to protect yourself." With that, he disconnected the call. War was a battle of money, and borrowing money from Myriad City meant that the Wei family could not hold on any longer. Once this information was leaked, it would be a huge blow to the Wei family. Wei Rong was no fool, and there was no way he would let this information leak. The only possibility was that Wei Rong had deliberately said this to Amu to see if he was a traitor. Lu Yin's impatience to attack Armament Weave seemed to have made Wei Rong think of something. That made sense, as Luiying would not be in a hurry to attack Armament Weave until the Eastern Weaves were completely integrated into the Great Eastern Alliance. Now that things were a little abnormal, it was normal for Wei Rong to suspect something. This information was definitely fake, and Luiying would not verify it with Myriad City. Otherwise, it would be irrefutable proof that Amu was a traitor. He could only hope that Amu would handle this matter properly and not be discovered. Elsewhere in the Umbral Butterfly tribe, Amu's expression changed when he heard Lu Yin's words. He immediately deleted Lu Yin's contact information and all records. At the same time, he released a few ant-like creatures and used his innate gift to communicate with them to give them some instructions. He then walked over to a wall and pressed his hand against it, causing his star energy to vibrate. On the other side of the wall, a Umbral Butterfly tribe woman who had been resting was knocked unconscious by the star energy. At that moment, there was a commotion outside the door. Many people had arrived outside Amu's room, waiting for something. Amu's expression did not change. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Not long after, Angie arrived and knocked on the door. Amu opened it and respectfully said, "Young mistress." Angie grunted in acknowledgement, and her gaze landed on Amu's gadget. "Did you talk to anyone just now?" Amu was puzzled. "Young mistress, why do you ask?" "This subordinate's gadget was broken yesterday, and I forgot to fix it." "It's broken?" Angie clearly didn't believe him. She had Amu take off his gadget to check. It was indeed broken. This was even more suspicious. It was too much of a coincidence. Wei Rong guessed that Lu Yin was in such a hurry to attack Armament Weave because Lu Yin might have discovered that he was working together with the Dark Phoenix clan. There were very few people who knew about this, and aside from Gue Wuzong of the Ghost Shadow Sword sect and the Dark Phoenix clan themselves, there were only a few people who knew about this. If Lu Yin really did know, then there was a mole among them, and the possibility of it being Amu was very high. Although Angie had her suspicions, she couldn't figure out why Amu would collude with Lu Yin. Had the two of them crossed paths before? There seemed to be no such thing, and the difference in their statuses was like the difference between heaven and earth. Even if Lu Yin wanted to rope in Lu Yin, it wouldn't have happened so quickly. Amu's status in the Umbral Butterfly clan was still acceptable. Even though Angie was the young clan master, it was not convenient for her to interrogate him. After pondering for a moment, she asked, "Have you told anyone about the Wei clan's collaboration with the Dark Phoenix clan?" Amu hurriedly shook his head. However, he suddenly thought of something and his eyes flickered. Angie's gaze turned cold. "Tell me, who did you tell?" Amu replied, "I'm not sure if I told anyone, but after returning from Myriad City, I drank with Big Sister Qing and got drunk." Angie immediately ordered, "Call Ah Qing over." At the same time, she was somewhat puzzled. Ah Qing was in the room next to Amu's, and it was so noisy outside. She should have come out to take a look, so why hadn't she appeared? In the room next door, the girl who had been knocked out by Amu was Ah Qing. Lu Yin's contact information had appeared in Ah Qing's gadget, which was ironclad evidence that Amu had used those ants to forge. When Angie saw Lu Yin's contact information on Ah Qing's gadget, the killing intent in her eyes was chilling. "You should rest. Also, you're not allowed to drink in the future," Angie ordered in a low voice. Amu hurriedly acknowledged. Everyone left, and Amu relaxed. He had passed. Fortunately, Seventh Bro had reacted quickly, and the contact had only been for a brief moment. Otherwise, he would have been finished. Amu stroked his gadget with lingering fear. Angie couldn't have made the connection. Only Wei Rong could have guessed that someone had leaked the information. Wei Rong was too meticulous and terrifying. Even if it was just a guess, he wouldn't have let it go. Amu clenched his fists, as he was still lacking. As for Ah Qing, he didn't feel any guilt at all. He hated the Umbral Butterfly tribe, and he hated everyone here. He wouldn't even care if they all died, as he would be more than happy to see them all die. As for Angie, she was just a means to deceive Lu Yin. His true goal wasn't Angie, but rather to control the Umbral Butterfly tribe. The overall power of the Great Eastern Alliance's allied forces far surpassed that of Armament Weave. Even with the addition of many reinforcements, they could only barely resist, and it was impossible for them to defend themselves. Lu Yin had originally thought that the allied forces would be able to advance into the depths of Armament Weave in 5 or 6 days at most. However, the reinforcements from Armament Weave had actually come in an endless stream, and the speed of their reinforcements was much faster than expected. They had managed to hold out for half a month. This wasn't right, as the universe was fixed and couldn't be shortened. The Great Eastern Alliance's military had also analyzed the Western Weave's marching route, and it was impossible for reinforcements to arrive so quickly. Within the warship, Lu Yin looked at the distant flames with Peach and Aiden by his side. Behind him stood a row of people from the Great Yu Empire's military, including Enya, Shuashan Ana, and some of Lu Ting's veterans. Although battles in outer space were common, battles of this scale were not. Lu Yin wanted to let these people experience it so that they could prepare for an even grander war in the future. "Your Highness, the fact that Armament Weave is sending reinforcements so quickly means that we're basically at war with the entire Central Weave. This stalemate will continue," Enya said. Lu Yin frowned and looked at the star chart. "How can their reinforcements be so fast? Does anyone know?" Sigmund took a step forward. "If they want to send reinforcements so quickly, then there are only 2 possibilities. The first is that they've established a military express route like our Great Eastern Alliance, which can shorten the time it takes for reinforcements to arrive. The second is that they've discovered another route. It can't be the military express route. Establishing such a route is equivalent to creating a route that directly crosses the border, and it can't be done without a certain level of trust. It can only be the second possibility," Enya said. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he contacted Gavin. Have Dino contact me. Not long after, Dino's image appeared on the screen. Were you looking for me, Your Highness? Luine turned the image to the astral battlefield. Coincidentally, one of Armament Weave's spacecraft had exploded, causing countless wreckage to float into space. Many of the corpses had been reduced to half or even less, and their blood was incinerated as it flowed into space. Dino was shocked. What's this? This is Armament Weave's battlefield, and it's currently the largest war in the Outerverse. There were nearly 10,000 soldiers on that spacecraft, and all of them were cultivators. All of them died, Luine said coldly. Dino did not understand why Luine was showing him this. What do you mean, Your Highness? Luine looked at him. This war could have ended quickly, but because the enemy sent reinforcements too quickly, it was delayed. As a result, too many people have died. I want to know if Endless Borders participated in the transportation of reinforcements. Dino was confused. Your Highness, I'm only the person in charge of Frostwave Weave. I really don't know. Then investigate. This is related to war, and I don't want to encounter unknown enemies. I also don't want any enemies to appear. I don't know anything about them, Luine barked. Dino was terrified, and he immediately began to investigate. It was not easy to discover a new shipping route, and the first thing that came to Lu Yin's mind was Endless Borders. When the Great Eastern Alliance had been established, Endless Borders had given him a gift, which was a newly developed shipping route that was far more efficient than the previous one. If Endless Borders had given him this route so easily, then it meant that there were even better shipping routes out there. If Frostwave Weave was like this, then Armament Weave might not be the same. Dino quickly contacted Luine with an ugly expression. I'm sorry, Your Highness. Endless Borders did participate in the transportation of troops. Lu Yin's face sank. What does Endless Borders mean? Are they trying to make an enemy out of the Great Eastern Alliance? Dino hurriedly replied, Please don't misunderstand, Your Highness. This is not the headquarters' intention. It was suggested by Armament Weave's person in charge, Moss. He was also forced to do so. I don't want to listen to excuses. This is war, and we can't delay it for even a second. Contact Endless Borders headquarters immediately. I want to speak to the person in charge, Luine said. Your Highness, it's useless even if you contact the headquarters. Endless Borders' situation is rather special, and the person who helped Armament Weave this time is the captain of the shipping route development team, Ba Chu. The team has the right to make decisions, and they can even refuse the headquarters' requests, Dino said. Luine sneered. So you're saying that Endless Borders can't control this so-called development team? Do you think I'm stupid? Dino's face paled. Your Highness, any development team contributes greatly to the company. Once you become a captain, you'll automatically join the board of directors. Even if the headquarters wants to give orders to the development team, they'll have to go through the board of directors first. Endless Borders is based on shipping routes, and these development teams are the foundation of Endless Borders. Furthermore, Armament Weave's employment of Endless Borders is not against the company's rules. The company can accept or reject it, and no one can refute Captain Ba Chu's decision. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. So you're saying that your company won't do anything if Ba Chu refuses? That's right. Endless Borders does not participate in power struggles. Generally speaking, we won't accept orders that are related to war. However, Captain Ba Chu seems to be on good terms with the Wei family, which is why he accepted. The headquarters can't do anything about it, Dino said. I want to speak to Ba Chu, Luine said. Dino was put in a difficult position. Lu Yin's expression turned cold. What? You can't? Dino bitterly replied, I just contacted Captain Ba Chu, and he asked you to cease your troops. Luine was stunned, and then he laughed in anger. A mere captain of a development team dares to ask me to cease my troops? How bold of him. Dino was shocked, and he didn't dare to look at Luine. He was in charge of Frostwave Weave, so he naturally had a deep understanding of Luine. It seemed that anyone who offended Luine would not have a good ending, including the disciples of the Innerverse powerful clans. Dino had tried to persuade Ba Chu, but Ba Chu was too arrogant. After becoming the captain of a development team, Ba Chu no longer cared about anyone, including the other development team captains. Tell Endless Borders headquarters that this is a war. Since they're participating, their lives will be forfeited. If Bachu dies, don't blame me. Luin ended the call and contacted the old smoker. He offered 5 natural treasures to the old smoker to assassinate Bachu. Bachu might not be as powerful as a top-tier assassin, but his status was high and his location was well hidden. The price of 5 natural treasures was not high. Luin had actually wanted to hire the old smoker to assassinate Wei Rong, but he had not made up his mind. He did not know why, but there were some things that required a bottom line. Wei Rong was a respected opponent, and even though they had only met a few times, Luin found it difficult to assassinate him. Your Highness, the 6th Imperial Squadron requests to participate, Peach said eagerly. Gong Ku, who had been protecting Peach, was shocked. No, the battlefield is too dangerous. You can't go. He then stared at Luin with a warning look. Luin ignored him and said to Peach, if you want to go, then go. Take care of yourself. Peach was delighted. Thank you, Your Highness. She leapt out of the spacecraft and headed towards the battlefield. Gong Ku was shocked and glared at Luin. If anything happens to her, the Hall of Taimo won't let you off. Luin frowned. I'm not in a good mood right now. Watch your attitude. Gong Ku wanted to say something else, but he swallowed his words when he saw Lu Yin's cold glare. This person was not to be trifled with, and he was lawless. Gong Ku was unwilling to give up and hurried to the battlefield to protect Peach while contacting the Hall of Taimo. Within the main hall of the Taimo Palace, Master Bei was enraged. This Luin is too bold. He actually dares to let little Peach participate in the battle. Who's going to take responsibility if something happens? He didn't care about Peach's life or death, but if that arrow was lost on the battlefield, it would be difficult to find it again. Gong Ling immediately contacted Luin. Luin had already guessed that the Hall of Taimo would contact him when he sent Peach to the battlefield. Sect Master Gong Ling, what can I do for you? Luin asked with a smile. Gong Ling's expression was solemn. Alliance Master Lu, do you know the consequences if something happens to little Peach on the battlefield? Lu Yin's expression changed. Sect Master Gong Ling, are you threatening me? Of course not. Alliance Head Lu is an ambitious and ruthless person. Even my Taimo Hall has to respect Alliance Head Lu. However, little Peach is very important to my Taimo Hall. If anything happens to her, no matter who it is, my Taimo Hall will not let them off, said Gong Ling coldly. Luin nodded, I understand Headmaster Gong's intentions, but war is imminent. Since Peach is the captain of the 6th Squadron and has volunteered to fight, I shouldn't reject her. Otherwise, what would others think? Special treatment? You're the leader of a faction, so you should know that this isn't an easy position to hold. I hope that Alliance Master Lu understands what the Hall of Taimo has relied on to achieve its current status. Gong Ling said one last thing before hanging up. Luin put away his gadget and looked at the battlefield. The battle in the distance was intense, and there were already more than 5 cruisers participating in the battle. Next up would be the hunters. It was still far from the most intense moment. Your Highness, this subordinate requests to participate, Xianxia Anna said respectfully as he stepped forward. Ever since the Anna family had become Lu Yin's butcher's knife and gotten rid of a large number of corrupt officials, they had become hated by everyone in the Great Yu Empire. They had suffered great losses, but they had still achieved their goal. Luin now trusted the Anna family, and he had specially brought Xianxia Anna along. The position of Minister of Foreign Affairs and Minister of External Affairs was still given to Hil Anna, which made the Anna family feel completely at ease. Luin replied, there's no need for you. This battle will be led by the Allied forces. After speaking, Luin ordered the Allied forces to send 2 hunters to join the battle. The moment they took action, Armament Weave suffered heavy losses. Armament Weave had been avoiding hunters from joining the fray, as they did not want the situation to escalate. However, since the Allied forces had taken the initiative to attack, they had no choice but to accept the challenge. A single hunter was enough to change the outcome of a battle, let alone 2. A beam of light shot over from a distance. This was an attack that gathered a considerable amount of energy. Armament Weave had found Lu Yin's location and immediately launched an attack. However, the beam was easily blocked by Aiden. Peach easily suppressed one of the enemy's cruisers on the battlefield, forcing the enemy to send more people to defend against her. Lu Yin had been paying attention to Peach all this time, but he had never seen her use Taima Temple's battle techniques. It was impossible that she did not know how to use them, but no one had forced her to do so yet. This battle should be enough for her to use them. 10 days passed, and Armament Weave's reinforcements continued to arrive via the endless shipping system. Lu Yin had been waiting for news from the old smoker. Over the past 10 days, both sides had not stopped fighting. Although the Allied forces had the upper hand, they were still unable to completely suppress Armament Weave. Now that Armament Weave had 5 hunters supporting them, Lu Yin had no choice but to send Xianxia, Anna and Aiden to the battlefield. As for the rapid response team, he still had not revealed himself. Countless people were paying attention to the 10 days of continuous fighting. Not only were there news from the eastern and central weaves, but even the western weaves were all focused on this battle. The entire Outerverse's attention was focused on this battle. Xianxia had been paying attention to this battle for a month, which meant that she had been paying attention to it since the beginning. Even with the Great Eastern Alliance's combined strength, they still had not been able to take down Armament Weave. Wei Rong truly had some skills. Although the cost of rebuilding Xianxia was enormous, it was still a drop in the ocean for the Qiong family. Xianxia did not pay much attention to this battle, but he was very interested in Lu Yin and Wei Rong. In his heart, Xianxia's marriage was the most important thing. Unfortunately, neither Lu Yin nor Wei Rong had any thoughts of marrying into the Qiong family. Both of them were ambitious, especially Lu Yin. If he really wanted to marry into the Qiong family, then he would have met the requirements. However, Xianxia recalled what Xianxia had said before. Truthfully, he did not dare to let Lu Yin marry into the Qiong family. That would not be inviting a son-in-law, but rather a wolf. Xia, what do you think of this battle? Xianxia asked. Xianxia was puzzled. Dad, you care about this too? Xianxia replied, after all, both of them participated in the Qiongling banquet, so I'm curious. Xianxia casually turned off her gadget's screen. If nothing unexpected happens, then the Wei family is finished. Are you that sure? Wei Rong is an opponent that even you are afraid of. Rumor has it that he's good at forming alliances and is good at seizing opportunities. Even he isn't Lu Yin's match? Xianxia replied, that's why I said that nothing unexpected happened. Wei Rong is someone who is good at creating accidents, but Lu Yin is even stranger. No one knows what methods he has up his sleeves. Just like this battle, it came out of nowhere. Everyone thought that he would attack the central weaves after he completely unified the eastern weaves, but he just so happened to attack now. Isn't he afraid that his own backyard will catch fire? What if he has to fight? Xianxia asked meaningfully. Xianxia's eyes flashed. Dad, do you know something? Xianxia laughed. Don't pretend. How could you not know? The Qiongling banquet gave Wei Rong a platform to ally with the Dark Phoenix clan. With that kid's personality, how could he not contact the Dark Phoenix clan? Hugh Phineas insisted that Lu Yin killed Tyler Phineas, and the Dark Phoenix clan hates Lu Yin, which gave Wei Rong the perfect opportunity. Xianxia nodded. That's right. From the moment Hugh Phineas blamed Lu Yin for Tyler's death, this battle was unavoidable. Even if Wei Rong didn't contact the Dark Phoenix clan, Lu Yin still wouldn't have stopped. He had to quickly eliminate Wei Rong before the Dark Phoenix clan intervened in the East-West Weaves war. Unfortunately, he's still too slow. Wei Rong has been planning for so long, and it's still effective. He can hold on for now. If the Dark Phoenix clan participates, then won't the Great Eastern Alliance be in trouble? Xianxia asked. Xianxia disdainfully replied, the Dark Phoenix clan alone won't be able to deal with Lu Yin. Although we lost our memories of the underground battle, Lu Yin was the only one who was unscathed when we came out. Even Yuehua Mavis was in such a sorry state, which shows how powerful Lu Yin's methods are. Furthermore, he has the Hall of Honor behind him, so it'll be too difficult for the Dark Phoenix clan to deal with him. Xianxia then looked at Xianxia. Dad, don't get involved in this battle. No matter who you help, it won't do us any good. Xianxia replied, don't worry. Wanqian City is still being rebuilt, and I don't have the energy to participate in anything else. He was in a good mood. The Neo-Human Alliance had coveted Wanqian City, and since they had failed this time, there shouldn't be any other forces that would attack Wanqian City. Now that the Zhu family's ancestor was dead, the Zhu family was no longer a threat, and Wanqian City was safe. Xianxia looked at Xianxia's relaxed expression, but she couldn't relax. She was more inclined to side with the Wei family in this battle, as she hoped that the Wei family would be able to stop the Great Eastern Alliance from expanding westward. Otherwise, if Luyin succeeded in expanding westward, Wanqian City would also be on the path to expansion. Even if Wanqian City had the ability to protect itself, if the surrounding areas became Luyin's territory, then they would be like turtles in a jar. How long could they last? Luyin wasn't from the Neo-Human Alliance. He had a brain, and more importantly, he had the support of the Hall of Honor. This person was far more dangerous than Wei Rong. Furthermore, she felt that the memories she had lost underground were very important. She had lost too much blood, and after those people had left, she hadn't been able to find the blood she had lost underground. Where had it gone? This was the question that Xianxia wanted to know the most. She was worried that her blood had been taken away by someone else, which would be troublesome. In the distant St. Lesser Weave, a Radiant-grade spacecraft was speeding towards Armament Weave. This spacecraft belonged to Endless Borders, and within it was a member of the development team of Endless Borders. The captain was Ba Chu. There weren't many development teams in Endless Borders, and it wasn't as easy to establish a team and enter the board of directors. Ba Chu had only been able to reach his current position by contributing 3 secret trade routes. Any development team's captain would have a very high status within Endless Borders. Ever since Ba Chu had become the captain of the development team, he had been very high profile, and people would fawn over him wherever he went. Of course, he hadn't slacked off either, and he had always been thinking of ways to develop new trade routes. The more trade routes he contributed, the higher his position within Endless Borders would be. Captain, the headquarters contacted us again. They hope that we won't affect Armament Weave's war. The person in charge of Armament Weave, Moss, also said that he doesn't want to help the Wei family with the transportation anymore. The pressure from the Great Eastern Alliance is too great, someone reported. Ba Chu did not mind. The Great Eastern Alliance? So what? Is Endless Borders afraid of them? Then, what about the headquarters? Don't be in a hurry to reply. Once the war is over, tell them that we're in a dangerous region of space and that it's not convenient for us to reply, Ba Chu said. Yes, Captain. Ba Chu sneered as he looked at the star chart. Only those who had a deep understanding of Endless Borders would know that it was a colossus. Although he was not clear on the strength of the other 3 major corporations, he was certain that Endless Borders was the strongest power in the Outerverse. So what if the puny Great Eastern Alliance could suppress Aegis? Endless Borders' greatest asset was its secret shipping routes. Even if the Great Eastern Alliance sent experts to deal with him, they would first have to find him first. These secret shipping routes were not like the concealment methods assassins used. These routes were like isolated regions of space, and very few people could find them, let alone cause trouble for Ba Chu. If Endless Borders wanted to, they could completely hide within these secret shipping routes and attack any power without any misgivings. This was the source of Ba Chu's confidence. He was not afraid of anyone, especially since he controlled the secret shipping routes that even Endless Borders did not know about. Even if the entire Great Eastern Alliance turned out in full force, they would not be able to find him. He had threatened Moss to help the Wei family with the transportation for a month now, and the Great Eastern Alliance could only watch helplessly. The more he thought about it, the more pleased he became. Ba Chu held a cigarette in his mouth and lit it. Smoke curled around him, and it was very choking. Ba Chu frowned. Is this cigarette broken? Why is there so much smoke? Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. Not good, I forgot about someone. The next moment, the smoke coiled around him like a python and entered his body through his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Ba Chu was a hunter with a power level of 180,000. He had an innate gift, comprehended battle force, and even had a power vessel. He had worked hard to obtain all of this over many years, but in this instant, all of his efforts were useless. The white smoke entered his body, and the red smoke left his body along with all of his blood. His body rapidly shriveled up, and in the end, he became a desiccated corpse that fell to the ground. When the other team members entered, they saw this horrifying scene. Bachu had died without being able to fight back. It was true that no one had been able to find Baku's hidden route, but that did not include the old smoker. The old smoker's methods were unfathomable, and he had been able to infiltrate the Blaze domain with an old freak whose power level was in the hundreds of thousands. Although he had not been able to assassinate the old freak, he had still been able to escape unscathed. Even the Interverse's great powers could not figure out his methods. No one knew how Old Smoker had done it. Whether it was infiltrating the Blaze realm or escaping, even powerhouses with power levels of 300,000 or even 400,000 might not have been able to accomplish such a feat. Old Smoker was the #1 assassin in the Outerverse, an existence that even the Innerverse didn't dare to provoke. The news of Bachu's death spread quickly. Most people didn't know who Bachu was, but those who knew him had an extraordinary status. Many people were left speechless. Bachu had died at the hands of the Old Smoker, and when the Old Smoker was mentioned, the first person that came to mind was Luin. It just so happened that the Great Eastern Alliance was at war with Armament Weave, and Endless Borders was helping Armament Weave transport soldiers. Anyone who wasn't an idiot would know that Old Smoker had been hired by Luin. Luin felt much better, as Old Smoker was still as awesome as ever. Luin even wanted to raise his membership level, so that he could buy Old Smoker one day and use all sorts of natural treasures to bribe him. Of course, it would be even better if Old Smoker could join the Great U Empire. With Bachu's death, Endless Borders immediately stopped cooperating with Armament Weave, and Luing Zishan immediately sent in more troops. As long as they could deal with this group of enemies, they would be able to quickly advance into the depths of Armament Weave. Beep 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 beep. Luing looked at his gadget and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. He tapped on it, and a voice answered, "Alliance Leader Lu, I am the chairman of Endless Borders. My surname is Yin." Lu Yin's eyes flashed. "Boss Yin, you're finally willing to show yourself?" "Alliance Leader Lu, you're going overboard." Luing spoke in a low voice. "Boss Yin, do you know how important this war is to the Great Eastern Alliance? Your people are helping the Wei family become my enemy. Do you know how much damage you've caused me? Everything is within the rules. Endless Borders will help with the transportation, regardless of whether it's goods or people. In that case, I'll hire Endless Borders to transport my Great Eastern Alliance's troops to Armament Planet." "Name your price," Luin said. Armament Planet was the planet where the Wei family's ancestral grounds were located. The other party was silent for a moment. "Alliance Leader Lu, Endless Borders has no intention of interfering with the power struggles. You should know that. I'm not asking you to interfere. You're the one who said that you can transport goods or people, but safety must be guaranteed. My million-strong army must enter Armament Planet," Luin said. "It seems that today isn't a good time to chat. Alliance Leader Lu, please take care of yourself." The other party then hung up. Luin immediately contacted Madame Naylan, and the first thing he said was, "Tell me more about Endless Borders." She helplessly face-bombed. "I knew that you were the one who hired the Old Smoker to kill Bachu. He helped the Wei family transport troops, which caused me huge losses. If he doesn't die, how can I convince the masses?" Luin was resolute. She sighed. "Alright, you've offended Endless Borders." Luin smiled. "Aegis is the first, and Endless Borders is the second. It's fine, I'll take my time. It'll be fine as long as I don't offend you." "Oh? Why is that?" She licked her lips and looked at Luin with bright eyes. Lu Yin's heartbeat sped up under her gaze, and he awkwardly said, "Tell me more about Endless Borders. What's going on with them? I've never heard of them before." "I've already told you about Endless Borders before. They have a deep foundation and control many secret routes. Even the Innerverse wants to get their hands on them, but they've never succeeded. They have the foundation to resist the Innerverse's great powers." "That's too general. I want to know the details," Luin said. She explained, "Actually, Your Highness doesn't have to worry too much about Endless Borders. Rather than calling them a corporation, it's more like a guild. A guild that should have existed a long time ago, but isn't recognized. It's an adventurer's guild. Guild? Luin was astonished, as this name was unfamiliar to him. Back then, the Adventurers Guild had gathered many hot-blooded cultivators for no other reason than their love for adventure and exploration. It could be considered a hobby organization, but as time passed, many of the items that the Adventurers Guild unearthed were sold at high prices, and its nature changed. It became a profit-making organization, and since it was profitable, there would naturally be disputes. After going through ups and downs, the Adventurers Guild gradually developed a mature system, and that is, all of the profits will be used for the guild's own benefit. No one, including the guild leader, is allowed to keep any profits for themselves. I heard that it was because of the Hall of Honor that they wanted to merge with the Adventurers Guild. However, anyone who joined the Adventurers Guild liked freedom and didn't want to be controlled. Thus, the name of the Adventurers Guild was changed to Endless Borders under the suggestion of a certain president. They developed transportation and opened up new routes. This is the true nature of Endless Borders. She paused for a moment. Before continuing, what we see, or rather, what most people see, is just the surface of Endless Borders. They're still the same Adventurers Guild, and their main strength is still focused on exploration and adventure. They're concentrated in the astral wilderness. Luin had never expected Endless Borders to be like this, and he had thought that they were really a corporation. Why didn't you tell me before? She smiled. I didn't think that Your Highness would offend them so quickly, but it doesn't matter. I've already said before that Your Highness doesn't need to care too much about Endless Borders. They're rather loose and don't have the same restrictions as a corporation. This is also why the board of directors can't control the development team's captain. You hired the old smoker to kill Ba Chu, but at most, it would cause some dissatisfaction within Endless Borders. Luin was relieved, as he didn't want to make enemies out of nothing. However, Your Highness, you still have to be careful. Although it's unlikely that Endless Borders will take revenge, if they really do become your enemy and want to take revenge, their strength will be terrifying. Aegis will have a Lord of the Egret, but Endless Borders might have more than one. No one knows how strong they are in the astral wilderness. Even the Hall of Honor might not know, Madame Nayland cautioned. Luin replied, I'm well aware that only the Innerverse's great powers have the resources to explore the astral wilderness. Endless Borders has the confidence to do so, and they've persisted until now. They have a very deep foundation. Madame Nayland replied, it's good that Your Highness knows this. Although the Outerverse is the weakest in the universe, it's still very large, and many people want to get involved. The four major corporations are able to stand at the peak and dominate the weaves, so Your Highness shouldn't view them with narrow-minded eyes. This includes Aegis, which has admitted defeat to you, and no one knows the strength of their slumbering assassins. Luin had never underestimated Aegis, and he had always kept that in mind. Of course, he wouldn't underestimate the other corporations either, especially the Nayland family. As the wealthiest family on the surface, they were on par with the other three, and they definitely weren't as simple as they seemed. Madame Nayland was from the Sword Sex Lu family, but it shouldn't be forgotten that she had married into the Nayland family. Before she had married into the Nayland family had already been one of the four major corporations. Lu Yin's conversation with Madame Nayland allowed him to understand quite a bit about Endless Borders. At the end of the day, this was an organization that advocated freedom. Although this organization seemed scattered and undisciplined, if Luin had been in charge of the Hall of Honor, he wouldn't have allowed the name Adventurers Guild to exist. Freedom was very important to independent cultivators, and if the name Adventurers Guild existed, it would have attracted countless independent cultivators to join it, and it would have gradually become a huge organization. Luin understood why the Hall of Honor had wanted to incorporate this organization. Rejecting the Hall of Honor meant that this organization would be monitored. They were definitely not weak, but they couldn't be that strong either. Otherwise, the Hall of Honor would not have agreed. Thank you. Cool Breeze Mountain brother, I'll give you a reward. Thank you for your support. Luin contacted Dino and told him that he wanted to speak directly with one of the development team's captains, as Dino only knew one of the captains. Alliance Master Lu, I heard that you were looking for me. A low voice came from one of the captains of the development team, Xianxia. Luin politely asked, "What does Captain Yang think of the Great Eastern Alliance?" Yang Hai was silent for a moment. "That has nothing to do with me." Luin continued, "It must be very dangerous to explore an unknown route. Dino participated in an auction on the mainland before, so he must be here to purchase something for Captain Yang." "What does Captain Yang need?" Yang Hai replied, "If you have something to say, just say it." "Alright, I want to purchase the new route that Captain Yang has." Yang Hai was not surprised, as this was the only reason Luin had contacted him. "I'm sorry to disappoint you, but all of the new routes that the development team discovers must be handed over to headquarters. If you wish to purchase them, you can directly contact headquarters." Luin replied, "Captain Yang, there's no need to be in such a hurry to reject me. Endless Borders is not a purely profit-making organization, and its main purpose is to provide convenience for everyone when it comes to adventuring. The most important thing about adventuring is finding life-saving items. I have natural treasures that can help one avoid danger, poisons that can threaten enlighters, lock-breaking tools, and many other things that you might need but are difficult to obtain." Yang Hai did not say anything, but he was clearly very tempted. Their development team did not have a death quota because no one knew how many people would die during an exploration. These people all loved exploration and adventure, and they were all cultivators who shared the same goal. Yang Hai did not feel good whenever he saw someone die, so Lu Yin's conditions were very tempting. Although Endless Borders headquarters also had many life-saving items, most of them were given to the development team in the Astral Wilderness because those places were more dangerous, and they could not obtain many. "I'm sorry, Alliance Master Lu, but I can't agree to your request for now." Luin smiled. "It's fine, there's no rush. Captain Yang, you can consider it carefully. Of course, the new route that you have must be useful to me, or else I won't have any value in purchasing it, right?" Yang Hai raised his voice. "The new route that I have is definitely something that you need." "Alright, I'll look forward to your answer. I hope that the next time we contact each other will be when we make a deal." Luin then hung up. The battle in the distance was still in full swing, and casualties were constantly being reported. This was how war was, especially when it came to battles in outer space. If one was not an explorer, they would not be able to protect themselves. A single attack could easily destroy a spacecraft and kill thousands of soldiers, and not a single one would be able to escape. The war had been going on for a month. Logically speaking, the experts of the Dark Phoenix race should be arriving soon. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Wei Rong had definitely made his preparations the moment the war had begun. If not for the help of endless shipping, the Alliance army would have been able to reach the Wei family's ancestral planet in a month's time. Unfortunately, they had failed to finish off the Wei family quickly. In the distance, dozens of battleships lined up in a row, their light beams sweeping across everything. The reinforcements from the Wei family, the Umbral Butterfly tribe, the Ghost Shadow Sword sect, and many others were destroyed by the beam of light. More than 100,000 soldiers were obliterated. Wei Rong hadn't come to the front lines, but he had been giving orders all along. When he saw that they couldn't hold on any longer, he immediately ordered a retreat and pushed the defensive line to the rear. Luing Zishan gave the order to pursue. Armament Weave's defensive line crumbled bit by bit. Their reinforcements weren't fast enough, and each wave of attacks from the Alliance army was more intense than the last. "Release the battle footage," Wei Rong suddenly ordered with a solemn expression. This battle had fully demonstrated the might of the Great Eastern Alliance's allied forces. If not for the reinforcements from the various weaves, the Wei family would have already collapsed. Any weave that faced the Great Eastern Alliance's allied forces alone would quickly crumble. He wanted the Central Weaves, and even the Western Weaves, to see that this was the Great Eastern Alliance that they didn't care about. The Great Eastern Alliance was already a colossus in the Outerverse. Compared to Taiyamo Temple, Wanxianqing, and the Dark Phoenix race, it lacked decisive power. However, in terms of influence, it far surpassed those three powers. A new battle line crumbled, and the war continued for a month and a half. The Allied forces were now less than 5 regions away from the Wei family's ancestral planet. If everything went smoothly, they would be able to cross this distance in half a month at most. Countless members of the Wei family were terrified, and many requested the family head to contact the Great Eastern Alliance to find a way to end the war. The Wei family had ruled Armament Weave for too long, and they could no longer remember the last time they had faced such a crisis. They had always been the ones scheming against others, and it had been a long time since someone had come knocking on their door. Wei Baichuan continued to observe the war, and it was not over yet. The lockbreakers had not joined the battle, and neither had Yifeng. The Wei family had not reached its final moments yet. Frostwave Weave, Planet Hydrate Inc. Wei Xianxia pleaded with Phelan to stop the war, but Phelan mercilessly refused. Phelan did not want her escape route to be cut off, but was there any point in pleading now? Would Luyin listen to her? What a joke. At a time like this, anyone who dared to stop Luyin would be an enemy, and she did not want to die. Although she was the acting president of the Lockbreaker Society, she believed that Luyin would still have a way to deal with her if he wanted to. The various powers were paying attention to this war, and their attitudes varied. Some were sorrowful, some were mocking, and some were rejoicing in the Wei family's misfortune. However, the majority did not care. The Great Eastern Alliance had not done anything wrong in this war, and the Wei family had indeed planted troops in Frostwave Weave. This was an undeniable fact, and the Wei family had deserved it. This was especially true in the Western Weaves. Many media outlets reported on this war and mocked it, saying that it was a battle between weaklings and that the Great Eastern Alliance did not care about the Eastern Weaves at all. Just as many people thought that the Wei family's war was about to end, the Dark Phoenix experts finally arrived at the battlefield. The war had already been going on for nearly 2 months, and the Allied forces were only 3 filaments away from the Wei family's homeworld. Luyin sighed, as they had still come. Wei Rongzhen was still able to remain calm, and he still had not evacuated the Wei family from the homeworld. Did he really trust the Dark Phoenix clan that much? More than 10 experts from the Dark Phoenix clan had arrived, along with an army of nearly 10,000 Dark Phoenix cultivators. As soon as they appeared, black flames began to burn the heavens. If Luyin had not been prepared, these flames would have been enough to burn the Allied forces to ashes. The express response team was dispatched, and in addition to the Allied forces and the Six-Fingered Tribe's experts, there were a total of 7 hunters participating in the war. The Dark Phoenix clan had also dispatched 5 hunters. The battle between more than 10 hunters repelled the Allied forces, causing the heavens to crumble and planets to shatter. A terrifying pressure descended, and the spacecraft that Luyin was on cracked. This was the strength of an enlighter. Luyin was not surprised, as he had seen Hugh Phineas's rune lines the moment the Dark Phoenix clan had arrived. Aiden leapt out, and his thunder shield, reinforced by his 9-lined battle force, blocked Hugh Phineas's black undying bird. Hugh Phineas was shocked, as a hunter had actually blocked him. The Great Eastern Alliance actually had such an expert. Back in Myriad City, Yen Yen had also exchanged blows with Hugh Phineas, but he had been defeated. Compared to Yen Yen, Aiden's defenses were enough to make others feel helpless. However, this only surprised Hugh Phineas for a moment. Hugh Phineas's strength surpassed even Lord Egret, and he was not someone that Aiden could block. "Junior, I'll show you the consequences of offending my Dark Phoenix clan." Hugh Phineas barked, and the black undying bird's feathers ignited, just like what had happened back in Myriad City. Back then, Luyin had been forced to shatter the earth, which had caused the other enlighters to act in order to block the attack. But now, it did not matter. In outer space, Aiden faced the enormous black flames that pressed down on him. He raised a hand, and a rebound bead appeared, which absorbed the black flames. Hugh Phineas was shocked. How is this possible? The rebound bead had been upgraded 16 times by Luyin, and it could now absorb and reflect an attack with a power level of 300,000. Hugh Phineas's power level was infinitely close to 300,000, which happened to be the upper limit of what the rebound bead could absorb. The black flames swept towards Hugh Phineas, who gritted his teeth and allowed the flames to descend. He sneered, "My Dark Phoenix clan's flames can be released, so they can naturally be absorbed. If you can't do anything to me, then die." He then tried to circle around Aiden and attack the spacecraft. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and he donned his universal armor. He walked out of outer space and clenched his right fist, causing the bracer on his wrist to vibrate as he punched out. Aiden immediately moved aside. Luin punched at Hugh Phineas, but Hugh Phineas did not dodge. Instead, the black flame shrieked as he viciously punched out. There was a thump, and the surrounding space distorted before collapsing horizontally. Countless people were shocked, and their scalps went numb. The black flames scattered in all directions like shooting stars. Hugh Phineas was sent flying back 10,000 meters, and the imprint of a fist could be clearly seen on his chest. He could not believe it. Back in Myriad City, Lu Yin's punch had indeed sent him flying, but it had not been enough to injure him. Now, however, the power of this person's punch had increased by quite a bit. How was this possible? Lu Yin moved his right fist. He had completed 3 cycles, and his star energy had increased. His power level had increased, and his strength had naturally increased as well. He was now different from when he had been in Xianxia, and the old man was stunned by the punch. However, he did not have it easy either. There were cracks in his universal armor, and the black flames had injured him. Fortunately, the cracks were not large, and most of the flames had been torn apart by Lu Yin's punch. Otherwise, even a wisp of the black flames would have been enough to make him suffer. In terms of true power level, Lu Yin was far from being Hugh Phineas's opponent, and his strength had only been doubled by the bracer. He knew that it was an external item, but others might not know the same thing. The universal armor could be seen as an external item, but the bracer was not. Lu Yin's punch had not only stupefied Hugh Phineas, but it had also stunned countless people on the battlefield. Who would have thought that a puny explorer would be able to force back an enlighter from the Dark Phoenix clan? The entire astral battlefield was filled with cheers, and countless people cheered for their alliance leader. Lu Yin raised his head, as this was the effect that he had wanted. War required resources, and blood was spilled. What was needed was momentum. He could not speak words of encouragement, so he could only act. He had done the right thing, and the entire battlefield's momentum had been completely reversed. The Armament Weave's army, whose confidence had been boosted by the Dark Phoenix clan's reinforcements, was now dispirited. If they could not even defeat an enlighter, what hope did they have? Hugh Phineas's eyes were bloodshot. "Junior, I'll kill you." He then charged at Lu Yin, his black flame sweeping out and transforming into a large hand that grabbed at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's gaze trembled, but he did not move. Behind him, an extremely cold aura appeared as Xianxia appeared to block the black flames. Aiden pushed his thunder shield towards Hugh Phineas. Hugh Phineas roared at Lu Yin, "Junior, fight me if you dare." Lu Yin did not care, as he did not need to take action. Once was enough. If he really fought Hugh Phineas head-on, then the cracks in his universal armor might not be able to hold out. The old man's power level was close to 300,000. Xianxia and Aiden teamed up with the help of the Rebound Pearl. Although they could not defeat Hugh Phineas, they could at least temporarily block him. On the astral battlefield, nearly 10,000 Dark Phoenix cultivators joined the fray. The Allied Army's rapid response forces also joined the fray, and the battle escalated. At this moment, a sharp glint appeared in the distance as countless arrows distorted space and shot towards the Dark Phoenix cultivators. The experts from Taima Palace had arrived. With Peach participating in the battle, how could Taima Palace be at ease? With Taima Palace's intervention, the nature of the battle had completely changed, and the Dark Phoenix clan no longer had the advantage. When Wei Rong discovered that Taima Palace had made a move, he immediately ordered a retreat. In terms of battle, Taima Palace had an advantage over the Dark Phoenix clan. Their archery skills were truly chilling, and they never missed their target. Furthermore, their arrows were extraordinarily powerful, and the Dark Phoenix clan could not compare to them. Hugh Phineas had no choice but to retreat. Everyone who was paying attention to this battle realized that the scales of victory were tilting towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin waved his hand, and the Allied army broke through another defensive line. They then headed towards the Wei family's homeworld. He wanted to see if the Wei family would retreat from the homeworld. This time, Taima Palace did not send any enlighters as reinforcements. Instead, they sent several hunters, and the leader was Gong Chou. Gong Chou looked at Lu Yin with an unfriendly gaze. "Alliance Master Lu, I want to bring Little Peach back to Taima Palace." Lu Yin agreed. "Sure, but it depends on whether she's willing or not." Gong Chou immediately contacted Peach, but she decisively refused. Gongcho was helpless. Alliance Master Lu, please help me send little Peach back to Taima Palace. Lu Ying calmly replied, Brother Gongcho, you should know that this is a war, not a game. Gongcho replied awkwardly, Father ordered me to take little Peach away. Please do not make things difficult for me. I'm not making things difficult. You can take Peach away yourself, but you cannot use force. Otherwise, it will be considered kidnapping. A hunter behind Gongcho shouted, Lu, don't go overboard. Do you really think that we don't know that you want to use little Peach to force us to join the battle? Despicable. Gongcho hurriedly shut him up. Lu Yan's gaze turned cold. Brother Gongcho, I'll give you some face, so I won't bother with this person's words. However, there can't be a next time. Otherwise, even if he's an expert from the Taima Palace, I'll still make him suffer. The hunter still wanted to say something, but he was stopped by Gongcho. Lu Ying had not relied on his schemes to reach his current level, but rather his strength. Without strength, he would have died the moment the innerverse and outerverse had been separated. If they had been in the temple of Taimo, then they would not have cared about this person. However, in the outside world, this person's strength surpassed that of the temple of Taimo, and even an enlighter from the Dark Phoenix clan could not do anything to him. Unless Ancestor Arrow Mountain intervened, the temple of Taimo would not be able to do anything to him. Alliance Master Lu, there are countless experts in the Great Eastern Alliance, and there are even powerhouses who can resist enlighters. There's no need for little Peach, right? She's just a cruiser, Gongcho continued. I already said that as long as she's willing, she can go with you. I won't force her. Gongcho smiled bitterly. If Peach was willing, she would have left long ago. She wouldn't have waited for them to pick her up. Their main purpose here was to protect Peach. It would be best if they could take her away. Peach's appearance on the battlefield meant that they had been roped into the Great Eastern Alliance's warship. Lu Ying was happy that the Temple of Taimo had intervened, but even if they did not, he still had his own ways of dealing with the Wei family. Xianxia wanted to start a war several times, but he was stopped by Wei Rong. There was no point in starting a war now. Those two hunters can't stop me. It won't be long before I deal with them, Xianxia said. Wei Rong respectfully replied, Senior can naturally deal with them, but it will be difficult to deal with Lu Ying. If Senior is willing, this junior hopes that Senior can take action against the allied army. Xianxia frowned. You want me to take action against the army? Yes. Without the army, the Great Eastern Alliance will not be able to defeat us no matter how strong they are, Wei Rong said. Xianxia thought about it and then agreed. It would be difficult to deal with Lu Yin's group of experts, but it would be too easy to deal with the army. Just one flame would be enough. But before he could do anything, the allied army's attack arrived. Aiden, Yan, and the experts from the Temple of Taimo were at the forefront. Lu Ying had constantly informed Aiden of Xianxia's position to prevent Xianxia from taking action against the army. If Wei Rong could think of this, then so could Lu Ying. This was how a universal war was, a single expert could change the outcome of a battle. Wei Rong rubbed his forehead. This Lu Ying was truly difficult to deal with. It seemed that he would have to activate that spy first. Within the Temple of Taimo, a giant furnace fire rose from the. He wanted this arrow to become one of the most precious divine arrows in Arrow Mountain and leave its name in the history of the Temple of Taimo. In the outside world, a cruiser from the Temple of Taimo requested an audience. Xianxia had a look of disgust. Master isn't someone you can meet just because you want to. He had been demoted to Arrow Mountain as a slave, and he had only been there for a few days before being brought out by Wei Rong. Senior Brother Song, this disciple is not seeking an audience for myself, but for you, the cruiser tried to curry favor. Xianxia frowned and looked at the person strangely. For me? You and I have never interacted before, so what does this have to do with me? The cruiser softly replied, this disciple has a way to deal with Lu Ying. Xianxia's eyes went wide, and he grabbed the cruiser's collar. He gritted his teeth. You dare mock me? This disciple wouldn't dare. Senior Brother Song, please allow this disciple to meet Elder. This disciple will tell you the truth. If Senior Brother Song is not satisfied, then you can make this disciple disappear. Xianxia's eyes flickered, and he snorted. Come in with me. Not long after, Bei Rong walked out and looked at the cruiser. What is it? The cruiser knelt on the ground. Armament Weave's Wei Rong requests to speak with Elder. Bei Rong's eyes flashed. The Wei family? The same Wei family that started a war with the Great Eastern Alliance? Yes. Bei Rong fell silent. Xianxia's eyes lit up. Master, why don't we listen to what he has to say? Bei Rong nodded. Xianxia had the cruiser turn on his gadget screen, and he and the other cruiser left the room. Only Bei Rong and Wei Rong were left behind to face each other through the screen. Wei Rong had a respectful expression on his face, and he slowly bowed. Junior Wei Rong greets Bei Rong. Bei Rong indifferently asked, "What business do you have with this old man?" Wei Rong solemnly replied, "This junior would like to request that Bei Rong preside over justice. The Great Eastern Alliance started a war without permission, causing the Outerverse to be plunged into misery and suffering. Countless lives have been spilled. I've heard that Bei Rong has always been fair and kind, so please help Armament Weave." Bei Rong coldly asked, "That's all?" Wei Rong's expression changed. If Bei Rong is willing to help, then the Wei family will naturally present a gift. I'm not free. Bei Rong was about to leave. Wei Rong hurriedly said, "Please wait a moment, Bei Rong. I believe that you will not refuse the Wei family's gift." Peach. Bei Rong suddenly stopped and slowly turned around. His gaze was cold. What do you mean? Wei Rong respectfully replied, "The Wei family is willing to present Peach as a gift to Bei Rong. We hope that Bei Rong can help us." Bei Rong's eyes narrowed. "Peach is someone from my Taimo Hall. Are you trying to use her to threaten me?" Wei Rong smiled. "Let's not beat around the bush. Gifting Peach to Bei Rong is a secret transaction between us. This junior guarantees that no one will be able to find out." "What do you know about Peach?" Bei Rong asked coldly. Wei Rong shook his head. "I don't know, but there is one thing I know. Not long ago, because of Peach, Bei Rong's disciple became enemies with Luin. I heard that even Bei Rong took action. I believe that Peach will definitely be useful to Bei Rong. This junior does not know the reason, and I don't want to know." Bei Rong stood in place and stared at Wei Rong. After a while, his gaze softened. "What do you want me to do?" Wei Rong's lips curled up. Not long after, Bei Rong walked out and gave Xianxia a few instructions. Xianxia was delighted and quickly left. As for the cruiser disciple, Bei Rong allowed him to leave. He now had an impression of Wei Rong, as this person had actually been able to arrange for someone to enter the Taimo Hall. No, based on his age, that disciple had not been arranged by Wei Rong, but rather by the Wei family. It was rumored that the Wei family was adept at scheming and forming alliances. Sure enough, they even had someone from the Taimo Hall. They had truly hidden themselves well. Although Bei Rong was dissatisfied with the Wei family, they still had a common enemy for the time being. He would deal with that person first, and this time, he was almost certain to succeed. In Armament Weave, Luin watched as the front line crumbled once again. They were now only 2 filaments away from the Wei family's ancestral planet. Soon. However, he had a feeling that Wei Rong would not admit defeat so easily. At the very least, Yifeng and the other lockbreakers had yet to make a move. Wei Rong had not abducted those lockbreakers to Armament Weave for show. This was the 5th time that the astral troops had appeared. Each time, they would cause losses to the Allied forces, but ever since the experts from the Taimo Hall had appeared, the losses had been greatly reduced. "Your Highness, more reinforcements have arrived. They're from the Umbral Butterfly tribe and some other powers from the surrounding weaves," Luin Zishan reported to Luin. Luin was not surprised, as it was about time. If he had not cut off Endless Borders reinforcements, then those reinforcements would have arrived long ago. It seemed that it would take a bit longer for this defensive line to collapse. At this moment, the Allied forces, the Six-Fingered Tribe, the Great Yu Empire, and the Taimo Hall had all joined forces to suppress the enemy. Even if there were more reinforcements, they would only be able to hold out for another day or two. The most troublesome of all was Hu Finya's. If he had not lent Aiden the rebound bead, then even if Aiden and Yen Yen worked together, they would not have been able to hold out for long. In the distance, a heat wave surged over, and the spacecraft's surface was slightly scorched. Some parts even melted, and the spacecraft gradually broke off. The Dark Phoenix clan had joined forces again, and soon after, countless arrows were fired towards the west. The Temple of Taima had also joined the fray. Your Highness, according to our estimates, we should be able to reach the Wei family's ancestral planet in half a month at most, Enya reported. Lui nodded. Don't be careless. Don't worry, Your Highness. The Great Eastern Alliance is already under martial law, and there's an enlighter overseeing Xinyu Star. Wei Rong won't be able to cause any trouble, Enya reassured him. Luin frowned. The further they went, the more likely there would be problems. Your Highness, we've received news that the Wei family has withdrawn from the ancestral planet, someone reported. Luin raised his brows. Wei Rong had admitted defeat? The spacecraft shook, and Hu Phineas suddenly attacked. However, he was still blocked by Aiden. Luin looked at the rune lines that filled the heavens and took a deep breath. As long as he dealt with Wei Rong and dealt with this person, then even if the Central Weaves joined forces, Luin would not necessarily care about them. Wei Rong was like a thread that connected the Central Weaves. If this thread was broken, then the other Weaves' alliances would be easily broken. Just like how Wei Rong was the thread of the Great Eastern Alliance, the moment something happened to him, the Great Eastern Alliance would also collapse. Luin was once again conflicted. Should he hire the old smoker to deal with Wei Rong? He could not make up his mind about this person. This person was like a mirror to him, and Luin could not assassinate him. He only wanted to defeat him fair and square, no matter what method he had to use. In the universe, the victor was king. Perhaps Luin still harbored some unrealistic fantasies of subduing this person, but the possibility of that happening was too small. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard. Your Highness, Captain Peach has died in the line of duty. Luin was shocked. What did you say? Captain Peach was just killed. The reporting soldier's face went pale. Lu Yin's pupil shrank, and his heart ached. He took a step into outer space and headed towards the battlefield. At this moment, the disciples of the Temple of Taima were crazily attacking the Dark Phoenix cultivators. Gong Ku, Gong Cho, and the rest were all shouting something. Hu Phineas no longer tangled with Aiden and the rest, and he blocked the Allied forces' attacks by himself. When Luin arrived, Hu Phineas sneered. And black flames transformed into a wall that blocked the Allied forces. The disciples were all dazed, especially Gong Cho, who was trembling all over. Luin walked up to him and asked in a low voice, "What happened?" Gong Cho stared at Luin and bellowed, "Little Peach is dead, and her body has been shattered. Are you satisfied now? You were the one who sent her into battle, and you were the one who caused her death." The Taimo Palace's disciples all stared at Luin with murderous intent. Around them, the various hunters from the Allied army, including Aiden and Yen Yen, appeared and faced off against the disciples from Taima Temple. Luin stared at Gong Cho, "What's going on? Speak clearly." Gong Cho exhaled and said bitterly, "The battlefield was too chaotic, and Little Peach was unknowingly separated from us. By the time we found her, she had already exploded at the same time as a warship and turned to dust." "Where?" Luin shouted. Gong Cho pointed in a certain direction, and Luin looked over to see the wreckage of a spacecraft floating in space. As far as he could see, there were no other rune lines besides the disciples of the Taimo Palace who seemed to be searching for something. His heart sank, and he walked over to the wreckage of the spacecraft. He released his domain, but there were no signs of life. There wasn't even a corpse. Had the spacecraft really been destroyed? There were so many of you, so how did you get separated from her? Luin questioned as he stared at Gong Cho. Gong Cho angrily replied, "This is a battlefield, and there are enemies everywhere. Also, that old bastard Hu Phineas suddenly appeared. We couldn't find Little Peach at all." Luin looked at Aiden. "Why did Hu Phineas suddenly retreat?" Aiden shook his head. "I don't know. He suddenly retreated as we were fighting." "Senior, there's nothing here," a disciple from the Taimo Palace reported to Gong Cho. They had been searching for something. Gong Cho was unwilling to give up, and he personally went to search the wreckage of the spacecraft. Luin knew that Gong Cho was looking for the arrow, and his heart sank. Peach was his friend, and he would definitely take revenge. However, the entire situation was too strange. Wei Rong wanted to kill Peach, and that had caused the Taimo Palace to turn against him. This was normal, but why couldn't they find the arrow that had been embedded in Peach's body? That was a divine arrow that had been passed down since ancient times, and it had been eroded by the passage of time. It could not have been destroyed in a single attack, and according to Peach, she had always been carrying that arrow. If it was really on Peach's body, then it had either been picked up by someone on the battlefield, or Peach hadn't died at all and had been smashed to pieces. Gongqiu did not believe this statement the most, as it was similar to undying Yushan. As long as there was no corpse, then there was a possibility that Peach was still alive. However, Gongqiu had rushed over as soon as he had received news of Peach's death, and he had not seen any rune lines on her body. The disciples from the Taimo Palace were still searching for the spacecraft's wreckage. Although they were arguing with Luyin, they did not leave. Gongqiu also guessed that the arrow might have been obtained by someone else, and he wanted to stay on the battlefield so that he could wait for the experts from the Taimo Palace to gather and search for the arrow. That arrow was too important to the Taimo Palace. Luyin returned to the spacecraft and immediately contacted Wei Rong. Wei Rong quickly appeared on the screen with a beaming face. "Brother Lu, long time no see." They had not spoken since the start of the war, and Wei Rong had not appeared on the battlefield at all. It had already been 2 months. "Is Peach dead or not?" Luyin asked directly. His tone was low, and he sounded both expectant and apprehensive. This was not only because of the Taimo Palace, but also because he had treated Peach as a friend. Wei Rong helplessly replied, "The battlefield is constantly changing." "My condolences, Brother Lu." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "Is Peach really dead?" Wei Rong smiled. "Brother Lu shouldn't be asking me this question, as I didn't appear on the battlefield. You should ask those disciples from the Taimo Palace. They saw it with their own eyes." Luyin was unwilling to accept this outcome. "Brother Wei, if Peach isn't dead and has been captured by you, then I'm willing to end this war in exchange for her." Wei Rong's expression changed, as he had not expected Luyin to be willing to pay such a high price. "Is it worth it?" Luyin firmly replied, "She's my friend." Wei Rong laughed. "Brother Lu, you're afraid of the Taimo Palace's revenge, right?" Luyin solemnly replied, "You're underestimating me too much. The universe is a place where the strong prey on the weak, and we believe in the dark forest law. The word friend is especially precious, and the friends that I, Luyin, acknowledge will never change in this lifetime." Wei Rong's face was solemn as he looked at Luyin seriously. He then sighed. "Today, I've gotten to know Brother Lu all over again. Although you're ambitious, you have a bottom line when you do things. Unfortunately, you've disappointed me. If you care too much, you'll become afraid of losing something, and in the end, you'll lose even more. Brother Lu, in the future, I'll walk ahead of you." "Is Peach dead or not?" Luyin asked sternly. Wei Rong sighed. "It's a pity that she's dead." Lu Yin's heart sank, and he stared into Wei Rong's eyes. "This is your only chance to seize the opportunity to end this war. Think carefully before you answer." Wei Rong replied, "If Brother Lu doesn't believe me, then there's nothing I can do about it. Brother Lu, you should be careful of the Taimo Palace's revenge. Goodbye." He then hung up. Luyin stood in his spacecraft and looked out into space. The battle in the distance had stopped, and he somewhat regretted sending Peach to the battlefield. He should have withdrawn her the moment the Wei family had retreated from the homeworld. Hu Fingya's had suddenly retreated in order to deal with Peach. Wei Rong's move had been beautifully executed, and he had successfully stopped the war and forced Luyin to face pressure from the Taimo Palace. Beep 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 beep. Luyin looked at his gadget and tapped it open. Gong Ling's image appeared. "Alliance Master Lu, you haven't forgotten what I told you, right?" Gong Ling's tone was icy, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Lu Yin's tone was bleak. "I'm sorry, Headmaster Gong Ling. I didn't take good care of Peach. There's no need to say anything else at this point. Everyone who participated in this war must remain behind and be thoroughly investigated." As for you, Alliance Master Lu, my Taimo Palace will personally pay you a visit. Even if you have the support of the Hall of Honor, my Taimo Palace will not let this matter rest. I'll ask Ancestor Arrow Mountain to personally make a trip there. Gong Ling then ended the call. Lu Ying took a deep breath and smiled bitterly. All his efforts had been for naught. All his efforts had been for naught. They hadn't been that far from the Wei family's homeworld, but this had happened. It was impossible for the Taimo Palace to help him, as it would be impossible to take down the Wei family in a short period of time without their help. Hu Fengyi's had single-handedly blocked off the allied army's path of attack. Your Highness, please give the order. Even without the Taimo Palace's help, we can still attack the Wei family's homeworld, Lu Ying Zishan said resolutely as she arrived at Lu Yin's spacecraft. Lu Ying waved a hand. Wei Rong's backup was not limited to the Dark Phoenix clan, but also those lockbreakers. The closer they got to the end, the crazier they would become. Lu Ying still had to deal with the pressure from the Taimo Palace. There were internal and external threats, and if he wasn't careful, he could easily lose everything. Right now, he had to think about how to deal with the Taimo Palace. Control the battlefield. No one is allowed to leave without permission, Lu Ying said. That arrow was of utmost importance, and if they could find it and hand it over to the Taimo Palace, they might not do anything. Lu Yin's gaze was bleak. This was war, and he had lost his friends. Peach's bell-like laughter echoed through the air, but he was about to lose them forever. Did he regret it? A little, but if he could choose again, he would still go to war. Just as Wei Rong had said, if he was afraid of losing something, he would lose even more. He was indeed afraid of losing his friends, family, and lovers, but he could endure any kind of loss. Even if he was afraid, he still had to do it. Seventh bro, my condolences, the monkey's tone was bleak. He had quite liked Peach as well, and that girl was like a pure child who was very likable. Lu Ying took out the miniature arrow that Peach had given him and reminisced about the past. As he was looking at it, the miniature arrow suddenly trembled. Lu Ying thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him, but then, the miniature arrow trembled again and soared into the sky. It pierced through the void and shot off into the distance. Lu Ying immediately chased after it and grabbed the arrow by the skin of his teeth. He had almost lost it. The arrow's speed increased, and from the direction it was heading, it seemed to be heading southeast. Lu Ying grabbed the arrow and allowed it to carry him into the distance. His heart was in turmoil. This arrow couldn't be one of the 3 arrows that Peach had inherited, right? Otherwise, there was no way to explain its might. At this moment, the number of rune lines on this arrow had already surpassed that of an enlighter's, and it was still increasing. Seventh bro, what's that? The monkey cried out. Lu Ying was shocked. Peach had actually given that arrow to him. Why? However, there was no time to think. The arrow was moving faster and faster, tearing through the void as it surpassed the radiant great aurora. Soon, a spacecraft appeared in front of them that was heading east. There was no sign on the spacecraft, so Lu Ying had no idea where it had come from. The arrow suddenly left Lu Yin's control and shot into the spacecraft, never to appear again. Lu Ying followed it and snuck into the spacecraft, where he saw Peach holding the arrow in surprise. She was locked in a dark cage. She held the arrow in her hand and looked around, as if she was searching for something. Lu Ying appeared and beamed at her. Your Highness, you're here. Peach was delighted. Lu Ying was overjoyed, as Peach had not died. He felt like he had regained something he had lost, and he rubbed her hair forcefully. Peach felt wronged. Your Highness, you're hurting me. What happened? Tell me, Lu Ying said. Peach handed the arrow to Lu Ying. Keep it for now. Lu Ying took it. This is one of the 3 arrows, right? Peach nodded. You're giving it to me just like that? Peach replied matter-of-factly, isn't it useful now? Lu Ying pinched her chin. You're pretty smart, little girl. You knew that someone would want this arrow, so you left it with me. If anything happens, you'll think of a way to summon it, and you'll naturally be able to bring me here, right? Peach was embarrassed and looked at Lu Ying obediently. Your Highness is so smart. You guessed it right away. Lu Ying was helpless. I never thought that I would be tricked by a little girl like you. Peach walked behind Luine and massaged his shoulders and legs. Your Highness, I was afraid. Those people from Peking University definitely won't give up, and the headmaster is always in seclusion. What if something happens? Your Highness isn't afraid of anything. As long as Your Highness is here, I'll be safe. No need to flatter me. Tell me, what happened on the battlefield? Luine asked. Peach stuck out her tongue. Gong Ku and the others were lured away, and I was captured by an expert from the Ghost Shadow Sword sect. When I woke up, I was already on this spacecraft. The person guarding me just happened to have something to do and left, so I was able to use my technique to guide the arrow here. Fortunately, we weren't too far away, or else my technique would have been useless. Luine replied, Gong Ku and the others have been lured away. Is there an enemy? Peach shook her head and solemnly answered, he's one of the disciples from the Taima Temple. He's one of the hunters who came to provide support. It looks like someone is colluding with the Temple of Taimo, and they want to send you back as a gift. At the same time, the Temple of Taimo will hold a grudge against me. What a good plan. With the Temple of Taimo and the Dark Phoenix clan pressuring me at the same time, I'll definitely lose this battle. Your Highness is talking about Wei Rong? Peach asked. Who else could it be? Luine asked indifferently. However, the experts from the Taimo Palace who colluded with him must be thoroughly investigated. Is there a need to investigate? It's Peking University. Peach rolled her eyes. We're sure that it's him, but we need proof, Luine said. At this moment, his expression changed. Someone's coming. Keep pretending. I'll hide first. Peach nodded. There was no point in being saved now. She could only wait until the end to see who she would be given to. Thinking of this, Peach lay down and began to roll. Outside, someone took a look. Seeing nothing out of the ordinary, he stood guard calmly. Back at the battlefield in Armament Weave, Luine contacted Luing Zishan and the others and told them not to start a war. Although the spacecraft that had transported Peach had no insignia, its journey was unimpeded, and it easily entered the motor weave. However, it did not head towards the Temple of Taimo. Instead, it headed in a different direction. Along the way, Luine did not have the opportunity to speak with Peach again. He had originally wanted to contact Gongling's headmaster, but he had stopped. Was Peking University really the only one who had coveted Peach's arrow? Was Gongling really that selfless? Luine did not know, but he did not want to alert the enemy before he was completely sure that Gongling was harmless. Not long after, the spacecraft landed on a desolate planet. Peach was thrown onto the planet, and the spacecraft did not stop. It simply flew into outer space and left. Luine immediately took action and caused the spacecraft to malfunction. The planet was too desolate, and if he left the spacecraft, he would be easily discovered. He had to leave the spacecraft behind as well. Just as the spacecraft was about to leave the atmosphere, it slowly returned to the surface, and the maintenance crew began to repair it. Suddenly, a tremendous force descended and crushed the spacecraft to pieces. Not a single person inside survived. Even Luine was blasted into the ground by the force. High up in the sky, a figure appeared. It was Master Bei. Master Bei had wanted to wait for the spacecraft to leave before showing himself, but the spacecraft had malfunctioned. He could not wait any longer, so he decided to take action and eliminate all witnesses. He did not want anyone to discover what he had done. He walked to a spot not far from Peach and splashed a drop of water on Peach's face. Peach slowly woke up and rubbed her eyes. She saw Peking University not far away. It's you? Peach's brows rose as she glared at him. Master Bei clasped his hands behind his back and looked down at her. Little Peach, we meet again. Peach was furious. Why are you here? At this point, she looked around. Where are we? Master Bei's expression was calm. It doesn't matter where this is. In any case, no one can save you. Hand over the arrow, and I can let you die comfortably. Otherwise, dream on. The headmaster won't let you off. The Great Eastern Alliance won't let you off. Peach angrily rebuked. Master Bei sneered. The Great Eastern Alliance? They're just a bunch of dogs and chickens. As for the headmaster, his position will be mine sooner or later. Stop dreaming. No one will know that you died here. This place is very far from Armament Weave, and no one will discover you. Peach's face paled, and she fearfully asked, I was clearly on the battlefield. How did I end up here? Master Bei grew impatient. I'm not in the mood to explain things to you. Hand over the arrow, and I'll let you die quickly. Otherwise, you'll regret ever living in this world. Cough cough. Underground, Luine coughed twice. Master Bei was shocked. Who is it? Luine blasted open the surface and shook his head, causing a layer of dust to fall. Master Bei, you were too heavy-handed. You almost destroyed this planet. I was sent to the planet's core by you. Master Bei stared at Luine in disbelief. Why are you here? Peach's expression changed, and her originally fearful expression turned into one of mockery. She glanced at Master Bei with disdain and then ran over to Luine to brush away the dust. That's enough. You'll get dirty later, Luine said. Master Bei's eyes narrowed. Junior, why are you here? Luine replied, tell me first. How did you get involved with Wei Rong? Master Bei was so angry that he started laughing. Star energy suddenly swept out in all directions and spread out from the planet. Peach was confused. Has he gone mad, Your Highness? Luine solemnly replied, he's looking for anyone else. Peach, go to outer space. Peach was worried. Your Highness, he's not an ordinary enlighter. Don't worry. He's at most comparable to Hugh Phineas. I'm not even afraid of Hugh Phineas. Peach grunted in acknowledgement and then flew into outer space. Don't even think about escaping. Master Bei attacked, and the star energy that filled the sky transformed into a large hand that grabbed at Peach. Luine donned his universal armor and blocked in front of Peach while releasing star energy from his body. In terms of star energy, he was confident that he had surpassed the Hunter realm, and even if he could not compare to Master Bei, he wasn't that far off. Master Bei had not expected Luine to have so much star energy that he could not suppress someone who was 3 realms above him. This was impossible. Master Bei flipped his palm, and his star energy transformed into an arrow that shot down. Luine had experienced this scene before. When he had first arrived at Taimo Temple, Master Bei had wanted to kill all of them with a single arrow. Master Bei's arrow was very large. Lu Yin's gaze turned solemn as he activated his 8-lined battle force imprint and equipped his bracers. He punched out, causing the giant arrow to deviate from its course. Luine then took the opportunity to throw Peach into outer space. Master Bei appeared behind Luine and tapped out with a finger. His fingertip transformed into an arrow that pierced towards the back of Lu Yin's head. Luine waved his hand and activated the Yu secret art. Master Bei's finger deviated, and the arrow pierced through the void. A strong wind blew through the planet, causing it to tremble. Luine swatted at Master Bei. 30 stacks, 100-fold shockwave palm. There was a thump, but Master Bei did not move at all. Junior, you underestimate me too much. How can a disciple of Taimo Temple be weak when it comes to forging bows and arrows? He then slammed a palm into Lu Yin's chest, causing a stifling pressure to descend and send Luine flying. Luine was not injured. Although the palm's strength had seeped into his body through the cracks in his armor, most of its power had been dispersed. At most, it was equivalent to a peak hunter's strength, and it could not break through his defenses. Master Bei's eyes went wide, and he suddenly retrieved a longbow from his cosmic ring along with an arrow. This was a physical arrow, not an illusion of star energy. With Master Bei's status and power, the physical arrow he used was definitely one of the strongest. The moment Master Bei knocked the arrow, Lu Yin's scalp went numb. An incomparably sharp aura tore through the heavens, and even outer space could not withstand the arrow's tip as it headed straight for Luine. Although Lu Yin's universal armor had withstood an attack from an energy cannon with a power level of 400,000, it had still cracked in the end. Furthermore, that was an energy cannon, and this was a battle technique. If this arrow struck him, the power that passed through the cracks would be enough to severely injure him. This arrow was equivalent to the power of Hugh Phineas' 5 blazing feathers. The arrow's sharpness caused even the heavens to tremble. Lu Ying immediately took out his super flash. The tear grenade detonated. The blinding light was like a star exploding, illuminating the entire universe. Each tear grenade had been upgraded 22 times, and it was enough to blind a peak hunter. Even an enlighter would be affected, and they would be blinded for an instant. Lu Ying did not flee, as Elder Wu's poison had been tossed out along with the flash grenade. Although Elder Wu was just an ordinary enlighter in the outerverse, his poisons were terrifying. Poisons had nothing to do with one's power level, and if used properly, they could even kill powerhouses who were far stronger than him. The flash grenade blinded Master Bei for less than 2 seconds, and when he opened his eyes again, he found that Lu Ying was still standing in the same spot. Lu Yin's scalp went numb as an extreme crisis enveloped him. The sound of metal clashing accompanied the arrow, and he subconsciously activated the Yu's secret art. The void in front of him ruptured as the tip of the arrow shot out. The moment it was about to pierce Lu Yin's body, the Yu's secret art changed its direction. However, the arrow was only slightly deflected, and it still pierced his left abdomen. Coincidentally, it had pierced through a crack in his armor, and the sharp aura entered his body through the crack. At that moment, Lu Ying felt as if his organs were being stirred up. He spat out a mouthful of blood and hurriedly swallowed some special medicine. Even with his 8-lined battle force and powerful physical body, he was unable to withstand the sharpness of the arrow. His entire body was sent flying into outer space by the powerful impact of the arrow. Master Bei sneered. His arrow contained an indestructible material that was not inferior to the boulder arrow that Lu Ying had found at Arrow Mountain. His arrow had been infused with arrow intent, and even an expert with a power level of over 300,000 would not be able to withstand it. However, Lu Ying had not been pierced through by the arrow. That universal armor's defenses had exceeded Master Bei's expectations. Master Bei was about to chase after Lu Ying, but his expression suddenly changed. Dark brown spots appeared on his body, and he felt intense pain as if countless ants were biting him. He looked up and cried out, "Junior, you poisoned me." Lu Ying was sent flying into outer space, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. He lowered his head and looked at the arrow that had pierced into the crack. He panted heavily, as he had been too unlucky to have been hit by the arrow. His injuries were much more severe than he had expected. Fortunately, he had upgraded his universal armor in Myriad City. Otherwise, even if it had been in perfect condition, it might not have been able to block that arrow. The Temple of Taimo was as famous as the Dark Phoenix clan, and Master Bei did not have as many rune lines as Hugh Phineas. However, with this arrow alone, Master Bei was far more threatening than Hugh Phineas. This was the destructive power of an arrow, and the Temple of Taimo had the power to dominate the battlefield. "Your Highness, what's wrong?" Peach hurried over, her face pale. Lu Ying waved a hand. "It's nothing. Stay away." Back on the planet, Master Bei's star energy danced about, causing the void to crack. He took a step forward, and the planet beneath him began to crack. It would not last much longer. Master Bei glared at Lu Ying. "Junior, you poisoned me." "Despicable." Lu Ying sneered. "You're an enlighter, yet you want to fight an explorer like me? Who's despicable?" More and more dark brown spots appeared on Master Bei's body, and the pain in his body increased. He gritted his teeth and growled, "Junior, I'll catch you and make you wish you were dead." He then took out another arrow and aimed it at Lu Ying. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. Why was there another arrow? Were there many of these arrows in the temple? "Your Highness, use that." Peach gestured twice. She wanted him to use the miniature arrow. "How do I use it?" Peach was just about to teach him how to use mini arrow when a loud shout rang out from the distance. At the same time, an arrow of star energy appeared and tore through the void, heading straight for Beifong. Teacher Bei's heart sank. Why was the sect leader here? Lu Ying heaved a sigh of relief. When Bei had attacked that spacecraft, he had notified Headmaster Gong Ling. They were in the Mordor Weave, and although there was still some distance between them and Taimo Temple, with the speed of an enlighter, this was the perfect time to arrive. Gong Ling's appearance had resolved Lu Ying and Peach's crisis, which infuriated Peking Master. However, there was nothing he could do, such a heaven-sent opportunity had actually failed. "Sorry, Peking University." I've disappointed you again, Luin mocked. Master Bei glared at Luin. Junior, I won't let you off. Luin narrowed his eyes. I won't let you off either. Gongling appeared between the two of them. He first looked at Peach, and when he saw that she was fine, he heaved a sigh of relief. He then angrily glared at Peking teacher. Give me an explanation. Explanation? Master Bei was puzzled, but then he suddenly understood. Senior, you must have misunderstood. The battlefield is dangerous, and I had no choice but to use this method to bring little Peach back. Please forgive me. You're lying. You clearly wanted to kill me and get the arrow. Peach angrily rebuked. Master Bei shook his head with a bitter smile. Little Peach, you've misunderstood. Someone told you that, right? The one who coveted the arrow from Taiyamo Temple is not me, but the one beside you. Gongling looked at Luin. Luin had never thought that Master Bei, an enlighter who was even slightly stronger than Hu Phineas, would be so shameless. He was just too thick-skinned. Peach gritted her teeth in anger. Master Bei remained calm. He was the elder of Taiyamo Temple and had an extremely high status. He was also one of the successors of the Three Arrows. As long as there was no concrete evidence, even the head of Taiyamo Temple could not do anything to him. Luin looked at Master Bei and smiled. He then activated his gadget, and Master Bei's words to Peach appeared on the screen. Hand over the arrow, and I'll let you die comfortably. As for the head of Taiyamo Temple, his position will be mine sooner or later. Stop dreaming. No one will know that you died here. This place is very far from Armament Weave, and no one will know that you died here. Master Bei's expression changed, and he glared at Luin as if he wanted to eat him alive. Gongling's face sank, and he looked at Master Bei. Junior, are you dissatisfied with your position as the elder of Taiyamo Temple? Master Bei shouted, Senior, it's fake. They faked it. Are you saying that they knew that you would bring little Peach here, and that's why they faked this video? Even the environment is from the planet below? Gongling countered. Master Bei's eyes flickered, and he clenched his fists, unable to quibble. Peach was pleased. See? He's a wolf with wild ambitions. People like him are the most sinister. Kill him. We must kill him. Gongling looked at Master Bei with a cold glint in his eyes. He took a deep breath and said, Return to Taiyamo Temple and go into seclusion for 100 years to reflect on your mistakes. You are not to take a single step outside. Master Bei was helpless. Yes, Senior. He then looked past Gongling at Luin. At this moment, Peach was insignificant in his eyes. Only this person, who he had not taken seriously from the start, had blocked his attack and poisoned him. His body was in intense pain, and now, he had to go into seclusion for 100 years. He would remember this grudge. Luin watched Master Bei leave. The man's gaze was calm and indifferent, and he no longer had the murderous intent and towering rage from before. However, the more calm he was, the more terrifying he was. Gongling sighed and looked at Peach apologetically. I never thought that something like this would happen. Don't worry, little Peach. I'll keep a close eye on him and won't let him harm you again. Peach grunted and stared at Gongling with wide eyes. At the same time, she tugged at Luyin's arm and whispered, Compensation. Luyin seemed to wake up from a dream. Right, I almost forgot. Compensation. The monkey's voice rang out. Seventh bro, this girl has been with you for so long that she's becoming more and more like you. She's even helping you compensate her own people. She's really something. When Gongling heard Peach's words, he smiled bitterly. My Temple of Taiyamo should indeed compensate for this incident. We'll compensate for the losses we caused to the Great Eastern Alliance. How about this, 100,000 star essence? Luyin shook his head and solemnly said, if it were just my personal losses, then I wouldn't take a single cent. After all, it was the headmaster who arrived in time to protect us. However, Master Bei kidnapped Peach, which affected the war between the Great Eastern Alliance and Armament Weave. That's hard to say. Luyin's appetite had grown, and after his trip to Myriad City, 100,000 star essence was nothing to him, even though it would have been an astronomical sum to him in the past. Gongling laughed. What does Alliance Master Lu want? Lu Yin solemnly replied, we'll compensate for the losses. This junior boldly requests that the Temple of Timo participate in the war and help the Great Eastern Alliance break through Armament Weave's defenses. Gong Ling frowned. The Temple of Timo had always stood aloof from worldly affairs, and they had only invaded Myriad Veil Weave because Myriad Veil Weave had the ores and materials that they needed. If they participated in the war now, then they would be violating the Temple of Timo's ancestral teachings, which put him in a difficult position. Peach came to Gong Ling's side and said, Master Bei, that bad guy injured us. Look, His Highness even spat out blood. He did that to protect me. There was still a trace of blood at the corner of Lu Yin's mouth. Master Bei's arrow had not been light. Gong Ling whispered to Peach, the Temple of Timo can't participate in the power struggle not because we don't have any desires, but because of the pressure from the innerverse. Once the Temple of Timo acts, who in the outerverse can stop us? At that time, it won't be the outerverse weaves that will deal with us, but the innerverse and even the Hall of Honor. Do you understand? Peach blinked. But the Dark Phoenix tribe is participating in the war. Gong Ling choked. The three great powers of the outerverse had been warned not to casually invade other weaves. The Temple of Timo's invasion of Myriad Veil Weave had caused many powers of the innerverse to be displeased. The Dark Phoenix tribe and Wan Xianxia had been the same, but now that the Dark Phoenix tribe was participating in the war, Gong Ling had no reason to refuse. Peach also looked at him with an aggrieved expression. This brat had suffered too much, and even now, she still could not change the innocence that she had kept up for so many years. It made his heart ache. Gong Ling sighed. All right, I agree. The Temple of Timo will join the Great Eastern Alliance's invasion of Armament Weave, but only against Armament Weave. Lu Yin was delighted, and he quickly bowed. Thank you, Senior. Gong Ling glared at Lu Yin. Take good care of little Peach. If anything happens, you'll be held responsible. He then turned and left. Peach gestured to Lu Yin that she had succeeded. Lu Yin was in high spirits as he looked towards Armament Weave. The Temple of Timo had officially joined the war. Wei Rong, let's see how you handle this. Within the spacecraft, Wei Rong looked into the distance with an uneasy expression. Yifeng appeared. Are you worried? Wei Rong calmly replied, Lu Yin has disappeared. He probably went to the Temple of Timo to ask for forgiveness, Yifeng said. Wei Rong smiled disdainfully. The Temple of Timo has a deep foundation, and they have the strength to destroy the Great Eastern Alliance. However, Lu Yin has the Hall of Honor behind him. If he really did fall out with them, he might not necessarily be afraid of the Temple of Timo then. What about the Wei family? That brat died on the battlefield at the hands of our people, Yifeng said. Wei Rong had not told anyone about Peach, so he did not answer Yifeng's question. Lu Yin was not an impulsive person. He had suddenly disappeared, and even Lu Yin Zishan and the others did not know about it. There was only one possibility, he might have discovered something. Wei Rong was very confident in his arrangements, and he was certain that no one would discover that Peach had been sent to the Moto Weave. Even if Lu Yin sensed that something was wrong, he would not be able to find her. But for some reason, he just could not relax. Not long after, an urgent sound came from his gadget, and his screen opened. Wei Baichuan's image appeared, and his face was deathly pale with a trace of despair. Little Rong, it's not good. The Temple of Timo's 100,000 disciples have officially joined the war and are helping the Great Eastern Alliance. When he heard Wei Baichuan's words, Wei Rong's mind was shaken, and he felt as if he had been struck by a hammer. His face paled. I understand. Little Rong, we've really decided to leave the ancestral planet and head to Myriad City, Wei Baichuan said. Wei Rong had only been using the ancestral planet as a pretense to numb Lu Yin, but this time, the Wei family was truly afraid. Wei Rong's gaze turned cold. No need. I've already made preparations. Wei Baichuan was shocked. You've already made preparations? Wei Rong turned off his screen and closed his eyes. Yifeng was astonished. You've really made preparations? Wei Rong opened his eyes. It's just a matter of mutual destruction. Yifeng solemnly said, no matter what you want to do, think about the Wei family. This family has been passed down for countless years, and even their genealogy has been cut off multiple times. Don't let the entire Wei family die because of you. Wei Rong activated his gadget and contacted someone, only saying, "Let's begin." He had not expected to actually use this move. He was a cautious person, and no matter who his opponent was, he would never have only one backup plan. However, this time, he had used all of the Wei family's backup plans. His spy in the Hall of Tai Mo had been completely exposed, but he had still not been able to resolve this crisis. He could only take a gamble. He had once thought that his opponent would be Wang Wen, Xianxia, or even one of the geniuses from the Innerverse. He had never expected to be suppressed by Lu Yin and forced to use all of his trump cards. In outer space, Lu Yin and Peach found a spacecraft and headed to Armament Weave. This was an ordinary spacecraft, and it would take at least a month to reach Armament Weave. He decided to wait until they left Mordor Weave before finding a place to buy a Radiant-grade spacecraft. Unfortunately, he had given the collapsible spacecraft to Hai Chi-Chi, who had gone off to explore the Astral River. Deep in his heart, he did not wish for the Innerverse and Outerverse to be connected so quickly. That huge lie had made him tremble in fear. In the Outerverse, the most likely route to the Innerverse was endless shipping. Lu Yin considered finding a time to form a relationship with endless shipping. It would be best if he could join them like how he had joined Aegis. The leader is really efficient. With 100,000 disciples participating, we'll definitely win, Your Highness, Peach said happily. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief. With the Temple of Tai Mo participating in the battle, even if the Dark Phoenix tribe moved to Armament Weave, it wouldn't make a difference. On the battlefield, the Temple of Tai Mo's deterrence wasn't something that the Dark Phoenix tribe could compare to. The various powers of the Outerverse fell silent. With the Temple of Tai Mo joining the fray, the Wei family was finished. Many forces in the Central Weave retreated from the battlefield. Even the Umbral Butterfly tribe had withdrawn from Armament Weave. Angie tried to stop them, but it was useless. The Umbral Butterfly tribe could not be buried along with the Wei clan. The people of the Dark Phoenix race also retreated. The dust of this war had already settled. No one could stop the Great Eastern Alliance. Hil Anna was busy. The various forces that had participated in the war in the Central Weave contacted him, hoping to repair their relationship. The Wei family was finished, and they didn't want the Great Eastern Alliance to target them because of this war. In a single night, the Wei family seemed to have been abandoned by the entire universe. Xianxia was deep in thought as she held Xiaonan in her arms. Xiaonan's face turned red. "Young master, is the Wei clan finished?" Xianxia stared at the huge star chart in front of her, waiting for something. Her gadget beeped as a message arrived. Xianxia glanced at it, and she suddenly relaxed. Xiaonan was puzzled. "What's wrong, young master?" Xianxia stroked Xiaonan's face. "Wei Rong hasn't admitted defeat yet. It won't be that easy for Lu Yin to win." Xiaonan was puzzled. "Why?" Xianxia's lips curled up. "Because the Wei family hasn't really left the homeworld." Xianxia did not want the Wei family to be defeated. She did not like Wei Rong, but she was even more afraid that Lu Yin would win the war and enter Armament Weave. Wei Rong only wished for the world to be in chaos, and he thought that he could lead the way and do something earth-shattering. In Xianxia's opinion, he was just messing around. The Wei family did not have the power to conquer the universe, and they could not do it with their brains alone. However, Lu Yin was different. This person was truly dangerous. He had the Hall of Honor behind him, an extremely high cultivation talent, and an iron fist. Everything about him seemed to be in preparation for the unification of the Outerverse. Once this person entered Armament Weave, he would obtain a stepping stone to conquer another weave. In the future, Myriad City would be in danger as well. She had never believed that the three great powers were invincible. The Neo-Human Alliance had almost taken away Myriad City, and compared to the Neo-Human Alliance, Lu Yin would not be easy to deal with. In fact, he might even be harder to deal with. Fortunately, Wei Rong was supportive, and she hoped that this guy would be able to stop Lu Yin. The 100,000 disciples of Tai Mo Temple were riding Radiant-grade spacecraft, and their speed was much faster than Lu Yin's. One day later, they were about to enter Armament Weave. However, at this moment, an unexpected event disrupted the expected outcome. On the Great Yu Empire's Xinyu star, Lu Ting had exposed a strategic plan for the invasion of the western frontier, and the person who had written the plan was Xianxia. The strategic plan for the invasion of the western frontier was detailed and well organized. The first step was to cause chaos in the western frontier, and the goal was to destroy Shamrock Enterprises and Aurora Corporation. This plan would disrupt the market and break the existing structure. It would also break Shamrock Enterprises' control over the pharmaceutical industry, lower Aurora Corporation's transaction rate, and acquire Aurora Corporation's Radiant-grade spacecraft. This plan was filled with tens of thousands of words, and it fully demonstrated the author's firm determination to invade the western frontier. The plan's exposure shocked the entire universe, and it had started from the eastern weaves and spread to the western weaves in less than an hour. Countless people saw the plan that had been exposed in the media, and they saw the Great Yu Empire's ambition. Xianxia's name spread throughout the universe, and it was accompanied by her resume. She had once worked at the border of the Innerverse Erudite Flow Zone, where she had served as Commander Shui Xianxia's adjutant. The Great Eastern Alliance plan had also come from her. Lu Yin had seen the plan that had been exposed in the media, and it had been Xiaoya who had informed him. Her media company had also received the news, but they had not dared to expose it. Lu Yin wanted to stop them, but there was nothing he could do. Unless he controlled the entire Outerverse and the entire network, he would not be able to stop them. This plan was completely non-existent. Lu Yin had indeed wanted to unify the Outerverse, but he had never drawn up such a plan, and neither had Xianxia. However, this plan had been dug up by Lu Ting, and more importantly, it had detailed the methods used to deal with Shamrock Enterprises and Aurora Enterprises. It was exactly the same as what had happened to those two companies not too long ago. Someone had used the results to frame him. Lu Yin immediately thought of Wei Rong. But before he could contact Wei Rong, his gadget beeped. It was an unfamiliar call. Lu Yin opened the call, and a voice answered, "Alliance Master Lu, I'm Yu Mu, the president of Shamrock Enterprises in the Outerverse." Lu Yin was shocked. He knew who Yu Mu was, and his status was even higher than Aufman and Shen Fu's. He held the highest authority in Shamrock Enterprises in the Outerverse. He had not expected Shamrock Enterprises to contact him so quickly. "President Yu, it's an honor to meet you," Lu Yin said politely. Yu Mu's voice was low as he suppressed his anger. "Shamrock Enterprises has always stood aloof from worldly affairs, but we've been underestimated by Alliance Master Lu. If you want to invade Xizjiang, your first step is to deal with Shamrock Enterprises." Lu Yin hurriedly replied, "President Yu, you've misunderstood. This plan is fake. I'll investigate whether it's real or not, and I'll personally make a trip to Xinyu Star. I'll be there in 5 days at most. Alliance Master Lu, I hope that you'll be there when I arrive, or don't blame me for being impolite. I know that you have the Hall of Honor's backing, but I can tell you that there are some people that even the Hall of Honor has to be wary of," Yu Mu said loudly. Lu Yin frowned. "President Yu, you think too highly of yourself. Even as a leader, I'm not afraid of enlighters. Ask Elder Lohar and see if he can stop me," Yu Mu said bluntly before hanging up. Madame Naylan immediately contacted Lu Yin after he ended the call, and he answered. She was helpless. "Your Highness, what should I say about you?" "The plan is fake," Lu Yin said. She replied, "I know, but if it's true, then it wouldn't have been exposed. You have to be careful. Shamrock Enterprises and Aurora Enterprises aren't the same as the 4 major corporations." "How much do you know?" Lu Yin asked. She was helpless. "It's best if you ask the Hall of Honor." "I'm not too sure either." Soon after, people started contacting Lu Yin to ask him what was going on, including Meng Tianlong, Mu Nikhang, and the others. Lu Yin was annoyed, and he ignored all of them. Instead, he contacted Elder Lohar, but he could not reach him. Elder Lohar was not always an Iron Blood Weave, and there were many places in the universe that could not be connected to the network. Lu Yin thought about it and then decided to contact Wei Rong, as he was the only one who would frame him. At this time, Xiaoya sent him another message. Another plan had been discovered, and its name was Western Frontier Integration Plan. The author was Wei Rong, and the location of the discovery was the Wei family's ancestral planet. When Luin heard the news, he put down his hand, as he did not want to contact Wei Rong anymore. At this moment, not only did he not let go of his suspicions about Wei Rong, but he was even more certain that Wei Rong was behind this. Since a plan was fake, it would not be difficult for them to find out. The person who would benefit from this fake plan would naturally be the one who had framed Luin. Since Luin had been framed, Wei Rong would be the one who would benefit. Since Luin had used Shamrock Enterprises to deal with Luin, the Wei family would also be in trouble once it was discovered. Now that Wei Rong had deliberately exposed his own plan, it was the same as telling everyone that he had been framed. Although Shamrock Enterprises and Aurora Enterprises might not believe it, it had effectively reduced their suspicions about Wei Rong. With Wei Rong's caution, as long as Yumu and the others did not use force to pressure him, it would be impossible for them to find out the truth. This was Wei Rong's method, and there was no point in contacting him at this time. Luin felt a chill run down his spine. Just how many backup plans did this person have? He had to get rid of him this time, and once this matter was over, he would have to get the old smoker to step in. This person was too dangerous, and Luin could not hold back. "Where are we going now, Your Highness?" Peach asked. Luin solemnly replied, "Back to Xinyu Star." It would take too long for a normal spacecraft to reach Xinyu Star. A day later, Luin arrived at a bustling planet. After much difficulty, he managed to buy a luxurious spacecraft that was 5 times faster than a normal spacecraft. Although it could not compare to a Radiant-grade spacecraft, there were still 4 days left, which was more than enough time for them to reach Xinyu Star. Yumu's words echoed in Luyin's mind. This person did not even care about Elder Lohar, which meant that his power level was close to 400,000. This was Luyin's first time experiencing the power of such a colossus. In the entire Outerverse, there were very few people whose power levels exceeded 300,000, and Luin could count the number of people he knew on one hand. He did not know how powerful Yumu was, but it couldn't be more than 400,000, right? That shouldn't be possible. On the surface, Shamrock Enterprises was just a pharmaceutical company that focused on profit. However, Luin had not forgotten about his classmate, Dark Void, who was one of Shamrock's seedlings. His innate gift was Void Explosion, and he had been the leader of Astral 10's selection. Dark Void was second only to Luin, Xiao Luo, and Silver, and was even slightly more powerful than Lulu Mavis and Michelle. No one knew how many seedlings with such innate gifts there were, as Dark Void had only been a Lemmeter back then. What about explorers? Cruisers? What about hunters? They all had seedlings. This was the true power of such a colossus. 4 days later, Luin returned to Xinyu Star. At this moment, the biggest news in the Outerverse was the 2 plans that were aimed directly at the western frontier. This caused the various great powers there to be furious, and they even seemed like they were about to declare war on Luin and Wei Rong. They felt like they had been underestimated. When Luin returned to Xinyu Star, Huansha hurried over to report the results of her investigation. Just as Luin had expected, the investigation had not been difficult. The so-called plan had only been written a month ago, and Enya had already followed Luin to Armament Weave a month ago, so it was impossible for her to have written it. Luin ordered people to gather all the evidence and place it in King Zishan's palace as he waited for Yumu's arrival. Yumu arrived, bringing Enya with him. A huge pressure descended on Xinyu Star, and Yumu announced his arrival with Enya in his hands. Enya's face was pale, and her lips were cracked. Her face was haggard, and it was obvious that it had not been easy for her to travel from Armament Weave to Xinyu Star. Yumu had not treated her well, and she was being held like a prisoner. Luin was furious. Go ahead and investigate it. 2 days ago, Elder Lohar had contacted Luin and told him about Yumu's situation. This person had a power level of 370,000, which surpassed Elder Lohar's. He was an existence that could not be provoked in the Outerverse. In the Outerverse, Shamrock Enterprises was a colossus. Aside from their enormous influence, terrifying wealth, and background, their greatest deterrent was the existence of this person. If Jeffrey was in the Lockbreaker Society, then no one would dare to do anything to the Lockbreaker Society. If Jeffrey was in the Outerverse, then no one would dare to do anything to Shamrock Enterprises. Yumu's gaze was calm, and he ignored Lu Yin's rage. He did not care about this person. Even though the innerverse and outerverse had yet to be separated, the main company had asked him to try to win over this person, and he had done so. When the Great Eastern Alliance had first been established, he had even asked Shenfu to send gifts. However, that was just a formality, and he was a businessman. Deep down, Yumu did not care about this person. Yumu used his star energy to scan through all of the evidence. He then said, "Alliance Master Liu, it looks like someone wants to use Shamrock Enterprises to deal with you. Do you know who it is?" Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. "I don't know." Yumu laughed. "Please don't take offense, Alliance Master Liu. This female subordinate of yours was once the adjutant of the human traitor Shui Chuanqiao. She cannot be trusted, so I had no choice but to come here personally." He then nonchalantly tossed down a cosmic ring. "I'm a businessman, and I'm particular about fairness. This is my apology. Farewell, Alliance Master Liu." When Yumu had arrived, he had caused a huge commotion that had caused Xinyu Star to tremble. It was as if the entire star had been unable to withstand the pressure, but when he left, he was as calm as the wind, and no one could stop him. This was what it meant to be a powerhouse. Ever since the innerverse and outerverse had been separated, Lu Yin had rarely experienced such a feeling. It was similar to when he had faced the various great powers in the innerverse, where he had been treading on thin ice. Yumu had left a very deep impression on him. Case carefully walked in and picked up the cosmic ring on the ground. Lu Yin barked, "Give it to me." Case carefully handed it over. Lu Yin took it and put it away without even looking at what was inside. He wanted to return this cosmic ring to Yumu in its original state. No matter what was inside, even if it was 1,000,000 or 10,000,000 star essences, he would not take it. "Your Highness, please do me a favor," Enya said softly, her voice weak. Lu Yin replied, "Don't worry, I'll take revenge for you." Enya shook her head and bitterly said, "I don't care how Yumu treats me, but he insulted the commander. I beg your Highness to uphold justice for the commander." Lu Yin's expression turned serious. "All right, I promise you." "Thank you, Your Highness." Enya was grateful, but then she fainted. Lu Yin hurriedly had someone treat her. Enya was not injured, but Yumu's speed was not something that she could withstand. Even if her body was protected, her mind would not be able to take it. The evidence was easy to gather, and Yumu could see through it with a single glance. There were too many flaws. If Xinyu Star was like this, then the Wei family would definitely be the same. Evidence that could be gathered with a single glance would not buy much time, so why would Wei Rong do this? Lu Yin did not understand. Yumu's investigation of the two plans would only stop the war in Armament Weave for 10 days at most. After that, the war would continue, and the Wei family would still be doomed. What was the point of Yumu trying to buy these 10 days? That night, Lu Yin's gadget rang. It was Wei Rong who had contacted him. He tapped on his screen, and Wei Rong's image appeared on it. He had a faint smile on his face, and he looked at Lu Yin with a hint of schadenfreude. "How was it, Brother Liu? Yumu has already gone to Armament Weave." "I believe that you've already prepared the evidence," Lu Yin said calmly. Wei Rong smiled. "Of course. It's obvious that someone is trying to frame me, so it won't be difficult to investigate." Lu Yin said, "Yumu isn't stupid. Even if you implicate yourself, he will still suspect you. Are you really confident that you can shake off his suspicions?" Wei Rong shrugged. "I didn't do it. Yumu would never accuse a good person." Lu Yin was puzzled. Even if Yumu intervened to stop the war, he would only buy you 10 days at most. What can you do in 10 days? Wei Rong's lips curled up. "Let's not talk about that for now. I'd like to ask Brother Liu, how did it feel today?" Lu Yin knew that Wei Rong was asking about Yumu's attitude, and he calmly asked, "What are you trying to say?" "Nothing much. Brother Liu, there's someone who had a taste of what you experienced today, and I'm about to face it as well, so I'm just asking out of curiosity." Wei Rong smiled. Lu Yin frowned. "Are you talking about Star Fox?" Wei Rong nodded and sighed. "Yes. The Mavis Bank was robbed, Aegis was wrongly accused, and an important base was destroyed. In the end, there wasn't even a word of apology. What a colossus." Lu Yin's finger twitched, as Wei Rong's words had hit the nail on the head. Yumu's benevolent attitude infuriated Lu Yin even more than the Dark Phoenix clan's despicable behavior. This was the attitude of these colossus, they were all high and mighty. Today, Lu Yin had also not heard a single word of apology. Wei Rong beamed at Lu Yin. Brother Lu, don't mind them. That's just how they are. Unless the situation changes, these people will be the top figures of the Outerverse. You and I are nothing more than clowns in their eyes. Lu Yin stared at Wei Rong. No matter what you say, it won't change the outcome of this war. Wei Rong smiled. It's just a casual remark. Brother Lu, just remember what I said. As for the war, it's about to end. He then waved goodbye to Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. The war was about to end. Wei Rong would not speak without thinking, and he was definitely confident. Where did his confidence come from? Whether or not the war would end was in Lu Yin's hands, but why was Wei Rong so confident? Lu Yin could not help but contact Wang Wen. The war had already reached this stage, and he did not want to give up. Wang Wen had not given Lu Yin a clear answer, as Lu Yin did not know either. It was easy to scheme against others, but it was very difficult to realize that someone was scheming against you, especially someone as smart as Wei Rong. The only thing that Lu Yin could think of was that Wei Rong would use a powerful force to reverse the situation and force Lu Yin to stop the war. In the entire Outerverse, only those colossi or Wan Qianqing had the ability to force Lu Yin to stop the war. Lu Yin suddenly thought of Wan Qianqing. Did Wei Rong have the ability to force Wan Qianqing to take action? Wan Qianqing was a war fort, and its energy cannons could reach 400,000 points. It was rumored that there were even more. Once Wan Qianqing took action, the war would indeed stop. Check if Wan Qianqing has made any movements recently, Lu Yin ordered Qian Yan. Nothing. They've been constantly rebuilding. I've been keeping an eye on Wan Qianqing, Qian Yan immediately replied. Lu Yin tapped his fingers on the table as he pondered. No matter how Lu Yin guessed, he would never have guessed that Wei Rong had released a secret that was even more shocking than the two plans from before. Yumu left Armament Weave and confirmed that the two plans were fake. All of the major media outlets in the Outerverse changed the topic, and they all began to clarify things. The major powers of the Western Weaves were satisfied, as this was more like it. They were not pushovers, and Wei Rong had actually dared to invade their territory. Due to Shamrock Enterprises' interference, the war was stopped for 10 days. The moment Yumu left Armament Weave, Lu Ying Zishan immediately contacted Lu Yin to ask if they wanted to start the war. Lu Yin immediately gave the order, fight. 100,000 disciples from the Temple of Tai Mo had already arrived at the front lines. If they did not fight, then there would be no more opportunities. Lu Yin gave the order, and the 100,000 disciples shot arrows at Armament Weave's defensive line. Spacecraft, astral warhorses, and cultivators were all pierced through in an instant, and the entire defensive line collapsed. Armament Weave could not withstand the attacks of the Temple of Taimo's disciples. Even if they joined forces with the Dark Phoenix tribe, the Umbral Butterfly tribe, the Ghost Shadow Sword sect, and dozens of other powers, they would not be able to withstand the onslaught, let alone the Wei family. The Temple of Tai Mo rarely participated in wars, and this battle shook the heavens. In Frostwave Weave, Xiaoya was sorting out the reports praising Lu Yin, and she looked at her subordinates with dissatisfaction. This matter is too small. His Highness' achievements cannot be too small. If you don't have any, then make up something for me. The purpose of our existence is to make His Highness's image greater and more glorious, especially during times of war. Understand? Yes, Chief Editor, everyone answered. They were all rather vexed. They did not dare to do so, as Wei Rong was the Great Eastern Alliance's alliance master. What if they made up something bad? Just as everyone was busy trying to come up with a glorious image for Lu Yin, the door was suddenly pushed open, and a girl rushed in with a panicked expression. Big Xianxia, look at the internet. Xiaoya immediately turned on her gadget. At the same time, countless people in the Outerverse saw the network and discovered a shocking secret. On Xenu Star, Lu Yin arrived at the space station, as he planned to head to Armament Weave. He wanted to personally monitor the battle. Even if Wei Rong really did have something up his sleeve, he wanted to be the first to know. At that moment, Gavin, Garop, and the rest rushed over in a panic. Your Highness, look at the network. Lu Yin's heart sank, and he immediately switched on his gadget. When he saw the internet, his expression changed drastically. He had never expected that Wei Rong would be using his secret. The internet was flooded with information about Lu Yin's past. He had gone through Earth's trial, left Earth to participate in the astral combat tournament, and so on. Any normal person would know all of this, but Wei Rong had not exposed all of this. Instead, he had exposed Lu Yin's experiences before he had gone to Earth, such as the trial of the 10 arbiters and a piece of paper with the surname Lu. A single piece of paper with the surname Lu and 72 lives. This was what Lu Yin cared about the most, and it was the driving force behind his cultivation. Now, the entire Outerverse knew about this. Lu Yin's surname was not a legal primeval surname, and he had once been tried by the 10 arbiters. A piece of paper with the surname Lu had been banished from the Innerverse, and he had only stayed on Earth for a year. More importantly, he had been tried by the 10 arbiters, and his identity as a primeval surname was not legal. The universe had a strong prejudice against primeval surnames, and anyone who did not have a legal identity with a primeval surname was like a rat crossing the street. This was especially true in the Innerverse. Although it was not as exaggerated as being killed, they would still be expelled if they were discovered. Back then, Big Sis and the others had been banished from the Innerverse because his surname was illegal. Although the Outerverse was not as extreme as the Innerverse, there was still a strong prejudice against people with illegal primeval surnames. More importantly, the Hall of Honor was prejudiced against people with illegal primeval surnames. Everyone knew that Lu Yin was backed by the Hall of Honor. Now that his identity had been exposed, would the Hall of Honor still protect him? Was it still possible to protect him? Even if the Hall of Honor wanted to protect Lu Yin, now that the entire Outerverse knew about it, how could the Hall of Honor protect him with so many people watching? What would those in the Outerverse who were fighting for him think? What would the various powers of the Great Eastern Alliance think? What would the Alliance Army think? How could a person with a primeval surname without a legal identity become the Alliance leader? What right do they have to start a war? This was equivalent to a thief wanting to become an emperor. How could the nobles and scholars agree to this? How could they agree to this? Lu Yin had never expected that Wei Rong would actually reveal this secret. Up until now, he had never told anyone about this secret. As for hiding it was impossible for him to do so. If someone wanted to investigate it, they would eventually be able to find out. However, no one would have thought about it from this perspective. His identity had always been very normal, and no one had bothered to investigate this matter. He had never expected that Wei Rong would use him today. The battle and armament weave came to a sudden halt, and the disciples of Tai Mo Temple stopped attacking. They had received orders from the temple master to stay put and observe the situation. Within Armament Weave, many people from various great powers of the Innerverse suddenly appeared and joined the Wei family's side to fight against the Great Eastern Alliance's allied forces. Some of these people came from the Day-Night clan, some from the Northline Flow Zone, and some from the Sun family. Their goal was simple: expel Lu Yin and restore the universe's attitude towards the primeval surnames. The Innerverse wasn't something that the Outerverse powers could compare to, and any random disciple from the Innerverse was not weak. These people were far more intimidating than the Dark Phoenix clan, even if they didn't have a powerhouse on the level of Hu Finya's. This represented the Innerverse attitude. Countless people looked at Xinyu Star, waiting for the Hall of Honor's response. Wei Rong was very satisfied, as he had discovered this secret after leaving Source Peak Planet. If he wanted to deal with someone, he had to understand everything about them. This was a habit of his. He had never revealed this secret, nor had he told anyone about it. He had been waiting for this moment, where he wanted Lu Yin to reach the peak and then fall to his death. Only when the entire universe focused on this battle could this news immediately spread throughout the Outerverse and force the Hall of Honor to give up on Lu Yin. If they had to choose someone to unify the Outerverse, then Wei Rong would be the most suitable candidate. Of course, Wei Rong was also gambling, and he was gambling on the influence that the illegal primeval surnames would have on the Hall of Honor. Just as he had said to Yifeng, it was a gamble. Madame Naylan looked at the sky with a complicated expression. She had discovered this secret a long time ago, but she had never mentioned it. Now, she had almost forgotten about it. If she had known that Wei Rong would discover this secret, then she would have told Lu Yin so that he could be prepared. but now, it was too late. No one knew what the downsides of having an illegal primeval surname were, but there was one thing that was certain: the entire universe had to reject those with primeval surnames. This was a memory that flowed in the blood of those with primeval surnames. The Hall of Honor was especially hostile towards those with illegal primeval surnames, and Luin would not be able to get past this hurdle. Luin calmly looked at the network as he returned to King Zishan's palace. Garop, Gavin, and the rest did not say a word. They just bowed with heavy expressions. This sudden blow had greatly affected them. Once Lu Yin's illegal status was confirmed, then everything would be over for him, and he might even face the Hall of Honor's trial. At this moment, there was an enlighter from the Hall of Honor on Xinyu Star. Their faces were pale. Was the Great Yu Empire's glory destined to be short-lived? Wendy Yushan looked at the introductions on the network. She did not care about Lu Yin's primeval surname, as it had not been a day or two since Lu Yin's surname was Lu. What she cared about was Lu Yin's past. When he had been brought back to Xinyu Star, the Great Yu Empire had investigated his origins, but they had not been able to find anything. Who would have thought that he would be in the inner verse, and he would even be tried by the 10 arbiters? Ku Wei looked at the introductions online with interest. This war was very interesting, and there were many variations. It was not just a battle of armies, but also of schemes. That Wei Rong was really something, and he had actually managed to force the war to such an extent. Wei Rong had given Luin a classic lesson. Wars were not fought on the battlefield, but outside of it as well. Generally speaking, the secrets that Wei Rong had exposed were enough to make him lose everything he had. Even if he did not die, there would be no chance for him to make a comeback. However, the news on the internet was definitely fake, as how could someone with an illegal primeval surname possess a warrant from the head inquisitor? Luin replied, I would like to ask Elder to help me clarify the legitimacy of my identity. How? Elder Lohar asked. Luin straightened his back. If Elder doesn't know how to clarify, perhaps this might be able to help you. Luin then took out the blood-colored bell. Elder Lohar's expression changed when he saw the blood-colored bell, and he blurted out, You know what this is, don't you? You don't have amnesia. Luin replied in a low voice, I indeed have amnesia, and there are some things that I don't remember. However, there are some things that I have a vague impression of, such as. He then pointed at the blood-colored bell. Elder Lohar hurriedly replied, All right, I understand. I'll help Alliance head Luke clarify things. Luin nodded. Thank you, Elder. He then put the bell away. Elder Lohar then disconnected the call. Luin heaved a sigh of relief, as the lies were becoming more and more obvious. However, if he did not do this, then he would not have been able to maintain his current status. Now that the war and armament we've had ended, many people's attitudes towards him had changed. He had an illegal primeval surname, and this identity had to continue hiding. The only one that could help him was the Hall of Honor, which stood on the side of humanity. The entire universe's prejudice against illegal primeval surnames came from the Hall of Honor, and only they could help him. Elder Lohar was very efficient, or rather, the Hall of Honor's influence was too great. An hour later, all of Lu Yin's secrets had been removed from the internet. At the same time, many influential people had appeared to support Luin, proving that he did not have an illegal primeval surname. Many powers had also been affected, and the winds had suddenly changed. The Hall of Honor would not publicly announce this on the internet, but they had used their influence to forcefully reverse the situation that had been disadvantageous to Luin. Wei Rong had originally planned to unite the various powers of the Innerverse to launch a counterattack against the Great Eastern Alliance after Lu Yin's fall from grace. At the very least, he wanted to eliminate his old enemy, the Six-Fingered Tribe. However, the sudden change in the winds had caught him off guard, and when he confirmed it, his heart sank. He had lost the gamble, but Luin still had a backup plan. In the current Outerverse, the only power that could influence everyone was the Hall of Honor. Although the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, the Hall of Honor's power had been greatly reduced, but its influence was still terrifying. Wei Rong had not expected the Hall of Honor's support for Luin to be so firm that they did not even care about his identity. He was certain that what he had investigated was true, but the Hall of Honor had still acted on Lu Yin's behalf, which meant that Luin had already been prepared for this. Wei Rong immediately ordered the Wei family to withdraw from the homeworld. At the same time, he made a call and said something, but he was not as confident as he had been before. Wei Rong put down his gadget and bitterly said, "I was too hasty. I thought that I had a strategy in place, but I discovered that the enemy is far more powerful than I imagined. Whether or not I can protect the Wei family will depend on the will of the heavens." The various powers of the Innerverse immediately left Armament Weave after the change in the winds. They did not even say goodbye, and they left even more decisively than the Umbral Butterfly tribe. After 2 days of rest, the Great Eastern Alliance's allied forces restarted the war. This time everyone was certain that the outcome would not change. Wei Rong had used all of his methods, and if he could still change the outcome at this time, then it would no longer be a matter of methods, but rather fate. Lu Yin boarded a spacecraft that headed towards Armament Weave. He did not believe that Wei Rong still had a backup plan, and he needed to destroy the Wei family and Wei Rong. The Wei family was like the last fireworks in space that were about to disappear. The Allied forces spent 3 days to break through the Wei family's final defenses. Yifeng led a group of lockbreakers loyal to him to resist, but they were still defeated. The Allied forces were already very close to the Wei family's homeworld. Inside Myriad Thousand City, Xianxia sighed. They were defeated in the end. They couldn't stop the momentum. Xianxia's expression turned ugly. If the Wei family is defeated, who else in the Central Weaves can ally with? They're all exposed to the Great Eastern Alliance. Xianxia calmly replied, "Don't worry, the Central Weaves aren't stupid. More importantly, this war has shown everyone that the Hall of Honor is indeed supporting Lu Yin. They're not just targeting Lu Yin, but also the Hall of Honor. Lu Yin alone isn't worth their attention, but the Hall of Honor is different. Even if Wei Rong is dead, the Central Weaves will still unite and won't allow Lu Yin to invade so easily." Xianxia laughed. Everyone has their own methods. Without Wei Rong, the Central Weaves have lost their brains. Xianxia's eyes flickered. That might not be the case. Xianxia looked at her. "What do you mean?" Xianxia saw that Xianxia was deep in thought, and he sternly said, "You can't be thinking of interfering, right?" "No, Myriad City can't interfere. Even if Lu Yin unifies the Outerverse, he won't be able to threaten Myriad City. Don't give him an excuse to deal with us." Xianxia replied, "I know." Everyone was waiting for the final moment of the Wei family's destruction. Wei Rong ordered the Wei family to withdraw from the ancestral planet, but Wei Baichuan did not. He was the Wei family's patriarch, so he could not leave. The Allied forces were getting closer and closer to the ancestral planet. Wei Baichuan was filled with grief, as he was waiting for his death. Had the Wei family made a mistake all these years? Alliances were ultimately no match for power, and the various powers had abandoned the Wei family without hesitation. This was the so-called alliance, which could only be used to fight battles that went smoothly. Lu Yin reached Armament Weave and quickly headed towards the Wei family's ancestral planet. Wei Rong was not around, but he did not want to execute Wei Baichuan. He still wanted to use Wei Baichuan to bait out Wei Rong. The Wei family was not worth his attention, and the only one he cared about was Wei Rong. Man proposes, but the heavens decide. When Lu Yin finally met up with the Allied forces and prepared to break through the Wei family's final line of defense, the technocracy's invasion shook the Outerverse. The Hall of Honor immediately ordered all wars to stop and transfer resources to the Endless Weaves. At the same time, the powerhouses from the Western Weaves were gathered and sent to the front lines. Just like when Iron Blood Weave had been invaded, everyone had to reach the Endless Weaves within a certain time. Lu Yin's face paled when he heard the news. Had the Sixth Mainland invaded? He immediately contacted Elder Lohar, but Elder Lohar told him that he wasn't sure. All he knew was that a war had broken out between the technocracy and the Endless Weave. As for whether or not it was related to the Sixth Mainland, no one knew. What they had to do now was prepare for the worst. Even if Lu Yin had the chief referee's warrant and Elder Lohar respected him, the Great Eastern Alliance would not be able to take any further action in the face of the righteousness of this war between the races. Even if they were just one step away from annihilating the Wei family, the Great Eastern Alliance would not be able to take any further action. This was a war between the races, and they had to unite against an external enemy. Countless people within the Great Eastern Alliance felt that this was a pity, as they had been so close to occupying Armament Weave. In the starry sky, Wei Rong closed his eyes. In the end, his luck was still quite good. The Wei family had always produced smart people since ancient times, and the advantage of being smart was that they never thought that everything was under their control. Everyone had their own destiny, and the Wei family was no different. No one knew when it had started, but the Wei family had an unshakable iron law, which was that they had to arrange for people to be stationed at the borders between Endless Weave and the Technocracy, as well as Iron Blood Weave and the Astral Beast domain. A war between the races could stop the internal conflicts between the humans and give them a chance to catch their breath. This time, Wei Rong had used his last resort, which was to have the Wei family members who were hiding at the borders of Endless Weave take the initiative to attack the Technocracy and instigate a war between the races. The Technocracy had invaded Endless Weave, but they were too far away from Armament Weave, so they might not be able to stop the war there. Wei Rong had only relied on his luck, and he had hoped that the Hall of Honor would take this matter seriously. If possible, he had hoped that the Astral Beast domain would invade Iron Blood Weave. That way, not only would the war in Armament Weave stop, but all of the exposed experts would also be conscripted to Iron Blood Weave. However, the people that the Wei family had arranged to be stationed in Iron Blood Weave had died in the previous border war. This time, he had hoped to save the Wei family by relying on luck, but even Wei Rong himself had not expected that the Hall of Honor would take this matter more seriously than he had imagined. In fact, it could even be said that they were taking this matter seriously. Not only had the Hall of Honor immediately stopped the Outerverse Civil War, but they had also conscripted countless experts to head to Endless Weave. It was as if the Technocracy was really going to launch a full-scale invasion. Wei Rong felt that the border war that he had directed might not be as simple as he had thought. Only a few people in the entire Outerverse knew about what Luyin had told Elder Lohar. Back when Luyin had merged with the Sixth Mainland's Tong Chao's body, he had heard that the Sixth Mainland could control a portion of the Technocracy's mainframe and had wanted to use the Technocracy to invade the Outerverse. The Hall of Honor had been investigating this matter all this time, but there had been no signs of an invasion. Now that a war had suddenly broken out, the Hall of Honor naturally took this matter seriously. Anything that was linked to the Sixth Mainland was a major event that could wipe out the entire human race. Luyin did not feel that it was a pity that he had not been able to take down the Wei family. Compared to the Sixth Mainland, the Wei family was too insignificant. Director Wei Rong's border war had caused a misunderstanding between Luyin and the Hall of Honor, which had saved the Wei family. It could only be said that the Wei family was not destined to die. Luyin ordered the Allied forces to withdraw from the Great Eastern Alliance, and the 100,000 disciples of the Hall of Taimo returned to the Moto Weave. The invasion of Armament Weave was temporarily halted. However, this was only a temporary halt. As long as the border was secured, the Allied forces would make a comeback. Luyin ordered the Great Eastern Alliance to once again conscript the experts from the various powers to join the Allied forces in preparation for the next war. Of course, it was also possible that this was to prepare for the Technocracy's invasion. Your Highness, it's such a pity. We were only one step away, Enya said helplessly. Luyin returned to Xinyu Star and looked at his star chart. He then looked at the borders of the Endless Weave. If the Outerverse is gone, then what does a mere Wei family amount to? What did you say, Your Highness? Enya was puzzled. Luyin shook his head. Nothing much. Just tally up the losses and quickly conscript the experts to join the Allied forces. You must ensure that the Allied forces' combat power is maintained. Understood. Now that the war had ended, there were still a lot of things that needed to be taken care of, which gave Luyin a headache. The war had started, and everyone had been united against the common enemy. Now that it had ended, there would be a lot of work to do. Luyin's gadget beeped, and he glanced at it. It was Wei Rong. He tapped on his screen, and Wei Rong's image appeared. He smiled happily. Brother Lu, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Luyin solemnly replied, the border war is a matter of race. Use your intelligence to deal with the Technocracy. I'm actually glad that I didn't kill you. Wei Rong's expression was solemn. Brother Lu is righteous. I admire you. Luyin's eyes narrowed. In this war, Brother Wei has consolidated at every step. You've taken one step and calculated 3 steps ahead. I admire you as well. Wei Rong smiled. Unfortunately, I still lost to Brother Lu in the end. Speaking of which, I still have to thank Brother Lu for not hiring the old smoker to kill me. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Don't thank me so early. Wei Rong laughed. Did Brother Lu ever think of hiring the old smoker to assassinate me? What do you think? Lu Yin countered. Wei Rong and Lu Yin looked at each other for a while, and then Wei Rong sighed. We're really the same type of people. If I had the means to kill Brother Lu, then I wouldn't have let you die so easily. What a pity. Lu Yin did not comment. Brother Lu, how about we make an agreement? Wei Rong suddenly asked. Lu Yin was interested. Go ahead. Wei Rong solemnly said, in the future, if Brother Lu can defeat me in a direct confrontation and occupy one of the central weaves, then I'm willing to assist Brother Lu in opening up new territory. I'll be Brother Lu's vanguard and help Brother Lu overcome all obstacles and kill your way into the Innerverse. Lu Yin laughed. Kill my way into the Innerverse? I don't have that kind of ambition. If Brother Lu can truly unify the Outerverse, then regardless of whether or not you have ambition, the situation will only force Brother Lu to do so, Wei Rong said meaningfully. Lu Yin shook his head. The Innerverse was on the verge of collapse due to the Sixth Mainland's invasion, and it was still unknown how many people were still alive. You're just afraid that I'll hire the old smoker to assassinate you. Wei Rong smiled. Then, is Brother Lu willing to accept this promise? Lu Yin stared at Wei Rong for a while before saying, sure. Hiring someone to assassinate him was a bad idea, and it was no different from the Innerverse's great powers using force to suppress others. Wei Rong was right, and Lu Yin was indeed reluctant to give up on the old smoker. However, Lu Yin did not say that he could not use other methods to kill Wei Rong. Once the war reached a critical juncture, Lu Yin would not be lenient, as he was no fool. Wei Rong wanted to use words to provoke Lu Yin, but Lu Yin naturally had a backup plan. Alright, now that we've finished talking about proper business, I have a question that I'd like to ask Brother Lu, Wei Rong said solemnly. Lu Yin asked, what is it? Wei Rong's lips curled up. Brother Lu, as long as it's within my means, I've investigated every step that Brother Lu has taken. Based on my analysis of Brother Lu should be the type of person who will definitely seek revenge. In that case, Brother Lu, are you curious as to which arbiter was the one who proposed the trial? Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and he stared at Wei Rong. You found out? Wei Rong shook his head. No, but Brother Lu's reaction has confirmed one thing. Brother Lu will definitely go to war with the 10 arbiters from the Innerverse. I'm looking forward to it. Lu Yin indifferently replied, there's no need to guess. No matter who it is, that piece of paper with the surname Lu took away 72 lives. The 10 arbiters are after that person, and I'll definitely find him. Wei Rong nodded. Then I wish Brother Lu success. Right, before you go up against the 10 arbiters, do you want to find someone to practice with? For example, Yu Mu. Lu Yin smiled. That's your goal, isn't it? Do you want to make a move against Shamrock Enterprises? Wei Rong was helpless. There's no other way. He then took out a cosmic ring and tossed it up and down before casually catching it. Yu Mu generously gave me this as an apology, but he threw it on the ground. Wei Rong's gaze was bone-chilling. My Wei family has always been united. Although we're not very powerful, we're not at the level where others look down on us. What haven't I seen here? Where's Brother Lu? Lu Yin took out a cosmic ring as well. I haven't seen it either. I'll return it to him one day. Ha 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 ha, then let's work hard together. Yu Mu is an old freak whose power level is close to 400,000. Wei Rong laughed heartily as he put away the cosmic ring. Lu Yin put it away as well. Cherish the time you have left. You won't have much time left. Wei Rong face-bombed. Since Brother Lu still wants to attack me, then I'll have to prepare some backup plans. Goodbye, Brother Lu. Lu Yin ended the call and frowned. Wei Rong's words had reminded him of the past. Had Wei Rong really not been able to find out which trial of the 10 arbiters? Or was he just pretending not to know? Lu Yin had no way to investigate this matter, but Wei Rong might not. Right, the Amethyst Trading Company. Lu Yin suddenly remembered. Since his secret had been made public, he could contact them to investigate. Lu Ying disappeared and reappeared at the top floor of the Amethyst Trading Company. Xianxia was not surprised to see Lu Ying here. We don't know much about the border wars and the endless weaves, so there's no need to ask. Lu Ying glanced at the pink sofa. It was always so eye-catching every time he came here. Let's not ask about that. I want to ask how much you know about the Innerverse. Xianxia's eyes lit up. What do you want to ask? Lu Ying answered, you know. Xianxia shook her head and widened her eyes. I don't know. Lu Ying looked at her. How much do you know about the 10 arbiters? Xianxia leaned forward and stared at Lu Ying. You want to ask which arbiter proposed the trial of the Lu surname, right? Lu Ying nodded. Xianxia sighed. The Hall of Honor really treats you well. Your question is basically admitting that Wei Rong's investigation is true. Even so, the Hall of Honor still supports you so much. How did you do it? I'm buying information from you, so there's no need for you to provide it, Lu Ying said. Although Qian Yan and the other pirates had a lot of information, they were not on the same level as the Amethyst Trading Company. They could investigate the dark side of the outerverse, but they could not enter the innerverse. Otherwise, they would not be pirates. Xianxia was helpless. Sorry, I don't know. Lu Ying was not disappointed. Can you investigate? Xianxia shook her head. You can't investigate the matters of the 10 arbiters. You should know that the names of the 10 arbiters cannot be announced to the public, let alone the things that they have done. Lu Ying turned to leave. Wait, Xianxia called out. Don't be in such a hurry. Although I can't find anything, I can analyze it for you. She then gestured for Lu Ying to sit down. Have some tea. Lu Ying nodded and sat down. Xianxia poured Lu Ying a cup, a pink drink. Didn't she say tea? Where is the tea? Xianxia took a sip of her drink and licked her red lips. The current 10 arbiters are made up of 10 different individuals who are invincible. Some of them are straightforward, some of them are gloomy, some of them like to meddle in other people's business, some of them have pure hearts and few desires, and some of them have eccentric personalities. It won't be difficult to find someone who will take the initiative to judge you, and I have a few candidates in mind. Lu Ying looked at her. You know about the 10 arbiters? I don't know, but my Amethyst Trading Company has analyzed their personalities, which is top secret. So. Xianxia raised a finger. 100,000 star essence. No bargaining. Lu Ying was shocked. That many? Do you want it? Xianxia was confident. She would not forget how Dang Pu had ignored her when she had wanted to take the initiative to tell him. Women held grudges. After being disgusted once, she would definitely get it back. Lu Ying had indeed been disgusted. His money was not just money, but also a guarantee of his strength. However, when he saw Xianxia's smug expression, Lu Ying felt helpless. Go ahead. Xianxia was proud. She should not have told anyone about the 10 arbiters' top secrets, but now that the innerverse and outerverse had been separated, there was no point in keeping these secrets a secret. I can tell you, but I'll say this first, I won't be a taboo. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Xianxia solemnly said, these are the rules. Even if the innerverse and outerverse are separated, we can reveal some secrets, but at the very least, we must abide by the rules. Otherwise, there will be trouble in the future. When the Sea King stole Pyrolite, he thought that he had done it flawlessly, but he was still discovered by the Starsabelle sect. This is the cycle of karma. Don't ignore it. Lu Ying nodded. All right, go on. Xianxia took another sip of her juice. The first suspect is a scholar. Scholars always have many thoughts and follow certain rules. Since ancient times, there have been many scholars who have admonished others, so it is not surprising that they proposed a trial. Lu Ying nodded, as he knew who it was. Although this scholar doesn't seem to have any conflicts with you on the surface, there are times when his righteousness flares up, and he acts like a lunatic. He'll judge anyone he doesn't like, which is very normal. One year, he proposed a trial for more than 10 people, but none of those trials had anything to do with him. According to our analysis, he just doesn't like the look of it. Lu Ying raised his brows. The second suspect is from an ancient and powerful clan. They have 2 words for their surname, and they're arrogant and conceited. They don't put anyone in their eyes, and they're the type who bites at people for no reason. If you don't bow and flatter him when you meet him, he'll think that you're being disrespectful. He's a gloomy person who looks down on the world, so it's not surprising that he proposed a trial. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, as he knew who it was. The third suspect is also from an ancient and powerful clan. He likes the color white and is obsessed with cleanliness. At first glance, he looks like a god, and his innate gift is just like a god's. He's full of dignity, and this sort of person doesn't allow even a speck of dirt to exist. An illegal primeval surname is a stain on the universe, so it's normal for him to propose a trial. Lu Ying frowned, and the figure from the Daosor sect's ruins appeared in his mind. The fourth suspect is someone who has killed many people. Fear flashed through Xianxia's eyes when she mentioned this person. This person has a carefree personality and is afraid of trouble. He keeps saying that he doesn't like killing people, so when he attacks, he often destroys entire planets. That way, no one will be able to see the dead, as everyone will be reduced to nothingness. Lu Ying was shocked. This was one of the 10 arbiters that he was unfamiliar with. This 10 arbiters has a special characteristic. Xianxia's gaze turned serious, and there was a trace of confusion in her voice. He can't be attacked. He can't be attacked? What do you mean? Lu Ying was stunned. Xianxia shook her head. I don't know, but he can't be attacked, as any attack will be reduced to nothingness. According to our analysis, it should be an innate gift, but no one has been able to confirm what it is. This person seems casual, but he's actually ruthless and merciless. The reason he's suspicious is because it's rumored that this person's ancestor was once insulted by an expert with a primeval surname, which is why he hates them so much. Lu Ying fell into deep thought. Xianxia stood up. Alright, I've told you about the 4 suspects. It looks like you should know about the first 3. It's very likely that they were the ones who proposed the trial of Lu. Lu Ying suddenly asked, are there any of the 10 arbiters who have connections with the Cosmic Sea's 4 hegemons? Xianxia was puzzled. Why are you asking this? I don't think so. I'll have to look into this. I'll wait for your results. Lu Ying stood up, paid the bill, and left. He had not forgotten what old Gouda had told him. Big Sis and the others were from Leon's armada, and anyone who dared to hunt them down and had a conflict with them was definitely someone from the Cosmic Sea. Old Gouda had also said that this person was from one of the 4 hegemons. As long as he could find out which of the 10 arbiters had connections with the 4 hegemons, then that person would most likely be the one who proposed the trial of Lu. Xianxia looked at the empty chair. The Cosmic Sea's 4 hegemons? The Western Weaves were preparing for the border war in the Endless Weaves. The Hall of Honor was being very cautious, which was incomprehensible. In the past, the technocracy had frequently invaded the Outerverse, but the Hall of Honor had never been so cautious. For several days, the Outerverse network was reporting on the border war, encouraging cultivators to participate in it. The border war. Reports of the war and armament weave could no longer be seen. Lu Ying had met Xiaoyu once. During this war, he had been completely defeated by Wei Rong in terms of the media, and he had been forced into a passive position. Wei Rong had not controlled the media's power, but rather had borrowed it. Any news that Wei Rong released would be spread by the media at an extremely fast speed. In this aspect, Lu Ying had not found a way to deal with Wei Rong. He needed the media's right to speak, and it was not just limited to the Great Eastern Alliance. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, he needed to expand his influence if he wanted to control the media. Otherwise, even if he established a local media outlet, it would be useless if he did not have enough support. If he wanted to expand, he needed the media's influence, but if the media wanted to have influence, they needed to expand as well. This was a question of whether the chicken would lay the egg, and the egg would lay the chicken. The only solution was to be like Wei Rong and borrow the media's power instead of completely controlling it. Only the Hall of Honor could completely control the media. Although Lu Ying had the head referee's warrant, it was unrealistic for him to rely on it to command the Hall of Honor. Unless he also had a power level of 300,000 and was on the same level as Elder Lohar, he would not be able to do so. In the end, an external item was still an external item, and one's own strength was the absolute truth. Your Highness, Beiqing requests an audience, Ks. Luyin let Beiqing enter. Beiqing respectfully replied, "Greetings, Your Highness." "What's the matter?" Beiqing asked. "Your Highness, you originally planned to hold an auction once every 3 months, but 4 months have already passed." Luyin suddenly remembered that he had forgotten about it. "Right, I forgot. Alright, I'll auction off some items for you right now." "Thank you, Your Highness. Actually, I'm here for another matter." Beiqing carefully looked at Luyin and continued, "There are some things that cannot be seen in public that I'd like to ask if Your Highness can auction them off." Things that cannot be seen in public? Luyin was puzzled. What could be more shameful than pyrolite? Beiqing explained the origins of the items to Luyin, and Luyin suddenly understood. So that's how it was. Some of these items had very obvious symbols of their families or powers, and some people did not dare to openly sell them for fear of being found out. Thus, they wanted to use the mainland's auction houses to sell them. These items were classified as items that could not be seen in public, and whoever sold them would offend those powers. Luyin said, "Buy those items and then sell them back to their original owners at a high price." Beiqing was shocked. "Your Highness, won't that offend them?" Luyin did not care. "It's not like we're the ones who stole or robbed them. We're just helping them find their lost items, so shouldn't we ask for something in return?" Beiqing understood. They would purchase the items at a low price and then sell them back to their original owners at a high price. A normal person would naturally not dare to do so, as the original owners would immediately exterminate them. However, they were the mainland's auction houses, and the original owners could only swallow their pride and even thank them. The video of the transaction must be kept so that no one can bite back. Also, if there are any particularly valuable items, keep them, Luyin said. Rest assured, Your Highness. I know what to do. Go back for now. Come back at this time tomorrow, and I'll give you some items. Beiqing was delighted and excused himself. Luyin started rummaging through the items. He had many high-quality items, but not many that could be sold. He flipped through his cosmic ring and found some natural treasures that he had sold the last time, so there was nothing new about them. There was also the blood-colored bell. If he dared to sell it, the Hall of Honor would fight him to the death. There was also the hoe, which no one would use. Right, there were also the arrows from the Temple of Taima and Elder Wu's poison. These things could be sold, but he felt that it would not be good to sell them. After thinking about it, Luyin contacted Banjiu. Previously, he had asked Banjiu to make some more equipment, such as guns, arrows, armor, and so on. All of these required good materials. Banjiu had told him that the equipment was useless to him or anyone else, but it was very useful to Luyin since he could improve it. Not long after, the technology department delivered a gun, 3 arrows, and a set of universal armor too. Luyin also had Ks by 3 formcast models and then entered a secret room in the matter. He raised his hand, and his die appeared. He did not roll the die very often these days, and the longer the interval, the more likely it was for him to roll the number he needed. He had thought about it before, and this was his innate gift, which might resonate with his inner desires. However, expectations were just expectations, and they were not accurate. Just in case, he placed his cosmic ring to the side to prevent himself from rolling possession. He had more than 1,000,000 star essence in his cosmic ring, and if he rolled possession, he did not know where he would be taken. He might even be taken to the 6th mainland, and he would run out of money in an instant. Although possession could increase his strength and give him more information, it was not something that he urgently needed right now. He would have to wait until he had more time. He tapped the die, and it spun to reveal 3 possession. The greater one's inner desires, the higher their chances of rolling the number they wanted, right? Luyin wondered. 2 screens appeared, and Luyin tossed the gun onto them. This gun was similar to the one he had given to the Sun family in disguise, and it had been made from rare materials. Its power level was close to 200,000, which meant that it could threaten an enlighter. After spending more than 20,000 star essence, the gun's upgrade was completed. It felt pretty good when he held it in his hand. The number of rune lines on the gun was not at the level of an enlighter, but it was very close to that level. It was enough, as the materials used to make the gun could only be upgraded to this level. Following that were 3 more arrows. No matter how much these 3 arrows were improved, they did not possess any attack power or strange characteristics. They were just like the owl arrow, which was invisible and indestructible. These 3 arrows were just ordinary arrows, but once a hunter used a bow and arrow battle technique to shoot them, their power would increase by quite a bit. In theory, they could even threaten an enlighter. The cost of an arrow was much lower than that of a gun, as it only cost a little more than 10,000 star essence. The 3 arrows and the gun had cost Luin close to 60,000 star essence. In the past, he had not had that much money, but when he had visited Myriad City, Yuehua Mavis and the others had given him more than 1,000,000 star essence, which had given him quite a bit of savings. There were also 3 formcast models. Upgrading the formcast model to the 5th level didn't cost much, but upgrading it to the 6th level required 8,000 crystal essences. Luin did not intend to raise it to the 6th level. A 6th level formcast model required the help of an emissary, and if he took out a 6th level formcast model, it would cause a huge commotion. At most, he could only upgrade it to the 5th level, which would not cause such a huge commotion. However, a 5-level formcast model was not simple. Even the Innerverse Sun family might not have many 5-level formcast models, much less the Outerverse. Perhaps only the Taimo Temple, Wan Xianxia, the Dark Phoenix clan, and the 4 major corporations possessed such models. These items were enough to support this auction, and Luin did not intend to provide any more high-quality items. Next, he needed to make preparations for his trip to the Daosor Sex ruins. It had been almost 9 months since he had left the Daosor Sex ruins, and the conflict between the 10 arbiters and the Riemlings should have slowed down considerably. However, he still needed to make some preparations. The first was the owl arrow. It was completely transparent, and there were no traces of it. It was an excellent weapon for sneak attacks, and it had the characteristics of being indestructible. However, its lethality depended on the user, and its lethality was close to that of a hunter's at best. Luin placed the owl arrow on the upper screen and began to frantically upgrade it. The number of rune lines on the owl arrow became more and more exaggerated, and it went from a hunter to an enlighter. After that, it reached the power level of an enlighter with a power level of 250,000, which should be enough to injure a realmling. Luin did not intend to upgrade it any further, as it was too powerful for him to control, and he had already reached his limit. Upgrading the owl arrow had cost him nearly 100,000 star essence, which was rather exaggerated. This was because its characteristics were different from the previous 3 arrows, and it belonged to the ranks of divine arrows. Next was the medicine, which was the true life-saving item. Luin took out the ancient pills that he had obtained from the Qiongling banquet. These pills were different from Shamrock Enterprises pills, and they were spherical in shape. It was obvious that they had been refined by a cultivation sect. These pills had excellent healing effects, and Luin took one out and upgraded it several times. He only stopped when the number of rune lines within the pill neared 200,000. No one would complain about a life-saving item. Of course, he did not upgrade it any further, as there was no point in upgrading it too many times. Upgrading a single pill had cost him more than 20,000 star essence. This was only one pill, and there were 12 pills in the bottle. Luin calculated that he had only upgraded 3 pills, which was enough for him to use. The owl arrow and the 3 pills had cost him nearly 160,000 star essence. As his strength increased, his requirements for external items would also increase, and so would his expenditure. When he became an enlighter, he would need to upgrade his external items to the point where they could threaten a power level of 400,000. Any random upgrade would probably cost him more than 100,000 star essence. Luin still had 1,240,000 star essence left, and the next step was to upgrade his universal armor. His original universal armor had cracks on it, and it was very easy for him to be injured. This new set of armor had been ordered by Banjiu to be made after he had left Myriad City. It was made from the best materials, and he estimated that it would be able to withstand attacks with a power level of 300,000. He upgraded the universal armor 16 times until it could withstand an attack with a power level of 260,000. Only then did he stop, as he had spent a total of 23,000 star essence to upgrade it. Any more upgrades and the armor's materials would not be able to withstand it. This set of universal armor was slightly inferior to his previous set of armor. Its advantage was that the price of upgrading it was much cheaper than upgrading the L arrows, and it was about the same as upgrading pills. That made sense, as the armor was a defensive weapon while the L arrows were offensive weapons. The next day, Lu Ying handed over a gun with rune lines close to an enlighter's, 3 arrows with rune lines close to that of an enlighter's, and 3 5-stage formcast models to Bei Qing. Bei Qing was stunned. "Why, Your Highness, what's this?" Lu Ying casually replied, "Sell them." Bei Qing blinked. "What you're saying is true." Lu Ying was displeased. "Would I lie to you?" Bei Qing hurriedly apologized, but he could not believe that a gun could threaten an enlighter. Was this a joke? Were they trying to bully him because he was a native? Did they not recognize guns? And these 3 arrows were actually powerful enough to threaten an enlighter. They were just arrows, so how could they fire themselves? However, the 3 formcast models shocked Bei Qing. He had never heard of a 5-stage formcast model being sold in the Outerverse. Everyone treated them like family heirlooms, or at the very least, they would give them to their own family. Who would sell them? Lu Ying knew that Bei Qing would not believe him easily, so he could only say, with the reputation of the mainland's auction house, "Sell them as much as you want. There will be people who will believe you." Previously, Lu Ying had relied on this gun to kill multiple enlighters and obtain the title of enlighter assassin. Everyone knew about the legend of that gun, and it had been destroyed in Iron Blood Weave. Now that this gun had appeared, countless people would remember it and believe it. "Then, Your Highness, how much do you want to set the price?" Bei Qing asked. Lu Ying thought about it. In the Outerverse, enlighters were like the heavens themselves, and even a weave might not produce an enlighter. Such an item could be used as a deterrent, so the price could not be too low. If it was too high, then there would definitely be people who could afford it. For example, the 4 major corporations, the 3 great powers, or even those colossal organizations. Lu Ying had not forgotten the generosity of the Temple of Tiamo when they had bought the arrows. The starting price for the gun is 60,000 star essence, and each of the 3 arrows is 20,000 star essence. As for the formcast model, Lu Ying thought about it. There's no starting price. Ordinary people did not have a 5-stage formcast model because they lacked people who could produce it. Lu Ying had originally thought that an enlighter would be able to produce a 5-stage formcast model, but he had been too naive. Even if the creator could not reach the level of an emissary, they would not be too weak. Colossal organizations like Shamrock Enterprises definitely had such an expert, and they did not lack such experts. There were 2 hurdles to cross. Colossal organizations with super experts could produce 5-stage formcast models for their top geniuses to use, while organizations without such experts would find it difficult to purchase one even if they were willing to pay the price. The creation of a formcast model was directly related to the creator, and some people could use a formcast model to deduce the creator's strength. For these people, every time they produced a formcast model, the chances of exposing their own weaknesses would increase. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, such formcast models would not be leaked to outsiders. Upgrading a 4-stage formcast model to a 5-stage one had only cost Lu Ying around 300,000 star crystals, which was very cheap. However, it would be difficult to buy one since no one was willing to sell it. Once news of a 5-stage formcast model being auctioned spread, Lu Ying believed that it would cause a huge commotion. At the very least, the 4 major corporations would not remain indifferent. They definitely did not have an expert who could produce a 5-stage formcast model, and it would be very difficult to purchase one. However, they had many heirs, and everyone wanted their heirs to be more outstanding. A 5-stage formcast model represented a higher possibility of success. Bei Qing left, feeling both excited and apprehensive. Was the item being sold this time reliable? He was not sure, but he had no choice but to sell it. He had no choice but to grit his teeth. After all, it was His Highness's, and even if it was fake, he would lose out on His Highness's reputation. Whatever, he had to sell it. Lu Yin immediately contacted Xiaoya. After Beiqing left, Lu Yin spoke with Wendy Yushan for a while, mainly asking her to wait for him to explore the Daosaur sect first. He then entered a secret room in the manor with the owl arrow strapped to his back, the rebound pearl in his hand, and the ultra flash strapped to his waist. He sat on his futon and entered the ruins of the Daosaur sect. He hoped that his luck would not be as bad as the last time. The scenery in front of him changed, and when Lu Yin could see clearly, he had arrived at a familiar yet unfamiliar place, the Futon Plaza outside the first Divine Gate. The Futon Plaza was familiar to Lu Yin because he had been here several times before, and this was the first time he had been here. However, it was unfamiliar to him because the entire plaza had changed, as if it had been flattened by some unknown force. Even the landscape had changed. Lu Yin stood up and scanned his surroundings. He released his domain, but it went further and further away. There was not a single person within the range of his domain. Right, the floating continent in the mountain sea had fallen to the bottom of the ocean, and he could not directly appear in the mountain sea. Thus, he could only come to the Futon Plaza. Lu Yin raised his foot and stomped on the ground, leaving a deep footprint. His eyes flashed. These were the ruins of the Daosaur sect, and the ground was much harder than ordinary ground. Yet, it had actually been reduced to dust. The person who had attacked was definitely one of the 10 arbiters, a realmling, or one of the Daosaur's 3 skies like Wu Tai Bai. Lu Yin could not tell how long the battle had taken place based on the traces left behind, so he could only cautiously walk towards First Divine Gate. He smoothly entered First Divine Gate, and many of the stairs had been damaged. There were no First Divine Gate guardians blocking his path, and there were corpses on the ground that looked like they had been dead for quite some time. Lu Yin had already released his domain, but he still could not see anyone. He passed through First Divine Gate and entered the budding terrace, but there was not a single person there either. Although the battle between the Realmlings and the 10 arbiters had caused most of the 6th mainland's cultivators to not dare enter, it should not have been so empty. Lu Yin did his best to restrain his aura as he headed towards the space where the Daosaur's 9 cauldrons were located. His main goal in coming here was to comprehend the 9 cauldrons' battle techniques. If he ran into White Knight or Xianxia, he would be able to learn more about the war between the Innerverse and the 6th mainland. If he ran into any of the other 10 arbiters, he did not plan on showing himself, as it was too dangerous. It was as if there was not a single person in the entire Daosaur sect, and it was only when he arrived at the space where the 9 cauldrons were located that Lu Yin sensed the presence of people through his domain. This actually made him relax, as he would have panicked if there was not a single person in the entire Daosaur sect. Back in the cauldron that Blood Looney had trapped them in, 2 youths were currently searching for something. Lu Yin retracted his aura and did not reveal himself. The 2 youths searched the cauldron, and one of them sighed. "Why are you leaving? What's the rush?" These are the ruins of the 5th mainland's Daosaur sect, and they're the origin of all battle techniques and bloodline inheritances. If this were any other time, would you have been able to explore this place so easily? But this place has already been explored for tens of thousands of years. If it was easy to find anything good, it would have already been taken away by others. Look, the others have all gone to the battlefield to hunt down the so-called titled powerhouses of the 5th mainland. The reward for killing one is great, and the highest reward is being accepted as a disciple by the 3 ancestors. Hunting? Those people still think that the people from the 5th mainland are so easy to deal with, and that they've all been tricked into going to their deaths. Why? Originally, the main forces attacking the 5th mainland were the Grand Martial Realm, the War Martial Realm, and the Black Blood Realm. If they really could hunt, would these 3 realms have agreed to let people from other realms in so easily? Now, the 5th mainland's Innerverse has completely changed, and it's become a blood millstone. Anyone who goes there will die. Senior brother, could it be that the rumors are true? The martial ancestor entered the 5th mainland and was heavily injured? That junior brother exclaimed. Lu Yin's expression changed, and he listened intently. The senior brother looked around and saw that there was no one around. He then whispered, "I accidentally overheard a conversation between the seniors of the sect. More than half a year ago, the 3 realms' attack on the 5th mainland wasn't going well. In particular, the 5th mainland's Innerverse various major flow zones were isolated from the outside world, and it was very difficult to break through. Attacking them one by one would take too much time, so they invited the martial ancestor. But when the martial ancestor took action, it led to a disaster. The senior brother gulped and said in horror, "The fifth mainland's progenitor took action." "What? The fifth mainland still has a progenitor?" the junior brother exclaimed. The senior brother hurriedly pressed him down and carefully looked around. "Lower your voice." That junior brother gulped and hurriedly nodded. The senior brother glanced around again and whispered, "There are no longer any living progenitors, but there are still some who have died. According to speculation, their remnant spiritual force clashed with the martial ancestor and caused the entire Innerverse star energy to turn upside down. This caused the energy in the fifth mainland's Innerverse to suddenly change. The inverted starry sky began to boil, and anyone with a power level of more than 200,000 from the same origin would be melted by the boiling energy. It's like lava floating above an ordinary person's head, and anyone who moves will die. It's precisely because of this that all powerhouses with power levels above 200,000 have withdrawn from the battlefield, and those with power levels below 200,000 have become the main force. The fifth mainland has set up an appointment platform, and anyone with a power level below 200,000 can be conferred a title. This is the titled powerhouse that you've heard of before. Right now, our sixth mainland has completely sealed off this information in order to trick anyone with a power level below 200,000 into attacking the fifth mainland. The rewards are getting higher and higher, to the point where it's even exaggerated. The junior brother was terrified. No wonder no one came to the Dowsor sect's ruins. So they've all been duped into going to the fifth mainland. Right, if someone with a power level below 200,000, then wouldn't the Realmlings be the main force? The senior brother shook his head. I don't know. No matter who it is, as long as they fight in the fifth mainland's Innerverse battlefield, their attack can't exceed 200,000, or else they'll be melted. Even the imprinters are no exception. No one can change this. This is a heavenly change caused by the battle between two progenitors. Then, senior brother, how's the martial ancestor? Apparently, he's injured, but the remnant spiritual force of the fifth mainland's progenitor has also disappeared. Many people have requested the secret progenitor or the blood progenitor to help change this heavenly change, but they've all been rejected. Now, our two mainlands are in a war of attrition, and both sides have people with power levels below 200,000. In other words, the younger generation has become the main force. The true main force should be the Realmlings and the Dowsor's three skies. Although they've also been suppressed and can't exceed 200,000 power levels, they're still the strongest even if they're at the same level. There's also the descendants of the imprinters' clans. We're just cannon fodder, the junior brother said helplessly. It's good that you know that. I can't contact a few of my good friends anymore. The battlefield being sealed off is one thing, but apparently, they're all dead. The senior brother's tone was gloomy, and it was obvious that he was afraid of the battlefield. Luin was shocked, as he had never expected to hear such news. When he had merged with Tong Chao's body, he had learned that the sixth mainland had requested for a progenitor to take action. He had never expected that the progenitor would actually take action, but it had drawn out such a terrifying event. The progenitor himself had been injured, and the other two progenitors didn't even dare to show their faces. It was no wonder why the Yu family's elders had said that the fifth mainland was not that simple. The sixth mainland had originally thought that the fifth mainland was a caged beast, but they had never imagined that they would be trapped as well. It was impossible for them to retreat now, as both sides had exhausted too much of their forces. Even the martial ancestor had taken action, and once they retreated, the invasion would fail, and the martial ancestor would lose all face. In order to preserve their reputation, the sixth mainland had no choice but to lure everyone with a power level below 200,000 to the battlefield and fight against the Innerverse powerhouses. Luin heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had heard some good news. In terms of top-tier power levels, the fifth mainland could not compare to the sixth mainland. It seemed that the remaining progenitor's spiritual force had been aware of this fact, which was why he had deliberately changed the weather. Luin wondered which progenitor had survived, and he really wanted to see for himself. What Luin was most interested in right now was the commander appointing stage. Would it be a titled powerhouse? With a power level below 200,000, that meant that the top 100 rankings, the 10 arbiters, and the younger geniuses from the Cosmic Sea and the Neoverse were the main forces. Lu Yin wondered who would be titled Mu Rong, Ling Ke, Lu Xiaoqiu, Zhang Long Day Night, Shui Day Night, Long Yun, Zhang Ding Tian, Yo Yeer, and the others. What would happen to the people he was familiar with? These people could at most fight against a hunter, but he did not know if they would be titled. Lu Yin walked out. The senior brother had not expected someone to actually appear, and they stared at Lu Yin as if they had seen a ghost. Lu Yin jumped into the cauldron and looked at the senior brother. You mentioned a title. What title? The senior brother frowned and asked warily, what title? Brother, you must have misheard. Lu Yin's tone was cold. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. I'll ask again, what title? The senior brother's eyes narrowed, and he exchanged a glance with the junior brother. Then, they both attacked at the same time, using their imprints to boost their attacks. They attacked Lu Yin with their killing moves, and they were both explorers. Most people would not be able to deal with them if they worked together, but these two were far weaker than Lu Yin. Lu Yin raised a hand and grabbed the junior brother's wrist, breaking it. He then kicked out and shattered the senior brother's imprint, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. He crashed into the cauldron and then tossed the junior brother out. The junior brother was knocked unconscious by the terrifying pressure and fell outside the cauldron. The entire process took less than a second. The senior brother spat out another mouthful of blood and looked at Lu Yin in fear. Who are you? You don't even need an imprint, and yet you're so strong. You must be a descendant of an imprinter's family. Lu Yin walked closer and closer. Tell me, what title? With your status, how could you not know? What do you want? The senior brother fell to the ground and kept retreating. He clutched his chest, his eyes filled with fear. Lu Yin frowned, raised a hand, and pressed down. A strong gust of wind caused the senior brother's hair to stand on end. I'll talk. Lu Yin's hand stopped less than a centimeter away from the senior brother's head. The senior brother was terrified. If I talk, can you let me go? You don't have the right to negotiate with me, Lu Yin said coldly. Many people can tell you what you want. It's not a secret, the senior brother said fearfully. Lu Yin pressed down on the senior brother's head. Are you going to talk or not? The senior brother's voice was pained. I've only heard about the Fifth Mainland's general appointment platform in the Innerverse. Those who have made great contributions are given the title of General, Marquis, King, or bestowed with different titles depending on their contributions. Our Sixth Mainland also gives out rewards based on the titled powerhouses we kill. Lu Yin slammed down with his palm, knocking the person unconscious and tossing them out of the cauldron. These two would not be able to wake up until Lu Yin left. General, Marquis, King, and bestowed with a title? Lu Yin was excited. This was really hot-blooded. It was a pity that he couldn't join in. That was the grandest battlefield with 2 continents and countless witnesses. Obtaining a title and killing enemies was a true war. Compared to that, the war that Lu Yin had started was child's play. Lu Yin did not know whether to rejoice or not. The battle between the progenitors had not caused any abnormalities in the astral river's energy, or else the innerverse and outerverse would have been connected. He took a deep breath and decided to forget about it. None of that mattered to him. What he needed to do now was to comprehend the 9 cauldrons battle techniques while no one was around in the Daosor Sect's ruins. He sat down cross-legged and emptied his thoughts. Half an hour later, he began to recite the Stonewall Scriptures. The moment he started reciting the Stonewall Scriptures, the cauldron shook. Lu Yin was delighted, as it was indeed useful. The Stonewall Scriptures could help him comprehend the 9 cauldrons battle techniques, which was too miraculous. Legend had it that the 9 cauldrons battle techniques would be invincible when combined, and Lu Yin wanted to see just how powerful they were. 3 legs as a cauldron, suppressing the heavens. As Lu Yin recited the Stonewall Scriptures, he unknowingly lost consciousness. Or rather, his consciousness did not completely belong to him. He seemed to have become a ray of light that traveled through the river of time and arrived in a world that had existed for an unknown amount of time. He did not know who he was, as he had no memories, no emotions, and no consciousness. He had nothing. He was the heavens and the earth, and the heavens and the earth were him. He saw an incomparably large tree towering in the heavens, and he did not know how tall or large it was. Its branches drooped down, and there were all sorts of strange things hanging from its leaves. A blurry figure appeared, and his clothes did not cover his body. He looked like a savage, and he was holding some dirty dirt in his hands as he pinched something. After an unknown amount of time, he had pinched something into a strange shape. It was long and had a depression at the top. The savage had broken off a branch and placed it in the depression. It seemed like he wanted to ignite it, but the long object toppled over easily. The savage shook his head and then split the long object in two, which made it more stable, but it still toppled over easily. Finally, the savage seemed to have become smarter, and he split the object into 3 legs and placed them in the depression. After that, the object did not topple over. The savage was delighted, and he lit the branch on fire as if he was burning something. Another unknown amount of time passed, as time did not mean anything to a ray of light. The ugly, 3-legged object that the savage had pinched out of the dirt slowly hardened under the burning flames. It was unknown what it had experienced, but it eventually took shape. Not only did it not topple, but it was also used by the savage as a weapon that could flatten the heavens. That 3-legged object had existed for an unknown period of time, and it had a name, Cauldron. Time passed, and an indescribably cold pair of eyes enveloped the heavens. It was a pair of terrifying eyes that could not be looked directly at. Even though Lu Yin had transformed into a stream of light, he still felt a subconscious fear. A large hand pressed down, and the cauldron shattered into 9 fragments that scattered in all directions. Time passed again, and the fragments of the 9 cauldrons were fused into 9 huge cauldrons, which were stored in the Sextao field. They were given a new name, the 9 cauldrons. When the 9 cauldrons appeared, 9 blazing suns appeared in the sky, illuminating the starry sky and illuminating the dazed eyes of countless people. It also illuminated Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes flew open, and he propped himself up with his arms as he panted heavily. His gaze was dazed at first, but he gradually regained his senses. What happened? He seemed to have traveled through the long river of history and seen something. However, he shook his head with all his strength. He couldn't remember anything. He couldn't remember anything at all. The only thing he could remember was 4 words, 9 Yang Cauldron. 9 Yang Cauldron, 9 Yang Cauldron, he muttered to himself as he tried to recall the words. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and slammed his palm against the ground. The cauldron trembled, and then something invisible condensed and fused into Lu Yin's palm and into his body. No one could see what it was, not even Lu Yin himself, but he knew that he had absorbed something called cauldron qi. He instinctively knew how to absorb it, and he even knew how to use it. He raised his left hand and gathered the star energy in his body into his palm, gradually forming a sphere. This sphere was formed purely from star energy, and it contained a quarter of the star energy in his body. This amount of star energy was only a quarter to him, but it was equivalent to all the star energy of an ordinary hunter with a power level of 150,000. Its power far surpassed that of a peak explorer, but it still could not compare to the power of his battle techniques. Just because his star energy was comparable to a hunter's didn't mean that he could display the power of a hunter. All this time, Lu Yin had felt that his star energy was a waste. Aside from being able to resist the suppression of realms, there was no other use for it. He had never run out of star energy. Now, however, he had a use for it. The 9 Yang Cauldron transformation required the creation of suns, and each sun was equivalent to a 9th of a battle technique. Only when all 9 suns were gathered could the 9 Yang Cauldron's full power be displayed. However, even if the full power of the technique could not be displayed, the suns formed from the cauldron qi fused with star energy were still astonishing. The more star energy gathered, the more powerful the technique would be. Lu Yin's right palm absorbed the cauldron qi and fused it into his body, which then naturally fused into the sphere of star energy in his left hand. Suddenly, the number of rune lines on the sphere of star energy rapidly increased until it was comparable to a hunter's. This was an amount that could only be achieved by using the Skybeast Claw battle technique. This was only a quarter of the technique's power. Once he gathered all the star energy in his body, his power might even shock an enlighter. Lu Ying was delighted, as he finally had another powerful attack. More importantly, there was no upper limit. Whether it was the Dream Finger or the Sky Beast Claw, they would only grow stronger as his strength increased. However, this technique was different. The more cauldron chi he absorbed, the more star energy he could gather, and the more star energy he would be able to use. Absorbing star essence could still produce star energy, which meant that the 9-yang cauldron transformation had no upper limit to its power. The more star energy there was, the more powerful it would be. Hold on. Lu Yan's face suddenly turned bitter. Star energy meant money, and he had always been short on money. Everything required money, but now, even a battle technique required money. It seemed that he was walking further and further down the path of being short on money. The 9-yang cauldron transformation required him to absorb cauldron chi, and the cauldron chi came from this large cauldron. He had forgotten why, but he had a vague feeling that this cauldron might contain the source of this battle technique. This was just one cauldron. Lu Ying looked in another direction and saw that there were 9 cauldrons in this space. Did the 9-yang cauldron transformation mean that the cauldron chi within each cauldron was enough to open a single sun? Once all 9 cauldrons' cauldron chi were absorbed, all 9 suns would open, and he would be able to fully display the 9-yang cauldron transformation battle technique. It was no wonder why it was rumored that the 9 cauldron transformation battle technique was invincible when combined. This wasn't 9 battle techniques at all, but rather one battle technique that had been split into 9 parts. In other words, one needed 9 cauldrons to successfully cultivate this battle technique. Lu Ying calmed himself down and sat down cross-legged. He didn't know how long it would take for him to completely absorb the cauldron chi within this cauldron, but no matter what, if he wanted to cultivate the 9-yang cauldron transformation, he would have to absorb it step by step. As he thought about this, he discarded all distracting thoughts and began to recite the Stonewall scriptures while simultaneously concentrating on absorbing the cauldron chi within the cauldron. Time quickly passed, and Lu Ying cultivated within the cauldron for nearly a month without being disturbed by anyone. Finally, the scenery in front of him changed, and he left the Daosor sect's ruins. There was one thing that he found strange. The time that he had lasted in the Daosor sect's ruins was not much longer than the first time he had been there. He had clearly absorbed Lu Ying Zishan's spiritual force, which had greatly increased his spiritual force, but he still hadn't been able to last that long. The last time he had been there, he had been impatient to leave as soon as possible, but this time, he had paid more attention. Could it be because he didn't know how to use spiritual force? Lu Ying was puzzled. After staying in the Daosor sect's ruins for nearly a month, Lu Ying looked at his hands. He didn't know how much cauldron chi he had absorbed, as this thing did not have any rune lines, and it was as if it didn't exist. However, when it fused with his condensed star energy, it had actually increased his strength by a great deal. There was even a trace of an unfathomable might within it, which was a very strange thing. The universe was too vast, and most of what they saw were mainstream cultivation methods. Many planets actually had their own cultivation methods, but they all led to the same destination. However, some cultivation methods were truly unique, and this was especially true for a battle technique that had originated from ancient times. Cauldron chi did not have any rune lines, and Lu Ying even suspected that this battle technique had been created even earlier than the rune progenitor. "You're suffocating me, 7th bro. I don't even know what you're doing in that damn cauldron. You made me stare at it for an entire month," the monkey complained. "You'll find out in the future." Lu Ying was in a good mood. Beiqing was the first to rush over when he heard that Lu Ying had exited seclusion. He told Lu Ying that the premium auction would be held the next day. They had been promoting it for an entire month, and it had caused a huge commotion. The results were even better than the previous time, and many of the people who truly had the power to make decisions had appeared. Lu Ying had missed the first auction, and he decided to go to the auction site the next day to take a look. His thirst for money was growing stronger by the day, and no one needed it more than he did. After resting for a while, Lu Ying activated his gadget and contacted Elder Lohar. Elder Lohar's image appeared, and he smiled. "Alliance Master Lu, you've been in seclusion for a month. Your strength must have improved quite a bit." Lu Ying smiled. Based on Elder's expression, is the technocracy's attack going to be fine? Elder Lohar's tone was relaxed. It should be fine. The technocracy only attacked for less than 10 days before retreating. Lu Yin's expression was solemn. If I were an elder, I wouldn't be so relaxed. This past month, I went to the Daosor sect's ruins and ran into the 10 arbiters. Elder Lohar's expression changed, and his heart sank when he saw Lu Yin's serious expression. How's the Innerverse? Lu Yin replied, don't worry, Elder. The Innerverse is fine. Lu Yin then explained the situation regarding the war between the Innerverse and the Sixth Mainland, including the general appointment platform. Elder Lohar was delighted. That's good news. Why is Alliance Master Lu so worried? Lu Yin raised his brows. According to the information I received, the Sixth Mainland has a total of 9 domains. The Grand Martial Realm, War Martial Realm, and Black Blood Realm are attacking the Innerverse, while the Blood Homage Realm, Stone Realm, and Eastern Realm are attacking the Astral Beast domain. I'm not sure how the war in the Astral Beast domain is going, but since the Innerverse is at war, if I were one of the upper echelons of the Sixth Mainland, I would definitely change the battlefield. For example, the Outerverse. Elder Lohar's expression changed. Alliance Master Lu, are you guessing? Lu Yin replied, that's right. Elder Lohar fell into deep thought. There are conflicts of interest everywhere, and the Sixth Mainland's martial ancestor has already taken action. If the war is lost or the benefits are not as expected, then it will be a slap to the martial ancestor's face. Elder, do you think that the martial ancestor will agree? Even if the martial ancestor doesn't care, the martial ancestor's 3 territories will not agree. Since the war has already started, then the Sixth Mainland will definitely obtain the benefits of the war. If the Innerverse cannot be taken, then the Outerverse cannot escape. Elder, please be cautious, Lu Yin explained. Lu Yin was not trying to scare him. Even though he did not know the exact situation in the Innerverse, this was what he thought. It was already embarrassing enough for a progenitor to return in defeat, but the Innerverse, Cosmic Sea, and Neoverse had experts with power levels below 200,000 that were not weak. It would not be easy to break through the Innerverse, Cosmic Sea, and Neoverse. Those big shots were using deceptive methods to get experts with power levels below 200,000 to enter the battlefield, which showed how urgent this war was. If their attack was not successful, there was a 90% chance that they would change the battlefield. This was obvious. Lu Yin was not a military expert, and he was not a strategist, but it was not difficult for him to see this. Elder Lohar had not seen through this because he had just received this information, and he did not trust Lu Yin too much. Lu Yin could only try his best to persuade Elder Lohar to prepare. The Outerverse was not the same as the Innerverse, and they did not have the remnant spiritual force of a progenitor. Even if the situation was similar to the Innerverse, there were not many in the entire Outerverse who could fight against the Sixth Mainland's elites. Lu Yin did not want to die. According to the information you received, which region will attack the Outerverse? Elder Lohar asked solemnly. Lu Yin thought about it. The Bloodburn Realm. Elder Lohar nodded. I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Alliance Master Lu. Regardless of whether or not the Sixth Mainland attacks the Outerverse, your contributions to the Fifth Mainland will not be small. He then exchanged a few more pleasantries before ending the call. Lu Yin put down his gadget. He wanted to know whether or not the Sixth Mainland would attack the Outerverse, but waiting was pointless. Furthermore, with the Hall of Honor's current prestige, it was not realistic for them to unite all the Outerverse forces to resist the technocracy. Only a truly peerless powerhouse with the power to instantly wipe out everything would be able to unite the entire Outerverse. Only such a powerhouse would be able to infiltrate the technocracy to investigate. Lu Yin was looking forward to it. The Hall of Honor's true foundation in the Outerverse was about to be revealed. Guesses were just guesses, and Lu Yin had actually exaggerated a little. He just wanted to see what kind of power the Hall of Honor was hiding in the Outerverse. The next day, countless people gathered outside of the auction house. There were media, spies from various powers, and information dealers. Today was the day of the auction house's premium auction, and the auction house had announced it a month ago, which had caused a huge commotion in the Outerverse. The main reason was that the items being auctioned were too outrageous. There were guns and arrows that could threaten enlighters, but that could be ignored. No one would buy them, and the auction house would be the one to lose face if the items were not sold. However, there was actually a fifth-stage formcast model, which was a completely different story. A quintuple formcast model was extremely rare, but it was something that everyone wanted to get their hands on. As for the price, no one could be sure. If one already had a quintuple formcast model, it would not be worth much, but if one did not, it would be an astronomical price. Given the current state of the universe, no one would be willing to sell a fifth-stage formcast model, yet the auction house had actually brought out 3 fifth-stage formcast models for sale. Were they crazy? Ever since news of the fifth-stage formcast models had spread, everyone thought that the auction house had gone mad. No, Luin had gone mad. He had so many experts under his command, and there were also quite a few geniuses among the younger generation. Rather than putting them up for sale, it would be better for him to use them internally. Although he might not be able to sell them for a high price, they would be used by his own people, so he would still make a profit no matter how much he sold them. The various great powers of the Great Eastern Alliance had been trying to contact Luin to purchase them internally, but he was in seclusion, and they could not reach him. Many Whi's powers from the outside world ridiculed him, saying that the Great Eastern Alliance was not united at all and that they could not even protect their own interests. They also said that Luin was a money grubber, and so on. In short, there were all sorts of things being said, which made the various powers of the Great Eastern Alliance very uncomfortable. Luin had heard about all of this after coming out of seclusion, but he had not thought things through. When Hilana found out that Luin had come out of seclusion, he immediately sought an audience with him. Luin had Hilana contact the leaders of the various great powers of the Great Eastern Alliance and tell them that he would sell them a quintuple formcast model. Only then did the commotion from the various great powers calm down. If he had not done so, then these people would not have been the only ones gathered outside the mainland's auction house today. There would have been people from the various great powers of the Great Eastern Alliance present as well, and a small auction house would not have been able to accommodate so many people. Luin changed his appearance and retracted his aura, walking down the most bustling street of the Great Eastern Alliance like an ordinary person. Everyone who appeared here was either wealthy or respectable. The Mavis Bank was on his left, and cosmic dollars would occasionally fall from the sky, but nobody picked them up on this street. In the distance, the Aurora Corporation stood tall, as well as Shamrock Enterprises, Amethyst Trading Company, Endless Borders, and so on. These were all giants that everyone knew about, and there were also many large financial groups that might have rented many planets in the outside world. However, on this street, they could only rent one office, which was already quite impressive. At that moment, Luin saw a familiar name appear in the building where Endless Borders offices were located, the Daystar Shipping Company. Luin was not unfamiliar with this company. Back when the Savage Ape planet had undergone great changes, he had saved a woman who had been the manager of the Daystar Shipping Company. The first time he had heard of this name was when Xianxia had told him about it. The Daystar Shipping Company was one of the Innerverse financial groups, and they were very rich. Since they could survive in the Innerverse and even expand their business to the Outerverse, this financial group could be considered a colossus. However, there had never been any traces of their activities. They were very low-key, to the point that it was a little strange. Luin was well aware of how complicated the situation in the Innerverse was. It could be said that the entire Innerverse was divided between the 8 great flow zones, and anyone who wanted to stand out would die. A financial group that could survive in the complicated environment of the Innerverse was definitely not simple, and it would be strange if they were too low-key. As he thought about this, Luin stepped into the building. There was still some time before the auction would begin. Endless Borders occupied a third of the building, which fully displayed the extravagance of a financial group. Luin passed by the Endless Borders office and arrived at the Daystar Shipping Company's office. This place was much more low-key than Endless Borders, and there were only 3 offices. Compared to most businesses in the Outerverse, being able to rent even one office was enough to be proud of. However, for a financial group that spanned across the Innerverse and Outerverse, 3 offices were too stingy. Just as Luin was about to enter, someone walked out and glanced at Luin before leaving. This person was the manager of Endless Borders, Dino. Luin had changed his appearance, so Dino did not recognize him. As he continued walking, he saw that the 3 offices were not large and could be seen at a glance. There were only 7 or 8 people inside, and it was very bleak. "Sir, how may I help you?" The beautiful receptionist approached Luine and smiled. Her attitude was very gentle as she bowed slightly. Luine casually replied, "I'd like to see your manager." The receptionist asked, "Do you have an appointment?" Luine shook his head. "Is your manager called?" He thought for a moment. "Ling Yan?" The receptionist was shocked. "So you know our manager. Please wait a moment while I report this." Luine nodded and sat down. Someone immediately brought him a drink. Luine took a sip and looked at the drink seriously. This drink was the same as the one he had at the Amethyst Trading Company. If he was right, this drink was not available on the market. It was specially supplied and only a small number of people could purchase it. Looking around, although the number of people was small, all of them were cultivators. They were still very young and full of vigor. Occasionally, someone would speak, but their tone was calm and steady. Although Daystar Shipping was low-key, Luine could tell from the details that this place had some sort of business background and limitless potential. Footsteps sounded out, and Luine turned around to see the receptionist walking over. Behind her was Ling Yan. Luine was astonished. What a coincidence! If he remembered correctly, Ling Yan was the manager of Daystar Shipping's Outerverse. Although her position could not compare to a Weave's chairman like Shamrock Enterprises' Alfman, it should be higher than a Weave's manager like Dino. He had not expected her to be on Xenu Star. The receptionist bowed to Luine and stepped aside. Ling Yan walked over and sized Luine up with a smile. "Sir, do we know each other?" Luine stood up. "An old friend." Ling Yan's eyes flashed, and she gestured for Luine to enter. "Let's talk inside." Luine nodded. "The drink is good." He did not stand on ceremony and followed her into her office. The two sat down, and Ling Yan smiled at Luine. "Sir, you say that we're old friends, but we're strangers." "I have a good memory, so did you change your appearance?" Luine nodded and changed his appearance back to his original one. Ling Yan was shocked and hurriedly stood up to bow. "So it's Alliance Master Lu. Please forgive my rudeness." Luine gestured for her to sit and smiled. "Long time no see, Supervisor Lung." Ling Yan gently sat down and straightened her skirt. "Yes, it's been a few years since we last met on the Savage Ape planet. Alliance Master Lu's elegance is even greater than before, and your name has spread throughout the universe. Congratulations." Luine looked at her. "Supervisor Lung, why didn't you visit King Zishan's palace since you came to Xenu Star? We can be considered old friends." Ling Yan was helpless. "There were too many things to do, and I didn't have the time. When I did, Alliance Master Lu wasn't around, so I missed it." Luine nodded and looked out the window. "Speaking of which, Alliance Master Lu is my savior. I'm ashamed that I didn't have the chance to thank you." Luine waved a hand. "I just did it in passing, so there's no need to take it to heart. However, I'm curious as to why Daystar Shipping is a corporation that dominates the Innerverse and Outerverse." Ling Yan sighed. "The Innerverse and Outerverse were cut off too suddenly, and we weren't prepared for it. There was a gap in our funds, and our business was taken over by endless borders. There was no other way, and it's already pretty good that we managed to hold on." Luine did not understand. Endless Borders has the right to dominate the Innerverse and Outerverse, so shouldn't they give us some face? I even saw Dino earlier. Ling Yan looked at Luine and smiled bitterly. "It seems that Alliance Master Lu misunderstands the Innerverse corporations. I'm all ears." Ling Yan continued, "Alliance Master Lu should be very clear about the situation in the Innerverse. There are 8 great flow zones, and the various powers are like the sky, oppressing everyone else. No matter who it is, as long as they want to stand out, they'll be suppressed. It's the same for corporations. They can earn money and enjoy themselves, but they can't stand out." Ling Yan's words caused Lu Yin's gaze to turn cold. The Outerverse 4 major corporations can recruit as many powerhouses as they want, but that's because they can only recruit enlighters at most. It's the same for us. So what if we roam the Innerverse and Outerverse freely? Most of the money we earn is handed over to those powerful organizations, and we don't have many experts to protect us. Although my Daystar line spans across the Innerverse and Outerverse, and it looks like we're rich and powerful, we're not as intimidating as the Outerverse for major corporations. Once the Innerverse and Outerverse are separated, endless borders will instantly swallow our businesses, Ling Yan explained. Luin fell silent. Ling Yan sighed. Dino just gave us an ultimatum. He wants to buy over our businesses, or else he'll completely suppress us. In the Outerverse, our Daystar line doesn't even have an enlighter, so we can't contend against endless borders. Luin understood Ling Yan's words. The powers of the Innerverse were too tyrannical, but he didn't believe that the Innerverse corporations were that miserable. Many of them were backed by great powers. He could ask Dino about Daystar shipping, but no matter how powerful Daystar shipping was, it couldn't compare to a colossus like Shamrock Enterprises. Even Shamrock Enterprises and the Mavis Bank existed, so Daystar shipping wouldn't make a difference. Luin left, as he was merely curious about the Daystar line. Even if he had any ideas about it, he would have to remain in the Outerverse unless they had the strength of the Neo-Human Alliance. However, he still had to ask. He quickly contacted Dino and asked about the Daystar line. Dino's answer was the same as Ling Yan's: the Daystar line was indeed unable to continue operating. However, Luin had received an unexpected piece of news: the Daystar line wasn't an independent company. It was just one of the subsidiary companies that belonged to the Innerverse Giant Financial Group, one of the top financial groups in the Innerverse. Even with the Giant Financial Group backing you, you still dare to attack Daystar shipping? On the other end of the call, Dino was helpless. Your Highness, it's not me. It's the headquarters. They need the Daystar line star chart. As for the Giant Financial Group, their main business is in the Innerverse, so they won't have much of an impact on us. Luin ended the call. The Giant Financial Group? Endless Borders was not afraid of them. Just as Ling Yan had said, the Innerverse financial groups were not doing well. They had money but no power. Or was Endless Borders just too powerful? Or had endless shipping expanded? Luin put down his gadget and stopped thinking about the Daystar line. It had nothing to do with him for the time being. The Innerverse had undergone a huge change, and the final outcome was still unknown. He really hoped that what Ling Yan said was true. That would be a good thing. Those consortiums were like money bags. As long as there was no one to protect them, there would always be a way to take out money. He didn't know if his luck was good or bad today. He had just seen Ling Yan, an old friend, and now another old friend had appeared in front of him. Jerlin, I'm serious about you. Don't go, Jerlin. Jerlin frowned impatiently. Beside her was a handsome guy who looked rich and had 4 cosmic rings on his hand. Luin watched with interest. Jerlin turned back and spat, "You're so annoying. I'll never like you, so give up." Jerlin, we've known each other since we were kids. We're childhood sweethearts. Shut up, who's your childhood sweetheart? We've only met a few times, Jerlin raged. 10,000 years in a single glance, he exaggerated. Jerlin was speechless. You want to be with me because you want to use my brother's connections to enter you academy. Don't think I don't know. Let me tell you, that's impossible. My brother won't play favorites. The guy hurriedly explained, you've misunderstood, Jerlin. I'm serious about you and don't have any other thoughts. It doesn't matter if I go to you academy or not, just give me a chance. Helpless, Jerlin glanced to the side and saw the auction house in the distance. I'll give you a chance if you take me there. The guy's expression changed and he bitterly replied, don't make it difficult for me, Jerlin. There are very few people in the Great U Empire who are qualified to enter the auction house. Even my uncle, a courtier, can't enter. I heard that even cabinet ministers have to verify their assets if they want to enter. This place only recognizes money, not people. I don't have that much money. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. It's fine if you can't get in, Jerlin said smugly before turning to leave. The guy hurriedly followed, I can't get in. No one my age in the Great U Empire can get in. You won't be able to find a boyfriend with this standard. Jerlin snorted, this standard is only for you. It's different for the person I like. The guy's expression changed and he gritted his teeth as he stared at her back. Also, Jerlin suddenly turned around and stared at him, the royal regent is younger than you, but he can get in. The guy was speechless. This auction house belongs to the royal regent. Jerlin snorted and was about to leave when someone blocked her path. You really want to go in? Luine pointed at the auction house and looked at Jerlin in amusement. Before she could reply, the guy grew angry and rushed over to glare at Luine. Brat, what are you trying to do? Jerlin looked at Luine curiously, feeling that this person was familiar. His gaze was especially mischievous. Luine looked at her and smiled. Old friends, do you still remember the happy times when we robbed together? The guy was furious. Brat, I'm talking to you. Jerlin's eyes lit up and she looked at Luine happily. You're Lou? Luine raised a finger and pointed at the auction house. Let's go in and take a look. She nodded, but suddenly thought of something. I almost forgot. Can we bring Geraldine along? She wants to go in too. Geraldine is coming too? All right, bring her along, Luine said. They were all old friends, especially Geraldine. She was one of the first trial takers he had met on Earth and had been his guide. They had even met once outside the prince's mansion. How nostalgic. In the blink of an eye, it had been 8 years since Earth's trial. Jerlin, who's this brat? The guy asked, glaring at her. Jerlin contacted Geraldine through her gadget, ignoring the guy. The guy glared at Luine. Brat, I'm warning you to stay away from Jerlin. My uncle is a minister of the Empire, watch out for your life. Luine looked at the guy. Got it. The guy was stunned. Was he giving in just like that? Geraldine ran over from nearby and was a little reserved when she saw Luine. Long time no see. It hasn't been that long, Luine smiled. Geraldine seemed to remember something and blushed, but she didn't say anything. Come, let's go in. Jerlin was very excited, pulling Geraldine and Luine towards the auction house. Luine was puzzled. When did you two become so close? We both joined U Academy, didn't you know? Jerlin rolled her eyes. U Academy wasn't that big, and the two had gone through Earth's trial together. It was normal for them to be familiar with each other. The guy quickly chased after them. Where are you going, Jerlin? Jerlin waved, to the auction house. The guy was stunned. Auction house? The auction house? How are you going to get in? Jerlin laughed, and so did Geraldine. With this old friend around, even the Imperial Palace wouldn't be a problem, let alone the auction house. Luine smoothly brought the two girls into the auction house. The guy stared blankly, his eyes flashing. Did the auction house not need to check one's assets this time? He hurried over, wanting to enter as well, but was stopped. This made him realize that he had to check his assets before entering. Who was that kid? How did he get in so easily? Was he from the Empire? Or was he from another region? Inside the auction house, Luine had Bei Qing arrange a private room for him. Bei Qing didn't dare ask about his relationship with the two girls and left after instructing the staff to take special care of the room. Wow, so this is the auction house. I've always been curious about what it's like inside. It's not even on the net, but I finally got to see it today. It's very normal, Jerlin commented. Geraldine looked down curiously as well, seeing quite a few people rising from the ground and appearing in the hall. This was Lu Yin's first time here as well. Why aren't you changing your appearance back? It's so awkward, Jerlin grumbled. Luine restored his appearance. Where's your brother? On the first ring of the continent, he's not interested. She paused and pursed her lips. He doesn't have any money either. Let me know if you see anything you like later. Jerlin was delighted. You'll buy it for us? Luine replied seriously, I can give you a discount. Hey, you're the leader of the Great Eastern Alliance, can't you be a little more generous? Geraldine whispered, Jerlin, don't spout nonsense. Luine smiled, can't help it, I'm short on money. You're short on money? You have so much money that you don't even know where to spend it. Luine pursed his lips but didn't explain. The amount of money he lacked couldn't be explained with words. It was a huge amount, especially when it came to the 9-yang cauldron. He didn't even know how much money he would need to fill this hole. Of course, the thing he needed the most was the dye. He wouldn't be able to fill the hole with enhance in this lifetime. Your Highness, I'll return that to you, Geraldine whispered to Luine. Luine was puzzled. What? Have you forgotten? Her gaze dimmed. Luine thought about it. Oh, that. I'll give it to you, you don't have to return it to me. She had a complicated expression. Gerlin came over and stared at Luine. What did you give Geraldine? It's not a love token, is it? Luine was about to speak when Geraldine hurriedly interrupted. It's starting, the auction is starting. Gerlin's attention was immediately diverted, and she looked down with great interest. This was the most famous auction in the entire Outerverse, and she didn't want to miss a single item. She sighed in relief. Rings were very important to girls. Luine didn't care, but she couldn't ignore it. If she found out, she would definitely spread the news, and that would be troublesome. When the auction started, the first item brought the atmosphere to a climax. The Formcast model was auctioned off without any warning. Everyone thought it was the finale, but the auction house was too capricious. The Formcast model didn't have a base price, it had been set by Luine. The first person to bid had raised the price to a point where countless people flinched at the sight of 30,000 star essence, which was 10 times the price of a single natural treasure. It was customary for auctions on the mainland to use star essence as payment. Gerlin was curious. Star essence? What's the exchange rate for star crystals? Luine answered, 1 to 100,000. Gerlin was speechless. That much? Luine nodded. Gerlin was stunned for a moment before she blurted out, you've developed robbery to the level of civilization. You're really cultured. Luine was speechless. Ha ha ha, 7th bro, this girl is right. Auctions are robbery, but it's a cultured robbery. The monkey laughed. Geraldine stifled a laugh. The competition immediately began, and the bidders were mostly from the private rooms. Luine knew that Shamrock Enterprises, Mavis Bank, and other well-known powers were all present. There was also the Temple of Taima, a power in the Central Weave, and even the Wei family. As expected, the competition would only be between the behemoths. The first Formcast model was bought by Shamrock Enterprises for a sky-high price of 150,000 star essence. Luine was excited, even though he knew that the price would be high, he hadn't expected it to be this high. With Shamrock Enterprises' foundation, they shouldn't have a 5-stage Formcast model, which was strange. In a private room in the auction house, Xiaoqin was talking to Shenfu. I bought it. That's good. I don't understand. If you have a 5-stage Formcast model, why are you buying it at such a high price? Xiaoqin was curious. President Yu is overbearing. He offended the Great Eastern Alliance, so we have to express our goodwill. Is that necessary? There's always fish, and Shamrock Enterprises doesn't need to bow to anyone. We'll talk about it later. It's not a lot. Gerlin counted with her fingers for a long time, but she still couldn't figure out how much 150,000 star essence was. She knew a lot, but she had no idea how much it was. This was a matter of level. At her level, she still used more cosmic dollars than star crystals, but a single cube of star crystals could be exchanged for 1,000,000 cosmic dollars. That was an exaggeration, so she couldn't figure it out. At Lu Yin's level, all he used was star essence, and universal currency was nothing more than scrap paper. This was also the reason why the Mavis Bank hung the universal currency on the tree, allowing it to float down and be picked up by others. Different people had different perspectives. After that, the auction went back to normal. The auctioneers would take a commission from the items provided by others. This included items of unknown origin or items that could not be brought to the auction table, but none of them went unsold. Currently, the auction house was filled with a large portion of the Outerverse rich, and some of the items were just numbers to them. Furthermore, the highest bid for these items was only 1,000 star essence, and many people were too lazy to even bid for them. They had all come for the high-quality items that Luine had provided. Not long after, the second item appeared. It was an arrow, one of the 3 that Luine had upgraded. There were many people who used arrows, and the most famous was naturally the Hall of Taimo. The divine arrows that Luine had selected from Arrow Mountain had been sold to the Hall of Taimo for 20,000 star essence each. The 3 arrows in front of him had been upgraded to the point where they could threaten enlighters, and they were also considered divine arrows. The starting price of 20,000 star essence was not expensive, as this was an auction house where many rich people had gathered. However, arrows were inanimate objects, and these people could not see the rune lines on them, so they could not determine their quality. Luin thought that someone would question him, but when the arrows appeared, someone from a private room immediately bid 25,000 star essence. Luin knew that the person in that room was from the Hall of Mo. Others might not be able to determine the quality of the arrows, but it was impossible for them not to. To the Hall of Mo, a good arrow was comparable to a battle technique. Most people did not bid, but those who did so with the mindset that they had to win. This was especially true for the Hall of Mo, who raised the price to 45,000 star essence. This was a very high price. The divine arrows that Luin had obtained from Arrow Mountain had been sold to the Hall of Mo for 20,000 star essence each. With such a high price, no one competed with the Hall of Mo, and in the end, the arrows were sold for 45,000 star essence. Luin smiled, as the price was not bad. He was considering whether or not he should upgrade the next batch and sell them to the Hall of Mo. That would make him rich. After waiting for a round, the second Formcast model appeared. This time, the Formcast model was purchased by someone from the Amethyst Trading Company for a high price of 120,000 gold coins. Only a group like this that had money but no super powerhouses would need a 5-stage Formcast model. Jerlin stared blankly at the bidding below. Every item was being auctioned for a price that was out of her reach, and she could not even afford to exchange them for universal currency. Geraldine had a complicated expression. This was no longer the Great Yu Empire of the past. If any of the people below had appeared in the Great Yu Empire, they would have been treated as VIPs and would have been personally summoned by His Majesty. They would have received all sorts of privileges, but now, they could only sit below and compete with each other. They did not even have the right to enter a private room. This was the person that Luin had brought up. This person who had fought with them to the death on Earth 7 years ago was now standing at the peak of the universe. The gun appeared with a starting price of 60,000 star essence. There was no need for an introduction, and the people in the private rooms began to compete. The gun seemed to be synonymous with Luin, as he had used it to kill an enlighter. No one doubted the gun's power. The starting price was meaningless, and the first bidder raised the price to 100,000 star essence. This person was unfamiliar, and Luin had Beiqing look him up. He was surprised to find that this person was actually from Myriad City. The first person he thought of was the Zhu family. Their ancestor, Zhu Taizhu, was dead, and the Zhu family was being suspected by the Jasper Mountains and Seas, so they were definitely not living comfortably. They had money, but they did not have the power to protect themselves. Facing the Cheong family would put them under a lot of pressure, so they would naturally buy something that could protect themselves. Various powers competed, especially those that were involved in technological manufacturing, as they all wanted to buy the gun for research purposes. But in the end, the gun was bought by someone from the Zhu family for a final price of 220,000 star essence. This price exceeded Lu Yin's expectations, as he had not expected it to sell for such a high price. It could only be said that the Zhu family was truly anxious. 220,000 star essence was a sky-high price for most powers in the Outerverse, and everyone was trying to guess at the person's background. Time quickly passed, and while Luin was participating in the auction, Elder Lohar left Ironblood Weave and arrived at a desolate region of space. As far as the eye could see, this place was filled with turbulence, meteorites, planetary fragments, and all sorts of cosmic trash. This place was like a cosmic graveyard, and strange astronomical phenomena would sweep past from time to time, swallowing up the surrounding space. After arriving here, even Elder Lohar had to be careful. Disciple Lohar requests an audience with esteemed teacher. His voice reverberated throughout the depths of space. Not long after, an aged voice was heard. What is it? The voice was illusory, and it was unknown where it had come from, but Elder Lohar instantly felt as if he was being exposed to an indescribable terror. The region of space changed the moment the voice appeared, and the strange astronomical phenomena disappeared. The voice was a law, and the region of space cooperated with the appearance of the voice, not daring to make even the slightest sound. Esteemed teacher, the sixth mainland might be invading the Outerverse through the technocracy. Please investigate, esteemed teacher, Elder Lohar said respectfully as he bowed deeply with a terrified expression. The entire region of space suddenly trembled, and Elder Lohar's heart skipped a beat. In the next moment, the feeling of being exposed to an extreme terror disappeared. His esteemed teacher had left. The Hall of Honor was the strongest organization in the entire human domain, and its foundation was unfathomable. How could the Outerverse only have one Elder Lohar overseeing it? Elder Lohar was just a figurehead, the true strength of the organization lay here. On Xenu Star, the auction had ended. Luin was delighted, and he specially rewarded Jerlin and Geraldine with 10 star essence each. 10 star essence was equivalent to 1,000,000 star crystals, which was an astronomical figure to them. However, Luin didn't care about such a small amount of money. During this auction, his premium items alone had been sold for 765,000 star essence, and with the commission from the other auctions, he had made a huge profit. His assets had once again risen to over 2,000,000 star essence, which was enough to give Yuehua Mavis a run for her money. When all of the money was gathered, Lu Yin's heroic spirit soared to the sky, as if he owned the entire world. The only thing that made him unhappy was that the last 2 arrows had been bought by the Temple of Taimo for 30,000 star essence. Everyone else knew that the Temple of Taimo was determined to obtain the arrows, so they didn't plan on competing with them. The fact that they had taken advantage of the situation meant that Luin had suffered a loss, which made him uncomfortable. He decided not to sell his arrows like this in the future and instead sell them wholesale. He would raise the price by 100 arrows to the Temple of Taimo in one go and empty out all of their assets. Although the auction had ended, there was still much to talk about in the outside world, especially when the person who had bought the gun had been robbed in outer space and killed a hunter with a single shot. According to some estimates, the gun's power level had reached 200,000, which shocked countless people. Many people's eyes burned with desire. The items sold by the mainland's auction house were indeed real. On Xenu Star, the person in charge of the Mavis Bank was vexed. Every time the mainland's auction house held a premium item auction, his star essence would be completely used up. He had already gathered all of the star essence from all of the Mavis Bank branches in the Eastern Weaves, but he still couldn't keep up with the consumption. If the Innerverse and Outerverse hadn't been separated, then he wouldn't have cared even if they held a premium item auction every day. There were only so many star essence in the Outerverse, and the Mavis Bank didn't have much in stock. He hurriedly reported the situation to his superiors and asked them to think of a solution or to negotiate with the mainland's auction house so that they could circulate star crystals. Alan was an ordinary cultivator who had come from a barren but beautiful planet. His life had been peaceful, but one day, a group of youths who called themselves trial takers had arrived and completely changed his life. His planet had more than 1 billion people, but in the end, only a few had followed the trial takers into outer space. The reason he had been able to do so was because he had awakened an innate gift of listening. That's right, listening was an innate gift that could be useful or useless. Alan could hear the heartbeats of the people around him to determine their strength. Back then, during the trial of those young people, he had relied on this talent to rely on a very low-key, seemingly down-and-out person. In the end, that person eliminated all the other trial challengers and became the champion. As for him, he naturally stepped into the starry skies. However, reality was not as good as he had imagined. That person was said to be from the Dark Phoenix clan, who had not taken a fancy to him and had thrown him here. This was the border between the Endless Weave and the Technocracy. The Technocracy would attack the Endless Weave from time to time, and the border had long since grown accustomed to it. However, Alan knew a secret: this war between the Technocracy and the border had been instigated by someone. He even knew that person. Although he did not know why that person had attacked the Technocracy in such a suicidal manner, the war had been started by that person. He hated war because he could die at any time. Fortunately, the war had not lasted for long. Alan leaned against the wall and looked at the dark sky. In the distance, the star was about to collapse. Suddenly, Alan's expression changed. His pupils shrank, and he subconsciously covered his ears. What had he just heard? He had heard a heartbeat that shook the universe. He had never heard such a strong heartbeat before. Even the supposedly powerful powerhouses did not have such a heartbeat. In fact, the difference was too great. He did not know how great it was, but his intuition told him that it was very great. He looked up and saw nothing, but he was sure that someone had just passed by. That person was so powerful that the border defense line had not even been able to detect them. Alan's face went pale. Should he report this? In the end, he decided not to, because no one would believe him. The war between the technocracy and the human domain had continued since ancient times. No one remembered why the two domains had started fighting. It was just like the war between the human domain and the astral beast domain. Most people did not know what the technocracy was like. Even powerful human organizations like the Day-Night Clan did not know. It was rumored that the technocracy was controlled by the mainframe, and no one could sneak in. The mainframe could monitor everything inside. If the humans wanted to understand the technocracy, the only way was to send super powerhouses in every once in a while. Those who could barge into the technocracy had to be at least at the level of an emissary. The technocracy was used to this and had long since prepared measures to deal with the human powerhouses. However, this time all means used to deal with the human powerhouses collapsed in an instant. The superweapons erected at the border of the technocracy to attack the human domain were shattered into pieces. All surveillance methods failed, and no images could be captured. Elder Lohar's teacher rushed into the technocracy without any hindrance. Every step he took distorted space and time as he crossed an endless distance. Suddenly, the entire technocracy was shaken, and countless pairs of eyes opened. Human super powerhouses, protect the Central Command. In the starry skies of the technocracy, a figure suddenly appeared. Ripples appeared in the void, unable to bear the weight of this figure. Really, it's been a long time since I last came. An aged voice rang out. It was Elder Lohar's master, known as Master Yuan. Master Yuan looked around and focused on a few directions. He could feel the terrifying power. For the technocracy to be able to resist the human star domain for so many years, they also had their own powerhouses. However, what Master Yuan feared the most was the mysterious mastermind. Even now, no one knew where the mastermind was or what kind of power it possessed. Master Yuan's eyes flashed, and he took another step forward before vanishing into outer space. In a corner of the technocracy, machines were quickly assembling to form numerous spaceships. Not too far away, there were even more spaceships. Inside these spaceships were humans, not androids. It was unusual for humans to appear in the technocracy, but these people were different. They were from the sixth mainland. Lu Yin's guess was correct. The sixth mainland's progenitors had already taken action, and they could not return empty-handed. The innerverse was in a state of chaos, so they had set their sights on the outerverse, which they had originally planned to attack. They had bypassed the Astral River's energy barrier and attacked through the technocracy. Countless cultivators from the sixth mainland boarded spacecraft and headed towards the outerverse. Inside one of the spacecraft, Huang San gulped and carefully looked outside. This is the fifth mainland. Even the sky is dark, but it's not connected. It's really been shattered. This is just a corner of the fifth mainland. The fifth mainland's true territory should be the human domain. The technocracy is much smaller than the human domain's outerverse, Yan Xiaojing calmly said as she appeared behind him. Huang San turned around. Xiaojing, will we be able to return alive? Yan Xiaojing fell silent. In the past, they would have said yes without hesitation. Not only would they be able to, but they would also be able to destroy the fifth mainland's cultivators and even wipe out their cultivation system. After so many years, they had been this confident. However, after the Innerverse War, the martial progenitor had been severely injured, which had caused the situation in the Innerverse to change completely. Their thoughts had also changed. It seemed that the fifth mainland would not be so easily defeated. Don't worry. This is the fifth mainland's weakest human outerverse. With our Bloodburn Realm's strength, we can destroy it, Yan Xiaojing reassured him. Huang San had a complicated expression. The Huang family had once been an imprinter family, and even if they had declined, they could still obtain some information. Apparently, the war in the Innerverse had not gone well, and many people had died, especially those of the same age. The Innerverse had become a graveyard. Would this place become the Bloodburn Realm's graveyard? In another spacecraft, Autumn Frost Qing's eyes were filled with pride. Unlike Huang San, he was filled with ambition. Even though he knew that the war in the Innerverse would be difficult, he was still filled with confidence. After all, this was only the human domain's outerverse. If the Bloodburn Realm could not even take down the human domain's outerverse, then they would have failed. He wanted to perform meritorious deeds in this war and suppress those of the same age who wanted to slaughter the Innerverse-titled powerhouses. Many people only wanted to go to the Innerverse and slaughter the Fifth Mainland's titled powerhouses, and even DFA was the same. He was different, as he liked to crush others. If he could not crush the Fifth Mainland's Innerverse cultivators, then he would crush the Outerverse cultivators. On another spacecraft not too far away from the Autumnfrost family, a man's eyes were cold and filled with excitement. If Luin had been here, he would have definitely recognized him as Butcher, the expert who had absorbed Che Lai's bloodline back in the Daosor sect's ruins. The Bloodburn realm was one of the Sixth Mainland's 9 filaments, and its strength was unfathomable. This time, the person leading the attack against the human domain's outerverse was Patriarch Mo Jiang, a world imprinter. A world imprinter had a power level of over 800,000, and they were incomparably terrifying powerhouses. The Sixth Mainland had never believed that there would be a powerhouse in the outerverse who could rival them, until Master Yuan appeared. Patriarch Mo Jiang suddenly opened his eyes, and the heavens trembled. Not good. He then stepped forward. The next moment, many of the Sixth Mainland's cultivators felt a heavenly pressure, especially those who were imprinters of Patriarch Mo Jiang. In the distance, Patriarch Mo Jiang and Master Yuan encountered each other. Get lost. Master Yuan barked, his voice echoing through the heavens and tearing through the stars. Many of the Sixth Mainland's cultivators were shocked, and those who had not reached the Explorer realm all spat out blood. Yan Xiaojing's face paled, and she looked up into space. How was this possible? This was the technocracy. Had the mainframe made a move against them? You'll be destroyed sooner or later, so why struggle? If you surrender, I can guarantee that you will become an elder of the Sixth Mainland's Daosor sect, Patriarch Mo Jiang said, his voice echoing through the heavens. Just the two of them were conversing, but the heavens were unable to withstand the pressure, and they immediately split apart. I said, get lost. Master Yuan barked again. Then, the heavens turned upside down, and everyone from the Sixth Mainland felt as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. The fear that came from their hearts overwhelmed them. Then let's fight, Patriarch Mo Jiang said. Following that, many of the Sixth Mainland's cultivators saw an unforgettable scene. Two palms collided, and the heavens shook. Countless cracks extended into the distance with no end in sight. The fleet of spacecraft was mercilessly torn apart, and many spacecraft exploded as countless cultivators howled in agony. Within one spacecraft, an old woman with the strength of an imprinter shrieked as she charged towards the battlefield, but she was instantly reduced to a puddle of blood. Imprinters had power levels that exceeded 500,000, and they were known as envoys in the Fifth Mainland. However, such powerhouses did not even have the qualifications to join the battlefield. The heavens seemed to have changed, and it was as if a piece of paper had been torn apart. Inside was an unshakable expanse of space that no one had ever seen before, and it seemed even more real. All of the cultivators from the Sixth Mainland had fainted, and no one had witnessed this scene. After an unknown amount of time, Huang San woke up and saw several powerful cultivators in outer space discussing something. He looked around and saw that Yan Xiaojing was still asleep. He hurriedly woke Yan Xiaojing up. Yan Xiaojing rubbed her head. What happened to us? Huang San shook his head. I don't know. Yan Xiaojing looked into outer space and saw several seniors. However, these seniors did not seem to be in a good mood, especially when she saw Patriarch Mo Jiang. Patriarch Mo Jiang's expression was ugly, and it was obvious that the situation was not good. Yan Xiaojing's heart sank. Had the invasion failed before it had even begun? On another spacecraft, Autumnfrost Qin rubbed his head as he stood up. He panted heavily and wiped the corner of his mouth. He had actually been injured, and he could not take a single look. This was the strength of a world imprinter. The Fifth Mainland's outerverse actually had such a powerhouse. However, no matter how strong they were, they could not stop the Bloodburn realm. Patriarch Mo Jiang was only one of the Bloodburn realm's world imprinters, and the Autumnfrost family's ancestor was also one. The Bloodburn realm's 3 strongest families all had terrifying powerhouses, and above them were the even stronger cosmic imprinters and the legendary celestial imprinters. How could the outerverse stop them? What could they use to stop them? Outside the technocracy, one of the defensive lines against the human domain suddenly collapsed. Master Yuan walked out, and his pale face returned to normal. During his battle with Patriarch Mo Jiang, he had deliberately concealed his strength because he was afraid that Patriarch Mo Jiang would invite the Sixth Mainland's powerhouses to join the battle. He had even pretended to be injured in order to numb the Sixth Mainland. Now, he needed to buy time and gather the entire Outerverse strength to resist the Sixth Mainland. Lu Yin was still immersed in the joy of receiving the money when a notification hit him. In the name of Master Yuan of the Hall of Honor, I hereby summon the 72 weaves of the Outerverse to participate in guarding the borders of the Endless Weaves and assist Commander Elder Big Drum in protecting the human domain. Before he could react, another notification popped up. The Hall of Honor has summoned Lu Yin to the Endless Weaves Ironblood Cliff District to assist in the defense of the border. You have 1 month to arrive, and you will be punished by military law if you fail to do so. Discuss punishment. The borders of the Endless Weave bordered the technocracy, and in order to deal with the technocracy's endless explorations, the Blackfire Rock Defense Line had been constructed at the border. Using the Blackfire Rock Defense Line's characteristic of isolating probing, the entire line of defense was pulled apart. Anyone who participated in the defense of the border was not allowed to use any technological weapons, and even their gadgets did not have any signal. It was as if they were useless. The defense line was divided into rocky regions, with a rocky region every set distance, where the powerhouses of the defense line were gathered. Originally, the defensive line had 15 crag regions that stretched across the border of Endless Weave to defend against the technocracy. However, ever since their defeat, half of Endless Weave had fallen into the hands of the technocracy, and the defensive line had been completely retreated. There were only 6 crag regions left: the Dark Phoenix Crag, the Bigwood Crag, the Infinite Crag, the Santai Crag, the Glory Crag, and the Iron Blood Crag. Lu Yin stared at the notice in shock. It had come so suddenly, and it was exactly the same as when he had been recruited in Iron Blood Weave. The only difference was that Iron Blood Weave's recruitment had targeted the Eastern Weaves, as many Weaves had still been isolated from the outside world, making it difficult for them to send reinforcements. This time, however, Iron Blood Weave's recruitment target was the entire Outerverse, which meant that the situation was much more serious. Also, who was Master Yuan? He immediately contacted Elder Lohar. However, he was unable to contact Elder Lohar until half an hour later. Elder Lohar appeared on the screen with a solemn expression, and when he saw Lu Yin, he immediately asked, "You must have received the notice." Lu Yin nodded. "Who is Master Yuan?" Elder Lohar's gaze was filled with reverence. "My master." Lu Yin was shocked. "Your master?" Elder Lohar nodded. "Not only is he my master, but he's also the master of many people in the Hall of Honor. Even though Master Yuan himself has never acknowledged it, he's taught many people, and they all refer to him as their master." "How is Master Yuan's battle strength?" Lu Yin asked. He knew that this Master Yuan was the Hall of Honor's true trump card in the Outerverse. Elder Lohar was a powerhouse with a power level of more than 300,000, and he had even addressed Lu Yin as his master. Perhaps this Master Yuan had already reached the level of an emissary. Elder Lohar solemnly said, "Alliance Master Lu, now isn't the time to discuss this. Hurry up and head to the Endless Weave's Ironblood Cliff District to report. During wartime, all statuses are useless. If you're late, you might really be punished by military law. Commander Elder Daegu is also an elder of the Hall of Honor, and his status is equal to mine." Lu Yin narrowed his eyes and asked cautiously, "Is it serious this time?" Elder Lohar had a complicated expression on his face. "Master Yuan will be negotiating with all of the top powers in the Outerverse, and no one will be able to avoid this war. No one." He then ended the call. Elder Lohar's words made Lu Yin realize that the situation this time was serious. Back when Iron Blood Weave had been recruited, Elder Lohar had not even spoken to Shamrock Enterprises or the other major powers, and he had not even invited Master Yuan. This time, Master Yuan had personally made an appearance, and it was likely that even the super powerhouses like President Yu would not be able to escape. Lu Yin's guess had come true, and the Sixth Mainland was indeed attacking the Outerverse through the technocracy. The Sixth Mainland had only used 3 filaments to force the Innerverse progenitors to come out, which showed just how powerful they were. Now, the Outerverse was being attacked by the Bloodburn realm, which was closest to the Outerverse. According to what Luin knew, the Bloodburn realm had 3 strongest families, and the Autumnfrost family was one of them. Each family had a world imprinter, and although Luin did not know their specific power levels, he knew that an imprinter was equivalent to an emissary. A world imprinter was definitely far stronger than an emissary, and it would be difficult for the Outerverse to stop them. However, no matter what, they could not escape from this battle. At this moment, Aiden arrived. "Your Highness, I've been recruited." Luin raised his brows. "Check who else has been recruited besides you and me." He had just finished speaking when Wendy Yushan contacted him. She had also been recruited. Luin was worried that all of the Great Yu Empire's powerhouses had been recruited. The battlefield was merciless, and even emissaries could appear. If the Outerverse was defended while the Great Yu Empire's powerhouses were all gone, that would truly be a disappointment. Fortunately, only the 3 of them had been recruited in the entire Great Yu Empire. Of course, there was also the Great Eastern Alliance's Rapid Response Team. This team had been rather conspicuous on the battlefield in Armament Weave, so they had also been recruited. Elsewhere, Wei Rong had also received the same notification as Luin. He had been forcibly recruited to Dark Phoenix Cliff to assist Commander Zephyrus in defending the border. Wei Rong was stunned. Was it that serious? No way. He had only sent people to harass the technocracy and had only fought a few battles at most. How had he been recruited? Also, he was not a talented fighter, so what was the point of being recruited to the border? He did not want to go, but the Hall of Honor had forcefully recruited him, so he had no choice but to go. Wei Rong was speechless. Could something have happened that he was unaware of? Speaking of which, Lu Yin's sudden withdrawal had been unexpected. Wei Rong had originally wanted to use the war to pressure Luin and force him to stop fighting, but Luin had immediately withdrawn. Wei Rong would not believe that Luin cared about the border and the human domain even if he was beaten to death. At this moment, he was certain that Luin knew something that he did not. Wei Rong was not the only one who was depressed. Xianxia was also depressed, and her entire face had turned bitter. What did the border war have to do with her? What was she being recruited for? Sheer, the border war is no small matter, especially this time. Even the Hall of Honor's Master Yuan has appeared, so it's definitely not simple, Xianxia said solemnly. Xianxia was puzzled. Who exactly is this Master Yuan? Xianxia shook his head. I don't know who he is exactly, but... He paused to think for a moment before continuing. This name appeared in our Qiong family's ancestral records, so he should be someone from a very long time ago. I just remembered that the ancestral records that recorded Master Yuan's name have almost been worn away. It's at least 1,000,000 years old. Xiangxia's hair stood on end. The universe's inheritances had been passed down from generation to generation, and no matter how old they were, they had all disappeared in the river of time. Even the powerful clans of the Innerverse that had inherited ancient inheritances had only retained their concept of time. However, this Master Yuan had jumped out from the river of time, so it was impossible for him to have lived for so long. He must have been frozen, but even so, being able to live for more than 1,000,000 years was already terrifying. It was no wonder why this old man had been so arrogant and had forcefully recruited her as soon as he had appeared. Even Myriad City would not be safe against such an old man. In the Outerverse, there were very few people who were qualified to be forcefully recruited, and there were even fewer of the younger generation. Wei Rong and Xianxia had been forcefully recruited because of Wang Wen. Wang Wen had played a decisive role in Iron Blood Weave, and Wei Rong and Xianxia, who were equally famous, were naturally not inferior to him. This was especially true for Wei Rong, who had used one method after another in Armament Weave's war to forcefully stall an enemy that was 10 times stronger than him. The Hall of Honor could not ignore such methods. And this was just the younger generation. On the other side, Gong Ling, the head of the Temple of Tai Mo, had been forcefully recruited by the Hall of Honor. The Temple of Tai Mo had to send an enlighter to participate in the border war. Gong Ling could not refuse. Whether it was for the sake of humanity or for the sake of Master Yuan, he did not dare to refuse. The 3 great powers and the 4 major corporations had all been notified by Elder Lohar in Master Yuan's name. As for Shamrock Enterprises, Yumu had personally seen Master Yuan through his gadget. Yumu bowed deeply in front of Master Yuan. Senior, you've awakened. Master Yuan looked at Yumu indifferently. There's a crisis at the border. Report to Santai's Cliff District and guard the border. Yumu did not dare to utter a single word. Yes. At the Mavis Bank, Yuehua Mavis also saw Master Yuan. My ancestor asked me to send her regards, she said respectfully. Master Yuan sighed. It's been hundreds of thousands of years since we last met, and time no longer means much to us. While I'm still alive, I'll do my best to return and see her. Yuehua Mavis knew that Master Yuan was not talking to her, he was just sighing. Report to Ironblood Cliff District and guard the human border, Master Yuan said. Yuehua Mavis respectfully acknowledged. Be careful. The enemy this time is from the 6th mainland, Master Yuan added. Yuehua Mavis's expression changed. I understand, Senior. At the Aurora Spacecraft Company's Outerverse headquarters, the flame engineer arrived underground and activated his gadget. Master Yuan's image appeared. Underground, an old man appeared. He faced Master Yuan and slowly bowed at the waist. Respected teacher. Master Yuan replied, there's no need to call me that. Report to Endless Cliff District and guard the human border. The old man respectfully replied, yes, Master. Master Yuan's image disappeared. The flame engineer looked at the old man and respectfully asked, President Qi, who was that just now? The old man recalled, a respectable elder who has taught countless people. He's a senior who truly enlightened cultivators. You can call him Master Yuan. The outerverse was like a deep pool, and no matter how much one tried to stir it up, the bottom of the pool would always be hidden. However, Master Yuan's appearance had cleared out the entire pool, and no one could escape the responsibility of guarding the border. Some people might be late, but there was no way they could avoid it, such as Ancestor Arrow Mountain from Taiyamo Temple, Wan Qianqing, Endless Borders team that was exploring the Astral Wilderness, the old assassin from Aegis, and there was even a possibility that the Enlighters who were guarding Ironblood Weave would appear. Luin took Aiden and Wendy Yushan to a spacecraft and headed to Endless Weave. With the speed of a radiant great aurora, they would arrive in 20 days if nothing unexpected happened. This was Lu Yin's third border war, and it was also the most serious one. Many people from the Eastern Weaves were heading to the Endless Weaves, and each weave had sent at least 2 hunters, 5 cruisers, and 20 explorers. There were 72 weaves in the Outerverse, and at least 100 hunters had been sent to reinforce the Endless Weave's borders. It was a terrifying force. Coupled with the Enlighters and existences that surpassed them, this force was enough to sweep through everything. However, Luin was still not optimistic, as they were facing the 6th mainland. Even if it was just a single domain, it was still terrifying. Elder Lohar had specifically contacted Luin to ask about the situation in the 6th mainland's Bloodburn realm, and Luin had told him everything he knew, especially about the 3 great clans. The Hall of Honor immediately sent out a notice, explaining the 6th mainland's battle plan based on Lu Yin's description. Countless people at the border were in an uproar, as they finally realized that their enemy was not just from the technocracy, but rather, the 6th mainland. The Hall of Honor did not explain the 6th mainland's situation, only stating that a powerhouse with a power level in the million might appear. This statement sent chills down the spines of countless people. The Hall of Taiyamo and Wan Qianqing received another notice, and they were prepared to mobilize all of their forces at any time. This meant that the Arrow Mountain Ancestor, the 3 inherited arrows, and Wan Qianqing, the War Fortress, would all be mobilized. This time all of the Outerverse power would be mobilized by Master Yuan. Luin looked at the star chart. Not too long ago, he had not been able to see the universe clearly, but now, he could. The Endless Weaves was different from Ironblood Weave, as it was not purely a war zone. Aside from the defensive lines, there were also some family powers that existed, such as Endless Borders and the Dark Phoenix clan. In the Endless Weaves, there was another existence that could not be ignored, Astral 9. The Astral Combat Academy was the most famous institution in the entire universe. It had nurtured countless experts and had an unfathomable foundation. This time Astral 9 had also been summoned, but it had not been named. Even the Hall of Honor had to respect this institution with such a long history, and the Hall of Honor believed that Astral 9 would go all out. Astral 9 was currently very lively, and many students excitedly signed up to participate in the border defense. Astral 9 was located in the Endless Weaves, and it was no stranger to the border defense lines. Every year, students would participate in border wars, and compared to the other academies, Astral 9 students had clearly participated more often. Originally, only Melders were allowed to participate in border battles, but this time, Astral 9 had set a rule that only Lemeters were allowed to participate, which made many students unhappy. "I want to join the battle, I want to bathe in the blood of humans," a student shouted in the square, but he was sent flying by the teacher with a slap. "So noisy. I've already said that you're not allowed to go if you haven't reached the extreme realm," the lecturer roared. His expression was sinister, and quite a few students were scared. Discussions could be heard everywhere. Nearly 100 students were gathered in the square. At this moment, a tall and sturdy man walked out and said in a low, muffled voice, "Instructor, student registration." Many students were in an uproar. "It's Brother Kwang. He's going to fight." Brother Kwang is one of the area masters of the Tao of Seed. He's extremely powerful, and he'll definitely become famous in the Outerverse this time. "Bro Kwang, you can do it. Bring glory to Astral 9 and defeat Luin," a student shouted. Luin was a name that none of them were willing to mention. He was the student leader of Astral 10 and a member of the Council of Astral Academy. He was their greatest competitor, and his rise to power had been unstoppable. Now, he had even become the leader of the Great Eastern Alliance. He was no longer on the same level as them. That student's words caused Brother Kwang's expression to turn ugly, and he left without another word. Even the former student leader of Astral 9, Luin, couldn't compete with Luin, let alone him. After Brother Kwang left, many Lemeters from Astral 9 signed up. Suddenly, the crowd was in an uproar. Another famous person had appeared, but this person should not have appeared in Astral 9. Xianxia had participated in the Astral Combat Tournament and risen like a comet, but she had been defeated by Luin in the end. Even though she had been defeated, no one dared to underestimate her. Her strength had been obvious to all, and she had definitely surpassed the average area master. She had even been able to fight against a realm master, which was the equivalent of a student leader. She had also attained 4-lined battle force and possessed the battle technique Season Wind. Why is she back? Didn't she graduate? Yeah, almost everyone who made it to the top 32 graduated during the Astral Combat Tournament. Senior Luin also graduated and left a long time ago. Senior Luin has always been at the border. And that bearded guy as well. He suddenly appeared to participate in the Astral Combat Tournament, but he's still at the border now that he's graduated. The students discussed amongst themselves, and the mentor was puzzled. "Xiaoji, why did you come back?" Xiaoji's expression was cold. "Mentor, do you know which cliff zone Luin is guarding?" The mentor replied, "I heard that it's the Iron Blood Cliff Zone." Xiaoji nodded. "I'll sign up in Astral 9. Astral 9 students are all stationed in the Iron Blood Cliff Zone, right?" The mentor nodded. "That's right. Do you want to sign up?" "Sure. I didn't expect Luin to be in the Iron Blood Cliff Zone as well. This is going to be interesting. I heard that Senior Luin is there as well." The Iron Blood Cliff Zone is the weakest of the 6 major cliff zones. Those who don't have any special connections or are willing to participate in the defensive line are all assigned to the Iron Blood Cliff Zone. They have the most people, but they're also the weakest. Astral 9 has always been guarding the Iron Blood Cliff Zone. This time, we must show Luin that even if he's stronger than all the other students in the Astral Combat Academy, he won't be able to suppress our passion. Speaking of which, Luin broke through to the Explorer realm a long time ago and even graduated. What are you guys competing for? The others looked at each other. That's right, what's the point of competing with him? The mentor looked at the students in amusement. They were all full of vigor, and he hoped that none of them would die in this war and that they would all survive. The Endless Weave's defensive line completely connected the east and west, forming a continent with Blackfire Rock as its foundation. All of the cultivators who participated in the defensive battle lived on Blackfire Rock. The Blackfire Rock was scorching hot and had a pungent smell of gunpowder. If given a choice, no one would want to live on it. However, Blackfire Rock was the only thing that could block the technocracy's various technological detection methods. It was a necessity for the defense against the technocracy. The Hall of Honor had recruited many people from the Outerverse to participate in the defense, but before they could arrive, the bitter war had already begun. The technocracy's attacks covered the sky and descended, accompanied by countless androids that charged into the Blackfire Rock continent to fight with the humans. Each of the 6 major cliff zones had an enlighter overseeing them. With many experts under their command, it was not that difficult to resist the technocracy's attacks, and there were even times when they could counterattack. However, a few days later, the 6th Mainland's fleet transporting cultivators appeared, and the technocracy's attacks suddenly stopped. After that, a figure accompanied by a terrifying pressure descended upon the Dama Cliff Zone, and countless spear images tore through the void. The defensive power that the Dama Cliff Zone's tens of thousands of cultivators had continuously gathered instantly collapsed. Grandmaster Chao, the commander of the Dama Cliff Zone, stared at the countless spear images in shock. Each one caused his heart to tremble. This was an attack from a powerhouse that far surpassed him, and each spear image had a power level of over 300,000. If the countless spear images were allowed to attack, the Dama Cliff Zone would instantly vanish. Regardless of whether it was the people or the Blackfire Rock continent, they would all be reduced to cosmic dust. Countless people looked up in despair. Just as the countless spear images were about to land, time stopped, and the spear images gradually turned to dust. Master Yuan appeared in outer space, looking into the distance with a solemn expression. Patriarch Mo Jiang appeared at the same time and stared at Master Yuan. "You can't stop this. Try it." Master Yuan's tone was cold. The 2 figures instantly vanished. Even further away, a middle-aged man walked out of the void with a spear in hand as he stared at the Dama Cliff Zone. He was the person who had just acted, and his name was Mo Jiangshan. He was a powerhouse from the Mo Jiang clan who was second only to the Patriarch. His power level was over 500,000, and he was an imprinter. Master Yuan was blocked by Patriarch Mo Jiang, but Mo Jiangshan remained arrogant. He gripped his spear tightly and stabbed out, causing countless spear images to appear once again and shoot towards the Dama Cliff Zone. The same desperate situation appeared once again. Master Yuan's eyes trembled as he stared at Mo Jiangshan. Mo Jiangshan sensed something, and his scalp went numb. The countless spear images had been forcibly stopped and could not descend. He was terrified. Master Yuan looked back, and it was as if he controlled the entire world. Patriarch Mo Jiang barked, "Attack!" Mo Jiangshan's eyes flashed, and he casually swung his spear. It was only a single spear image, but it pierced through the void and tore space in half. The Blackfire Rock continent, the Dama Cliff Zone, and Grandmaster Chao were all torn in half at the same time. Mo Jiangshan was afraid of Master Yuan, and he had not attacked the entire Dama Cliff Zone. However, he had killed Grandmaster Chao. Grandmaster Chao had been an enlighter with a power level of over 200,000, and he had guarded the Dama Cliff Zone for over 1,000 years. He had even survived the bitter war when half of the Endless Weaves had fallen into the technocracy's hands. Master Yuan's eyes turned cold, and he waved his hand, causing a shockwave to sweep out. Patriarch Mo Jiang hurriedly retreated, and countless androids from the technocracy were instantly destroyed along with their weapons. Patriarch Mo Jiang sensed that something was amiss, and he immediately retreated. Mo Jiangshan left as well. Master Yuan stood tall in outer space with a complicated look in his eyes. With his strength, he could protect Grandmaster Chao, but that would mean exposing his full strength, which would attract even more powerhouses from the 6th mainland, which would be disadvantageous for the 5th mainland. He could only watch as Grandmaster Chao died. This was a tragedy. Ever since he had reached his current level of strength, nothing had ever gone out of his control. But now, he could only watch as the 6th mainland's people left. Master Yuan sighed and looked towards the east. He did not feel good, and neither did the Innerverse and Neoverse. The 6th mainland's desire to attack was too strong, and their strength was too great. Whether or not they could defend themselves would depend on luck. News of the Dama Cliff Zone's collapse spread, and it shocked the Outerverse. The human domain and the technocracy had been at war for so many years, but none of the Dama Cliff Zones had collapsed so quickly. Even their commanders had died. It was rumored that a powerhouse with a power level of over 500,000 had appeared in the technocracy, but most people did not believe it. Everyone's attention was still limited to the technocracy. Even if Wei Rong and the others had obtained some information about the Sixth Mainland, they still could not imagine how powerful the Sixth Mainland was, let alone others. The Sixth Mainland's imprinter had a power level of over 500,000, and there were quite a few of them. Even that fatty Huang San was from an imprinter family, and there was also Yan Xiaojing. Lu Ying could imagine that there were at least 10 imprinters in the Bloodburn realm, and this did not include the world imprinters, cosmic imprinters, or even the strongest celestial imprinters. Lu Ying felt that his hopes of the Outerverse withstanding the Bloodburn realm's attack were even lower now. In the Taima Palace, Gong Ling was shocked when he heard that the Demuyan district had collapsed. The Sixth Mainland had destroyed one of the districts in a single move. Would the other districts be able to hold on? He quickly received a notification and immediately contacted Ancestor Arrow Mountain. The Hall of Honor had forcefully recruited him to reinforce the Demuyan district. Gong Ling could not refuse, so he went to Arrow Mountain and requested an audience with the Ancestor. Ancestor Arrow Mountain walked out of the valley and looked up. The war has finally begun. Ancestor, you knew that the war would begin? Gong Ling was shocked. Ancestor Arrow Mountain shook his head. There has always been a rumor in the sect that a calamity will arrive one day, and it should be referring to the Sixth Mainland's attack. He then looked at Gong Ling guard the Taima Palace well. If the war does not go well, think of a way to leave behind your inheritance and head to the astral wilderness. Gong Ling replied, this disciple is also willing to defend the border. Ancestor Arrow Mountain smiled. If you are also being forcefully recruited, then it means that you are truly facing a desperate situation. Think of a way to leave behind your inheritance. He then stepped out and left the Taima Palace. Over at Myriad City, Jade Mountain C stared at his gadget in shock. The Hall of Honor had forcefully recruited Myriad City to defend the border, and there was no room for negotiation. Myriad City, the fortress of war, had to take the field. Jade Mountain C had not expected that a single attack would scare the Hall of Honor to this extent. He did not dare to refuse and could only move Myriad City towards the Endless Weaves. At the border of the Endless Weaves, the Sixth Mainland had officially joined forces with the technocracy to attack the humans. The 6 major rocky regions, including the long and narrow black fiery land in the middle, had all been attacked at the same time. The battle situation was far more intense than anyone could have imagined. The defensive line cultivators had long since been prepared for the technocracy. After fighting for so many years, they all understood each other. However, the Sixth Mainland's attack had pushed the human defensive line to the brink of collapse. Even without any super powerhouses taking action, the defensive line was still on the verge of collapse. The Sixth Mainland's cultivators had an innate suppression over the Fifth Mainland's cultivators, and this suppression was especially obvious among cultivators of the same level. In a one-on-one fight, cultivators of the same level were no match for the Sixth Mainland's cultivators. Moreover, the Sixth Mainland's cultivators had imprints and bloodlines. Cultivators from the various factions of the Endless Territories continued to join the defensive line. Some sects even left only a few people behind to guard, while the rest went to the front lines. Even so, it was still very difficult to stabilize the situation. The Sixth Mainland's offensive was simply too powerful. The Dark Phoenix Rock District was guarded mostly by members of the Dark Phoenix race or forces related to the Dark Phoenix race. Of the 6 major rocky regions, the defenses of the Dark Phoenix Rocky region were the most stable and had never been broken through before. When the Black Flame swept through, the technocracy would often suffer heavy losses. However, in the face of the Sixth Mainland's offensive, even the powerful Dark Phoenix race was suppressed and killed one after another. In a battle between cultivators of the same level, it was almost impossible to emerge victorious. Bonnie Phineas panted heavily as he stared at the man in front of him. The man's expression was frivolous, and he gestured at Bonnie Phineas with a crooked finger. Again. Bonnie Phineas growled. He was an elite of the Dark Phoenix race and a genius of Astral 9. He could not be defeated. The Black Phoenix soared into the sky and pounced towards the man in front of him. An imprint of an old man appeared behind the man, and strange patterns appeared on his body. His fingers transformed into sharp, stone-like claws that pierced through the Black Phoenix and grabbed at Bonnie Phineas. Bonnie Phineas hurriedly retreated, but his chest was still torn open by the strong wind, and fresh blood dripped onto the ground. The man laughed maniacally. "You trash from the Fifth Mainland don't even have an imprint. What right do you have to fight us?" He then charged towards Bonnie Phineas. Bonnie Phineas despaired. The two of them were both Lameters, so the difference between them should not be so great. He stared at the blurry figure behind the man. Ever since this figure had appeared, this person had almost crushed him. Why? What kind of power was this? Why didn't they have it? Just as the man was about to hit Bonnie Phineas, the heavens trembled as an enormous pressure descended. The man suddenly stopped and looked into space. "It's Lord Mo Xianxia. You're all finished." Bonnie Phineas also looked up and saw countless spear images descend. These spear images avoided the cultivators from the Sixth Mainland and pierced through many of the Dark Phoenix clansmen before ruthlessly stabbing towards the mainland. Just like the Dama Crag district, the Dark Phoenix Crag district was about to collapse. Suddenly, the air rippled, and then, to everyone's disbelief, the air turned into black flames that enveloped the entire Dark Phoenix Crag district. Whether it was the cultivators from the Sixth Mainland, the androids from the technocracy, or the cultivators from the Fifth Mainland, they were all enveloped by the black flames. The only difference was that the black flames did not harm the cultivators from the Fifth Mainland, but many of the cultivators and androids from the Sixth Mainland were turned to ash. The man who had almost killed Bonnie Phineas also died tragically under the black flames. In outer space, Mo Xianxia's expression changed. The boundless black flames swept up and transformed into a black phoenix that charged towards him. A phantom image of Mo Jiang appeared behind Mo Xianxia and stabbed down with his spear. "You're just a native from the Fifth Mainland. You're courting death." The 9 feathers on the back of the black phoenix ignited, and it instantly transformed into a black phoenix that ignited the heavens. Even outer space was burning. Mo Xianxia's body was burned, and large amounts of blood evaporated. He was in a sorry state, and even his spear had melted. This was no ordinary spear, it was a power vessel, but now, it was finished. "Native, just you wait!" Mo Xianxia roared before disappearing into outer space. The Dark Phoenix Crag district was in an uproar as countless Dark Phoenix clansmen cheered excitedly. Everyone knew that the Dark Phoenix clan was very powerful and was one of the top 3 powers in the Outerverse that could not be provoked. However, no one knew exactly what they were relying on. Now, they saw a black phoenix burning through outer space. The ancestor of the Dark Phoenix clan, Yen Phineas, had once fought his way out of the Innerverse on his own. He had finally appeared. Bonnie Phineas heaved a sigh of relief and leaned against the wall of Blackfire Crag. He looked up at the sky, he had almost died just now. These cultivators from the Sixth Mainland were so powerful that they had completely suppressed him. He was a student of Astral 9 and had the innate gift of the Dark Phoenix clan, the Black Phoenix. Even so, he had still been suppressed. The other cultivators must have been in a worse state. That battle had cast a shadow over his heart. The Dark Phoenix Crag district had been attacked by imprinters, and the Iron Blood Crag district, which was the furthest away from the Dark Phoenix Crag district, had also been attacked by imprinters. The one who had attacked was the ancestor of the Yen family, Yanqing. The Yen family was an imprinter family, and all of its glory was due to the ancestor. It was because of Yanqing that the Yen family had its current status. However, Yanqing was not satisfied. On one hand, he wanted to marry into the Autumn Frost family, but on the other, he wanted to join the war and raise the Yen family's status. In the Sixth Mainland, imprinter families were in an awkward position. They were neither high nor low, and they could not rule over the world or command the masses. However, they were not restricted in every aspect. He was not satisfied with his current status, and he wanted to expand his horizons. War was the most suitable choice. When Yanqing appeared, the entire Iron Blood Crag district was immersed in the terror of an imprinter. Countless cultivators collapsed to the ground. This was a domain. Yanqing had a domain, and it was not weak. The Sixth Mainland followed their ancestral teachings and did not place much importance on domains or battle force. Yanqing was the same, but he was an imprinter with a power level of over 500,000. No matter how ordinary his domain was, the power he could display was unimaginable. The commander of the Ironblood Crag district squatted with difficulty and looked up in despair. Yanqing waved his hand, and countless androids and cultivators from the 6th mainland rushed down to slaughter them. The cultivators in the Ironblood Crag district had no power to resist at all. Luin could only watch as a blade slashed towards him. He was powerless to resist. As the former leader of Astral 9, he was no different from an ordinary person on this battlefield. Suddenly, green branches sprouted from the Blackfire Crag district and extended endlessly. The branches transformed into towering trees that enveloped the entire Ironblood Crag district. Yanqing's domain was immediately blown apart. Luin immediately regained his strength, and his blade had already sunk half an inch into his opponent's body. He grabbed the blade's hilt with one hand, preventing the 6th mainland cultivator from advancing any further. Luin opened his mouth and roared with his ancient illusory soundbird bloodline, causing everyone within 100 meters to hallucinate. Luin flipped his blade and slashed horizontally, decapitating the 6th mainland cultivator. The cultivator's entire body crashed to the ground, and fresh blood flowed onto the Blackfire Crag district. In outer space, Yanqing stared at the towering tree in shock. What was that? His instincts told him that this tree was not simple. Moonlight Mavis appeared at the top of the tree and calmly looked at Yanqing. You're the 6th mainland's imprinter? Yanqing's gaze was cold. Who are you, little girl? Moonlight Mavis. Yanqing frowned. Mavis? He felt like he had heard this surname before, but he could not recall where. Little girl, I can make the decision to let you join the 6th mainland and become an elder of the Yen family. In exchange, I'll spare your life. What do you think? Yanqing asked. Moonlight Mavis's eyes flashed with a verdant green as she stared at Yanqing. Let's see if you have the power to subdue me. Yanqing found this funny. He was an imprinter, and this little girl's power level was at most 300,000, yet she dared to challenge him. Suddenly, Yanqing's mind went blank, and he felt dizzy. He felt as if he had lost control of his body, and a green light appeared in front of him. He felt a sense of foreboding, and he immediately averted his gaze. You want to control me? You're courting death. Yanqing's domain suddenly condensed and transformed into a giant palm that slammed down. 3 joined palms. Unfortunately for Moonlight Mavis, her opponent was too strong, and she could not control him. She saw the 3 joined palms descending, and she knew that she would not be able to block it with her current strength. Fortunately, she had the tree. The towering tree swayed, and a fruit formed at the top. Moonlight Mavis plucked the fruit and swallowed it in one gulp. The next moment, she opened her eyes, and the emerald green in them grew even more resplendent. She clasped her hands together, then slowly opened them again. A ray of moonlight shot out from her palms, piercing through the void and tearing through the 3 palms as it shot towards Yanqing. Yanqing was shocked. She had actually broken through his attack, and the current Moonlight Mavis made him feel a sense of danger. The heavens trembled as Yanqing and Moonlight Mavis battled. The towering tree shook from time to time, and a green aura entered Moonlight Mavis' body, allowing her to fight evenly with Yanqing. This was inconceivable, but it had actually happened. Moonlight Mavis only had a power level of 290,000, but she had managed to block an imprinter. This was the power of the Mavis family, and they had unimaginable power. With Moonlight Mavis around, Yanqing could not attack Ironblood Crag district, so he could only retreat for now. Barrier appeared behind Moonlight Mavis and bowed deeply. Thank you. Moonlight Mavis looked exhausted. Below her, the towering tree transformed back into a branch and landed in her palm. This method won't last long. Barrier had a complicated look in his eyes. The opponent's envoys are not something we can contend with. Moonlight Mavis narrowed her eyes, but she did not say anything. The previous battle had only been a test, but in less than 2 days, the technocracy had joined forces with the 6th mainland to launch an even more desperate battle. Although no imprinters had appeared this time, powerhouses with power levels of 200,000 to 300,000 had appeared frequently. Ironblood Crag district alone had encountered 2 powerhouses with power levels above 300,000. If not for Moonlight Mavis, they would not have been able to withstand them. The other districts were also on the verge of collapse. The 3 districts had collapsed, unable to withstand the enemy's attack. If not for Yumu's timely arrival, the Baldi who had commanded the 3 districts would have died. The Hall of Honor continued to send in reinforcements, and reinforcements continued to arrive. Behind the Damukrag district, a stretch of land paved with black lava stretched far into the distance. Technological weapons were not allowed to appear at the border, and spaceships were no exception. This was to prevent the technocracy from using them to gather information. If they wanted reinforcements, they could only use the most primitive type of mechanical vehicle to rush to the front lines. The space-exploring powerhouses were an exception, as they could fly directly. Mechanical vehicles were vehicles with 2 wheels, and they needed to be stepped to move forward. The more strength they used, the faster they would go. Above his head, numerous figures flashed past. Xianxia looked up and saw space-exploring powerhouses heading off into the distance from time to time. She could already see the huge Demuyan district in front of her, and they were getting closer and closer. Behind him, Zhu panted, "Xier, wait for me. Wait for me." Xianxia felt depressed when she heard Zhusan's voice. "The Hall of Honor didn't forcefully recruit you. Why are you here?" "Of course it's to protect you. You are my wife," Zhusan said righteously. Xianxia was speechless. She flung her short hair and sped up. When Xianxia, Zhusan, and the rest of the cultivators arrived, they saw that the sky was filled with the flames of war. Endless beams of light swept across the land, and the 6th Mainland's cultivators were engaged in a life-or-death battle with the Blackstone continent. There were also countless cyborgs that launched fatal attacks from time to time. Above the planet, explorers, cruisers, hunters, and even enlighters were all fighting. Corpses fell one after another like rocks, never breaking. On this battlefield, people were dying at every moment. Zhusan's face paled. Xier, let's find a place to hide." Xianxia's face was also pale. She had never experienced such a battlefield before. Was this the border war zone that Wang Wen had always been in? No wonder that guy had always looked down on them. Even the various battles that Wei Rong had personally directed were far inferior to this. They were not even on the same level. Behind them, groups of cultivators put down their mopeds and charged into the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, a group of people had died. Xianxia watched as the people who had been following them on their mopeds died in the blink of an eye, and her heart turned cold. In the sky, dozens of beams of light shot towards them. "Xier, be careful." Zhusan grabbed Xianxia and ran away. The ground was pierced by the beams of light, and the mopeds were incinerated and turned to ash. More than 10 cyborgs descended, and they wielded all sorts of weapons as they fired at Xianxia and the others. Xianxia pushed Zhusan aside and leaped up. Her fingers curved into a strange pattern, and with a single point, the cyborgs were shattered at the waist. Zhusan sighed. "Xier, you're so powerful." Xianxia's fingers trembled slightly. That attack had not been easy, and she had already exceeded her limits. These cyborgs' defenses were truly high. In the endless cliffs, arrows filled the sky. Reinforcements from the Temple of Taima had arrived, and the North Division soared into the sky. Together with Commander Crone Fu, they fought against the 6th Mainland's powerhouses. A powerhouse with a power level of over 400,000 appeared in Santai's cliffs. Behind him was Patriarch Mo Jiang, and his might was boundless. The bald commander was heavily injured, and Yumu gritted his teeth and leaped into space to battle with the powerhouse. Blood dyed the sky red. Manor Lord Lian arrived and cooperated with Yumu to barely fight against the powerhouse. In the glorious cliffs, Zirong led the Amethyst Trading Company's reinforcements over. His 1,000 army instantly killed several 6th Mainland cultivators, but he was quickly targeted by a powerful enemy. The enemy was also a hunter, but Patriarch Mo Jiang suppressed Zirong. Zirong was incomparably sullen, and even his 1,000 army was blocked by the enemy. Nearby, Lilac Snow was also present. Her face was cold as she fought against the technocracy's strange cyborgs. The cyborgs did not just have human appearances, but also all sorts of strange creatures. The most troublesome of all were the miniature cyborgs, as they were impossible to detect. Sometimes, they would fly into a cultivator's ear and blow off their head. A terrifying power descended from the sky, and everyone retreated. Lilac Snow was unable to dodge in time, and Zirong hurriedly went to her aid. Fortunately, a middle-aged man blocked the attack, giving Zirong and Lilac Snow a chance to escape. "Thank you, Mr. E," Zirong said gratefully. The middle-aged man was called Mr. E, and he was an enlighter who worked for the Amethyst Trading Company. "Be careful. No one is safe in this battlefield," Mr. E warned before disappearing. In the Iron Blood Cliffs, Chao Ji's forehead was bleeding. In front of her was a sixth mainland cultivator who was also in a sorry state. The woman was also an explorer, and her realm was the same as Chao Ji's. "I never thought that I would be stopped by a fifth mainland native. How humiliating." Chao Ji's eyes turned cold. She was an absolute elite of Astral 9 who had participated in the Astral Combat Academy tournament and made it into the top 32. She was an outstanding talent of the younger generation, and her name had shaken the universe. However, she had been forced into such a sorry state by someone from the sixth mainland. Her opponent was clearly not her opponent, but when she attacked, she felt like she was being suppressed. Furthermore, her opponent's imprint was buffed with too much power, making it impossible for her to win. "Native, die," the woman from the sixth mainland shouted. The imprint on her back became slightly clearer, and her bloodline began to change as she charged towards Chao Ji. Chao Ji took a deep breath, and her four-lined battle force appeared. Monsoon. Not far away, Lu Yin, who was wearing an earpiece, was in a bitter battle. He had yet to recover from the injuries he had sustained during the previous battle, and now, he was facing a true life-or-death crisis. The woman in front of him was terrifyingly strong, and all of his attacks were easily dispelled. She had even comprehended a domain. "You're afraid," Yan Xiaojing said as she coldly looked at the man wearing an earpiece. However, she did not stop attacking. Her eyes swept over the man, and when she saw the blood flowing through his body, she struck out with her palm. 3 joined palms. Lu Yin grunted as the palm struck his abdomen and sent him flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood as his skin cracked open. "It's over. I'm really going to die this time." Yan Xiaojing did not show any mercy, and her palm pressed down on Lu Yin's forehead. At the critical moment, a pale-faced man appeared and deflected Yan Xiaojing's palm, saving Lu Yin. Lu Yin hurriedly retreated and clutched his abdomen as blood stained his clothes. "Thank you, Brother Beard," Lu Yin said weakly. The person who had saved Lu Yin was Beard, who had also participated in the Astral Combat Academy tournament. He was a man who had been sealed in ice for 200 years and looked like a dead man. Back then, he had only had 3 lines of battle force, but now, he had 4 lines. Yan Xiaojing's tone was cold. "It doesn't matter if there are 2 of you." She then attacked again. Lu Yin and Beard worked together to block Yan Xiaojing's attacks, but they could not hold on for much longer. Fortunately, Chao Ji had finished off her opponent. Despite being heavily injured, she used Ji Feng to corrode her opponent's body and sneak attack Yan Xiaojing. Huang San was furious as he had been watching the entire time. He did not care if Lu Yin and Beard worked together, as they were clearly not Xiaojing's match. However, the 3 of them had gone too far, and he could not tolerate it any longer. He quickly rushed over. "You bastards dare to bully Xiaojing." Yan Xiaojing frowned and glanced at Huang San. "This has nothing to do with you. Go away." Huang San was about to say something when a man descended from the sky and arrogantly waved his hand, sending Lu Yin, Beard, and Chao Ji flying. He then raised his hand. Skyrender Claw. In that instant, Lu Yin and the other 2 were shocked. This person was unstoppable. This person was Autumn Frost Qing. He acted, announcing the end of the battle. The Skyrender Claw descended, enveloping Lu Yin and the other 2. Huang San took pity on them, they were dead meat. Autumn Frost Qing pressed down with his claw, not even bothering to look. 3 ants were not worth his attention. Lu Yin and the other 2 watched as the Skyrender Claw drew closer and closer, and they despaired. There was a thump when a figure flashed past and shattered the Skyrender Claw with a single kick. He then stood in front of Lu Yin and the other 2. Lu Yin and the other 2 stared blankly at the figure. It was a familiar figure. Autumn Frost Qing was about to speak to Yan Xiaojing, but the moment the Skyrender claw shattered, he suddenly turned around and looked at the newcomer. Another one has come to die. Yan Xiaojing and Huang San stared in disbelief at the person who had shattered the Skyrender claw. How could it be him? Long time no see, everyone, Lu Yin said indifferently, his gaze landing on Huang San. Huang San was stunned and only reacted when Lu Yin spoke. Deaf-mute bro, you're deaf-mute bro? Yan Xiaojing looked at Lu Yin as if she had seen a ghost. She remembered this person, he was the one who had saved them and had been with the fatty the entire time. She had thought that he was deaf-mute, but now, he had actually appeared here and saved these natives. You're from the Fifth Mainland? Lu Yin looked at Yan Xiaojing and then at Autumn Frost Qing. The Autumn Frost family is participating as well. Bro, are you really from the Fifth Mainland? Huang San asked with a conflicted expression. On one hand, he was glad that he had been able to meet his deaf-mute brother, but on the other hand, he did not want to hear the answer, even though the answer was obvious. Facing Huang San's complicated gaze, Lu Yin sighed, why ask so many questions when we meet on the battlefield? It's only life and death. Huang San's face paled, then, what's your name? Lu Yin. Autumn Frost Qing snorted. What nonsense are you spouting? There's no need to remember a dead person's name. He then slashed out with a Skyrender claw, but its power was on a completely different level. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and his hand transformed into a claw as he used the Sky Beast claw. With a loud bang, a shockwave spread out in all directions, pushing back Lu Yin and the others, as well as Yan Xiaojing and Huang San. The Sky Beast claw and the Sky Splitting claw were equally matched. Autumn Frost Qing was astonished. He was an 8-cycle cruiser, but this person in front of him was actually able to block him. Interesting. Behind him, Elder Autumn Frost's phantom image appeared as he used his imprint. Lu Yin took a deep breath. Autumn Frost Qing's strength was comparable to the top few of the top 100 rankings, and he was second only to the 6th Mainland's Riemlings. The Riemlings were comparable to the 10 Arbiters, and Lu Yin did not know how strong the top 3 of the top 100 rankings were. However, he assumed that they would be around the same level as Autumn Frost Qing. He had not expected to encounter a suitable opponent as soon as he arrived at the battlefield. I remember now. You once went to the budding terrace with the third fatty, and I also took you to the library. About 2 years ago, Autumn Frost Qing suddenly said. Lu Yin's lips curled up. I remember you as well. You're a descendant of the Autumn Frost family, and you're an expert second only to a realmling. I remember that you have the Sky Pillar Overlord bloodline. I never thought that the 5th Mainland's so-called 10 Arbiters would be able to enter the Daosor sect's ruins. What a bunch of rats. Autumn Frost Qing sneered. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Don't worry. In the future, I'll purge all of you rats from my 5th Mainland's Daosor sect. How dare you? Autumn Frost Qing bellowed as he charged towards Lu Yin. Behind him, Patriarch Autumn Frost's phantom image suddenly became clearer, as if a mountain range was pressing down on him. Lu Yin and the others hurriedly retreated and looked at Autumn Frost Qing in fear. This person was like a demon that had descended from the heavens and was invincible. 8-lined battle force appeared on the surface of Autumn Frost Qing's body, and there was a thump as the two fists collided. Autumn Frost Qing was extremely confident in his physical strength, as the sky-bearing overlord was synonymous with strength. However, Lu Yin's punch had stunned him. Not only had this person blocked his punch, but he had even used overlaying stacks to force Lu Yin back. Impossible. Autumn Frost Qing was stunned. He had even used his imprint, but he had still been forced back. Yan Xiaojing and Huang San were both stunned, as they had never imagined that Lu Yin would actually be able to force Autumn Frost Qing to retreat. Autumn Frost Qing was a powerhouse who was second only to the Riemlings, and there were very few youths in the Bloodburn realm who could match up to him. Autumn Frost Qing could easily crush a cultivator from the 5th Mainland, but he had actually been forced to retreat. Lu Yin's fist throbbed with pain, as this was indeed the Atlas Overlord's bloodline that had been strengthened by his imprint. Even after transferring his Fate San, Lu Yin could only barely suppress this attack with all of his strength. Autumn Frost Qing clenched his fists so tightly that his veins bulged, and he roared as he charged at Lu Yin once more. He crossed his arms and smashed down viciously, but Lu Yin raised his leg and swept it out. There was a thump as the black stone continent crumbled and the two of them were smashed into the ground. Then, a violent collision sound came from the ground. Cracks in the void spread from the bottom to the top. The surrounding people hurriedly retreated. The commotion caused by the battle between the two of them caused even some of the hunters to retreat. Regardless of whether it was Autumn Frost Qing or Luin, both of them had the strength to challenge a hunter. There was a loud rumble as Autumn Frost Qing was blasted out of the ground. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth that was exceptionally glaring. Huang San was shocked, as Autumn Frost Qing had actually been injured by the deaf-mute bro Lu Yin leapt out of the ground and disappeared. Autumn Frost Qing's expression changed, and his entire body suddenly grew several times larger as he transformed into a 10-meter-tall giant. He let out a furious roar that shook the heavens and the earth. Countless people were shocked and turned to look at him. The overlord's roar caused even space itself to ripple. Lu Yin was forcefully forced out of the ground, and a giant palm appeared in front of him. Autumn Frost Qing swatted down, and Lu Yin's eyelids twitched. Autumn Frost Qing's rune lines instantly skyrocketed. This was an innate gift that had been strengthened by the Atlas Overlord's bloodline and imprint. This was Autumn Frost Qing's peak attack, and it was comparable to a peak hunter's attack. It reminded Lu Yin of Zhirong's blade. If Lu Yin had not used the secret art or borrowed any external items before he had gone to Myriad City, then it would have been difficult for him to take this attack head-on. Even if he had, he would have been in a difficult situation. However, the battle at Myriad City had allowed him to complete his third cycle, and the battle techniques that he had comprehended in the Daosaur Sect's 9 cauldron space had made his hands itch. Autumn Frost Qing's palm descended, and Lu Yin raised his right hand. Star energy rapidly condensed into a sphere that flickered with a faint yellow light as cauldron chi merged into his body. 9 Yang Cauldron Transformation. One Sunday, Lu Yin seemed to be holding a sun as he smashed it towards the Atlas Overlord. Autumn Frost Qing's pupils shrank, as that sun made his scalp go numb. The 9 Yang Cauldron Transformation gathered star energy, and the more star energy that was gathered, the more powerful it would be. If there was enough star energy, then a second sun would be formed. This was the most terrifying aspect of the 9 Yang Cauldron Transformation. With Lu Yin's strength, it was impossible for a single sun to withstand too much power. This sun contained the power of a peak hunter, which was close to 200,000 star energy. Lu Yin's star energy reserves were comparable to an enlighter's, but he had only consumed half of it. Countless people watched in shock as the Atlas Overlord collided with the sun. A berserk force whizzed out, slicing through space and tearing a huge hole in it. The resulting explosion caused Yan Xiaojing, Lu Yin, and the others to bleed from their orifices, and they almost fainted from the impact. Autumn Frost Qing's giant palm only felt boundless heat and a terrifying rebound force. There was also a trace of unimaginable power that terrified him, as if he was facing the might of the heavens. His body could not withstand the force, and he was sent flying. His entire arm was broken, and his bones pierced through his skin to reveal the rest of his body. The intense pain caused Autumn Frost Qing to howl in agony. Lu Yin appeared in front of him. 30 stacks, 100-fold shockwave palm. There was a thump as Autumn Frost Qing's abdomen was struck, and his stacked stacks exploded, almost shattering his internal organs. Lu Yin did not let him off, and he launched another attack at him. Autumn Frost Qing gritted his teeth and pulled out a power vessel from his cosmic ring. Along with the power of his predecessor, he transformed it into a sharp blade and slashed out. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched, as the sharp blade caused him to shiver. It was definitely an attack with a power level of over 200,000. He waved his left hand and activated the secret art, causing the sharp blade to change direction and slice through the void. Autumn Frost Qing's pupils shrank, and he pulled out another power vessel. His body transformed into a ray of light as he fled. Lu Yin's gaze swept over the area, and he picked a direction to chase after. Yan Xiaojing and the others were stunned where they stood. Autumn Frost Qing, who was almost invincible in their hearts, had been beaten so miserably that he did not even have the strength to retaliate. He had even used his life-saving power vessel. Lu Yin and the others had complicated expressions, as they felt that Lu Yin was getting further and further away from them. What had happened to him over the past few years? What had made him so powerful? Autumn Frost Qing wanted to escape, but Lu Yin did not plan on letting him go. This person was second only to the Riemlings, and if Luin could kill him, it would be a great contribution. Furthermore, if such a person did not die, then it would not benefit the Fifth Mainland in the future. Autumn Frost Qing had thought that he could escape, but when he turned around, he discovered that Luin had actually chased after him. His face paled. How had this person found him? Even an enlighter would not be able to keep up with the power vessel's sudden burst of speed, and Autumn Frost Qing could not even find the right direction. Luin unleashed all of his physical strength and chased after Autumn Frost Qing. Autumn Frost Qing pulled out another power vessel and tried to escape, but Luin hurriedly threw out his super flash. The teardrop bullet's glaring light illuminated the heavens, and not just Autumn Frost Qing, but everyone in the Ironblood Rock district was blinded by the blinding light. Luin took advantage of this opportunity to grab an L arrow, tear through the void, and pierce towards Autumn Frost Qing. Autumn Frost Qing's scalp went numb as he watched Luin draw closer. "Don't kill me, don't." Lu Yin's arrow pierced downwards, but a furious roar rang out beside his ear. "Stop." An enlighter rushed over and stabbed his sword at Luin. Sword light traversed through space, but Luin casually waved his hand and used the Yu's secret art to divert the sword light. The owl arrow pierced into Autumn Frost Qing's abdomen. The enlighter had originally wanted to stab Autumn Frost Qing's neck, but Autumn Frost Qing's reaction was not slow either. He instantly enlarged, and the owl arrow could only pierce his abdomen. "Junior, you're courting death." Ancestor Autumn Frost's imprint appeared behind the enlighter, and a cold sword light swept towards Luin. Luin did not have the strength to fight against an enlighter, so he hurriedly donned his universal armor. He was struck by the sword light, and he was sent flying towards the Blackfire Rock district. Autumn Frost Qing's body returned to its original size, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He viciously shouted, "Kill him! Kill him!" The enlighter was clearly someone from the Autumn Frost family, and when he heard Autumn Frost Qing's words, he decisively rushed down and slashed out with his sword. Sword light tore through the void as it descended. There was no one in the Ironblood Rock district who could help Luin, as everyone had their own opponents. In outer space, Yu Mavis and Jia were all tied down by their opponents. Aiden was also tied down by an enlighter, and Wendy Yushan was facing off against the Sixth Mainland's young elites. Luin could only face them by himself. Of course, he did not need anyone's help. He leapt out of the ground and faced the sword light that enveloped him. He used the rebound bead and absorbed all of the sword light before rebounding it back. The enlighter was astonished, and his sword deflected the sword light. "Junior, hand over the power vessel." Luin sneered. "Old fogey, I'll use your life as a starting point to help me enter the battlefield." He then put the bead on his wrist and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was behind the enlighter and punched out. The enlighter did not seem to care at all. So what if this person defeated young Master Autumn Frost? He was an enlighter, and he had an innate advantage over Luin. Furthermore, the Sixth Mainland's suppression of the Fifth Mainland's cultivators was just as strong. "Be careful, he's not being suppressed," Autumn Frost Qing shouted. The enlighter did not understand Autumn Frost Qing's words, as there were two types of suppression that he could use against Luin. The first was the natural suppression that the Sixth Mainland's cultivators had over the Fifth Mainland's cultivators, and the second was the suppression of their star energy. These two types of suppression were enough to cause Luin to die without a grave. However, the enlighter had never expected that these two types of suppression would not even exist against Luin. Luin punched the sword, and the enlighter thought that the sword would be enough to cut off Lu Yin's arm. However, he discovered that he could not harm Luin at all. Furthermore, Lu Yin's strength had exceeded his expectations. The sword's blade bent and then cracked. The enlighter's pupil shrank. This was impossible. With a bang, the sword shattered. Luin changed his fist into a palm and slammed it into the enlighter's heart. Overlaying stacks exploded, and an intense shockwave rippled out from the enlighter's back. The enlighter spat out a mouthful of blood, and his right hand, which was holding on to the sword, was unable to loosen its grip. Luin changed his palm to a finger and used Dream Finger. With a whoosh, the void froze, and Lu Yin's finger pierced through the enlighter's body. He then tossed the enlighter's body towards the ground as if he was throwing away trash. Countless people were stunned. Luin had killed an enlighter in a single exchange? how was this possible? Whether it was the cultivators from the 6th mainland or the 5th mainland, or even the androids from the technocracy, everyone who saw this scene was so shocked that they even forgot that they were on the battlefield. Luin had indeed killed enlighters in the past, but he had relied on external items to do so, such as that spear. This time, however, he had faced the enlighter head-on. From an outsider's perspective, Luin had indeed crushed an enlighter in a head-on confrontation. The universal armor and bracers were both defensive items that could not be used to attack. Only Luin himself knew that the bracer's double strength had been the decisive blow. When he had used his full strength, he had even been able to contend with Xianxia, who had a power level of close to 300,000, let alone this enlighter who had just stepped into the enlighter realm. To others, the 6th mainland's cultivators might have been suppressed, but that did not apply to Luin. In his eyes, this person's true power level could not even compare to Xianxia's. Aiden was the weakest enlighter that Luin had encountered so far, and even with Elder Autumnfrost's imprint, he was still very weak. Fortunately, this person had not been able to use any other methods in time. If he had reacted in time and used his bloodline and battle techniques, then killing Luin would not have been so easy. The death of an enlighter gave Luin 30,000 battle credits, which were recorded by a very ancient recording device. This type of recording device was an inanimate object that was not connected to any technological network. It was similar to a moped, and it was not affected by the technocracy. Anyone who performed meritorious deeds on the battlefield would be recorded by the recording device, and once they left the border, their battle credits would be calculated. Luin paused for a moment and turned around to look for Autumnfrost Qing, but he found that the man had already fled. It was not just Autumnfrost Qing, all of the androids and cultivators from the 6th mainland were gradually retreating. They retreated very steadily, and the cultivators at the defensive line did not dare to chase after them too fiercely. Luin saw Huang San and Yan Xiaojing retreating, and the two of them were also looking at him. Huang San, in particular, had an indescribably complicated look in his eyes. He had always treated Luin as his savior. Without Luin, he would not have been able to obtain the Sky Gobbling Pig's bloodline, and he would not even have been qualified to participate in this battle. However, Luin was his enemy, and there was no possibility of reconciliation. Yan Xiaojing looked at Huang San and then pulled him away from the battlefield. Don't overthink it. Huang San sighed, looked at Luin one more time, and then left. Luin looked at the defensive line. This battle had caused countless corpses to pile up in the Ironblood Crag district. The surviving soldiers had piled up the modified corpses to prevent them from being used by the technocracy. As for the cultivator corpses, they were directly burned. The corpse of the enlighter who had been killed by Luin had also been incinerated, but his cosmic ring had been given to Luin. He was the one who had killed the enlighter, so no one dared to snatch it from him. Luin did not stand on ceremony, and he took a look. There were quite a few things inside the cosmic ring, and he put them all away. There were also 40,000 star essence, which showed how poor Luin was. Aiden arrived. Your Highness, are you all right? Luin grunted an acknowledgement and glanced at Wendy Yushan in the distance. She wasn't injured, which reassured him. Landing on the black lava continent, Luin, Chaoji, and Beard were in a sorry state. Especially Luin and Chaoji, they were seriously injured and should be treated. Long time no see, Luin smiled. Luin smiled bitterly. I've embarrassed myself in front of you. Luin replied, hurry up and get treated. Luin nodded, though he felt a little depressed. When Luin had first joined the Council of Astral Academy, the gap between them had not been so great. Now, however, the gap was so great that Luin despaired. As he watched the desolate figures of these people leave, Luin could understand the bitterness in their hearts. It was just like how he felt when he looked at the 10 arbiters. He was also unwilling, but so what? The gap between him and the 10 arbiters would not shrink, and it would only widen. Luin was still far from reaching the 10 arbiters level. He looked up at the sky and saw that this defensive line was completely different from Ironblood Weave's. Ironblood Weave's strongholds had been used as a defensive base, and every stronghold had a sourcebox array. It was rumored that this defensive line should have won as well, but that was only the previous defensive line. After the technocracy had invaded Endless Weave and occupied half of the weave, the defensive line had completely collapsed, and the sourcebox array had naturally disappeared as well. This defensive line had only been established later. They were standing on black lava rock, which smelled very pungent. Did you just use a new battle technique? Wendy Yushan's voice rang out, filled with doubt and curiosity. Luyin nodded and looked at her. 9-yang cauldron transformation. Wendy Yushan nodded, but her expression remained cold. It's a very powerful battle technique. Its power is enough to make an enlighter apprehensive. Luyin smiled. Was it just apprehension? The more star energy one had, the more powerful it would be. It was similar to pyrolite, but its only flaw was that it did not have enough cauldron chi. Only by completely absorbing the cauldron chi within the cauldron could one truly cultivate a single yang. At that point, it would be completely different, and it would be equivalent to a metamorphosis. The arrival of reinforcements allowed the defensive line's guards to breathe a sigh of relief, and the scene of Luyin killing an enlighter excited many people in Iron Blood Weave. Elsewhere, in the technocracy, a giant mechanical fortress floated in space. Nearly 1 million cultivators from the 6th mainland were gathered here, including ancestor Emojiang. There were 3 other similar fortresses. Huang San had just returned to the mechanical fortress when he was surrounded by cultivators from the Autumn Frost family. He was captured and brought to Autumn Frost Qing along with Yan Xiaojing. Autumn Frost Qing's gaze was cold as he stared at Huang San. Fatty San, you dare to collude with someone from the 5th mainland? Huang San's eyes widened, and he roared, Autumn Frost Qing, you're trying to frame me. Autumn Frost Qing sneered. That person contacted you 2 years ago, and you dare to deny it? We just arrived in the technocracy and were discovered before we could even attack. You must have been the one who leaked the information. Brother Autumn Frost, is there a misunderstanding here? Yan Xiaojing hurriedly asked. Autumn Frost Qing waved his hand. Xiaojing, this has nothing to do with you. I'm here to catch a traitor. Huang San angrily retorted, nonsense. Even if I wanted to, I don't have the ability to do so. With my strength, how could I have crossed the technocracy and spoken to Brother Deafmute? Autumn Frost Qing's eyes narrowed. That's hard to say. There are too many mysterious methods in the universe. If he didn't bribe you, then how could you have obtained the Sky Eater Pig's bloodline? That's one of the unparalleled bloodlines. Ever since the fatty had obtained the Sky Eater Pig's bloodline in the ruins of the Daosource sect, everyone had known about it. Autumn Frost Qing naturally knew about it as well, and he had long since found the fatty an eyesore. This was a good opportunity to get rid of the fatty and vent his anger. Yan Xiaojing knew that Autumn Frost Qing was using this opportunity to take revenge, but she could not help the fatty. After all, she might become Autumn Frost Qing's wife in the future. She only felt apologetic towards the fatty, but she could not just watch him die. She hurriedly notified the ancestor. No matter how the fatty tried to explain himself, Autumn Frost Qing was certain that the fatty had betrayed them, and he planned to get rid of the fatty. The Huang family was just a declining imprinter family, and the fatty was the only one participating in this battle. What's going on? Yan Sheng, the ancestor of the Yan family, appeared. No one had expected an imprinter to appear, and they hurriedly bowed. When the fatty saw Yan Sheng, he hurriedly recounted what had just happened. Yan Sheng's sharp gaze swept over Autumn Frost Qing, but he did not blame him. Instead, he said, there's something strange about this matter, but it's unlikely that he leaked the information. After all, the distance is too great. Senior, there's still the Daosource sect, Autumn Frost Qing reminded him. Huang San angrily roared, nonsense. Ever since that place became the battlefield between the Realmlings and the 10 Arbiters, I haven't been there in a long time. If not for you, how could the 5th mainland have discovered us? Autumn Frost Qing coldly questioned. You're asking me, but who am I supposed to ask? You can't beat them, and that's why you're venting your anger on me. You're just a piece of trash. Autumn Frost Qing was furious. You dare insult me? You're courting death. He was about to attack. Yanqing stood between the two and signaled for Autumn Frost Qing to stop. He then looked at the fatty with a complicated expression. The Huang family has a deep relationship with my Yan family, and I believe that you did not betray the 6th mainland. However, it's true that you know someone from the Fifth Mainland, and there is indeed a possibility that you betrayed them. The fatty's face paled. How about this? I'll make the decision. You shouldn't go to the battlefield for the time being, and you should stay here and be investigated. Don't worry, if you didn't do it, I'll definitely clear your name, Xianxia slowly said. The fatty was helpless. I'll follow the ancestors' instructions. Autumn Frost Qing was unwilling, and he wanted to say something. Xianxia continued, right, do you have any thoughts about the engagement between you and Xiaojing? When the fatty heard this, his expression changed, and he looked at Xianxia. When he saw the apologetic look in Xianxia's eyes, his face paled. He finally understood that this had been Xianxia's goal all along. The Yan family had always wanted to break the engagement, but they couldn't take the initiative to annul it. Yan Xiaojing understood as well, and she looked at the fatty with pity. The apologetic feeling in her heart deepened. Autumn Frost Qing was delighted. So this had been Xianxia's goal all along. On the surface, Xianxia had helped the fatty and saved his life, but in reality, Xianxia had wanted to use the engagement as an exchange. Autumn Frost Qing laughed and looked down at the fatty arrogantly. A declining imprinter dared to fight over a woman with him? The fatty overestimated himself. So what if he had the sky-gobbling pig bloodline? It wasn't thick enough, and even if he had the complete sky-gobbling pig bloodline, it would be useless before he matured. He would die sooner or later. The fatty laughed self-deprecatingly, but his laughter was somewhat miserable. He turned around and looked at Yan Xiaojing with longing. His eyes reddened, but he closed them and took a deep breath. Fine. I, Huang San, will annul the engagement with the Yan family as the successor of the Huang family. Effective immediately. If I go back on my word, may the heavens and earth destroy me. Yan Xiaojing's heart trembled. Although she didn't like the fatty, she still felt a little uncomfortable at this moment. Perhaps she owed him, and she would make it up to him in the future. Autumn Frost Qing's lips curled up, and he laughed proudly. Xianxia sighed and looked at the fatty with a complicated expression. He patted the fatty's shoulder and gently said, "Don't worry, I won't let anyone wrong you. As long as I don't die, I can guarantee that you will safely return to the Bloodburn realm." This was Xianxia's apology. The fatty bowed and left bleakly without even looking at Yan Xiaojing. Yan Xiaojing looked at him with pity. She wanted to say something, but she couldn't. Actually, the fatty hadn't even been on the list for this war, but he had followed her because of her. He had known that there was a slim chance of survival and that he would be targeted by Autumn Frost Qing, but he had still followed her. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't moved by his actions. It had been the same when they had entered the Daosor sect's ruins, and there had been many other times where the fatty had risked his life for her without hesitation. Thank you. Mountain Breeze. Thank you for your support, thank you for your support, thank you. After the fatty left, Xianxia looked at Autumn Frost Qing and said gently, "You heard what I said, right? I hope you won't make things difficult for him." Autumn Frost Qing smiled. "Thank you for your help, senior. Don't worry, this person is already worthless in my eyes. I won't do anything to him." After saying that, he looked at Yan Xiaojing and greedily glanced at her body. This woman was going to be his. Reinforcements from various regions of the Outerverse arrived at the borders of Endless Weave, and the 6 major cliffs reorganized their defenses. Ironblood Cliff District held a war council, and Luin was invited to participate. Regardless of whether it was in terms of strength or status, Luin was qualified to join the meeting. He was no longer the insignificant cultivator that he had been back in Ironblood Weave. There were currently 2 Enlighters in the Ironblood Cliffs district, and they were Commander Limbo and Moonlight Mavis. Aside from them, there were about 30 other hunters. Only hunters were qualified to participate in this meeting, and Aiden and Wendy Yushan were also included in the list. This was because they had the strength to resist a hunter. Lu Yin's ranking was second only to Ji and Yu Mavis, and no one dared to raise any objections, especially since he had killed an Enlighter as soon as he had stepped onto the battlefield, shocking the entire Ironblood Cliff district. The dozens of hunters below watched as Luin took a seat that was second only to Yuehua Mavis, and they all gasped in amazement. This person was a legend in the universe, and it was likely that he had killed more Enlighters than the commander himself. Luin glanced around and could not help but sigh. If all of these people were under his command, then the Great Eastern Alliance would be able to sweep through the entire Central Weave. This was only one of the 6 major rocky regions. At this point, the entire border defense line had gathered all of the outerverse strength. The strategy meeting was very simple. It was just about assigning each person a place to guard. The entire defensive line spanned across the endless territories. Apart from the 6 cliff regions, there was also the Black Flame Rock continent in the middle. These places all needed to be guarded. However, there were rules to follow. They just had to follow the previous arrangements. The most important thing now is that the 3 rock areas have collapsed before. The black fire rocks are not enough to cover the defense line. We need to transport them. Everyone, who can take on the task of transporting them? Zue asked as he glanced at everyone. He and Moonlight Mavis couldn't move, especially Moonlight Mavis, who bore the heavy responsibility of resisting the imprinter. Everyone subconsciously looked at Luin, as he was the only one among them who had the strength to do so. Crossing the rocky regions was extremely dangerous. The technocracy had been keeping a close eye on the defensive line this entire time, doing everything they could to completely separate the 6 rocky regions so that they could not support each other. Thus, whenever someone tried to cross the rocky regions, they would be attacked. "I'll do it," Aiden said. After he had entered the battlefield, he had been able to withstand the attacks of several peak hunters from the 6th mainland. His position was extremely close to the front, and he had even blocked an enlighter. Ji shook his head. "Only enlighters can cross the stony zones. The technocracy won't target the cultivators who are guarding the Blackfire Boulder continent, but they'll target the cultivators who are trying to cross the stony zones. Crossing the stony zones is extremely dangerous, and just relying on defenses isn't enough." He then looked at Luin. "Alliance Master Lu, are you willing to take on this heavy responsibility?" Luin did not refuse. "All right. Thank you, Alliance Leader Lu." There were some people that he could order around, but there were others that he could not. Ji was an instructor of Astral 9, and he understood this principle. Besides, Luin was from Astral 10, and although there was competition between the 2 academies, they were still part of the same organization. Ji had a good impression of Luin, especially since Luin had just saved Luin and the others. If possible, Ji would not have wanted Luin to go, but he had no other choice. If the 3 rocky regions lacked Blackfire Boulder, then there would be no way to prevent the technocracy from investigating. The entire Endless Weave would be exposed to the technocracy, which would be very disadvantageous for them. That's how war is. It's a matter of life and death, and someone has to be sacrificed. This includes me, the commander. I've already changed dozens of times, so it's very normal. Thus, I hope that everyone can put aside their past grudges and work together to protect the Iron Blood Boulder region and the human border's defensive line," Ji announced loudly as he stood up. Everyone stood up. "Even if I die, I have no regrets. Even if I die, I have no regrets." Over the countless years, countless corpses had been buried at the border, and it was impossible to count them all. Participating in border wars was not for glory, but rather to protect humanity. This was the most basic understanding. Luin felt the same way. No matter how dangerous it was, he had to complete the delivery mission. Ji handed him 10 cosmic rings, each of which had a similar range as his own. Each ring could store an entire mountain range, so 10 of them were equivalent to 10 Blackfire Boulder mountain ranges. These are just the ones that we're sending over. The other rocky regions have also sent over some Blackfire Boulder, which should be enough to completely replenish the 3 rocky regions, Ji said. Luin nodded and bid farewell to Aiden and Wendy Yushan. His figure flashed as he followed the Blackfire Boulder landmass towards the Honor Cliff region. The 3 rocky regions were west of the Honor Cliff region. He only needed to deliver the cosmic rings to the Honor Cliff region, and then the Honor Cliff region would send someone to escort him to the 3rd rocky regions. He did not need to go to the 3rd rocky regions himself. The distance between the Iron Blood Boulder region and the Honor Cliff region was very long, and it was equivalent to dividing the border between the Endless Weave and the technocracy into 6 sections. Luin had to cross a sixth of the distance, which was about the length of an entire region. If he flew alone, it would take him a very long time to cross this distance, and even if he flew for a long time, he still could not reach the speed of an enlighter. Fortunately, there were wormholes within the defensive line that allowed him to cross a large distance. Luin left the Iron Blood Boulder region and flew towards the wormholes. His whereabouts were immediately detected by the technocracy. The technocracy was very vigilant against people from the rocky regions, and they wanted to completely eliminate any assistance between the rocky regions. The technocracy frequently bombarded wormholes, so their locations often changed. Lu Yin's figure flickered as he rapidly advanced across the black fire boulder landmass. Several hours had already passed, and he was not too far from the wormholes. Patrolling troops passed by the black fire boulder landmass from time to time, and as soon as they discovered any enemies, the troops would immediately attack each other. Everything around him was black, and it was as if he was exposed to outer space. Luin got closer and closer to the wormholes, and when he looked up and saw that he had not encountered any attacks, he heaved a sigh of relief. Up ahead, he saw a wormhole and leapt in. Only space-exploring powerhouses could traverse wormholes with their physical bodies. Luin felt the space tearing at his body, but it was only a little numb, and there were no major problems. His body felt light, and the scene in front of him changed. He had arrived at a wormhole that was very close to the Honor Cliff region. Suddenly, beams of light swept down from the sky, and each beam had rune lines that neared the peak of a hunter's. In particular, there were enlighters' rune lines that did not originate from the beams, but instead descended along with them. Without the rune lines, Luin would not have been able to detect them. He easily dodged the beams and kept a close eye on the enlighters' rune lines. The beams fiercely bombarded the black fire boulder landmass, attracting the attention of the defenders. Luin shouted, "Don't come over." The next moment, a strange, palm-sized cyborg flapped its wings and charged towards Luin without leaving a trace. Its speed was so fast that it tore through the void. Luin shivered, and he put on his universal armor. Then, he wielded the rebound pearl and swatted at the cyborg. The cyborg had not expected to be discovered by Luin, and its body turned into a ray of light as it slammed into the rebound pearl. A similar force surged out from the rebound pearl and sent the cyborg flying. The cyborg's rune lines immediately decreased, and it seemed that it only had enough power for a single attack. Luin was puzzled, and he quickly reached out to grab the cyborg. At this moment, the cyborg's rune lines had already decreased to the level of an explorer, and they were still decreasing. However, just as Luin was about to grab the cyborg, it exploded and turned into dust. The army immediately rushed over, and the leader was a middle-aged hunter. The entire group of soldiers surrounded Luin. "Who are you?" Luin revealed his identity, and the hunter's expression changed. "So it's a powerhouse from the Iron Blood Cliffs. Did you cross the cliffs to come here?" Luin nodded and squatted down to look at the cyborg's corpse. He picked up a half-burned chip and looked at it curiously. The hunter did not dare to disturb Luin, and he led the army to guard the area. He looked at Luin with a gaze full of respect. Crossing the cliffs was a taboo in the technocracy, and anyone who dared to cross the cliffs would be killed by the technocracy. This was done in an attempt to cut off communication between the various cliffs. If one wanted to communicate, they would have to take a detour to the Endless Weaves, and it was impossible to do so through the Black Fire Boulder. Luin dared to cross the cliffs, which was worthy of respect for these border guards. Luin tossed the chip away, as he could not understand it. He nodded at the hunter and then quickly headed towards the Glorious Cliffs. There were only a few hours left before he reached the Glorious Cliffs. At this moment, a bitter battle was taking place in the Glorious Cliffs. Although Mo Jiangshan had been burned by the Dark Phoenix clan's ancestor and could not participate in the battle, the Bloodburn realm had more than just imprinters. There were also terrifying powerhouses with power levels of over 200,000, 300,000, and even 400,000. The space in the Glorious Cliffs had been torn apart, and black holes of various sizes were devouring each other. The commander, Elder Big Drum, and Mr. E, who had come as reinforcements, were stained with blood, and they were having a difficult time resisting the onslaught. Aside from them, the Hall of Honor also had an enlighter defending the area. Even with the three of them working together, they were still on the verge of collapse. On the mainland of the glorious cliffs, countless cyborgs frantically shot out beams of light that swept across the land in an attempt to completely destroy the black fire boulder. Zirong had encountered a powerful opponent, Mo Jiangxiao, one of the direct descendants of Mo Zhang's bloodline. Although he was only a cruiser with a power level of 80,000, that was under normal circumstances. Mo Jiangxiao had imprinted ancestor Mo Jiang and used the Mo Jiang bloodline's battle techniques and bloodline. Coupled with a power vessel, he was evenly matched with Zirong. Zirong was a hunter with a power level of 150,000, and his army of 1,000 was enough to shock even enlighters. However, he was being held back by Mo Jiangxiao. Mo Jiangxiao reminded Zirong of Luyin, who was also an innate genius. On the other side, Lilac Snow had encountered an opponent. It was a young woman from Mo Zhang's bloodline. She giggled as she slashed Lilac Snow's body, and her hook-shaped weapon was laced with poison. She stared coldly at Lilac Snow and said, "Next time, I'll cut your pretty face and see if any man likes you." After she spoke, the hook-shaped weapon indifferently blossomed with a dark brown light. The woman's blood dripped onto the weapon, and the light grew more and more intense. The hook-shaped weapon had not been smeared with poison, but rather the woman's blood. The woman's bloodline had turned her blood into a highly toxic poison, and it had also caused her soul to become deceitful and dark. When she saw beautiful women, she only wanted to destroy them. Violet's now was not the woman's opponent at all, and the woman did not even use her imprint. Her suppression of the Fifth Mainland's cultivators allowed her to crush Violet's now. The hook-shaped weapon slashed across, leaving a bloody mark on Violet's nose neck as blood flowed down her snow-white neck. The woman smiled sinisterly. She was not in a hurry to kill Violet's now, and it was as if she was toying with a pet. Violet's gaze was cold, but she was not afraid. She was simply searching for the woman's weakness, but the suppression was too terrifying, and she was unable to retaliate. At this moment, the woman's expression changed, and she hurriedly dodged to the side. A strong wind swept past where she had been standing, tearing through the void and splitting the ground. The woman's pupils shrank, and she looked into the distance, but there was nothing there. She suddenly reacted and tried to dodge, but it was too late. A palm landed above her head and slammed her into the ground, killing her instantly. Violet's now panted heavily, her face pale as she looked at the man who had suddenly appeared in front of her. It was Luyin. Luyin looked at Violet's now, and with a single glance, his domain transformed into a towering tree that swept through the void and shattered many of the miniature androids. "You were too careless," Luyin said. Violet's now retracted her gaze and took out some special medicine to treat herself. Luyin looked up at the sky. The rune lines were getting fewer and fewer, and this battle would soon end. Sure enough, not long after, Elder Big Drum returned to the Cliff District in a sorry state. He was missing an arm, and as a powerhouse with a power level of more than 300,000, only someone at the same level could injure him to this extent. That mystery was in a much better state. A small portion of the Honorable Cliff District had been destroyed. Everyone habitually cleaned up the battlefield. Zirong came too. Violet's sighed and asked with concern, "Are you all right?" She shook her head and glanced at Luyin. "He saved me." Zirong looked at Luyin and gratefully said, "Thank you." Luyin tossed 10 cosmic rings to Zirong. "Send the Black Fire or to the Santai district. Get someone to deliver it." His position in the Iron Blood Cliff District was among the top 3, and Zirong's position in the Honorable Cliff District was not low either. Zirong took the cosmic rings. "I'll deliver them." Luyin raised an eyebrow, but he wasn't surprised. With Zirong's strength, he could definitely cross the cliff zone. "Be careful. When I came here, I was ambushed by someone from the technocracy. They're almost as strong as an enlighter," Luyin warned. Zirong nodded, looked at Zishui, and then back at Luyin. "When are you going back?" "7th bro, this guy is burning the bridge after crossing it," the monkey shouted. "I'll be leaving soon, but I want to talk to her." He then looked at Zishui. Zirong frowned. "You already talked to Zishui back in the Great Yu Empire, and the misunderstanding has already been resolved. What else do you want to talk about now?" Zishui said to Zirong, "He saved me." Zirong wanted to say something else, but when he saw Violet Snow's resolute gaze, he nodded and said, "I'll leave first. The mission is more important." He then stared at Luine and said, "I'll say it again. She's Violet Snow, not White Snow." After Zirong left, she looked at him. "What are you trying to say?" Luine frowned. "Is there really nothing to tell me? I'm sure you're Bai Shui. You look the same, and you have the same talent. I don't believe it's a coincidence. There's nothing you can do if you don't believe me. I'm Violet Snow." Lu Yin's gaze deepened. "I met Zhang Dingtian in the Innerverse Starfall Sea." She didn't respond. "I killed Lu Xiaoga," Lu Yin continued. She still didn't respond. Lu Yin sighed and turned to leave. Back on Earth, Bai Shui and Lu Xiaoga had a relationship, but she didn't respond when he mentioned it. Either she really wasn't Bai Shui, or she had hidden herself too deeply. Now that the Outerverse was in danger, she had to have her own reasons for hiding. Lu Yin didn't want to force her. Before leaving, he said, "Contact me if you need help." As she watched him leave, Zishui clenched her fists. Her eyes were filled with helplessness, bitterness, and sorrow. Lu Yin returned to the Ironblood Rocks. He wanted to continue on the same path, but he found that the wormhole had been destroyed. There were many hidden wormholes at the border, but once they were discovered, they would be destroyed by the technocracy. It would take some time to rebuild them. Lu Yin had no choice but to fly back to the Ironblood Rocks. Along the way, he encountered no less than 5 attacks, all of which came from modified humans that were small in size but could explode within lighter strength. They took many different forms, and one time, they turned into a blade and slashed at him, which gave him a fright. However, as long as their power levels didn't exceed 300,000, they posed no threat to him. After so many years of border wars, the technocracy rarely sent powerhouses with power levels above 300,000. Although the technocracy and the human domain were enemies, it was far from the intensity of the war between the astral beast domain and the human domain. The technocracy had always attacked the human domain because part of the Sixth Mainland's authority was controlled by the technocracy. If it weren't for the Sixth Mainland, the technocracy might not have become enemies with the human domain. This was something that Lu Yin had only figured out over the past few days. It took him a few days to return to the Ironblood Rocks. 10 days later, exactly 35 months after the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, the Sixth Mainland seemed to be dissatisfied with the stalemate at the border. An unfamiliar imprinter suddenly attacked the Demuyan district. Star energy rained down like meteors, and each meteor took the shape of a wolf's head that was wrapped in a strange battle technique. The Demuyan district's garrison was shocked, as they could not withstand any of the meteors. Each meteor had a power level of more than 400,000. This was the strength of an imprinter. Within the Demuyan district, countless arrows of star energy shot towards the meteors. The intense collisions tore through space and caused a rift to appear in space. Ancestor Arrow Mountain made a move, as he was the only one who could stop an imprinter. The Sixth Mainland knew that the ancestor of Arrow Mountain was a powerhouse on the level of an emissary in the Dama Cliff district, but they still insisted on attacking the Dama Cliff district in order to completely destroy the border defense line. It wasn't just one imprinter who attacked. Yanqing appeared as well, and 3 palms descended. Another imprinter followed up with a meteor attack. Even the ancestor of Arrow Mountain was unable to completely defend himself, and the Dama Cliff district was once again decimated. Lord Egret was dead. Xianxia's face paled, and she looked up at the sky. If ancestor Arrow Mountain could not hold on, they would all die. Zhu was depressed. If he had known earlier, he would not have come. It was too dangerous. In a one-on-one battle, ancestor Arrow Mountain might not be a match for either of the 2 imprinters. Their imprints and innate suppression were unbreakable. But now, it was 2 against 1, and ancestor Arrow Mountain was weeping blood as he resisted. Master Yuancher could not help but make a move, but he was stopped by ancestor Mo Jiang, who had been watching him the entire time. The 2 figures disappeared the moment they touched, as if they were fighting in another invisible space. "This Demuyan district is over," Yanqing said with a smile. Behind him, the terrifying Songqiong Elder was imprinted. Anyone who had reached the imprinter level had the qualifications to imprint Elder Songqiong. Elder Songqiong was a celestial imprinter, and because of his imprint, Xianxia and the other imprinter were able to suppress Ancestor Arrow Mountain. Ancestor Arrow Mountain spat out a mouthful of blood, and a resolute expression appeared on his weathered face. He slowly pulled out a simple longbow and formed a seal with one hand as he used a battle technique. East of Demuyan district was the Endless Cliffs, and there was also a fierce battle there. However, with the appearance of Aurora Corporation's principal Qi, as long as there were no imprinters, the district would be able to hold on. Master Xianxia was fighting against an enlightened cyborg when his body suddenly froze. Then, he pulled out an arrow from his body and flew towards the west. Master Xianxia's expression changed, and he wanted to snatch the arrow back. But just as he reached out, he thought of something and gritted his teeth. That arrow was one of the 3 that had been passed down from the Temple of Tama, and it had always been on his person. There was only one person who could take it away, Ancestor Arrow Mountain. Master Xianxia did not want to hand the arrow over to Ancestor Arrow Mountain, but he could not stop him. In the Demuyan district, Xianxia and another imprinter were enveloped by Xianxiang Old Man's supreme might as they looked down at the district. The cyborgs and the 6th Mainland's cultivators had all retreated. They were going to join forces and completely destroy this place. Within the Demuyan district, Xianxia and the others gritted their teeth as they looked up at the sky. No matter how smart she was powerless to change the situation. "Let's end this," the imprinter shouted, and the heavens trembled as he fully unleashed his power level of over 500,000. Countless cultivators felt as if everything in front of them was about to shatter, as the space around them could not withstand his power. Beside him, Xianxia also unleashed his full power. With the 2 imprinters attacking, everyone fell into despair. Ancestor Arrow Mountain held his longbow and looked down at the tens of thousands of disciples from the Temple of Tama, as well as the hundreds of thousands of cultivators who were guarding the border. His gaze was resolute. Even if he died, he would not allow the border to fall. With a swoosh, the arrow flew over and was caught by Ancestor Arrow Mountain. He knocked it on the longbow. There was no majestic might, nor was there any shocking pressure. There was only a very ordinary sharpness. However, it was this sharpness that made Xianxia and the other imprinter feel an indescribably terrifying aura. It was as if they were being targeted by something. At the same time, within the void, Ancestor Mo Zhang's expression changed as he felt a familiar aura. He tore through the void and walked out. He immediately saw the arrow in Ancestor Arrow Mountain's hand. What was that? With a swoosh, the arrow disappeared, and 9 illusory feathers appeared on the arrow. Immediately after, a blurry illusory figure appeared. It was not clear, but one could vaguely make out that it was a human figure. At this moment, the void froze, and time seemed to stop for a moment. It was also possible that everyone's senses had been seized by an invisible force, including the imprinter and Ancestor Mo Zhang. The arrow pierced through Xianxia's heart and shot into the void. Ancestor Arrow Mountain formed another seal, and the arrow returned to his hand. Only then did everyone react. They looked up at the sky. Xianxia clutched his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. He almost collapsed to the ground. One arrow had seriously injured an imprinter. Master Yuan was shocked. That arrow was extraordinary. Even he felt his heart palpitate when he saw it. Was that the Temple of Tama's foundation? It was rumored that the Temple of Tama was built because of this foundation. Old Ancestor Mo Zhang's eyes burned with passion. There was no mistaking it, this was the arrow progenitor's arrow. During the primordial era, when the 2 mainlands had been at war, the arrow progenitor had fallen in the 5th mainland's Daosor sect, and his inheritance had been hidden within the Daosor sect's ruins. Back then, when old Ancestor Mo Zhang had attacked the 5th mainland, he had shot out many arrows, and this arrow was one of them. As long as he could obtain this arrow, he would be able to find the arrow progenitor's inheritance hidden within the Daosor sect's ruins. Patriarch Mo Zhang immediately extended his hand to grab Patriarch Arrow Mountain. Master Yuan moved even faster. He had already sensed that something was wrong with old Ancestor Mo Zhang, so he stopped him. Destroy the big Mayan district. Ancestor Mo Zhang shouted. Xianxia's face was pale. He was seriously injured. If the arrow hadn't been slightly off target, he would have been finished. The arrow had hit his heart, but it hadn't hit the most important part of the body. His heart could be resuscitated, but once that position was damaged, he would be finished. He originally wanted to retreat, but old ancestor Emojiang was determined to destroy Damacliff district, so he couldn't retreat. When Forefather Arrow Mountain heard Forefather Emojiang's words, his gaze became resolute. He spat a mouthful of blood onto the arrow and knocked his bow once more. This time, his target wasn't Yanqing or the other imprinter, but Forefather Emojiang. Patriarch Emojiang sensed Patriarch Arrow Mountain's killing intent. With a flick of his finger, a gust of wind tore through the void and descended. To Patriarch Arrow Mountain, this gust of wind was a heavenly might that he could not resist. Left with no other choice, he shot out an arrow. The void froze once again as the arrow broke through the wind and continued towards Ancestor Emojiang. Master Yuan's figure suddenly appeared in front of the arrow and pointed out with his finger. The arrow changed direction and shot towards the imprinter who was standing not far from Yanqing. The imprinter did not expect such an unforeseen event and was careless. The arrow pierced through his head and shattered with a bang. An imprinter had died, just like that. For those who weren't that strong, unless they were immortal, they wouldn't be able to survive if their heads were shattered. Imprinters, on the other hand, weren't immortal yet. Yanqing's eyes widened. Seeing a master of the same level as him die, and at such a close distance, he subconsciously grabbed the arrow and disappeared. Yanqing left. The scene of that imprinter's death had sent a chill down his spine. Even if Patriarch Emojiang ordered him to stay, he wouldn't. As for that arrow, for it to be able to kill an imprinter, it had to be extraordinary. Old ancestor Emojiang also left, and no one stopped him. Everything happened too quickly. Patriarch Arrow Mountain watched helplessly as the arrow was snatched away. He formed a seal to snatch it back, but it was impossible. The person who snatched the arrow was Yanqing, not an ordinary person. Ancestor. If that arrow had been aimed at Ancestor Emojiang, it would have been meaningless. Ancestor Arrow Mountain replied weakly, I understand. Thank you for your help, Master Yuan. Master Yuan nodded. I'll do my best to help you get that arrow back. The ancestor of Arrow Mountain smiled bitterly and shook his head. There's no need. It would be my fortune to obtain it, but it would be my fate to lose it. It's not worth risking Master Yuan's life for an arrow. Master Yuan sighed. No one can escape from this battle, let alone worldly possessions. With that, he vanished. After Master Yuan left, the ancestor of Arrow Mountain spat out another mouthful of blood. At the same time, in the endless cliffs, Master Yuan's face was pale as well. He could no longer feel the arrow, and he hurriedly tried to pull it back, but he found that it was useless. He had a bad feeling about this, and his heart sank. He spat out another mouthful of blood and almost fainted. In the technocracy, Yanqing returned to the huge technological fortress and immediately received treatment. His injuries were very serious, and the arrow had not only pierced through his body. If not for the fact that the ancestor of Arrow Mountain's cultivation was unable to fully utilize the arrow's power, he would have died even if the arrow had only scratched his skin. At that moment, Ancestor Emojiang appeared in front of him. Yanqing applied some medicine to his heart and hurriedly bowed. Ancestor Emojiang gently said, There's no need to bow. You've worked hard in this battle. Yanqing respectfully replied, If not for Ancestor, I would have been dead. Thank you, Ancestor. Ancestor Emojiang grunted in acknowledgement and had a strange look in his eyes. How's the arrow? Yanqing's eyes flashed, and he took out the arrow and handed it to Ancestor Emojiang. Ancestor Emojiang caressed the arrow. It really is the arrow progenitor's arrow. Very good, very good. I like it very much. Yanqing's heart skipped a beat. He had known that the arrow was extraordinary, but he had not expected it to be the arrow progenitor's arrow. His wound was affected, and blood flowed down his chest, but Yanqing did not mind. Instead, he said, If not for Senior, I would not have been able to retrieve this arrow. Thank you for your help. Ancestor Emojiang frowned. This arrow is not bad. Yanqing lowered his head and did not reply. Ancestor Emojiang's tone was cold as he handed the arrow back to Yanqing. Keep it well. You can use this to sense the inheritance that the arrow progenitor left behind in the Daosaur Sect's ruins. If I can obtain the arrow progenitor's inheritance, then my life would not have been in vain. Yanqing accepted the arrow, but he suddenly coughed up blood and could not stand steadily. A cold glint flashed through Ancestor Emojiang's eyes. Rest well. He then left. After Ancestor Emojiang left, Yanqing heaved a sigh of relief. Ancestor Emojiang had made it very clear that he wanted the arrow, but Yanqing had no intention of handing it over to him. He wanted to leave it to the younger generation of the Yan family so that they could search for the arrow progenitor's inheritance in the Daosor sect's ruins. However, Ancestor Emojiang's attitude before he left made Yanqing feel a chill. These old fellows were all vicious and merciless, especially Ancestor Emojiang. In order to curry favor with the martial progenitor, he had willingly led the entire Emojiang bloodline to invade the Fifth Mainland's outerverse. He was someone who would do anything to achieve his goals, and with the strength of the younger generation of the Yan family, it was impossible for them to compete with Emojiang's bloodline. As he thought about it, Yanqing immediately sent someone to the Sixth Mainland to inform Elder Autumnfrost that he wanted to give the arrow to him. With the marriage between Xiaojing and Autumnfrost Qing, it would be enough to tie the Yan family to the Autumnfrost family. It should be known that Elder Autumnfrost was slightly stronger than Ancestor Emojiang. Not long after, in outer space, the person that Yanqing had sent out looked ahead in fear. Ancestor Emojiang? Ancestor Emojiang casually waved his hand, and the hunter was instantly reduced to dust. I was right. You want to give the arrow to the Autumnfrost family? Yanqing, I'll let you know the consequences. Ancestor Emojiang's tone was icy as he vanished. A single arrow was clearly not enough to satisfy Yanqing. Over the next few days, the Sixth Mainland focused their attacks on the Demuyan district. Yanqing repeatedly attacked in an attempt to force Ancestor Arrow Mountain to use that arrow again. He had thought things through very clearly. If Ancestor Arrow Mountain really did use the arrow, then he would immediately flee and hand it over to Ancestor Emojiang. As for whether or not Ancestor Emojiang could snatch the arrow away, that would have nothing to do with him. He hoped that Ancestor Emojiang would be able to obtain the arrow. That way, Ancestor Emojiang would not be eyeing the arrow in Yanqing's hands. Once the Sixth Mainland launched an all-out attack, it would be extremely terrifying. Almost 10 powerhouses with power levels over 200,000 had arrived, and there were even powerhouses with power levels over 300,000 and 400,000. The Demuyan district would not be able to withstand such an attack, and even Ancestor Arrow Mountain, an envoy, would not be able to withstand it. Fortunately, Wan Xianxing had arrived in time and killed many of the Sixth Mainland's experts with a single shot. It had also destroyed a large number of the technocracy's androids, allowing the Demuyan district to catch a breather. Yanqing had never expected that a war fortress like Wan Xianxing would appear. It was not a technological weapon, but it still contained some technological control. The technocracy wanted to influence Wan Xianxing's control, but they found that they could not. Wan Xianxing's war fortress came from ancient times, and it also had a protective barrier. Its power was determined by the amount of star essence it consumed, and at this moment, Wan Xianxing's protective barrier had already been upgraded to the point where it could resist envoys, so it was very difficult for technology to affect it. Half a month passed, and there were not many changes in the Ironblood Cliffs district. His battle merits had already risen to 50,000, and he had traveled to the Ironblood Cliffs district to provide support. Coupled with the number of enemies he had killed during this period, his battle merits were outstanding. It was a pity that he had killed Enlighters at the beginning, which meant that no other Enlighters from the Sixth Mainland dared to cause trouble for him. He had only killed hunters and hunter androids. On this day, the commander came looking for him. The situation in the Demuyan district is desperate, and we need reinforcements. Alliance Master Liu, I'm sorry, but only you can go. The monkey was furious. Seventh bro, why do they have to look for you for everything? Those people from the Sixth Mainland are attacking the Demuyan district like crazy. Aren't you just courting death if you go? Luin did not want to go, and he hesitated. Although he had his universal armor, which could withstand more than 300,000 attacks, there had been several fierce battles between imprinters in the Demuyan district. It was said that even Ancestor Emojiang and Master Yuan had fought there. If he went, then he would be courting death. He would not be able to play a decisive role in this battle like he had in the Ironblood Weaves battle. He was destined to be a spectator, and his life was the most important thing. The commander sighed. The reinforcements from Xianxia have alleviated the crisis in the Demuyan district, but have you noticed that the forces attacking our Iron Blood Cliffs district are weakening? Those forces should have been transferred to the Demuyan district. Although I don't know why the 6th mainland is so determined to take the Demuyan district, we cannot allow it to be breached. As the commander, I cannot leave, and Moonlight Mavis is the only power left to resist the imprinters. So, you are the only one left. Let me think about it, Luine said. Luine nodded. In my eyes, you're still a student, so I won't force you. It's already not easy for a student like you to reach your current level. If you really don't want to go, then help me defend the Iron Blood Cliffs district. I'll go. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat, as he had almost forgotten that this person was an instructor from the Astral Combat Academy. 7th bro, don't be soft-hearted. Don't go looking for death, the monkey shouted. Luine growled, I'll go. The monkey wailed. Lu Yin's expression was complicated. No one can escape. Since you've come to this battlefield, you must be prepared to sacrifice yourself. Luine did not intend to sacrifice himself. If there was no other choice, then he would use his ultimate technique, his master's summoning technique. In truth, he was very curious about Mr. Mu's strength. He had been able to wipe out a strand of He Wuxian's spiritual force with a wave of his hand. Although that did not mean that he could defeat He Wuxian, he should be close. Luine also remembered He Wuxian's shock when he had first seen Mr. Mu. From Lu Yin's perspective, Mr. Mu's true strength might not be any weaker than Master Yuan's. Mr. Mu was his true trump card. Luine was not the only one to be transferred to the Damacliff district. Nearly 30 hunters and 100 explorers from the Iron Blood Cliffs district had been transferred there. Fortunately, Aiden and Wendy Yushan had not been transferred, or else Luine would have been worried. Due to the presence of Dark Phoenix clan's ancestor, Yen Phineas, the 6th mainland and the technocracy were not too keen on attacking this area. However, the Dark Phoenix Cliffs were close to the Damacliff district, so many of the Dark Phoenix clan's experts had been transferred there, including Hugh Phineas and Wei Rong. Wei Rong was dumbfounded. When he found out that he had been transferred to the Damacliff district, he felt unwell. Why? He was just a puny explorer who could not even cause a ripple in the Damacliff district. Why had he been transferred to the most desperate battlefield? Who had transferred him? There must be something wrong with their brains. Wei Rong rarely lost his composure, but when he saw the transfer order, he almost cursed out loud. He was a scholar, not a battle maniac. This was the most suitable place for Luine to go, so what did it have to do with him? He felt as if he had been set up. Speaking of which, Xianxia seemed to be in the Damacliff district as well. In Iron Blood Weave, Wang Wen was leisurely eating snacks in Iron Blood Fort, which was located at the very front. Ever since the Astral Beast domain had been invaded by the 6th mainland, there had been no more battles. It had been a long time since he had been so carefree. Elder Lohar walked out of the void. Elder Big Drum has already transferred those two to the Damacliff district. Luine can be forgiven since he has the ability to protect himself, but why do you suggest that Wei Rong be transferred to the Damacliff district as well? Wang Wen shook his bag of snacks and said, Wei Rong is very smart, so he might be able to help. Elder Lohar clearly did not believe him. In that kind of battlefield, being smart won't be enough to protect him. Even if Luine relies on external items, it's hard to say if he can truly survive. However, he has the Inquisitor's warrant, so that might not be the case. Who cares? Just throw them all over. It's best if they can help, but if they can't, then it's his bad luck. Wang Wen smiled. Elder Lohar shook his head. He couldn't see through Wang Wen's thoughts, but due to his trust in Wang Wen, he didn't ask any further questions. Even if Wang Wen wanted to kill Wei Rong on purpose, it didn't matter. Elder Lohar knew who was more important, a person who had guarded the border for many years and made countless contributions, or a person who schemed against others and dreamed of reaching the heavens in a single step. As for Luine, even if Wang Wen hadn't suggested transferring him to the Demuyan district, Luine would still have done so. It wasn't for any other reason than the warrant from the head judge, which wasn't as simple as a warrant. You should make your preparations as well, Elder Lohar suddenly said. Wang Wen was stunned, and a solemn expression appeared on his face. What? Even I have to go to the Endless Territories? Elder Lohar replied, that's possible. It's too difficult to defend the front lines, so the second round of reinforcements has already been drafted. I can't go. If I go, what about this place? Don't forget that. The sixth mainland has already attacked the Astral Beast domain. Once the Astral Beast domain can't hold on, they'll most likely use the Primal Zone to attack us, said Wang Wen. Elder Lohar felt a headache coming on, but he nodded and left without saying anything else. Wang Wen frowned, as the situation was becoming more and more difficult. The Innerverse, Outerverse, and the Astral Beast domain were the sixth mainland's 3 battlefields, and that might not be their full strength. They had to find a way to break through the situation, or they would be completely annihilated sooner or later. Reinforcements to the Demuyan district did not travel through the Blackfire Rock continent. Instead, they first went to the inner regions of the defensive line and used the spacecraft there to travel in the direction of the Demuyan district. This would be faster, and it would also prevent them from being attacked by the technocracy. Luyin was in the Iron Blood Crag district, which was quite a distance away from the Demuyan district. Wei Rong, on the other hand, was right next to the Demuyan district, which was too close. In less than 2 days, Wei Rong arrived at the Demuyan district. When he saw the blood and corpses falling from the sky like meteors, as well as the frequent attacks that could destroy him, Wei Rong trembled in fear. He wasn't a coward, or else he wouldn't have dared to scheme against the Lockbreaker Society. However, in the end, he still used his brain, just like how he hadn't been to the front lines during the Armament Weiss War. Now that he was asked to rush into such a battlefield, he panicked. Although he had life-saving methods, he couldn't withstand such frequent attacks. But regardless of whether he was willing or not, he had to obey military orders. When he stepped into the Demuyan district, he was greeted by a few androids that were quickly defeated by the surrounding defenders. He had always been protected in the Dark Phoenix Crag district, as the Dark Phoenix tribe did not want him to die there. Now that he had arrived at the Demuyan district, he could only pray for his own fortune. Xianxia and Zhu San were in a sorry state. They were not weak among Lemeters, but there were attacks that surpassed the Lemeter realm everywhere. They had been lucky to have survived until now. Over the next few days, Xianxia and Zhu San hid everywhere, occasionally killing a few enemies who weren't at the space-exploring realm. Coincidentally, they ran into Wei Rong. Smart people all had the same idea, and they all found the same hiding spot. Wei Rong and Xianxia stared at each other, not knowing what to say. Hey, I remember that you're an explorer. Protect us. Zhu San shouted. Wei Rong was speechless, as he was also powerless to protect himself. In the sky, Enlighter Ox spat out a mouthful of blood as he was blasted into the ground by an enormous force. He had only been conscripted a month ago, and he had originally been stationed on Xenu Star as a guard. Although he had been on the battlefield for less than a month, Ock had already encountered several life or death crises. This time, he really could not hold on any longer. No less than 5 Enlighters had died on this battlefield, including Lord Egret, who was a powerhouse from Aegis. Ock crawled out of the ground with great difficulty, turned around, and saw Wei Rong and the others hiding. He spat out another mouthful of blood and said, "Hide further away." Zhu San carefully poked his head out and then let out a strange cry before hurriedly fleeing. However, he was a little slow, and Wei Rong grabbed Xianxia and Zhu San before rushing off into the distance. The place where they had been standing had been blasted to pieces by an enormous force. The area of impact was not large, but it had pierced through the entire Blackfire Crag district. If they had not escaped, they would have died. Zhu San's face was deathly pale. "I miss home." Xianxia panted heavily and glanced at Wei Rong. "I owe you my life. Then return it to me now. Goodbye." Wei Rong abandoned Xianxia and Zhu San and turned to run. He had just exchanged glances with a cultivator from the sixth mainland, and in that instant, he had felt a chill run down his spine. That person was an existence that he could not fight against, and now, that person had arrived. Xianxia was stunned, but before she could react, white bone spikes protruded from the ground to the east and extended towards them. They pierced through many cultivators and androids along the way, slaughtering everyone regardless of friend or foe. Zhu San was speechless. Run. Wei Rong felt a chill run down his spine, as that person was definitely a terrifying powerhouse. The bone spikes extended rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, they were about to catch up to Xianxia and Zhu San. In the east, a young man had a cold gaze. His name was Butcher, and he was one of the top experts of the Bloodburn realm's younger generation. He was comparable to the heirs of powerful families, and he was second only to the realmling, DFA. Countless arrows fell from the sky and shot towards Butcher. Butcher did not dodge and allowed the arrows to hit him. Some of the arrows were unable to pierce through his body, while others were blocked by the bone spikes. However, there were still some arrows that pierced through his body. Many disciples from Taima Temple fired a volley of arrows, and there were even hunters among them. The arrow that had pierced through Butcher's body had come from a hunter. The bone spikes stopped spreading, and fresh blood sprayed out from Butcher's body, splattering across the blackstone ground. Xianxia, Zhu San, and the rest sighed in relief, as they had managed to survive. Even further away, Wei Rong felt that something was strange. That person's gaze had terrified him, and he should not have been dealt with so easily. Even if a hunter had attacked, Butcher should not have died so easily. Or were the disciples of Taima Temple just too powerful? Butcher's body now had 5 bloody holes, and it was a horrifying sight to behold. The group of Taima Temple disciples no longer paid any attention to him, and their arrows shot in another direction. Butcher moved his finger, and a pill appeared in his palm. He slowly popped it into his mouth. No one noticed, as everyone thought that Butcher had died. Only Wei Rong continued to stare at him. He watched as the bloody holes on Butcher's body slowly healed. That terrifying rate of recovery left Wei Rong in disbelief, and he fled without looking back. Zhu San sneered, "That guy's too cowardly. What's there to be afraid of when he's already dead?" Xianxia suddenly turned back to look at Butcher. Coincidentally, Butcher also looked up, and his cold, bloodthirsty eyes met hers. He revealed a cruel smile, and he raised a hand to lick the blood off his arm. Xianxia's scalp went numb. "Run." Zhu San looked back and almost fainted from fright. Butcher waved his hand, and his bone spikes extended and pierced towards the Taima Temple disciples who had injured him. A single white bone spike pierced through a dozen disciples, killing them in midair. They were clearly bone spikes that had grown out of Butcher's bones, but they seemed boundless as they extended far into the distance. "You're courting death," the Hunter Realm disciple from the Taima Temple bellowed. He took out a corporeal arrow that flickered with a dark red light. It was clearly an arrow with a special arrow intent, and he shot it at Butcher. Butcher leaped up and allowed the arrow to pierce through his abdomen. He grabbed a handful of pills and popped them into his mouth. At the same time, the bone spike in his hand extended and transformed into a bone blade that slashed out. Behind him, Ancestor Mahjong's imprint appeared, and his speed suddenly doubled. The bone blade danced as it cut through the Hunter Realm disciple's longbow. A huge bloody wound appeared on the hunter's body, as the blade had nearly cut him in half. The Taima Temple disciple was shocked. Although he had just broken through to the Hunter Realm, he was no ordinary cultivator. He was a disciple of the Taima Temple, but he had actually been injured by a cruiser. His body flickered as he retreated, and the star energy in his palm transformed into an arrow that he shot out. Butcher still did not dodge, and the injury that he had sustained from the corporeal arrow healed once again. The arrow pierced through Butcher's thigh once more, but Butcher smiled cruelly and slashed out with his bone blade. The Hunter Realm disciple barely dodged the attack, but he did not expect the bone blade to extend. With a single slash, the hunter's head flew off. Many of the Taima Temple disciples were shocked, and their star energy transformed into arrows that shot towards Butcher. Butcher laughed maniacally as he allowed the arrows to attack him. He slashed out with his bone blade and killed dozens of Taima Temple disciples as if he had gone mad. In the distance, Xianxia and the others felt their eyelids twitch. This was a madman. Hunters were considered experts on the battlefield, but the battlefield was too large, and the hunters were scattered all over the place. No one in the area was Butcher's match. After slaughtering nearly 100 disciples of the Taimo Palace, Butcher was still not satisfied, and he chased after Xianxia and the others. Zhu San held, "Why is this lunatic chasing us?" Xianxia's heart sank as bone spikes tore through the void behind her. She narrowly avoided them, but when she looked back, Butcher was getting closer and closer. Even further ahead, Wei Rong stepped onto the Blackstone continent that connected to the Dama Cliff region. The reinforcements from the Outerverse were all heading in this direction, so Wei Rong could only escape in this direction. Perhaps he would run into some expert who could block that lunatic. Butcher licked his lips and leaped up. He raised a palm and aimed it at Xianxia and Zhu San. His palm split open, and white bone spikes shot out, enveloping the two like raindrops. Zhu San despaired, it was over. Xianxia's pupils shrank, and she clenched her fists. Even further away, Wei Rong's heart was beating wildly. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept past him, and star energy transformed into a claw that blocked Xianxia and Zhu San's heads. It counterattacked and shattered all of the bone spikes before swiping at Butcher. Butcher raised his brows, and bones extended from his body, transforming into bone blades that sliced the claw into pieces. However, he was also pushed back by the enormous force. He was shocked, there was an expert here. There was a whoosh, and a figure appeared in front of Xianxia and Zhu San. What a coincidence. Xianxia looked at the figure's profile and was shocked. Luyin? Zhu San was excited. Brother Lu, is that you? That's great, you're finally here. Even further away, Wei Rong heaved a sigh of relief. He had fled in the right direction. If he had fled in any other direction, then even if Luyin had arrived at this battlefield, he might not have been able to save them in time. Luyin ignored Xianxia and the others, and instead looked at Butcher. So it's you. Butcher's eyes narrowed, and he popped a pill into his mouth. The wounds on his body quickly healed. You know me? Butcher, an expert second only to DFA in the Bloodburn realm. Butcher was confused. How do you know me? We've met before, but you might not remember, Luyin said. The Butcher looked at Luyin and then laughed. I don't care who you are. Die. He then pressed a hand against the ground, causing a bone spike to protrude and pierce towards Luyin. Lu Yin's right foot stomped on the ground, and a visible ripple of energy swept out, shattering the bone spike. His body then vanished and reappeared at the Butcher's side. He raised a hand, and his palm transformed into a claw. This skybeast claw was completely different from the previous one. The Butcher was shocked. Bone spikes spread all over his body, making him look like a white hedgehog. He punched out, and the skybeast claw slammed into the Butcher's body, smashing him into the ground. However, the skybeast claw was pierced through by the bone spikes and disappeared. Luyin pressed down on the ground with one hand. 30 stacks, 100-fold shockwave palm. There was a loud bang, and the Blackstone continent was pulverized. An enormous force passed through the ground and shattered the ground. Butcher was just about to leap out when his organs were shaken by this sudden force. He spat out a mouthful of blood and had a bad feeling. This person was terrifyingly strong, so he hurriedly grabbed a handful of pills and tossed them into his mouth before leaping out. He had just leaped out of the ground when Luyin appeared in front of him. He tapped out with a finger, causing the void to freeze. This was the Dream Finger. The Dream Finger was aimed at the Butcher's forehead. Compared to Autumn Frost Qing, the Butcher's recovery ability was terrifyingly strong. His innate gift was absorption, and he could absorb medicinal effects thousands of times more. However, his attack power and defense were much lower. Back then, the fatty had said that the Butcher was an expert second only to DFA, and that he was on par with Autumn Frost Qing. However, from Lu Yin's perspective, the Butcher was slightly weaker than Autumn Frost Qing. Just as Lu Yin's finger was about to touch the Butcher's forehead, the imprint on the Butcher's back became even clearer, causing the Butcher to wake up from his dream. His bones transformed into a large hand that pushed Luyin away. Lu Yin's finger did not land on the Butcher's forehead, and it brushed past his shoulder. However, it did shatter the Butcher's right ear and leave half of his face a bloody mess. In the distance, Xianxia and the rest were stunned. They knew that Luyin was very powerful, and he had even killed an enlighter before, but that had been with external items. Now, he was actually fighting one-on-one with that madman, and he was even suppressing him. This was a little inconceivable, and it reminded them of the Jasper Forest banquet, where this person had defeated Tyler Phineas in a single move. The Butcher continuously retreated as he chewed on pills to recover from his injuries. He looked at Luyin in shock. Who exactly are you? He could not help but be shocked, as the person in front of him was definitely not a hunter or even a cruiser. The butcher could sense that this person's star energy had only circulated a few times, but he had still been able to suppress the butcher. This was impossible, as the only person in the entire Bloodburn realm who could do this was DFA. At the same level of power, only DFA could suppress the butcher, but this person was actually comparable to a realmling. Lu Yin's tone was indifferent. You're even worse than Autumn Frost Qing. He then raised his right hand, and star energy converged as he used Nine Suns Cauldron. First Sunday, a scorching sun rose from his palm and smashed towards the butcher. The butcher's eyelids twitched, as this attack caused his scalp to go numb. All of the bones in his body expanded, and they eventually transformed into a white shell that wrapped around his entire body. The first sun smashed into the butcher's white skeletal body, causing the void to ripple and then shatter. The butcher's white skeletal body cracked open, and golden light scattered in all directions. His entire body was then blasted into the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Following that, an intense gale howled out from the ground, transforming into berserk star energy that swept out and shook the surroundings. Xianxia and Zhu were almost swept away by the star energy. Even further away, many people were shocked, as they could sense a power comparable to a peak hunter's. Another expert had arrived on this battlefield. Lu Yin floated in the air and looked down at the ground. The butcher's rune lines were already very weak. Autumn Frost Qing had been heavily injured by this attack and had been forced to rely on a power vessel to escape. This butcher would not be able to withstand this attack either. Beneath the ground, the butcher was in an incomparably miserable state. His body seemed to have been torn apart, and large patches of his skin had been torn apart. Blood dyed the ground red, and his bones were scattered everywhere. Anyone else would have died from such injuries, but this was the butcher who had fused with Che Lai's bloodline and had an innate gift of absorption. His mouth opened and closed as he swallowed all of the pills in his mouth. The next moment, his body, which was close to being torn apart, suddenly reformed, and his injuries healed at a visible rate. Ancestor Emo Zhang's imprint also appeared indistinct and became clearer. Up above, Lu Yin's expression changed. The butcher's rune lines were actually recovering? Lu Yin aimed a single palm downwards and pressed down. His palm transformed into a claw, and the sky beast claw slammed into the ground. The butcher grinned and took out a wooden sculpture that resembled a spider. This was a power vessel. The wooden spider leapt up and opened its mouth to absorb the sky beast claw before disappearing. The next moment, it reappeared above Lu Yin's head with its abdomen bulging. It was obvious that it was about to explode, and the power of this explosion was no weaker than the sky beast claws. Lu Yin had not expected the butcher to have such a power vessel. With a wave of his hand, the wooden spider disappeared and then reappeared beside the butcher. The butcher was stunned. What was going on? Was that a secret technique? There was a boom as the ground exploded once more, and the Blackstone continent was pierced through. The butcher spat out a mouthful of blood, and this time, he was in an even more miserable state. His head had clearly cracked open. Ever since Patriarch Emo Jiang had successfully imprinted and made a name for himself in the Bloodburn realm, the butcher had never been in such a miserable state. Although he loved to kill and was crazy in battle, he was not stupid. If he encountered an existence like DFA, he would stay far away. Even if it was Autumn Frost Qing or Emo Jianxiao, who were direct descendants of world imprinter families, he would not approach them. But today, he was truly unlucky. Who would have thought that such a freak would appear in the Fifth Mainland who could suppress him with just the strength of an explorer? Not only had his sneak attack failed, but he had even been counterattacked. The butcher had definitely used a secret technique, and if the butcher even had a secret technique, then this person was definitely one of the Fifth Mainland's top geniuses. The butcher weakly opened his bloodshot eyes, and he saw Lu Yin's cold expression. He grinned again and took out a source box from his cosmic ring. The moment the source box appeared, a strange killing intent enveloped an area of thousands of kilometers, but it did not harm the butcher at all. In Lu Yin's eyes, the number of rune lines contained within the source box's killing intent had missed the butcher's position, which meant that he could still escape with the source box. I admit defeat. Tell me, what's your name? The butcher weakly looked at Lu Yin, and he seemed to be in an abnormally miserable state. Autumn Frost Qing and the Butcher. Top geniuses like them had all sorts of life-saving methods, which Luin had expected. However, compared to Autumn Frost Qing, this butcher seemed to be much more unlucky. Luin smiled strangely and stepped into the sourcebox's killing intent. He then slowly approached the butcher. The butcher was stunned. What's wrong with you? Luin coughed. I'm sorry, but I'm a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker. The butcher spat out a mouthful of blood, as he was truly disgusted this time. Someone with such a powerful innate gift for battle was actually a lockbreaker, and even worse, he was actually a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker. The butcher's sourcebox was only a perceptive intermediate sourcebox, and it could withstand the attacks of a hunter for a period of time. This period of time was just enough for the butcher to escape into outer space and leave the battlefield. But who would have thought that this person in front of him was actually a lockbreaker? The sourcebox's killing intent was completely useless against him, and he easily avoided the sourcebox's killing intent. Even a typical perceptive intermediate lockbreaker would not be able to do such a thing. Luin walked in front of the butcher and looked down at him from above. Let me go. You won't be able to withstand our attack. As long as you let me go, I'll protect your life and recommend you to join Mo Zhang's bloodline. In the future. Before the butcher could finish speaking, Luin stomped him to death. Although this person had a high innate gift and was rather famous, he alone was not enough to make the decision for Mo Zhang's bloodline. Besides, even if the Outerverse was defeated in the end, that did not mean that the Sixth Mainland could slaughter the Outerverse without restraint. Everyone had a bottom line, and the Sixth Mainland could at most plunder the Outerverse resources and kill a bunch of people, but they could not kill too many people. Besides, he still had Mr. Mu, so he should have no problems keeping himself alive. At worst, he could escape to the astral wilderness, and he would not need a cruiser's help. This person had killed so many people, and he had to pay for it. Unfortunately, Luin did not have much money in his cosmic ring, and all of his life-saving items had been used up. He only had the sourcebox left. As he thought about it, Luin put the sourcebox away. Luin and Butcher's battle did not last long, but Wei Rong realized that he had spent a lot of effort trying to outsmart Luin, but if Luin stepped into the ranks of the top powerhouses, then all of his efforts would vanish. This person had a very high chance of stepping into the ranks of the top powerhouses. Perhaps Wei Rong had guessed wrongly from the very beginning. It was not that the Hall of Honor wanted to support this person, but rather that they had to. This person's future was unpredictable. After watching Lu Yin's battle, Wei Rong recognized many problems, and many of his previous plans were overturned. Aside from Luin, the reinforcements from the various boulder districts had basically all arrived. The Dama Cliff district had suddenly gained dozens of hunters, which temporarily stabilized the battlefield. The battle ended just as quickly as it had started. The Sixth Mainland and the Technocracy's forces had temporarily retreated. Countless people sighed in relief. Luin had experienced the Erudite Flowzone's border war and the Iron Bloodweave's war, so he was no stranger to border wars. However, the tragedy of the Dama Cliff district still shocked him. As far as the eye could see, no less than 20 hunters had died. It was too tragic, and the entire Great Yu Empire did not have so many hunters. There were even more explorer corpses floating in outer space. At present, the commander of the Dama Cliff district was the Arrow Mountain Ancestor. The previous commander, Master Chao, had died long ago, and Lord Egret had also died. Ok had managed to survive and become the only remaining enlighter in the Dama Cliff district with a power level of over 200,000, but he had also been severely injured. Luin met the Arrow Mountain Ancestor. The Arrow Mountain Ancestor had changed greatly. Back in Taima Palace, he had been a leisurely old man, but now, he reeked of blood, and his gaze was filled with dignity and oppression. Luin had originally thought that the Arrow Mountain Ancestor's power level would be around 400,000 at most, but after arriving at the border, he had discovered that the Arrow Mountain Ancestor was actually an envoy-level powerhouse who could kill an imprinter with a single arrow. "We meet again so soon, kid," the Arrow Mountain Ancestor said gently as he looked at Luin with admiration. Luin bowed. "Senior, are you well?" The Arrow Mountain Ancestor sighed. "I'm a little injured, but it's not a big deal. How's little Peach?" "She's in Frostwave Weave, and she's doing well." The Arrow Mountain ancestor nodded with a complicated look in his eyes. The intensity of this battle exceeded my expectations, and things aren't looking good. Luine frowned. Senior, what have you noticed? The Sixth Continent's Bloodburn realm has a power level that surpasses Patriarch Mo Zhang's. How does Senior know? Luine was puzzled. Ancestor Arrow Mountain looked up into the sky. Their imprints are all supreme powerhouses, and Ancestor Mo Jiang, who fought against Master Yuan, also has an imprint. He's an old man, and that old man should be the true supreme powerhouse of the Sixth Mainland. Many cultivators from the Sixth Mainland have mentioned that old man's name in order to shake our morale, Old Man Songqiong. Luine wasn't surprised, as he had heard of Old Man Songqiong. He was a celestial imprinter. The ancestor of Arrow Mountain sighed. He was rather tired. The Hall of Mo has passed down 3 arrows since ancient times. This time, we might not be able to keep them. I've already lost one. Luine was shocked. Senior, did you use one of these arrows to kill the imprinter? The ancestor of Arrow Mountain nodded. Grandmaster Bei's arrow was stolen by an imprinter from the Sixth Mainland. It was my fault. He subconsciously looked down at his cosmic ring. He still had an arrow in his hand. What was this old man trying to do? Could it be that he knew that the arrow was on his body? Luine remained silent. Archery is different from ordinary battle techniques. If you had a divine arrow, your archery skills would be infinitely more powerful. What a pity. The ancestor sighed again and then looked deeply at Luine. If sacrificing us old fellows could protect you all, then it would be worth it. But this time, no one will be able to escape. Kid, I know that you're smart, so do your best to protect yourself. Perhaps the innerverse and outerverse will turn things around, but of course, it might also bring about despair. Luine bade farewell to the ancestor of Arrow Mountain and continued to ponder over the old man's words. Either the ancestor knew that the arrow was with Luine, or he had guessed something else, such as the divine arrows that had been auctioned off in the mainland. The Hall of Mo paid the most attention to arrows. Luine had sold 3 arrows at the mainland's auction house, and the buyer had been the Hall of Mo. It was not strange for the ancestor of Arrow Mountain to know, as the old man probably hoped that Luine could provide the divine arrows. Luine had no problem providing the divine arrows since he could improve them, but he had thought of something better. Within a fort in the technocracy, Autumn Frost Qing was shocked. Ren Tu died? Someone in front of him reported, yes. The attack on the Demuyan district has ended, but Ren Tu has not returned. Autumn Frost Qing was puzzled. With Ren Tu's strength, only a peak hunter could kill him. If he wanted to escape, then even a hunter wouldn't be able to catch up to him. That guy's life-saving methods aren't weak, unless he ran into an enlighter. However, there seems to only be one enlighter in the Demuyan district. Could he have been killed by a hidden powerhouse? The exact situation is unclear, but Ancestor Yen has instructed that young master be careful and avoid entering the Fifth Mainland's territory. There might be some hidden powerhouses in the Fifth Mainland. Autumn Frost Qing nodded. Got it. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly thought of someone, Luine. If there was anyone who could kill Ren Tu, then Luine would be one of them. Furthermore, Luine was only an explorer, so it would not be easy to be wary of him. Could he have gone to the Demuyan district? Regardless of whether or not Luine had gone to the Demuyan district, Autumn Frost Qing did not plan on taking action. The battlefield was still too dangerous. Ren Tu had a great reputation in the Sixth Mainland, and his death had caused quite a stir. Many powerhouses were also terrified. From the beginning until now, their sense of superiority over the Fifth Mainland had been growing lower and lower. The Fifth Mainland was not as easy to defeat as they had imagined. It was no wonder why the invasion of the Fifth Mainland's innerverse had been so intense. In the Demuyan district, Luine had been assigned a defensive position. Currently, his position in the Demuyan district was enough to rank him in the top 3. Even Ox's position might not be higher than his. Luine sent the others away and found a secluded place. He raised his hand, and his die appeared. It was time to upgrade something that could change the outcome of the battle. Luine thought of many things, and he decided to use poison. Once poison was used on a large scale, its effects would be terrifying. Ordinary poisons would not work, and even poisons that could threaten enlighters would not work. The Sixth Mainland and the technocracy had no lack of detoxification methods, but if it was a poison that could threaten powerhouses with power levels of 300,000 or even 400,000, then things would be different. Even if the poison could not harm the imprinter would not be able to easily detoxify the poison. If possible, Luin did not want to use poison, but he had no other choice. The war had already reached this stage, and if he lost the border, then the Outerverse would suffer a great calamity. This was something that he could not accept no matter what. As he thought about it, he tapped his die, causing it to slowly spin. Then, it stopped and revealed a 6. Luin knew that something was wrong, as he had forgotten to place his cosmic ring aside. Just as he thought about it, the scene in front of him changed, and he appeared in a dark space. He saw balls of light around him. Luin was afraid that he would use up too much star essence, so he casually fused with one of the balls of light. The scene in front of him changed again, and he saw a giant flowzone arc. At the same time, memories flooded into his mind. Luin was speechless, as he had fused with another cultivator from the Sixth Mainland. This one was a cruiser, and he was currently besieging someone with other experts. That person was an old acquaintance of Lu Yin's, Ling Quebec. This was a tributary of the astral river that connected Chaos Flowzone and a smaller flowzone. Traveling between the two flowzones depended on the giant flowzone arc. When the innerverse and outerverse had been separated, the astral river had expanded, and this tributary had also separated the two flowzones. However, a powerhouse with a power level of 400,000 from Chaos Flowzone had taken action and forcefully broken through the energy barrier, allowing the two flowzones to reconnect. This was a common practice among the innerverse major flowzones. There was no lack of super powerhouses, and it was easy to reconnect. The Sixth Mainland had attacked, and the innerverse had joined forces to resist. The battle between the martial ancestor and progenitor Chen's remnant spiritual force had caused the innerverse weather to change greatly, and it had put an end to attacks with power levels above 200,000. Now, the innerverse was filled with battles between enlighters, and even enlighters had to control their power levels below 200,000. This was exactly what Luin had heard in the ruins of the Daosor sect. The innerverse had brought out the general appointing platform, and anyone who performed meritorious deeds would be given titles such as general, marquis, king, and so on. This was the innerverse way of encouraging cultivators to resist the Sixth Mainland. The Sixth Mainland had also targeted the general appointing platform and had set up a reward system. Anyone who killed a titled powerhouse would be rewarded handsomely. The high rewards attracted countless people from the Sixth Mainland, and even the Daosor sect's ruins were not visited. In front of Luin was a scene of a dozen cultivators from the Sixth Mainland surrounding a titled powerhouse. The person that Luin had casually merged with was one of the attackers, and he was even the strongest one. This person was the one who had led more than a dozen people to participate in the siege, and the one being surrounded was Ling Ke, a titled spirit general. Luin looked up and saw a cultivator from the Sixth Mainland clutching his neck as he slowly fell to the ground. Ling Ke was panting heavily, and his arm hung down unnaturally as he stared at the person that Luin had merged with. His eyes were filled with killing intent, and his hair was stained with blood. He had a sword stuck in his abdomen, but he could not pull it out. The Ke's mighty slash revolved around his body as it sliced through the void. Luin sighed, as he had not expected to encounter Ling Ke in such a situation. Through his memories, Luin knew that Ling Ke was rather famous on the battlefield. He had once killed a powerful expert from the Sixth Mainland's war martial realm and had even escaped from a cultivator who was second only to a realmling. That cultivator had been on the same level as Autumnfrost Qing and Rin too, which was why he had been conferred the title of Spirit General by the General Appointing Platform. Ling Ke had originally been one of the strongest Lemeters, and after breaking through to the Explorer realm, his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. With the Lingling clan's innate gifts and battle techniques, it was not strange for Ling Ke to be able to reach this level. Ling Ke's current strength was equivalent to the top 40 of the top 100 rankings. The three cultivators that Ren 2 had instantly killed in the Daosor sect's ruins had all been around the 60th rank of the top 100 rankings. However, anyone who could enter the Daosor sect's ruins had to possess a futon, and those who possessed one either had a powerful background or had obtained a great opportunity. This had led Luin to misunderstand and believe that the average strength of the Sixth Mainland was only that high. In reality, the cultivators that Luin had seen from the Sixth Mainland were all elites among elites. The cultivator that Luin had fused with was rather powerful, but he was still not Ling Kei's match. However, the Sixth Mainland's advantage over the Fifth Mainland's cultivators was too great. They had an innate suppression and an imprint. If not for these factors, this cultivator would not have been able to withstand a single attack from Ling Quebec. Now, Ling Kei was being surrounded and forced to the brink of death due to his various advantages. If Luin had not fused with this cultivator, then Ling Kei would have died without a doubt. He would have been a spent force, but things were different now. Luin approached Ling Kei step by step. Ling Kei closed his eyes and then opened them again. He gazed longingly at outer space. My support group is gone. It's a pity that I won't be able to see you one last time. Luin was speechless. Even now, this guy was still thinking about his support group. Speaking of which, that support group had left a deep impression on Luin. Come. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Ling Kei shouted as he looked up at the cultivator that Luin had fused with. His eyes were filled with arrogance. You Sixth Mainland trash will be surpassed by us sooner or later. That person was right, you're all slaves to the cultivation system. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This was what Ling Kei had said during his battle with Blood Luni at Spirit Palace. I'm moved by your words. Come, kill me, Luin said as he looked at Ling Kei with sincerity. Ling Kei was stunned. What did you say? Luin replied righteously, you're right. Our Sixth Mainland is trash. You're amazing, and your words moved me. Come, kill me. Ling Kei blinked. What did I say? Kill me. Luin shouted. Ling Kei's face twitched. Are you crazy? I told you to kill me. I'm moved by your words, Luin said loudly. Ling Kei gulped, a little confused. What did he just say? Luin could not wait any longer. The longer he dragged this out, the more star essence he would have to consume. He did not want to use too many star essence right now, as the poison's effects would not be improved. Instead, it would affect the border defenses. Luin suddenly attacked Ling Kei, raising his blade and slashing down. Ling Kei instinctively dodged and swung his Kei's mighty slash, which merged into the void. The cultivator that Luin had fused with had his neck split open, and he died instantly. Ling Kei's mouth fell open. What about the martial seal? It was useless. Strange, could it be that she was really moved by him? Ling Kei felt like he had discovered a whole new world. He wondered if he should say something first when he fought with others in the future. Perhaps that would move them. Right, what did he just say? In the Demuyan district, Luin suddenly opened his eyes and subconsciously covered his neck. He touched it, but it was fine. Just now, he had experienced the feeling of his throat being cut open. It was a very unpleasant feeling, especially since it had been cut open by Ling Quebec. He had experienced the sensation of death, and he did not know if it had been a misconception, but after he returned to his own body, he felt as if something had been triggered within him. However, nothing had changed. He shook his head and decided not to think too much about it. He hurriedly checked his cosmic ring and sighed. Fortunately, he had only used up a little more than 20,000 star essence. This place wasn't too far from the Chaos Flow Zone, and it was separated by the Astral River and the Starfall Sea. The distance in a straight line wasn't too great, and the time it had taken to merge with the Chaos Flow Zone had been extremely short. Thus, it was reasonable for the Chaos Flow Zone to consume so much energy. If the person merging with the Chaos Flow Zone was weak, the energy consumption would be even lower. Luin restored his die and tapped it. Suddenly, within his domain, he could sense Xianxia, Wei Rong, and Zhu San's figures. He was secretly anxious. Of all the times to come, why did they have to come now? If he rolled enhance, it would be a waste. Fortunately, the die stopped rolling, and the number that appeared was 5. 5 points. It was a seemingly useful point that was actually quite useless. It could be used to borrow another person's innate gift, but the condition was that the user had to come into contact with the person being borrowed within 10 seconds. Luin had previously rolled this point to borrow the rabbit's lightning that had knocked the 9-headed ape unconscious. He had then used that lightning to kill the powerhouse that had attacked him, and he had also borrowed the monkey's innate gift of shadow. Now, he could not waste it. 10 seconds was enough. Lu Yin's figure vanished. On Blackfire Rock, Xianxia and the others headed towards Lu Yin's location. Are you sure he's here? Zhu San grumbled. Wei Rong looked around. He had come to find Lu Yin to discuss whether or not there was a way to counterattack. There was no such thing as an eternal defense in his dictionary. If he kept defending, he would eventually be defeated. Previously, when Armament Weave had been attacked by the Great Eastern Alliance, the disparity in power had been just as great. Wei Rong had been able to stall for time, and he had even been able to protect the Wei family in the end. Now that they were facing the 6th Mainland's attack, he would definitely have a chance no matter how great the disparity was. Right now, the only people he could discuss this with were Lu Yin and Xianxia. Xianxia was flying when Lu Yin suddenly appeared beside her and placed a hand on her shoulder. Looking for me? Lu Yin's sudden appearance almost scared Xianxia to death, and it also gave Wei Rong a fright. He was currently very flustered, as dying on the battlefield was too humiliating. Xianxia stared at Lu Yin in a daze, her gaze landing on his hand that was pressing down on her shoulder. Lu Yin pursed his lips and retracted his hand. Sorry, I'm just a little happy to see an old friend. Behind him, Zhu San was furious, and he kicked Lu Yin's butt, but Lu Yin dodged. Lu, you can't bully your friend's wife. You promised me before. Zhu San shouted. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. Relax, I'm not interested in her. Xianxia raised a brow. What do you mean? Speak clearly. Yeah, what do you mean? Isn't our Xia charming? Zhu San glared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin was speechless. Fine, she's charming. Zhu San's eyes immediately turned red. I told you that you wanted to steal Xia from me, you bastard. Alright, stop arguing. Brother Lu, we're here for proper business, Wei Rong said to Lu Yin. Lu Yin nodded. Go ahead. Wei Rong looked around and then descended. Lu Yin followed suit. Xianxia patted Lu Yin's shoulder and gave him a strange look. This guy's behavior was very strange. Zhu San stared at Lu Yin as if he was a thief. Brother Lu, why do you think the 6th Mainland specifically attacked the Demuyan district? Wei Rong asked. Lu Yin had naturally considered this question, and he had his own guesses, but he did not say anything. I've just arrived, so I don't know much about this place. What do you think, Brother Wei? Wei Rong replied, Brother Lu, do you know that Ancestor Arrow Mountain killed a powerhouse at the level of an emissary from the 6th Mainland with a single arrow? That's what they call an imprinter. Lu Yin nodded. The 6th Mainland is very strong, and with their unique imprint and bloodline, they definitely aren't weak against those at the same level. From what I know, Ancestor Arrow Mountain fought with that imprinter, but he didn't gain the upper hand. Furthermore, there were 2 imprinters at the time, so doesn't Brother Lu find it strange that he was able to kill them with a single arrow? Xianxia grew impatient. Get to the point. You're making me anxious. Let me explain. She then continued, based on our analysis, Ancestor Arrow Mountain wasn't able to kill an imprinter with his own strength. It's very likely that he relied on that arrow, and that arrow is extraordinary. Lu Yin replied, but from what I know, Ancestor Arrow Mountain's arrow was redirected by Master Yuan. Perhaps Master Yuan's strength was added to the arrow, which was why he was able to kill an imprinter. Master Yuan changed the arrow's direction because that arrow's target was Ancestor Emojiang, Wei Rong said solemnly. Xianxia continued, Ancestor Arrow Mountain isn't stupid. He dared to aim at Ancestor Emojiang, which means that he has a certain level of confidence. Ancestor Emojiang isn't an imprinter, but rather a world imprinter who surpasses the imprinter realm. If his power level is converted to a world imprinter, then that means that his arrow is extraordinary. Furthermore, that arrow was snatched away by that imprinter called Yanqing, so we're guessing that the 6th Mainland's frequent attacks on the Demuyan district are either to take revenge for the dead imprinter, or because of Ancestor Arrow Mountain's arrow. Lu Yin had to admit that these 2's guesses were correct. The 3 arrows that had been passed down from Taima Temple might have come from the 6th mainland. Ancestor Arrow Mountain had mentioned that Luyin had come across an arrow intent similar to those 3 arrows before. This arrow intent had come from Knight King Jinwu, and Knight King Jinwu's archery techniques had come from the ruins of the Daosource sect. He had even mentioned to Wu Taibai that his archery techniques had come from the 6th mainland. It was very likely that Yanqing had recognized the arrow's origins. Not only had he stolen the arrow, but he had also wanted more. "Brother Lu, what do you think?" Wei Rong asked Luyin. Luyin could not reveal everything that he knew, so he could only say, "Your guesses are correct, but so what? It won't change the outcome of the battle." "It can," Wei Rong said confidently. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, as he had forgotten that these two were equally famous as Wang Wen, especially Wei Rong. Even though the disparity in power and armament had been so great, Wei Rong had still been able to forcefully drag things out. "What ideas do you have?" Wei Rong and Xianxia looked at each other. "We can deal a heavy blow to the 6th mainland, but the most troublesome part is that once we do that, even stronger reinforcements might arrive. I don't know if that's a blessing or a curse. Even if we don't deal a heavy blow to these people, their reinforcements will definitely come." Zhu San rolled his eyes. Xianxia patted Zhu San's forehead. "You're right." Zhu San felt sullen. Luyin looked at Wei Rong. Wei Rong's gaze was deep. "Brother Lu, do you still remember Pyrolite?" Lu Yin's eyes lit up, as he had almost forgotten about it. Right, there was still Pyrolite. The Hall of Honor will definitely use Pyrolite in a war like this. The only reason it hasn't been used is because they haven't thought of a suitable way to use it. Since we've already guessed the 6th mainland's goal, then things are simple. We'll use Ancestor Arrow Mountain as bait and use Pyrolite to blast them to death. Wei Rong raised his head. Zhu San was shocked. "Are you crazy? That's Ancestor Arrow Mountain. Don't spout nonsense." Luyin was also shocked. Ancestor Arrow Mountain was an emissary, and this person was really bold to even use an emissary as bait. However, it had to be said that it should be effective. The powerhouses of the 6th mainland should be keeping an eye on Ancestor Arrow Mountain, and he was indeed the best bait. Wei Rong ignored Zhu San's shouts and continued to stare at Luyin, as if trying to discern something from Lu Yin's eyes. Luyin replied, "It's just a guess, but there's no harm in trying. You guys came to me because you want me to talk to Ancestor Arrow Mountain and the Hall of Honor, right?" Wei Rong nodded. "There's no other way. With our status, it's very difficult to communicate with the Hall of Honor and Ancestor Arrow Mountain." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "The Pyrolite's destructive power is too great." "We've thought about that as well," Xianxia said. "We'll focus our forces on a counterattack and attack the technocracy. We'll detonate the Pyrolite there." Luyin fell into deep thought, as it wouldn't be that easy to counterattack. "Actually, it's very easy to counterattack." Wei Rong smiled confidently. "We just need to let the 6th mainland know that we're thinking of counterattacking. The most troublesome part is how to safely return Ancestor Arrow Mountain while detonating the Pyrolite. There's also how to avoid Ancestor Emo Zhang's interference. That's the most troublesome part." Luyin knew what the two were thinking. "I'll let the Hall of Honor and Ancestor Arrow Mountain know." Not long after, Wei Rong and the others left. Zhu San glared fiercely at Luyin before he left. Luyin fell into deep thought. The plan that they had come up with wasn't particularly brilliant, and if it had been a normal war, it would have been easy for others to think of it. However, this was a border war that involved countless people from the Outerverse. Even the Hall of Honor wouldn't dare to suffer any losses. They might not have even thought of counterattacking since they couldn't bear the consequences of failure. If the counterattack failed, the losses would be immense, and the person who had suggested this idea could be condemned for eternity. Thus, even if most people thought of counterattacking, they didn't dare to voice it out. Only people like Wei Rong and the others, who had their own ideas but had very little experience in border wars, would be so impatient to suggest it. There was no perfect plan in this world, and any plan could. On Enhance, a new innate gift had appeared, a pair of hands. This was Xianxia's innate gift, and it was said to be a deduction. It was similar to Huansha's analysis, but it was also different. Luyin didn't mind and tapped out. This time, he had learned his lesson and placed his cosmic ring to the side. Even if he rolled enhance, he wouldn't enter that space. Even if he rolled enhance, he would still have time to pick up his cosmic ring. This time, the die rolled to a point, and a sword fell out. He used a bit of force, but it broke with a snap. What a useless thing. He threw the broken sword away in annoyance and picked up the die again. This was the last time, and he hoped that he would succeed. Lu Yin's luck was pretty good this time, and he immediately rolled 3 pips. He was delighted and took out Elder Wu's poisons from his cosmic ring. Now that he had come into contact with higher levels, Elder Wu's poison wasn't that scary anymore. Especially on this battlefield, these poisons weren't enough to do anything. The imprinter could get rid of them with a wave of his hand. If he wanted to threaten the imprinter, he had to at least raise the level of his poison to near 400,000 rune lines. He placed the poison on the screen and then began to frantically toss out star essence. He still had 12 vials of Elder Wu's poison left, and he had upgraded the first one 8 times. He had consumed 600,000 star essence to increase the poison's effects to a terrifying level. It was so terrifying that Lu Yin didn't even want to touch it. He didn't know how effective this bottle of poison was, but he guessed that it was terrifying. 600,000 star essence was a sum that even a hunter might not be able to see in their entire lifetime, and it had been spent on this bottle of poison. Originally, he had planned to upgrade a few more bottles, but after thinking about it, he decided to slow down and test the effects first. However, he couldn't waste his die's enhance, so he took out 10 natural treasures. These 10 natural treasures had come from Shamrock Enterprises, and they had been a congratulatory gift to him when he had become the leader of the Great Eastern Alliance. They had been around for 10,000 years, but they were far from enough to avoid danger. Each plant only required 100 star essence to upgrade to the point where they could avoid danger, which was too easy. He flipped through his cosmic ring and took out 5 grams of pyrolite. This thing couldn't be upgraded, so it was useless. He then took out the owl arrow, which had already been upgraded to a power level of 250,000. He wanted to upgrade it even more and give it to Ancestor Arrow Mountain, but the arrow had come from the Taimo Palace's Arrow Mountain. If he gave it to Ancestor Arrow Mountain, he would definitely be discovered, and Lu Yin didn't want to take the risk. There wasn't anything else worth upgrading. Suddenly, Lu Yin's eyes trembled as he saw something else. It was also a poison, but this one came from the Neo-Human Alliance. It was called Xianxia Poison of Life. Elder Wu's poison could be cured since he was just an ordinary enlighter. However, there was no cure for this poison, and even Mr. Mu couldn't do anything about it. This was a terrifying poison that could directly cause one's vitality to disappear. When Ming Yan had been poisoned, Mr. Mu had used a secret technique to save her. Even so, she had split into 2 personalities. Lu Yin looked at the poison of life in the bottle and thought for a moment before upgrading it. He placed the poison of life on the screen and then frantically tossed in more star essence. 10,000 star essence, and the bottle had already reached a tenth of its original position. Lu Yin was horrified. It couldn't be, right? Was it that exaggerated? Each upgrade required almost 100,000 star essence. How could it be so expensive? There weren't that many rune lines. The upgrade had already begun, and Lu Yin didn't want to give up. He took a deep breath and tossed in 100,000 star essence. The bottle was still a bit away from the lower layer of the screen. Finally, the upgrade was completed, and it consumed 120,000 star essence. Lu Yin was horrified. The more precious an item was, the more star essence it required to upgrade it. Lu Yin had never used so much star essence to upgrade something before. Even when he had upgraded his universal armor to the point where it could withstand an attack with a power level of more than 300,000, it had only consumed 15,000 star essence at most. This was on a completely different level. But when he thought about it, he realized that this was a poison that even Mr. Mu couldn't do anything about. Xianxia. Ming Yan had swallowed Xianxia, and the higher the number, the stronger the poison. If even Xianxia required so many star essence to upgrade, then what about Xianxia? Lu Yin didn't dare to imagine. Would that poison be something that even a powerhouse with a power level of 1,000,000 could not withstand? The second upgrade cost 300,000 star essence. Luin didn't want to upgrade it anymore, as he would run out of money. Luin held on to the poison of life and hesitated over whether or not he should give it to Ancestor Arrow Mountain, as it might be useful. Of course, he wasn't going to give it away for free. In outer space, dark clouds loomed over the city as countless androids descended along with beams of light and bombarded the Demuyan district. War had begun once again. Wei Rong, Xianxia, and Zhu San immediately looked for a place to hide. They actually wanted to follow Luin, but they discovered that the weakest of Lu Yin's opponents were hunters. This made things awkward, as they couldn't withstand the shockwaves from such a battle. Helpless, the three could only find another place to hide. Luin was attacked by 2 hunters, but there were more than 2. He seemed to have fallen into a nest of androids, as there were androids all around him. Unfortunately, no matter how many of them there were, they couldn't harm him. He had originally planned to deal with these androids first, but the unfavorable situation in outer space forced him to take action. Ok was heavily injured and close to death, and he was surrounded by 2 enlighters from the 6th mainland. There were also enlighters attacking the Demuyan district. Fortunately, Wan Qianxing was there, and he occasionally fired an energy cannon that caused outer space to tremble. Luin took action and tossed Ok towards the Black Fire Boulder continent, where he blocked the 2 enlighters by himself. He couldn't defeat them in a fight, but he had no problem holding on. With his current abilities, he wasn't afraid of being captured by enlighters. In the distance, Yanqing stood tall in outer space and looked at the Demuyan district. They had received news that the Demuyan district was planning to counterattack and join forces to destroy the technocracy's forces in order to buy some time to catch their breath. This news was an opportunity for Yanqing, and he was waiting for the moment when the 5th mainland would counterattack. Half a month quickly passed, and during this time, the battle had practically never stopped. Many of the reinforcements were unable to endure it. Luin was already used to it, as it had been the same during Iron Bloodweave's war. This was the border battlefield, and it was the cruelest battlefield for humans. After a period of recuperation, Yanqing's injuries had recovered significantly. This time, he took action, and everyone could see the sky shattering as if the heavens were descending. Ancestor Arrow Mountain took action, and his star energy transformed into an arrow that shot into outer space and pierced through the 3 joined palms that covered the entire Demuyan district. When a powerhouse with a power level above 500,000 took action, no one else could do anything. Everyone could only watch in a daze. Even an enlighter would not be able to withstand any of the battle's shockwaves. The 6th mainland had assumed that they would still have the advantage in this battle as usual, but the sudden appearance of the black flames had completely reversed the situation. Phineas Yan had appeared in the Demuyan district and cooperated with Ancestor Arrow Mountain to attack Yanqing. Yanqing was shocked and hurriedly retreated, but he was surrounded by the black flames. Not only did he have to endure the pain of being burned alive, but he also had to endure an arrow from Ancestor Arrow Mountain and an energy cannon from Myriad City. Everyone saw blood splatter across outer space, and they saw Yanqing's sorry state. The 6th mainland's cultivators hurriedly retreated. Ancestor Arrow Mountain shouted, "Demuyan district, counterattack." Following Ancestor Arrow Mountain's command, tens of thousands of disciples from Taima Temple roared, and space-exploring powerhouses leaped into the technocracy's spacecraft and headed towards the technocracy. Ancestor Arrow Mountain was the fastest, and he chased after Yanqing into the technocracy. This region of space had originally belonged to the Endless Weave, but now, half of the Endless Weave had been covered by the technocracy, and even space itself had changed. The moment Ancestor Arrow Mountain entered, he was met with countless attacks. Countless androids were like moths to a flame as they tried to push Ancestor Arrow Mountain away. Ancestor Arrow Mountain shouted, "Imprinter, don't run." Yanqing spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked back and unwillingly said, "You natives of the 5th mainland will be slaughtered by us sooner or later. I'll destroy your cultivation civilization and send everyone from the 5th mainland back to the primitive era." Ancestor Arrow Mountain was furious. "I'll kill you." His star energy transformed into an arrow that pierced through space and tore through the void, revealing an even darker space. The arrow disappeared into space and then reappeared behind Yanqing's back. Yanqing hurriedly dodged, but he was still struck in the back by the arrow, and his imprint weakened significantly. "You natives will die without a grave." Yanqing bellowed as he quickly fled. Ancestor Arrow Mountain hurriedly chased after him. In the Demuyan district, Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he waited for a certain moment. Deep within the technocracy, the ancestor of Arrow Mountain chased after Xianxia until he saw a fortress carrying countless spacecraft. This was the front line of the technocracy's invasion of Endless Weave, and it was also the front line of the Sixth Mainland's cultivators. The ancestor of Arrow Mountain was overjoyed and wanted to destroy the fortress with a single arrow. However, in the next moment, an extreme sense of danger enveloped him. He turned around in shock and saw figures of powerhouses appearing from all directions. 2 powerhouses with power levels over 500,000 had appeared, and even further away, there were several powerhouses with power levels over 400,000 as well. The entire region trembled. The ancestor of Arrow Mountain's pupils shrank. Xianxia appeared in front of him, and his pale face had recovered. "Native, did you really think that you could injure me with your strength after I was injured by you?" The ancestor of Arrow Mountain was shocked, and he quickly turned around. "There's no need to look. Your master Yuan and that black fire bird have been blocked. No one can save you." Xianxia raised his head. In another direction, Mo Jiangshan calmly said, "There were 4 imprinter who attacked the Fifth Mainland. You killed one of them, 2 of them are here, and the last one blocked your black fire bird. Don't take any chances." The ancestor of Arrow Mountain was shocked. "You're still hiding an imprinter? How else could we win by surprise? You're just a loser of the ancient war, yet you want to counterattack?" "What a fool," Xianxia said coldly. The ancestor of Arrow Mountain looked at the cyborg behind him and said, "An emissary from the technocracy is rare. You should be proud that 3 imprinters are ganging up on you. Alright, I'll give you a chance. Surrender, and we'll let you join the Sixth Mainland and serve under Ancestor Mo Jiangshan. With your strength, you'll be respected no matter where you go," Mo Jiangshan said. The ancestor of Arrow Mountain was puzzled. "You've already set up an ambush? How did you know that I would counterattack?" Yancheng's tone was cold. "Enough with the nonsense. Surrender or die. Choose." The ancestor of Arrow Mountain stared at Yancheng. "Ever since I killed that imprinter with a single arrow, you've been keeping an eye on the Demuyan district. If you're talking about revenge, that might not be it. What do you want from me?" "Yancheng. Could it be related to you?" Mo Jiangshan sneered. "It's not strange that you don't know. Hand over the remaining arrows, and I'll make the decision to make you an elder of my Mo Jiang's faction. With my Mo Jiang's faction's guarantee, you'll head to Old Man Suncheong's residence to receive the All-Heaven imprint. Once you succeed, your strength will increase by leaps and bounds. In the entire Bloodburn realm, you'll become one of the top 10 powerhouses." Yan Cheng's gaze turned cold. This Arrow Mountain old ancestor's strength was on par with his, but he had already used his imprint. Indeed, once this old ancestor succeeded in using his celestial imprint, it was possible for him to surpass him and enter the top 10 of the Bloodburn realm. The ancestor of Arrow Mountain said in a low voice, "I have the arrow, but you have to tell me where it came from." The corner of Mo Jiangshan's mouth curled up as he stared coldly at ancestor Arrow Mountain. "It seems like you have no intention of surrendering. Is there any use in trying to get information out of you? No one can save you, not even all the powerhouses of the Fifth Mainland. Do you really want to die?" Ancestor Arrow Mountain surveyed his surroundings. Every single person present was an absolute powerhouse. Even the few cultivators with power levels of over 400,000 could escape from an emissary once they used their imprints. Logically speaking, he should not have been able to escape. Ancestor Arrow Mountain sighed and said bleakly, "I never thought that after living for so many years, I would become a traitor in the end. How sad." Mo Jiangshan looked excited. "You and I are both humans, but we stand on different sides. There's no such thing as betrayal. If you join my Mo Jiang's faction, not only will you, but your descendants will also benefit from this disaster and become cultivators of the Sixth Mainland. There's no need to hesitate. Hand over the arrows and come with me." Ancestor Arrow Mountain bitterly took out the blood-colored bell from his cosmic ring. At that moment, the cyborg suddenly tore through the void and tried to leave. Mo Jiangshan and Yan Cheng's hearts sank as they had a bad premonition. Ancestor Arrow Mountain shook the blood-colored bell, causing a crisp ringing sound to ring out. Then, everyone in the region, including the distant Demuyan district and the technocracy, was enveloped by the bell's ringing sound. Everyone felt a heavenly hand press down on them, and they were all immersed in the boundless heavenly might. They were unable to move, and their hearts were filled with terror. Only a hand crossed through the void and grabbed Ancestor Arrow Mountain before disappearing. Only the pyrolite was left behind, and then it exploded. In the Demuyan district, Lu Yin's eyes were filled with terror. He saw a hand crushing down on him, and the ringing of the bell reverberated in his ears, causing him to be unable to move. Although it was only for an instant, the feeling was too deep. Ancestor Arrow Mountain had shaken the blood-colored bell. The next moment, the heavens trembled. Everyone looked towards the depths of the technocracy, not knowing what was happening. In the depths of the technocracy, countless planets were instantly annihilated. Yanqing, Mo Jiangshan, the cyborgs, the powerhouses with power levels of over 400,000, and even the distant fortress were all submerged in the pyrolite explosion. Close to 100 grams of pyrolite had exploded in an instant. 100 grams of pyrolite had a combined power level of over 1,000,000. This was more than half of the pyrolite that had been mined in the astral wilderness after the innerverse and outerverse had been separated. 100 grams of pyrolite was equivalent to a destructive power level of over 1,000,000. Although it was slightly different from a true powerhouse with a power level of over 1,000,000, destructive power was still destructive power. The fortress and the powerhouses with power levels of over 400,000 were instantly turned to dust. Only Yanqing, Mo Jiangshan, and the emissary cyborgs had the ability to resist a little. However, Yanqing was still unable to withstand such a terrifying destructive power. Coupled with his previous injuries, he was quickly torn to shreds. Mo Jiangshan was heavily injured, and his body was almost torn to pieces. The cyborgs only had half of their bodies left, and they staggered as they flew towards the depths of the technocracy. The shockwaves swept across the border, and the entire Demuyan district's Blackstone continent was almost blown away. Lu Yin was excited. They should have succeeded. This was a destructive power level of over 1,000,000. They had already penetrated so deep into the technocracy, but the shockwaves were still so powerful. It was truly terrifying. Most people did not know what had happened. It was as if an indescribable explosion had occurred in the depths of outer space. In the sky above the Demuyan district, Master Yuan appeared with the Arrow Mountain Ancestor in his hand. He looked back at the technocracy with fear in his eyes. Pyrolite was not much of a threat to him, and it was not even much of a threat to powerhouses with power levels of over 500,000. This was because it took time to detonate, even if it was just 1 second. 1 second was more than enough time for powerhouses like them to escape. However, if they could not escape in that 1 second, then they would be doomed. As he thought about it, Master Yuan's gaze landed on the blood-colored bell in the Arrow Mountain Ancestor's hand. If not for that, then even a few 100 grams of pyrolite would have been useless. Back when the Innerverse various great powers had been fighting to mine pyrolite, the Hall of Honor had not cared. Pyrolite was extremely useful in battle, but it was not much of a threat to absolute experts. Who would have thought that there would be someone in the Outerverse who had the ability to affect absolute experts? Lu Yin saw Master Yuan and the Arrow Mountain Ancestor, as well as the blood-colored bell. He relaxed, as it seemed that his plan had succeeded. This was not the first time he had done something like this. Back when he had worn his universal armor, he had used progenitor Wushang's hide to numb lighters before using his gun to kill them. It had been exactly the same plan as this one, but the executor had been changed to the Arrow Mountain Ancestor. Lu Yin hoped that the Sixth Mainland would suffer greater losses and give them a chance to catch their breath. This time, the Sixth Mainland had suffered great losses, and they had even exceeded Lu Yin's expectations. He had originally thought that eliminating one imprinter would be good enough, but in the end, he had eliminated Yanqing and heavily injured Mo Jiangshan and the technocracy's envoy-level androids. He had also eliminated several powerhouses with power levels of over 400,000 and a technological fortress. This was equivalent to eliminating all threats from the western border. As for the level of experts, aside from Ancestor Mo Jiang and the imprinter who had blocked Phineas Yen, there were no other powerhouses. There weren't even many powerhouses with power levels of over 300,000. When Ancestor Mo Jiang saw Mo Jiangshan's miserable state, he was heartbroken. The competition in the sixth mainland was brutal, and there were only 3 imprinters in Mo Jiang's bloodline, including himself. Mo Jiangshan was now half crippled, and it would take at least 100 years for him to recover. This was only possible with the influence of a world imprinter's family and the best treatment methods. If it had been a normal cultivator, even an imprinter, such injuries would have been fatal. Natives of the fifth mainland, I will exterminate all of you. Ancestor Mo Jiang bellowed, his voice transforming into visible ripples that shook the heavens and reached the ears of countless people in the Demuyan district. Many people with lower cultivations were injured by the sound waves, and some even bled from their orifices. In outer space, Ancestor Arrow Mountain heard Ancestor Mo Jiang's bellow and hurriedly said, Master Yuan, counterattack. This is the best opportunity. Master Yuan nodded and then disappeared. Ancestor Arrow Mountain knew that Master Yuan had gone to cause trouble for Ancestor Mo Jiang, and he immediately shouted, Everyone, counterattack. The counterattack from before had not been fake, it had been real, but it had been delayed by a bit. The sixth mainland had found out that the Demuyan district wanted to counterattack, and they had taken advantage of the situation to kidnap Ancestor Arrow Mountain. This had been Wei Rong's plan, and he had purposely spread the news to the sixth mainland. Of course, this was all based on the premise that his guess was accurate. Wei Rong himself was not very confident, but Lu Yin was. This was because he knew that Wei Rong's guess was correct. A bit of scheming, along with luck and power vessels, had allowed this battle to go unexpectedly smoothly. Following the counterattack, tens of thousands of disciples from the Tai Mo Palace shot arrows at the sixth mainland's cultivators and androids that had not been affected by Pyrolite's explosion. These arrows were not formed from star energy, but rather real arrows. The arrowheads were smeared with the poison that Lu Yin had sold to Ancestor Arrow Mountain. This poison had been diluted countless times, and it had been distributed to the disciples of the Tai Mo Palace. Every arrow that came into contact with an enemy would immediately corrode, regardless of their cultivation level. Even powerhouses with power levels above 300,000 would be corroded. Such a terrifying poison instantly became the enemy's nightmare, and with the deaths of Yanqing and the others, Ancestor Mo Jiang had no choice but to give up on attacking and order the remaining people to retreat. After several months of fighting, the bitter war had caused countless deaths. This was the first time that the border forces had launched a counterattack, and they had won a great victory. This news spread throughout the Outerverse, and countless people were excited. Although most people did not know who they were fighting, they were satisfied that they had won. Especially the 6 major rock districts, they were completely relieved. They had been suppressed too severely, and even though the entire Outerverse power had been gathered, they had still been beaten to a pulp. Now, they could finally take a breather. The biggest contributors this time were the Arrow Mountain ancestor, as he had been the executor and had risked his life. The second was Lu Yin. Not only had he provided the plan, but he had also provided the blood-colored bell. Without the bell, the plan would not have succeeded. In addition, he had also been the one to provide the poison. Lu Yin's contributions were immediately counted, and he was honored to be granted an audience with Master Yuan. He had not met Master Yuan before the start of the war. The plan had been reported by the Arrow Mountain ancestor, and Lu Yin had also personally handed the blood-colored bell to him. Now, the plan had succeeded, and the sixth mainland had suffered a heavy blow. Master Yuan had finally shown himself. Lu Yin had only seen Master Yuan from afar, but he had not been able to see his face clearly. There seemed to be an invisible barrier around Master Yuan that prevented others from seeing him clearly. Now, Lu Yin could see him clearly. Master Yuan was a benevolent old man, and his gaze was not very imposing. Perhaps it was because he was much gentler to Lu Yin, but in Lu Yin's eyes, Master Yuan seemed more like an ordinary person. Junior Lu Yin greets Master Yuan. Lu Yin bowed respectfully. Master Yuan smiled. You're not bad, kid. No need for formalities. Lu Yin straightened his back and looked at Master Yuan curiously. Master Yuan was probably the strongest powerhouse he had seen so far. He was not sure about Mr. Mu's strength, and the Sea King was probably about the same level as the Arrow Mountain ancestor. He was definitely far from being comparable to Master Yuan. This old man had a power level of at least 800,000. Lu Yin's heart trembled when he thought about it. More than 800,000? Luin blinked. Right now, he was at most comparable to a powerhouse with a power level in the hundreds of thousands. With his secret technique, he could protect himself against a powerhouse with a power level in the hundreds of thousands. Even if he relied on external items, he would only be able to survive against a powerhouse with a power level in the hundreds of thousands. This border war was completely different from the previous war in Ironblood Weave. From start to finish, he had not put in much effort and had merely been a spectator. Master Yuan sized up Luin and sighed in admiration. Kid, even if someone told me that you came from the Neoverse, I would still believe them. It's truly strange that the Outerverse could produce a genius like you. Luin hurriedly replied, I don't even know where I'm from. Perhaps I wasn't born in the Outerverse. He did not dare to hide anything from Master Yuan. Besides, Wei Rong had already exposed his past. Master Yuan was puzzled. You don't know where you came from? Luin nodded. Junior's memories are incomplete. Master Yuan nodded. I see. If you're willing, I can help you take a look. Luin hurriedly replied, There's no need to trouble you, Master Yuan. My master has already taken a look. He did not want anyone else to look at his memories. Regardless of whether it was Master Yuan or Mr. Mu, the existence of the die was his greatest secret. Even if he did not understand how strong Mr. Mu and Master Yuan were, deep in his heart, he still felt that the die was more powerful. Even if he was facing off against a progenitor, he would still feel the same way. The die was simply too mystical. The simplest explanation was that the blood-colored bell had been stolen from the head inquisitor, and the head inquisitor was at least as powerful as Master Yuan. Master Yuan was curious. Who is your master? Luin was put in a difficult position. My master told me not to tell anyone else, so please forgive me, Master Yuan. Master Yuan smiled. It's fine. Many people are like that. There's no lack of hidden experts in the universe. Master Yuan then took out the blood-colored bell and handed it to Luin. Luin hurriedly took it. If not for this, we would have been in real danger, Master Yuan sighed. Luin grew nervous. This was something that he had stolen, so he couldn't be exposed, could he? Take it, and don't be nervous. Since he gave it to you, I won't ask too many questions. Perhaps he has other expectations for you, and your memories might be related to him, Master Yuan said. Luin knew that Master Yuan was referring to the head inquisitor, and he knew that Master Yuan had misunderstood. He hurriedly put away the blood-colored bell and sighed in relief. Kid, you've contributed greatly to this war. What do you want? Master Yuan smiled at Luin. Luin replied righteously, protecting the human race is my duty. Master Yuan laughed. You should be rewarded for your contributions. Luin was conflicted, as he really didn't know what to ask Master Yuan for. When faced with such a powerhouse, asking for money was too vulgar. Luin couldn't think of anything else. Master Yuan looked at Luin for a while and then smiled. You can leave for now. Let me know when you've made up your mind. If there are any more battles, you might need to lend me your bell. This sentence confirmed Lu Yin's suspicions that Master Yuan was inferior to the head inquisitor. Otherwise, there would be no need for him to borrow the head inquisitor's token. Master Yuan, why don't I leave this bell with you? Luin asked carefully. Master Yuan thought about it and then shook his head. You can leave now. Luin didn't know what Master Yuan was thinking, but he didn't say anything and simply left. Master Yuan looked at Lu Yin's back as he left. The missing memories, the token, the origin, and the surname Lu. What exactly was he trying to do? Giving a primeval token didn't seem like something he would do. Or, no matter how Master Yuan guessed, it was impossible for him to suspect that Luin had stolen the bell. The head inquisitor of the Hall of Honor was always shrouded in mist, and no one could see him clearly. Even a powerhouse with a power level of 1,000,000 couldn't steal from him. A few days later, Elder Big Drum suddenly came looking for Luin and asked about the poison. Luin was surprised. The poison is effective? Elder Big Drum sighed. It's not just effective. Even a powerhouse with a power level of 300,000 would be unlucky to come into contact with it. It corrodes not only humans, but also machines. It corrodes everything it touches. It's just too damaging to arrowheads. They have to be shot immediately after applying it, or else the arrow will be corroded. Luin understood. Do you have any more of that poison? Elder Big Drum asked anxiously. This poison was extremely harmful to the androids in the technocracy and all technological weapons. It could be used in both this and future wars. Luin was put in a difficult position. Elder, you haven't paid for the poison I gave you before. Elder Big Drum's eyes widened. You're selling it? Luin choked. Why did it sound like he was cursing him? Elder, I'm from a small sect, and I don't have anyone to provide me with resources. It wasn't easy to obtain this poison, and you should know its value. You can't expect me to work for nothing, right? Elder Big Drum coughed, but he realized that Luin was right. He thought about it for a bit before saying, your contribution this time is great, and it involves the deaths of the 6th Mainland's imprinter as well as the normal direction of the war. It's not easy to calculate that for the time being, but Master Yuan wants to give you your reward. Of course, as the commander of the border warfront, I also need to show some appreciation. It's not easy to calculate your contribution, so we'll do it according to a transaction. He then tossed a cosmic ring to Luin. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. The Hall of Honor must have spent a lot of money to purchase it. He thought about it and checked the cosmic ring. His breath caught in his throat when he saw that there were nearly 2 million star essence inside. Elder, what's this? Luin was a little excited. Elder Big Drum replied, that bottle of poison is enough to threaten powerhouses with a power level of 300,000, and it's worth nearly 1 million star essence. You can use this to buy another bottle. Luin was disappointed, as he had thought that this was the money he had spent on that bottle. He had been happy for nothing. However, it was still not bad. That bottle of poison had cost 600,000 star essence, and it could be sold for 1 million star essence. Luin had earned nearly half of that, which was quite a high profit. As expected of the Hall of Honor, they were so generous. How much more of that poison do you have? Elder Big Drum asked. Luin thought about it. I have 3 more bottles. Elder Big Drum was astonished. Rumor has it that the Frostwave Weave's mainland auction house often sells things that ordinary people cannot even imagine. It's really not bad. Kid, your luck is quite good. He then handed Luin another cosmic ring that also contained about 2 million star essence. I'll buy all of them. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Elder, you're so generous. Elder Big Drum smiled. Give them to me. Luin was a little embarrassed. Can you wait for a while? I'll give them to you in a few days. Elder Big Drum was puzzled, but he still nodded. Sure. Right, if there's anything else that you can use on the battlefield, you can sell it to me. The price won't be low. He then vanished. Luin felt like he had found a big customer. To a colossus like the Hall of Honor, star essence was just a number, just like the Mavis Bank. He suddenly felt that Elder Big Drum was more pleasing to the eye than Elder Lohar. Speaking of which, Lu Yin's current net worth was already 5 million star essence. Lu Yin's breathing quickened. As long as he had the materials, he could upgrade his universal armor to the point where it could defend against envoys. Then, wouldn't that mean that he could join an envoy-level battlefield? There was a sudden explosion in the distance as the remains of an android exploded. It did not cause any injuries, but it did jolt Luin awake. He had been too complacent. So what if he could defend against an attack with a power level of 500,000? Wouldn't he still be a target? The enemy could easily capture him, and whether or not the secret art could divert an envoy-level powerhouse's attack was another matter. Even if it could, it would be useless. He remembered how helpless he had been when he had faced Knight King Jinwu in the Daosor sect's ruins. Even Knight King Jinwu could easily deal with the threat of the secret art, let alone an envoy-level powerhouse. He had actually gotten carried away. No, he had to be careful. 5 million star essence crystals, so how could he be careful? Luin felt like he was floating, and even his footsteps carried the wind. He was too rich, too rich. A single counterattack had temporarily calmed the border. The technocracy had sent countless androids and technological weapons, but they were not attacking. Instead, they were defending. Because of the Sixth Mainland's attack, more than half of the Outerverse powerhouses had gathered at the border. Even the technocracy was unable to withstand the onslaught. Master Yuan's existence in particular had caused the technocracy to tremble. In addition to Lu Yin's poison, the technocracy had been forced to defend instead of attack. The border was temporarily stabilized, but in the distant astral wilderness, on a planet with a giant mechanical arm, Xianxia walked out of space. Behind him were giant mechanical giants that flew into space one after another, heading towards the Outerverse. Xianxia's gaze was sinister. It's over, Lu Yin. At the border between Frostwave Weave and Northcastle Weave, a second space station was being built on a technologically advanced planet. In the distance, a cylindrical warhead spewing flames flew into space and blasted towards a distant desolate planet. A continent on the desolate planet was blasted to smithereens, and magma erupted from the ground as red hurricanes wreaked havoc in the sky. Countless people on the planet cheered, as they had named this weapon a dimensional bomb. After testing, it was determined that its power level had reached 8,000. This was just a dimensional bomb, and this bomb was just a component of a superdimensional bomb. A true superdimensional bomb was made up of hundreds of dimensional bombs, and a single attack was enough to obliterate a planet. Its power level was at least 30,000. Although this planet was technologically advanced, it did not have a cultivation civilization. It had only made initial contact with the Great Yu Empire, so it was still under surveillance. It was astonishing that a bomb that could threaten an explorer's strength could be developed using pure technological power. The cultivators from the Great Yu Empire who were monitoring the planet hurriedly reported to Lu Ting, as the military might be interested in this bomb. At this moment, dimensional bombs flew out from the planet and assembled in space, forming a true superdimensional bomb that blasted towards the desolate planet. This attack was enough to destroy the entire planet. Everyone's eyes were on the bomb. Just as the bomb was about to hit the planet, a giant figure suddenly appeared and grabbed the bomb. It was an incomparably large mechanical giant, and the bomb exploded in the giant's hands. However, the result was shocking, as the mechanical giant was not injured at all. Only its palm was slightly blackened. Countless people were stunned, as they could not understand where this mechanical giant had come from. The cultivators from the Great Yu Empire who were monitoring the planet felt that something was amiss. They tried to contact Lu Ting, but they found that they could not. The signal had been cut off, and their vision went black. Not long after, the mechanical giant left, leaving behind the shattered planet and countless people on the brink of death. This scene was not only happening in Frostwave Weave, but also in other weaves. The mechanical giant had appeared suddenly, and its power level was close to that of a hunter's. Even more terrifying was that the mechanical giant could shoot out a beam of light that was close to that of an enlighter's. Although it was only a single shot, and the entire mechanical giant would explode after firing, it was still enough. The hunter from Northcastle Weave had been instantly killed. On Xenu Star, the Imperial Cabinet, the Lu Ministry of Staff, and the Lu Ministry of Justice all received the news and saw the image of the mechanical giant. The picture was sent back by Yan Yan. He fought with the mecha giants and destroyed one of them. Right before the mecha giants exploded, they shot out a beam of light. Yan Yan was hit by the beam of light and was heavily injured. There was more than one mechanical giant, and dozens of them had already appeared in Frostwave Weave. The Imperial Cabinet issued an urgent order, and the 13 squadrons were mobilized. The captains of the squadrons acted to destroy the mechanical giant. More and more mechanical giants entered the Outerverse from the astral wilderness, and they started a massacre. The Hall of Honor quickly received the news, and they had also investigated the matter. These mechanical giants had come from the technocracy, and they were the technocracy's trump card against the Outerverse. Their goal was to divert the border forces away from the Outerverse. Powerhouses from various weaves of the Outerverse were gathered at the border, and their families and friends were all in their own weaves. The purpose of guarding the border was to protect their families, and once they found out that their families were in. These people included Meng Tianlong, Mu Nikhang, and the other leaders of various large sections. Not only that, but the Hall of Honor also contacted the Innerverse powers that had been hiding in the Outerverse, such as the Day-Night Clan, the Sword Sect, Northline Flowzone, and so on. They forced them to take action and destroy the mechanical giants. The mechanical giants were equivalent to ordinary hunters, but they could shoot out beams of light that were close to the power of an enlighter, which caused a large number of cultivators to die. Luin, who was far away at the border, did not know about this matter. The technocracy did not seem to have any intention of spreading the news, which puzzled the Hall of Honor. They had already made preparations to receive the news at the border, but the border remained quiet. In Frostwave Weave, Xianxia was on high alert. The mechanical giants were extremely fast, and no one knew where they would come from. 2 days ago, one had already attacked Xianxia. Fortunately, Xianxia did not lack hunters, which had allowed them to destroy the mechanical giant. As Xianxia walked along the streets of Xianxia, he raised his gadget and sent something. He looked up with a cold gaze. Luin, you're courting death. Don't blame me. He then looked up and saw King Zishan's palace. His lips curled up, and he turned around, almost bumping into someone. A large flag was erected in front of him, and the words Starsabil's Grandpa Jiao. What was that? Xianxia was stunned and took a step back. Starsabil? Grandpa Jiao? Xianxia walked out from behind the flag, dressed in grey robes. His eyes lit up as he looked at Xianxia. Old friend, are you well? Xianxia frowned. You are? Xianxia placed a hand on Xianxia's shoulder and warmly said, Old friend, it's me. Don't you remember? Your Grandpa Jiao. Xianxia was almost angered to death. How dare you insult me? Xianxia hurriedly said, Old friend, you really don't remember? I carried you when you were young, and you peed all over me. That pee was vigorous and powerful. Xianxia raised a hand, and his star energy transformed into a strange chain that tried to bind Xianxia. You're courting death. At that moment, a figure flew over from the distance and landed beside the two. He stared at Xianxia. Fortune teller, can you help me see if I can enter? It was Ku Wei, who had been looking for Xianxia all this time. On the day that Luin had been elected alliance leader, Ku Wei had met Xianxia. Outside the palace, Xianxia had seen that Ku Wei had come to the Outerverse in order to enter the astral tomb. That was indeed the case, and Ku Wei had been shocked. However, Xianxia had also divined that Ku Wei would never be able to enter the tomb, which made Ku Wei anxious. After obtaining the qualifications from the Yu bloodline, the first person Ku Wei had thought of was Xianxia. He wanted Xianxia to see if he could enter again. No matter what the outside world said about Xianxia, this person had indeed divined Ku Wei's goal in coming to the Outerverse. Xianxia grew impatient. I've met an old friend, so I'm not divining for you. Ku Wei raised his brows and looked at Xianxia. Xianxia's star energy chain had just been broken by Ku Wei, and he did not care about a mere explorer. He whipped the chain at Xianxia. Watch your mouth. I'll make you wish you were dead. Xianxia cried out and hurriedly retreated. Old friend, why are you so angry? Ku Wei stepped forward and grabbed the chain. He stared at Xianxia. How bold of you to attack me on Xinyu Star, and in front of Brother Wei. What, do you have an Or star at home? Junior, you're courting death. Xianxia barked. He compressed his star energy to a radius of 100 meters, as he did not want to attract the attention of the hunters on Xinyu Star. The chain dissipated, but it soon reformed. This time, its target was not just Xianxia, but Ku Wei as well. Ku Wei was furious. Alright, Brother Wei has roamed the universe for so many years, but this is the first time I've met someone so arrogant. Brother Wei is the captain of the 10th Imperial Squadron, so how dare you be so fierce? As he spoke, he released his domain and scattered Xianxia's sealed area. His energy exploded towards Sirius, causing Xinyu Star to tremble. Xianxia had not expected the person in front of him to be so powerful. He was definitely not an ordinary explorer, and he was also an innate genius. The captain of the 10th Imperial Squadron? This is going to be troublesome. Xianxia leaped up and tried to escape Xinyu Star. There were experts on Xinyu Star right now, and he did not want to cause any trouble. But even if the old man wanted to leave, Ku Wei would not let him go. Anyone who offended Brother Wei would be skinned alive even if they didn't die. Even if Ku Wei couldn't defeat Luin, it didn't matter. Ku Wei would just stay on Xinyu Star and disgust Luin to death. After all, Luin had threatened Ku Wei in the past. Finger tap, Kuwei growled, and his domain condensed into a finger that crushed down. The finger was 3,000 meters tall, and it was a spectacular sight. What was even more terrifying was that a strange aura surrounded the finger, and Xianxia did not even think of resisting. He was shocked, as an explorer's battle technique could actually affect his mind. This person definitely had an extraordinary background. Xianxia was a hunter from the Innerverse Sun family, so he was not weak either. The Sun family's mechanism techniques were famous within the Innerverse, and his star energy formed a strange layer that blocked finger tap. His body flickered as he tried to escape Xinyu Star. Kuwei was surprised. This old man is not bad. Suddenly, void flames ignited and swept out in all directions, enveloping Xianxia within. Outside the flames, a frigid air isolated the area and formed a layer of ice that separated heaven and earth. Xianxia attacked, dispersing the flames and shattering the layer of ice. With his strength, he did not fear people like Huqingshan or Xiangshan. However, as the blinding light exploded, Xianxia's eyes were almost blinded, and he instinctively dodged to the side. However, Kuwei's sneak attack still succeeded. Finger tap pierced through Xianxia's thigh and sent him crashing into the layer of ice, where blood dyed the ice red. Kuwei snickered. Super flash tear. Tear bombs. That Luing fellow is a bit of a genius. He even thought of something like this. It's quite effective, haha. Xianxia was furious, but he finally saw his surroundings clearly. Huqingshan, Xiangshan, and Kuwei had surrounded him. Little old man, behave yourself. You don't look like a good person. So it's Xianxia, one of the most wanted criminals in the empire. Capture him. Huqingshan barked. When Xianxia was captured, he went berserk. Let me go, or you'll be in trouble. Frostwave Weave, no, the Great Eastern Alliance, will be destroyed. Let me go, and I'll spare your lives. The old man has gone crazy. Kuwei was puzzled, but he suddenly thought of something. He looked down, but Xianzhou had long since disappeared. Huqingshan and Xiangshan exchanged glances, and they both saw the worry in each other's eyes. After a while, someone from the 12th Squadron reported, "We've discovered the coordinates of Xinyu Star from Xianxia's gadget, as well as..." At this point, the cultivator's face turned pale. Extermination request. The Imperial Cabinet, the Lu Ministry of Staff, the Lu Ministry of Justice, and anyone who had authority on Xinyu Star had been summoned, and Luing felt as if a disaster was about to befall him. Xianxia didn't try to hide anything. He told them that there was going to be a super powerhouse that would destroy the Great Eastern Alliance. As for who this super powerhouse was, he didn't say anything. Although he didn't say anything, everyone could guess that it was the mechanical giants from the technocracy. Kuwei was so scared that he wanted to leave. However, Xianxia's words were doubted as well. If he really could request the technocracy's absolute powerhouses to destroy the Great Yu Empire, then that would mean that he was colluding with the technocracy. It was even possible that the Innerverse Sun family was colluding with the technocracy, which made no sense. Xianxia wasn't stupid enough to admit it in front of everyone. What if he's sure that we're dead for sure? Huansha said in a low voice. Everyone fell silent. At the same time, a petite female android tore through the void and appeared in Frostwave Weave. Her appearance was like the sky had collapsed, and her might swept across the entire Frostwave Weave. Everyone stood up abruptly, feeling the boundless might. Kuwei's face paled. 300,000, no, that's not right. It's an old monster with a power level of at least 400,000. Run. The others despaired. Run? Could he run away? What did 400,000 combat power mean? They didn't know, but one thing was for sure. They couldn't escape. The entire Frostwave Weave was trembling in fear. In a border war, a powerhouse with a power level of 400,000 wasn't the absolute pinnacle. The Outerverse had ways to deal with such a powerhouse, but in Frostwave Weave, there was no way to deal with such a powerhouse. The female android's gaze traversed the heavens, and she looked towards the 3 rings of land, towards Xinyu Star. She lifted her foot, and the void trembled. With just a single step, she would be able to reach that place and destroy everything. However, at this moment, the female cyborg suddenly stopped moving. Her head slowly turned, and her gaze swept across the endless void. She looked at a very ordinary planet. There was no technology on that planet, and it was like an ancient society. The cyborg's gaze swept across the planet, and finally fixed on a very ordinary village among the mountains. She fixed her gaze on the ordinary thatched hut at the innermost part of the village. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. The red light in the female android's eyes flickered as if she was thinking. After a short while, he withdrew his foot, turned around, and left. The boundless pressure that had enveloped the entire frost wave we've suddenly disappeared. Everything felt like an illusion. For the people on Xenu Star, their despair had not yet passed, and they were still waiting. However, after half a day, there were still no supreme experts descending. Everyone was puzzled. Another day passed, there were still no experts that came. The reports of the mechanical giants from all over the world came in, and the results caused everyone to be shocked. Those mechanical giants had actually all retreated. Everyone was at a loss. As for Xianxia, who was imprisoned on Xenu Star, his heart sank. What was going on? Why wasn't he here yet? He should have been here a long time ago. That big shot hiding in the astral wilderness should have been here already. He had clearly sent out his coordinates. No matter how much he looked forward to it, the outerverse had finally regained its peace. At the very least, Frostwave Weave had regained its peace. By the time Luin received the news, the crisis had already passed for several days. What? Frostwave Weave was attacked? Luin looked at Master Yuan in shock. Master Yuan had a profound look in his eyes. Not just Frostwave Weave, but the entire outerverse. However, Frostwave Weave once sent powerhouses with power levels in the hundreds of thousands, but they suddenly vanished. Luin raised his brows in dissatisfaction, as he had been kept in the dark. However, he did not dare to show his dissatisfaction in front of Master Yuan. He could understand the Hall of Honor's painstaking efforts, as they were afraid that the outerverse would affect the border. However, the Great Yu Empire was very important to Luin. His friends were there, and he had built an alliance with them. He also viewed Earth as his home. The technocracy is vainly trying to use the outerverse to reduce the pressure on the border. This is a disaster for the border, and we cannot afford to lose our strength. Do you understand? Master Yuan looked at Luin. Luin bowed. This junior understands. Master Yuan nodded. If something happens at the border, Frostwave Weave will also suffer. It's good that you understand. I called you here to ask if there are any supreme powerhouses in Frostwave Weave. Lu Yin's first thought was of Elder Yu. That old man was an elder of the Seven Courts, and he had even saved the Yu bloodline from being hunted down by the Neo-Human Alliance. He was hidden in the outerverse, and his strength was unfathomable. When faced with Master Yuan's question, he hesitated. Should he tell him? After all, the Seven Courts was different from the Hall of Honor, and it would not be good for the Yu bloodline if he told Master Yuan. After all, he was from Wendy's bloodline. Master Yuan's gaze was deep as he looked at Luin. It seems like you know. Luin bowed deeply. Senior, it might be my master. Master Yuan was not surprised, as there was plenty of evidence that Luin had a very powerful master. His resources, the dangers he had encountered, and even his futons seemed to have all come from his master. Master Yuan had been curious about Lu Yin's master because of the futon, and he knew its importance better than anyone else. There were only 10 futons in the entire Fifth Mainland, and Lu Yin's master had actually obtained one. Your master is very powerful, Master Yuan praised. Luin hurriedly replied, this junior does not know much about my master's strength. Master Yuan nodded and did not ask any more questions. I called you here for another important matter. Master Yuan's gaze then turned serious. Planet Hydrodink was attacked. Luin was shocked, and a thought flashed through his mind. The box was stolen? Master Yuan nodded. Luin felt helpless, as the Neo-Human Alliance had still made a move. That box was very important to them, and they had not been able to steal it back on Source Peak Planet. Now, with most of the outerverse power gathering at the border, they had finally made a move. To the Neo-Human Alliance, all humans were enemies. They did not care about borders or continents, so it was not surprising that they would make a move at this time. Xianxia had been forcefully conscripted to the border, and Phelan and the others were not strong enough to stop the Neo-Human alliance. Master Yuan, what's inside the box? Luin could not help but ask. Master Yuan sighed with a complicated expression. You don't need to know. I'm only telling you because you promised the Hall of Honor to protect the box. Now that the box has been stolen, and you are at the border, it has nothing to do with you. Don't feel pressured. Luin did not feel pressured at all. The box belonged to the Lockbreaker Society, and it had nothing to do with him if it had been stolen. His promise was one thing, and there was nothing he could do about it if he could not protect it. However, it was such a pity. There were 2 boxes in Jeffrey's secret room. One of them contained true insight, and he had kept it with him all this time. The value of the other box was definitely not lower than true insight. The Neo-Human Alliance should not be too interested in true insight, or else they would not have allowed Dang Pu to escape on Source Peak Planet. Their goal was definitely the other box, which was the box that had been stolen. It was such a pity, as Luin did not know what it was. In the eyes of the Neo-Human Alliance, that box was even more valuable than true insight. That item has been stolen, and it's unknown whether it's a blessing or a curse. All right, you may leave, Master Yuan said tiredly. Luin bowed respectfully and slowly left. The Outerverse attack by the Technocracy's mechanical giants did not cause the border's power to decline. The 6 rocky districts would occasionally attack, and with the help of Lu Yin's poisons, the Technocracy's losses were huge. Luin had handed over the 3 vials of poison that he owed Elder Big Drum the previous day. Rolling the die the previous day had been rather smooth, and he had directly rolled 3 pips. The further he rolled, the easier it was for him to roll the number that he wanted. However, there was one thing that he found very strange: the die itself did not have any rune lines, which was very strange. Luin had upgraded the 3 vials of poison and spent 1.8 million star essence. Now, Luin had a total of 3.2 million star essence, which was quite a lot. He could still float. Unfortunately, the items on his body were not worth upgrading. His bracers, rebound beads, universal armor, and flashbangs had all been upgraded to their maximum potential, and the materials that they were made from could not be upgraded any further. As for the remaining items like his life poison and divine arrow, there was no need to upgrade them. What he needed was better materials. If the materials for his universal armor could keep up and upgrade it to the point where it could resist envoys, then he would no longer have to fear powerhouses with power levels of 300,000. He would also have a greater ability to protect himself at the border. Wei Rong and Xianxia had contributed quite a. Regardless of whether it was Master Yuan, Ancestor Arrow Mountain, or Luin, Wei Rong, and the others, they could all sense that there was a despairing power in the depths of the universe that could appear at any time. The 6th mainland should be sending reinforcements. Others might not understand the 6th mainland, but Luin understood it very well. This was not only because of his experience in the Daosor Sect's ruins, but also because of his previous encounters. For example, he had seen the person nailed to the ground within the centipede's body, which should have been a part of the ancient war. The ancient war should have been the war between the 5th and 6th mainlands. There was also the island at the end of the Ocean of Death, and the words that he had heard. The 5th had become the 6th, and the sky had changed. The innerverse and outerverse had been separated, and the universe had undergone a great change. Luin guessed that the sky that had been covered by the 6th mainland had been torn apart, which had caused the 6th mainland to retaliate and cause the war to break out. However, the 6th mainland had the ability to cover the entire sky of the 5th mainland. Regardless of whether it was the innerverse war or the outerverse war, the 6th mainland had not used its full strength, while the 5th mainland had already gone all out. What Luin looked forward to the most was what Elder Yu had said. The 5th mainland was not as simple as it seemed. Otherwise, once the 6th mainland's reinforcements arrived, the outerverse would be defeated, and their only hope lay in the Neoverse. Currently, the entire outerverse could not stop a single Bloodburn realm. Within a battle fort in the Technocracy, Yan Shaojing's face was deathly pale. It had already been several days, but she still had not recovered. She had been like this ever since she had received news of Yan Cheng's death. The competition in the sixth mainland was cruel, and imprinter families were stuck in a stalemate. Yanqing had done everything he could to form a marriage alliance with the Autumnfrost family, and he had even wanted to gift the arrow to ancestor Autumnfrost in order to rise to the next level. But now, not only had he failed to rise to the next level, but ancestor Autumnfrost had also died. This was a huge blow to the Yan family. If an imprinter's family didn't have an imprinter, they couldn't even be considered an imprinter's family. The entire family would decline in the shortest amount of time. The Huang family was the most obvious example. The Yan family looked down on the Huang family, and now, the Yan family had become just like the Huang family. Yan Xiaojing was very smart, but the smarter she was, the more she understood the severity of the consequences. Autumnfrost Qing's attitude towards Yan Xiaojing had changed. He was no longer as caring as before, and his tone was much harsher. Don't worry. Even if Senior Yan dies, the Autumnfrost family will take care of you. Yan Xiaojing nodded. Thank you, Brother Autumnfrost. Autumnfrost Qing raised a hand and caressed Yan Xiaojing's face, looking pleased. He didn't care if Yanqing died or not. Having another imprinter would be helpful to the Autumnfrost family, but it wasn't necessary. Right now, he wanted to enjoy this woman. He hugged Yan Xiaojing and was about to kiss her. Yan Xiaojing was shocked and hurriedly pushed Autumnfrost Qing away. Brother Autumnfrost, please behave yourself. Autumnfrost Qing was dissatisfied. Xiaojing, you're going to be mine soon. What are you afraid of? Yan Xiaojing took a few steps back and stared at Autumnfrost Qing. Brother Autumnfrost, I want to wait until the marriage alliance. Then I'll give myself to you. Autumnfrost Qing's tone was stiff. We don't know how long this war will last. There's no need to wait. From now on, you're my woman. He reached out to grab Yan Xiaojing. Yan Xiaojing's face was pale. If Yanqing was still alive, she was certain that she could marry Autumnfrost Qing, but now that Yanqing was dead, the Autumnfrost family could no longer form a marriage alliance with the Yan family. She definitely wouldn't give herself to Autumnfrost Qing. However, Yan Xiaojing's strength was too far from Autumnfrost Qing's, and she couldn't resist at all. Her imprinter had also disappeared with Yanqing's death, and her strength had greatly weakened. With a bang, the door was slammed open. The fatty glared at Autumnfrost Qing. Let go of Xiaojing. Autumnfrost Qing's eyes flashed with killing intent. Damn fatty, you're courting death. He had wanted to deal with the fatty before, but Yanqing had stopped him. He raised his hand and pressed down with a skyrend claw. Fatty opened his mouth, and his body swelled up. The silhouette of the Sky-Eater pig appeared behind him and swallowed the sky-rending claw. Autumnfrost Qing sneered. With Yanqing dead, both Yan Xiaojing and the fatty no longer had their imprints. Their strength had greatly decreased. Killing them would be as easy as flipping his hand. With that thought in mind, he kicked out with the power of the Sky Atlas Overlord bloodline, sending the fatty flying. Fatty spat out a mouthful of blood and smashed into the wall. Yan Xiaojing hurriedly ran over and supported the fatty. Hurry up and leave. The fatty glared at Autumnfrost Qing. I'm not leaving. Yan Xiaojing said sadly, you should leave. He'll beat you to death. I'm not leaving, the fatty roared as he glared at Autumnfrost Qing. Autumnfrost Qing clenched his fists and wanted to attack again, but the commotion was too great and attracted more and more people. Although he was the young master of the Autumnfrost family, the situation was unfavorable. Emojong's bloodline was filled with anger, and he did not want to cause any trouble. He coldly swept his gaze over the fatty and Yan Xiaojing. Damn fatty, I'll make you wish you were dead sooner or later. He then looked at Yan Xiaojing. Think carefully. Without my Autumnfrost family's protection, let's see how you'll survive in the Bloodburn realm. He then turned and left. The surrounding people looked at the fatty and Yan Xiaojing sympathetically before leaving as well. This was how the universe was, it was cruel. With Yanqing dead, everything had changed. No one could help the Yan family. The fatty spat out another mouthful of blood. He looked at Yan Xiaojing and weakly said, Don't worry, I'm here. Yan Xiaojing stared at the fatty in a daze. She had never felt that the fatty was so strong before. Although he had been crushed by Autumnfrost Qing, the fatty at this moment made her feel at ease. Thank you. The fatty felt bitter, as Autumn Frost Qing's kick had not been gentle. More importantly, they no longer had their imprints, which was the most troublesome part. They were currently at war, so Autumn Frost Qing could not do anything to them. Once they returned to the sixth mainland, Autumn Frost Qing would not even need to show himself, as there would be plenty of people who would help him. Xiaojing, let's escape from the Bloodburn realm, the fatty whispered. Yan Xiaojing's body trembled. She had always been smart and calm, but at this moment, she was at a loss. After all, she was still a girl. But what about my Yan family? As long as we can escape, the Autumn Frost family won't do anything to the Yan family. After all, although the Yan family no longer has Senior Yan Qing, they still have other powerhouses who can barely hold on. Senior Yan Qing's contributions are also here, so the Autumn Frost family won't dare to go overboard. Yan Xiaojing thought about it and then resolutely said, all right. In the outerverse, there was a white dot in the dark sky. It was a planet that had been completely frozen. The planet's temperature was so low that even a hunter would not be able to withstand it. Star Fox stepped out of the void and walked over the frozen planet. As the ground collapsed, a stone staircase was revealed. He followed the staircase down and arrived at a completely frozen underground room. This was the place where the old assassins who had founded Aegis had been frozen. Every 1,000 years, one of them would awaken to manage Aegis. Star Fox walked over to a white metal coffin, knocked on it, and took several steps back. Not long after, the white metal lid was pushed open, and a pair of pale hands appeared. The palms were very small, just like a child's. What appeared in front of Star Fox was a child, but this child's eyes were not naive. They were filled with ruthlessness and indescribable loneliness. It's been 1,000 years? The child asked. His voice was crisp and carried a trace of coldness. Star Fox shook his head. It's not time yet, but you must come out. The Hall of Honor is forcefully conscripting you to head to the borders of the Endless Weaves to join the war. The child's voice was cold. The technocracy has invaded? It's not just the technocracy. There's also an unknown power that the Hall of Honor calls the Sixth Mainland. The child did not understand, but he did not ask any questions. He turned around and looked at the white coffin. What about him? He's also going to the battlefield. Star Fox helplessly answered. The child walked out of the white coffin. How's Aegis? Star Fox had many things to say, but he did not know how to say them. The Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, the establishment of the Great Eastern Alliance, the battle with Luin, and so on. There were too many things that needed to be explained. I've saved them all on a chip. Take a look for yourselves. He then handed the child a chip. In the Outerverse, in outer space, Madame Nayland faced a screen and slowly bowed. Granny, the Hall of Honor is forcefully conscripting us. The universe is in great danger, so please take action. An old woman was on the screen. Her face was ruddy, and there were many wrinkles on her face. However, her skin was very smooth. The old woman had a complicated expression. The Sixth Mainland? I seem to have heard of that name before, but it's been too long, so I've forgotten. At the edge of the Endless Weave, a spacecraft flew towards the border with the Endless Borders logo. This spacecraft had come from the Astral Wilderness, and it was one of the Endless Borders exploration teams. They had been forcefully conscripted to join the battlefield. In the Outerverse, the leaders of countless organizations had also been forcefully conscripted to head to the border battlefield. The Sixth Mainland's retreat did not mean that the war had ended, but rather that it had escalated. This was an inevitable outcome. Regardless of whether or not the Outerverse had retaliated, the war would have reached this stage, and no one could stop it. The only thing the Hall of Honor could do was to dig up as many hidden powers as possible and throw them all at the border. Of course, no matter how powerful the Hall of Honor was, it was impossible for them to completely understand the Outerverse. There were definitely hidden powerhouses, but 99% of them had already appeared. Even if there were any more hidden powerhouses, there would not be many left. Once the war collapsed, it would be pointless to hide, as they would eventually appear. This was the second batch of reinforcements, along with the people who had destroyed the mechanical giant. The Hall of Honor did not wish to forcefully conscript a third batch of reinforcements, as that would mean that the Outerverse's defeat was imminent. This was because there was no such thing as a third batch of reinforcements. The so-called third batch of reinforcements consisted of the remaining forces of the Outerverse, such as Xianxia and Hilana from the Great Yu Empire, as well as the remaining members of the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society. These people would not be of much use to the border battlefield, and using them would mean that the border had been defeated. This meant that the Outerverse would have to sacrifice human lives in this war. Due to the tense situation in the Dama Cliff district, Luin had been conscripted. He had thought that he would be transferred back to the Ironblood Cliffs district after the 6th Mainland's temporary retreat, but he had not received any notification. When the second batch of reinforcements arrived, there were 2 more enlighters in the Dama Cliff district. One of them was the captain of Endless Borders' Astral Wilderness Exploration Team, and he was known as Captain Stone. Luin could see that Captain Stone's rune lines were close to 300,000, which far surpassed Acker's. The other person was a little more terrifying, as his rune lines surpassed even Captain Stone's. Most importantly, this person was an assassin. Luin glanced at him from afar, and the assassin seemed to sense his gaze. His cold gaze swept over and met Lu Yin's gaze. In that instant, Luin felt a chill run down his spine. The first person that came to his mind was Aegis, as this person's power level definitely exceeded 300,000. The only assassins in the Outerverse who had such a power level were definitely the founders of Aegis, and they had been in hibernation for many years. Luin had already guessed that these assassins would not be weak if they had been able to survive the calamity that had targeted all assassins. They might even have been able to establish Aegis, and now, his suspicions had been confirmed. Fortunately, he had not fought to the death with Aegis, or else even the old smoker would not have been able to kill these people. The old smoker might have been able to escape from a powerhouse with a power level in the hundreds of thousands, but it was impossible for him to deal with a powerhouse of this level. The assassin only glanced at Luin before disappearing, his rune lines completely concealed. Luin raised his brows. It really was Aegis, as only Aegis had the ability to conceal their rune lines. 2 powerful reinforcements had arrived in the Dama Cliff district, and it should be the same for the other districts as well. Even the hibernating old assassins of Aegis had awakened. It seemed that there were not many hidden powerhouses in the Outerverse. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. It was good that they were all exposed, but he was afraid of hidden threats. Not long after, Luin heard a rumor that Astral 9 had arrived. He was surprised that even Astral 9 had come. Astral 9 had always been in the Endless Weaves, but it was still quite a distance from the border. Without the speed of a radiant great aurora, it would take at least 10 days to travel from Astral 9 to the border. He had not expected the Hall of Honor to even recruit Astral 9. Thank you, brothers, for your support and rewards. Purpley Wolf Fong, thank you very much for your tip, brother. I'll give it to you as well, thank you. At first, Luin had thought that the Astral 10 academies were fixed academies, but he had later learned that they were actually 10 warships from ancient times that roamed the universe. Back at Stargazing Deck, he had seen a strange starry sky, and he had seen warships singing ancient war songs as they flew off into the unknown. The Astral 10 academies were built on these 10 warships. Back then, he hadn't known where these warships were headed, but now he had an answer. They should have sailed from the 5th mainland to the 6th mainland, where the legendary ancient war had begun. The ancient war was the true war between 2 continents. There had been more than one progenitor, and even envoys had been unable to protect themselves on that battlefield. Each of those ancient warships had been incomparably large, and their power was no less than that of the Myriad City. He had seen far more than 10 of them, but now, only 10 remained. These were remnants of the ancient war. Now, Astral 9 was at war with the 6th mainland again, and the same ancient warship had appeared. It hadn't been destroyed in the ancient times, and it had continued the legendary war. Luin requested permission from Arrow Mountain's ancestor to leave the Demuyan district and head to Astral 9. He wanted to go to Stargazing Deck. Although he had comprehended the Dream Finger, there were still ancient scenes that he could not forget, such as the traces of the Skybeast claw on the warship. He also wanted to see if he could break through the confusion and see the person behind the finger. Astral 9 had students who participated in border wars all year round, but they had never experienced such a tragic battle. When news of Lu Yin's near-death experiences spread to Astral 9, it caused a huge commotion. Many students were eager to join the battlefield and fight against the cultivators from the Sixth Mainland. Under such circumstances, Luin requested to enter Astral 9. No one stopped him. Although there was competition between the 10 academies, they all recognized each other as the same bloodline. Outside, the students of the 10 academies helped each other, and this was even more true now that they were facing a border war. Lu Yin's reputation at the border was not small, and he had saved Luin, Xiaoji, and the beard. Luin and the others did not hide this fact, and the news spread among the students who had returned from the Ironblood Cliff district. Many of the students were grateful to Luin, and some even worshipped him. After stepping into Astral 9 space station, Luin looked around. This was his first time visiting another academy. Back when he had gone to the Innerverse, he had wanted to go to Astral 7, but he had accidentally entered the space with the Golden Sea. In the end, he had been thrown to the west of the Innerverse and had missed out on Astral 7. Quite a few students looked at Luin in amazement, and they all cried out in surprise. Luin had become famous, and he was surrounded by many students as soon as he walked out of the space station. All of them looked at Luin with fervent gazes. Luin wasn't used to it. He was used to being in a position of power and being able to decide life and death with a single word, but it was rare for him to be worshipped like this, especially when these people kept calling him senior. Luin felt like he was floating in the air. How youthful. Senior, your battle with the sword sex Lu Xiaoqiu was truly spectacular. Can you teach us how to fight against a sword expert? Senior, you suppressed the Astral Beast Domain's Celestial Ice Phoenix during the Tournament of the Strongest. I heard that the Celestial Ice Phoenix has become a great beauty. How could you bear to do it? Senior, thank you for saving Senior Lu Yin in the Ironblood Rock District. Senior, thank you for saving Xiaoji. She's my goddess. Lu Yin blinked and subconsciously looked at the crowd. He saw the male student who had called Xiaoji a goddess. I wish you happiness, he said. The male student was excited. Thank you for your encouragement, Senior. We'll definitely invite you to our wedding. Seventh bro, I think I heard someone say that you suppressed the Celestial Ice Phoenix? That's my harem, don't think too much about it, the monkey yelled, somewhat protective of its food. Lu Yin ignored him and listened to the fanatical voices of the students as he made his way to Stargazing Deck. Stargazing Deck was the most mysterious of the 10 academies. Lu Yin had just arrived at Stargazing Deck through a teleportation device when he saw a majestic number of rune lines. In front of him, the Star Master had stood up and was looking at the sky. It seemed like he was about to leave. Lu Yin was shocked. Astral 9 Star Master was definitely not ordinary, and he wasn't any weaker than the assassin from Aegis. It was no wonder that he was the most mysterious mentor in the Astral Combat Academy. Lu Yin wasn't sure how strong the mentors of Astral 10 were, as he had only seen the surface. Now that the Star Master was about to leave, he had revealed his true strength. Student Lu Yin greets the Star Master of Astral 9. Lu Yin bowed respectfully. The Star Master looked down and saw Lu Yin. What's the matter? This student requests to ascend Stargazing Deck, Lu Yin said nervously. He didn't know if he would be allowed to do so. The Star Master looked at him for a while. Graduates are not allowed to ascend Stargazing Deck. Lu Yin hurriedly replied, I haven't graduated yet. I was still a Lammeter when the Innerverse and Outerverse were separated. The Star Master nodded. If that's the case, then we'll make an exception. Come up. Lu Yin was overjoyed and bowed once more. Under the gazes of the Astral 9 students in the distance, he climbed onto the Stargazing Deck and sat down cross-legged. Just like before, he slowly closed his eyes as the Star Master's words rang in his ears. Meditate and comprehend. The Stargazing Deck picks the stars. Pick the past and present, pick the cycle of karma, pick the stars that belong to you. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Yin once again saw an unfamiliar space. He saw an endless stream of warships sailing into the distance, and the words boundless were emblazoned on the side of the ship at the front. Lu Yin got closer and closer to the scene, and he saw traces of blood, corpses, and skybeast claw marks on the ship. Just as Lu Yin was about to take a closer look, a pair of deathly still eyes suddenly met his gaze. Lu Yin's hair stood on end, and his vision warped. At that moment, the unfamiliar space suddenly split open, and a jade finger reached out to crush him. boundless rage burned within him, but this time, Luin forcefully suppressed it and ignored the finger. Instead, he looked at the warship again, but the pair of deathly still eyes were gone. It was as if they had never been there. The next moment, as the finger descended, Luin suddenly opened his eyes and saw the Starmaster not too far away. His back was completely drenched. This time, he didn't just see the warship and the jade finger, but also the pair of deathly still eyes. Luin was no stranger to those eyes, as he had seen them before. They were the eyes of a corpse king. Why had he seen the corpse king's eyes on the ancient warship? He couldn't understand. Luin looked at the Starmaster and asked the same question that he had asked the first time he had gained enlightenment in Stargazing Deck. Mentor, what is a part of the universe that belongs to me? This student is clearly looking at an unfamiliar space. The Starmaster's gaze was calm, and he indifferently replied, what you gain enlightenment in Stargazing Deck is the passage of time from ancient times to the present. You can only ask yourself this question. Luin was speechless. The Starmaster of Astral 10 had answered the same question back then. Was this the standard answer? He helplessly stood up and looked at Stargazing Deck once more. The Starmaster bowed, and Luin left Stargazing Deck. He looked up and saw that Astral 9's enormous ancient warship did not have many rune lines, and it was far inferior to myriad cities. However, Luin had a feeling that this warship might have unimaginable power, as it had been able to survive the Great Ancient War. The Astral 10 academies were not as simple as they seemed. With a mystical place like Stargazing Deck, one could see the passage of time from ancient times to the present. Regardless of whether it was the Taima Palace or the Sea King's Dome, such a mystical place did not exist, only the Astral Combat Academy existed. It was no wonder that the Night King clan had not dared to openly attack Luin. On one hand, they were apprehensive of the Lockbreaker Society, and on the other, they were apprehensive of the Astral Combat Academy. Luin decided not to graduate. Even if the Innerverse and Outerverse were connected, he would not graduate. He would rely on the Astral Combat Academy for the rest of his life. As long as he did not graduate, he would belong to the Astral Combat Academy, and the Astral Combat Academy would be his background. The Starmaster left and joined the warfront. Many of Astral 9's mentors left as well. Luin also left Astral 9 and returned to the Demuyan district. Astral 9 had arrived at the border and officially joined the war. Many of Astral 9's mentors and students had personally joined the battlefield. Luin had originally wanted to see Astral 9's president. After all, he was curious as to what kind of strength was required to become the Astral Combat Academy's president. However, he did not get to see him because Astral 9's president had already counterattacked. When Luin heard the news, he was shocked. Astral 9's president had charged out alone without fear of being ambushed. Even though the 6th mainland had suffered heavy losses, Patriarch Mo Jiang was still alive and well, and they still had another imprinter. Furthermore, there was also the unfathomable technocracy. Astral 9's dean had rushed out of the technocracy just like that, which showed just how explosive his temper was. The next day, news of Astral 9's accomplishments spread throughout the entire Cliff District. He had single-handedly destroyed a giant technological fortress, and the androids and cultivators from the 6th mainland had all died in outer space. Luin was shocked. Astral 9's president was at least an emissary, but he had gone to the Endless Cliff District. Now, almost every Cliff District had an emissary guarding it. The Dark Phoenix Cliff was led by Phineas Yin, the Bigwood Cliff was led by the Arrow Mountain Ancestor, and the Endless Cliff was led by Astral 9's headmaster. The 3 platforms had gone to Myriad City, the Glory Cliff had Astral 9, and the Iron Blood Cliff was led by Moonlight Mavis Branch. These were the Outerverse top powers. Aside from these, there were also powerhouses with power levels of 300,000 to 400,000 like Elder Big Drum and Yumu. Although they could not compare to the Innerverse, they were only facing the 6th mainland, so they should be able to hold their own. Just like that, a month passed. It had been more than 3 years since the great changes in the Innerverse and Outerverse. The border had been peaceful for a month, but with Ancestor Mo Jiang's appearance, the border was once again engulfed in the dark clouds of war. What made people despair was that Ancestor Mo Jiang wasn't the only one who had appeared this time. There was also another figure who stood in outer space at the same time as ancestor Emojiang. When Luin looked over, he was almost blinded by the number of rune lines. He immediately thought of ancestor Autumnfrost. Of the Bloodburn realm's three great families, Emojiang's and Autumnfrost's bloodlines were on par with each other. Only the D family's bloodline was the strongest. This extra powerhouse was most likely ancestor Autumnfrost. Two world imprinters descended, and Master Yuan sighed. He no longer hid his strength and entered outer space. Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, a giant hole was torn open in outer space, and this hole had no rune lines. HTTPS, Genius memorized this address in 1 second. Mobile version of reading website, when he saw this, Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. No matter how they had fought before, even if the imprinter had cracked the heavens, Lu Yin had still been able to see the rune lines. However, this time, the heavens seemed to have truly cracked, and there were no rune lines at all. More importantly, Lu Yin could see an even deeper layer of darkness. Master Yuan, Elder Emojiang, and Elder Autumnfrost had all disappeared. The border was silent, and the technocracy did not attack. They were all waiting for the final battle. With the Sixth Mainland's combined strength, the technocracy could easily destroy the other cliff zones, but even if they did, as long as Master Yuan did not die, the threat would always remain. This was why Elder Emojiang had used a month to travel to the Sixth Mainland and ask Elder Autumnfrost to come out. They had to eliminate Master Yuan. The heavens grew more and more oppressive, and everyone looked on in fear. The sky seemed to be getting lower and lower. It was like a trial for the border. Once Master Yuan was defeated, the entire border would be destroyed by Elder Emojiang's hands. Not long after, an angry roar filled the heavens. You've been hiding your strength. This is your true strength. You're a cosmic imprinter. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. This was Elder Emojiang's voice. You two don't need to return today. Master Yuan's voice rang out, causing countless people at the border to relax. The blood-colored bell in Lu Yin's pocket that he had not stored in his cosmic ring suddenly floated up and tore through the void to leave. As the bell rang out, that boundless might descended once more. Everyone heard a loud bang as Master Yuan's figure flashed through the heavens and disappeared. No one knew where Master Yuan had gone, but Lu Yin had seen that indescribably majestic rune lines had headed towards the technocracy. Master Yuan had been hiding his strength from the very beginning, all for this moment. He could either make the Sixth Mainland careless and stop sending their top powerhouses, or he could explode with his full strength and deal with the Sixth Mainland's top powerhouses. Although many people at the border had been sacrificed, and Master Yuan had not done anything even if they could have been saved, the results had still been worth it. Different people would think differently if they were in different positions. To some, saving people was far more important than hiding their strength. If they did not save people despite knowing that they could be saved, that would be heartless. However, to those who were in charge of the overall situation, they did not care about the gains or losses of one or two people, but rather the overall situation. This was something that could only be understood from the perspective of a superior. Several hours later, Master Yuan returned. His body was filled with a bloody aura, and he held Ancestor Emojiang's head in his hand. This scene was deeply imprinted in the minds of countless people, and they would never forget it for the rest of their lives. Lu Yin's blood boiled. This was how a man should be. He didn't even dare to look at old Ancestor Emojiang's rune lines. But now, old Ancestor Emojiang had died at the hands of Xianxia. Master Yuan's actions were not only seen by the Dama cliffs, but also by the other 6 cliffs at the border. This was his supreme power that caused the void to overlap. The true war is about to begin. Everyone, including this old man, will face death head-on. Tell this old man, are you all afraid? Master Yuan roared. In the 6 great cliff districts, countless people shouted, don't be scared, don't be scared, don't be scared. Master Yuan nodded and disappeared. Master Yuan did not return the blood-colored bell to Lu Yin. Lu Yin had killed Ancestor Emojiang, which was enough to draw out the true peak powerhouse of the Bloodburn realm, the legendary cosmic imprinter. There are no heavenly imprinter in the Bloodburn realm. However, there is a cosmic imprinter, and it is the D family's ancestor. Half a month later, Ancestor D appeared, his aura causing the entire border to tremble. His indescribable strength made him seem like a god, and with his appearance, the most intense battle at the border began. Master Yuan and Ancestor D disappeared, and no one knew where they were fighting. Ancestor Autumn Frost appeared and waved his hand, causing the Dark Phoenix Cliffs, Dama Cliffs, and Endless Cliffs to collapse simultaneously. Phoenix Xian's black flame swept through the void, and Ancestor Arrow Mountain drew his bow and shot an arrow, but his body instantly split apart and turned into a pool of blood. Aurora Corporation's President Qi, Old Lady Fu, Master Bei, the Baldy, Manor Lord Lien, and the rest were all instantly crushed into a pool of blood. Lu Yin's eyes widened, he had never seen such a monstrous pressure before. Master Yuan had been the one to deal with such a powerhouse, but now that he had made a move against them, Lu Yin finally understood what it meant to be strong and unshakable. Even though he had been prepared to hand the arrow over to Ancestor Arrow Mountain, it was completely useless. Ancestor Arrow Mountain did not even have the chance to attack. A single attack had killed 2 envoy-level powerhouses. Only the black-masked assassin, Ok, Sure Dui, Yu Mu, and the others who had not been targeted survived. The only person who had survived was Astral Nine's headmaster. In the distance, where Lu Yin could not see, Myriad Cities was also cracking apart. Jasper Mountain Sea, who controlled Myriad Cities, spat out blood. He had never imagined that he would encounter such a powerhouse. Countless people within Myriad Cities wailed in anguish. Everyone trembled under Ancestor Autumn Frost's pressure. Despair enveloped everyone. Aside from Master Yuan, no one else could stop Ancestor Autumn Frost. The Dama Cliffs were split into 2, and Lu Yin did not hesitate to shatter the jade. He did not know if Mr. Mu could stop Ancestor Autumn Frost. Wei Rong, Xianxia, and the rest were already in despair. Everyone was in despair. Aside from Ancestor Autumn Frost, the 6th mainland did not need anyone else to act. Ancestor Autumn Frost stood tall in outer space and swept his gaze across the 6 major cliffs as if he was looking at ants. Distance was meaningless to him, and he raised a finger and pointed. He was going to destroy one of the cliffs and turn everyone there to dust. The first place he wanted to destroy was the Endless Cliffs. Someone had actually survived his attack, which was a challenge to his authority. In the Endless Cliffs, Astral Nine's headmaster closed his eyes as Ancestor Autumn Frost raised his finger. An invisible ripple spread out to the 3 cliffs and then to Astral Nine. Ancestor Autumn Frost was cold and arrogant. With a single finger, everyone would die. In the Endless Cliffs, countless people trembled as they watched the finger descend and turn the entire region's black lava continent into dust. Suddenly, Astral Nine stepped through the void and appeared. Its enormous shadow blocked the sky above the Endless Cliffs, and an invisible barrier enveloped Astral Nine and the entire region. Elder Autumn Frost's finger attack did not penetrate the protective barrier, but it pushed Astral Nine and the entire Endless Cliffs into the endless weave. Along the way, countless planets were crushed, and the entire region of space was turned into waves that were scattered. Astral Nine's headmaster spat out a mouthful of blood. In Astral Nine, many of the students and mentors were shaken to the core by that finger attack, and they all fainted. Ancestor Autumn Frost was shocked that the ship had been able to block his finger attack. Even though he had not used much strength, it still had a power level of over 700,000. That ship had actually been able to block it. Wait a minute. Ancestor Autumn Frost looked at Astral Nine strangely. That ship looked familiar. It had successfully blocked the attack. Even after being hit by Ancestor Autumn Frost's finger attack, Astral Nine was still in despair. Ancestor Autumn Frost's second finger attack had similarly crushed the Endless Cliffs, but this time, his target was not the Endless Cliffs but the Dama Cliffs. He did not believe that such a ship still existed. In the sky above the Dama Cliffs, a majestic beam of light shot towards Ancestor Autumn Frost from afar. It had come from Wanqing City, and at the same time, a towering tree rose from the ground. Moonlight Mavis had descended in an attempt to block Ancestor Autumn Frost's attack. However, in Ancestor Autumn Frost's eyes, they were all ants. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish, natives of the 5th mainland. With that, Ancestor Autumn Frost pressed down with his finger. First, Wanqing City's beam of light, which was comparable to an emissary's, was broken. Then, Moonlight Mavis's towering tree split apart. No one could stop Ancestor Autumn Frost. The Outerverse had gathered all of its power, and although it seemed powerful, it was nothing more than an ant in the face of a powerhouse who could decide everything. Ancestor Autumn Frost's attack meant that the Sixth Mainland did not intend to waste any more time. Dizu's appearance also meant that the Sixth Mainland's Bloodburn realm was going all out. They had not expected that a mere Outerverse powerhouse would be able to force the Bloodburn realm to go all out, but it did not matter. Everything would soon be over. Master Yuan could only watch helplessly as Ancestor Autumn Frost destroyed the border. Dizu was a cosmic imprinter, which meant that he was a powerhouse with a power level of 1,000,000. He was on a completely different level from Ancestor Mo Jiang and Ancestor Autumn Frost, and even Master Yuan could not defeat him. Even when the blood-colored bell shook, its sound was drowned out by Dizu. When an adult fought with a child, as long as the adult was serious, the child's resistance would be futile. This was the difference between the Sixth Mainland and the Outerverse. One could imagine that this finger attack would not only kill the people at the border, but also countless lifeforms in the Outerverse. Suddenly, outer space turned gray, just like what Luyin had seen in King Zishan's palace. Time, space, and everything else seemed to come to a standstill. The only thing that remained was the immovable finger that was pressing down, and Mr. Mu slowly walked out of the void. Mr. Mu did not pay any attention to Luyin. Instead, he clasped his hands behind his back and looked up into outer space. The entire border had come to a standstill, and even Ancestor Autumn Frost had stopped moving. Everything formed a gray picture scroll that unfurled in outer space. Luyin did not know if the others could see it, but he was free, and he was the only one who could move. Master? Luyin could not help but call out. Mr. Mu slowly turned around with a profound look in his eyes. Then, his body gradually disappeared, and under Lu Yin's incredulous gaze, the entire border moved. The 6 rocky regions at the border all moved northward. In the starry sky and on land, all the people who belonged to the border all landed in the rocky regions and moved northward along with the border. Only Elder Autumn Frost remained fixed in the starry sky like an eternal statue. Luyin knew that Mr. Mu was very powerful, far more powerful than he had imagined. However, at this moment, he truly could not comprehend just how powerful he had to be in order to achieve such a feat. Patriarch Autumn Frost was a world imprinter whose power level exceeded 800,000, and in the depths of outer space, there was still Dizu and Master Yuan. No one could stop Mr. Mu's actions, and no one could stop him from retreating to the border. Luyin did not understand, and neither did he want to understand. At this moment, he only wanted to ask, Master, why don't you eliminate the people from the Sixth Mainland? Mr. Mu did not answer, nor did he appear. It was as if he had already left. When the borders returned to normal and everything returned to normal, everyone was dumbfounded to discover that they were no longer in the Endless Weaves but in the Southern Weaves. HTTPS, Genius remembered the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version of reading website, end of chapter 851. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.